Chapter 1. In the dimly lit stone chamber, the werewolf Augustus slowly opened his eyes. His blood-red gaze brimmed with delight. Having resided in this world for several years, he had traversed the bewilderment of reincarnation and the terror of his village's downfall. At long last, he had awakened the power of his bloodline and ascended to the rank of leader. This signified that in this enchanting yet perilous world, he finally possessed the means to secure his existence. Before he could further savor the benefits of his advancement, two equally exhilarated voices echoed from outside the stone chamber. The captain has leveled up. By the grace of the demon god, Steeltooth, our captain has finally made it. At these words, Augustus smiled faintly, restraining the aura that radiated from his newfound power. Rising to his feet, he opened the stone door to share in the joy with his kin. Indeed, beyond the door, excitement rained aside from the fluffy ears atop their heads and the long wolf tails trailing behind. The werewolves were nearly indistinguishable from humans, and they were his only remaining kin in this world. They hail from a werewolf village nestled deep within the jungle, where they could have barely sustained a self-sufficient yet liberating life. However, 3 years prior, a beast tide had ravaged their village, resulting in the tragic demise of their kin, leaving only the 3 of them to escape by sheer luck. "Captain, this is wonderful. We can rebuild the village now." The long tail wagged its tail excitedly, gazing at Augustus with a look brimming with hope. Indeed, the prospect of rebuilding the village brought a wide grin to Augustus' face as he joyfully patted their shoulders. "There's no rush first. Let me take you both out for a feast to celebrate." Yes. In the village, whenever someone levels up, we would light a bonfire to commemorate the occasion, Steeltooth exclaimed cheerfully. After years of wandering, they hadn't experienced such happiness in quite some time. Augustus led the 2 kin out of the stone chamber, where the light of day was fading and twilight approached. Walking down the familiar streets and observing the diverse figures of various races, he couldn't help but feel fortunate for his earlier choices. In the surrounding territories, none could rival the inclusivity of the city of Demonis, home to the succubi. The lord of the city, a succubus renowned for her licentiousness, had guided her kin toward a different destiny. Though in Augustus' eyes, the entire city of Demonis paled in comparison to a town from his past life in terms of prosperity, he couldn't help but admire that, in this world, at least within the scope he had encountered, the city of Demonis was indeed remarkable. The rough-hewn logs and sturdy stones all bore testament to the city's resilience. At the heart of the city stood a dark and imposing statue of a succubus, appearing especially mysterious under the dimming light. Augustus paused before the statue, gazing up at its bold and flamboyant design. It was said to be sculpted in the likeness of the Demonis herself. Captain, now that you've leveled up, I believe it won't be long before you can course succubus," Steeltooth remarked with a cheeky grin. "I still find our she-wolf more appealing." Longtail interjected, a hint of defiance in his voice. Ignoring their daily banter, Augustus guided them towards the tavern, contemplating that in this world, there is no reproductive isolation whether succubi or werewolves. They all shared a common fate. A roasted meat dish and a bucket of blood wine awaited, as Steeltooth and Longtail eagerly tore into their meal, chewing and swallowing with fervor. Augustus savored the blood wine in his horned cup, relishing the taste of a drink he usually refrained from, while quietly absorbing the changes brought by his ascent. For werewolves like them, the enhancement of strength was inextricably linked to the awakening of their bloodline. As for Steeltooth and Longtail, still indulging in their feast, they remained merely the most ordinary of subhumans. Despite retaining some beastly characteristics, their combat prowess was not significantly greater than that of an adult from Augustus' past life. By his estimation, their strength only exceeded his own by 2 or 3 times at most. If they were in his previous world, such humans could be considered quite strong. However, it remained uncertain whether humans in this world might differ in some respects. Regrettably, in the jungle, they were only sufficient to contend with ordinary beasts. When faced with magical beasts, even the lowest ranked ones posed a significant risk to their lives. Only after experiencing the initial awakening of their bloodlines could subhumans truly be regarded as bloodline warriors, gaining a measure of bloodline power. For werewolves, This power not only drastically enhanced their physical attributes, but also awakened their innate werewolf talents, allowing them to transform into true werewolves. For the past several years, Augustus had relied on this power to lead two ordinary kin in their struggle for survival under the protection of the city of Demonis. This breakthrough would undoubtedly yield even greater benefits for him. Primarily, it meant an enhancement of his bloodline strength. As Augustus sipped the blood wine, he felt the surge of energy coursing through him, causing a smile to break across his face. Of course, this was to be expected, yet what truly intrigued him was not this alone. The fullness and rhythm within his heart signified that his accompanying beast had awakened, eager to experience the world. Swallowing a mouthful of blood wine, Augustus suppressed his inner excitement, furrowing his brow in contemplation of another newfound ability. Their original village had not been large otherwise. It would not have been so easily destroyed during the beast tide. Hence, the werewolf lineage was incomplete. Yet he had never heard of werewolves gaining unexpected abilities upon awakening. Indeed, aside from the accompanying beast, Augustus had awakened another ability. As he felt this newfound ability, which seemed to materialize out of thin air during his awakening, Augustus was filled with a mix of confusion and profound joy. Compulsory contract. This was the additional ability he had acquired, and within an inexplicable epiphany, he comprehended the nature of this power, filling him with elation. A compulsory contract and enslavement pact that could disregard a one-sided, domineering agreement. What was even more delightful was that he possessed 5 contract slots. This meant he could bind 5 magical beasts, which would undoubtedly enhance his combat prowess. Of course, this compulsory contract was not without its limitations. It could only assist Augustus in binding magical beasts of a rank not excessively higher than his own. As it stood, Augustus, a newly minted leader, could at most forcibly contract mid-tier magical beasts. But was that not enough? Augustus grinned widely, taking a hearty swig of blood wine, allowing the spilled liquid to cascade down his chin and onto his chest. Filled with energy and hope, he felt a warmth radiating from his chest, the cool blood wine flowing over his skin, creating an indescribably delightful sensation. Perhaps influenced by his aura, both Steel Tooth and Long Tail turned their gazes upon Augustus. They sensed that their Captaino no, they would have to refer to him as leader from now on, had undergone a change they could not fully comprehend. Observing the two of them with meat clamped in their jaws, Augustus burst into laughter, raising his horned cup for another drink, with a promising future ahead. In the face of Steel Tooth and Long Tail's disappointed expressions, Augustus declined their suggestion to spend their magic cores seeking greater, more exquisite pleasures at the tavern. What a jest was now the time for indulgence. As he watched the scantily clad female subhumans flitting about the tavern, Augustus couldn't help but wipe his mouth, guiding his 2 slightly inebriated kin back to their stone dwelling. The small stone house, devoid of even a bed, was merely a haphazard arrangement of animal hides spread across the ground. This had been their home for several years. Dropping the inebriated Steel Tooth and Long Tail onto the hides, Augustus stood at the door, gazing up at the sparse, starry sky. With one hand pressed against his chest, he seemed to be soothing the desires within his heart. Just wait, now is not the time. Soon, soon, he murmured, as the crimson moon continued to emit its mysterious and enchanting glow. As the night turned, silence reigned. The following morning, just as Augustus was about to rouse his 2 kin with a kick, a knock resounded at the door. Steel Tooth and Long Tail, previously groggy with sleep, instantly awakened, casting puzzled glances at their leader. Augustus smiled faintly, already aware of the visitor outside. Otherwise, he wouldn't have interrupted the peaceful slumber of his kin. With a forceful tug, he opened the heavy wooden door, only to be met with a waft of rancid, decaying odor from the harpy standing outside. Narrowing his eyes slightly, a hint of displeasure crossed his face. These damned creatures were hardly distinguishable from beasts. As a messenger of the Demonis, the harpy bore its own arrogance, delivering a curt message that the Lord summoned him before departing without a backward glance. Watching the harpy retreat with its massive wings, Augustus felt no frustration at the other's haughtiness, rather. He found himself intrigued. Steel Tooth had lost his temper, spitting a thick phlegm onto the ground in disdain, and remarked, "What a ridiculous messenger! Merely a traitorous cur who has abandoned his kin." Augustus lowered his head, frowning at the filth below, and with irritation struck Steel Tooth on the head. "Fool! How many times must I tell you to clean this up?" "Oh," Steel Tooth said, somewhat reluctantly scraping his foot across the ground to fulfill the chief's command. This leader had many admirable qualities, yet he was overly meticulous. Glancing at the mess on the ground, Augustus fought to suppress his frayed nerves. Today was a good day. He mustn't lose his temper. Bang, bang. He ignored Steel Tooth, who had been unjustly struck twice. With the intention of having them behave, Augustus strode toward the Lord's grand hall. Succubi are formidable beings, yet that does not imply they excel in warfare. At least, they do not hold an advantage on the battlefield. Seduction and assassination are their true specialties. This is fundamentally why the Demonis castle is so inclusive. This particular succubus leader, possessing remarkable intellect, had transformed the lewd and debauched nature of her kind. Through strategic marriages, she had garnered the loyalty of numerous races to serve her. Augustus chose this place precisely for that reason. Of course, it was not the marriages he valued. It was the fact that within the Demonis castle, anyone possessing the strength of a leader could petition the Lord for permission to establish a village. This was precisely what Augustus and his companions yearned for. In this land, solitary endeavors lead to no future. Without the backing of a tribe, individual valor cannot sustain one for long. Augustus understood this. While proud as he was, he willingly knelt before the Lord, the Demonis. Seated upon the Lord's throne was an elegant and noble succubus, her alluring genetic traits bestowing upon her an exquisitely enticing appearance. In comparison to werewolves, succubi appear much closer to humans, having nearly shed all bestial characteristics. Of course, one might overlook the slender, dark tail that resembled an inverted triangle. Augustus dared not raise his gaze, relying solely on sound to ascertain that the Lord bore a statuesque presence. When the sultry voice of the Lord gradually reached him, Augustus instinctively declined the proposal to serve in the Lord's estate. He had no desire to be labeled a traitorous cur, like that harpy who served as an envoy. The Demonis blinked in slight surprise from her knowledge. This werewolf, bowing respectfully before her, had little kin left. Could he be yet another arrogant youth, unaware of his limitations? Observing the prostrate Augustus, the demoness voice turned icy. "Do you truly believe that creating a village is a simple endeavor? In reality, at most, only half of those who attempt it can find their footing, not to mention you have already lost the support of your kin." Augustus smiled, lifting his gaze to meet the demoness' sardonic look, and calmly replied, "My lord, please do not underestimate the aspirations of a werewolf who has lost his clan." Aspiration? How laughable! Gazing into the werewolf's resolute eyes, the Demonis momentarily lost her focus. It seemed she glimpsed her own humble beginnings, yet she could not resist the urge to mock. Mockery aside, as the Lord, she would not allow a newly ascended werewolf to disrupt the order she had painstakingly established. With a wave of her hand, a shadow abruptly materialized within the grand hall. The shadow stood before Augustus, presenting him with a piece of animal hide. Augustus reached out to take it, but before he could examine it closely, he heard the sultry voice of the Demonis once more. "The path is yours to choose. If you wish to establish a village, you must first demonstrate your capabilities according to the rules. Recently, a leader-level beast has appeared within the area circled in red on the map. Slay it, bring it back, and exchange it for what you desire." August tightened his grip on the map, refraining from glancing at it again, and slowly rose to his feet. He bowed deeply before the Lord and took measured steps out of the hall. It was done. The aspect that had troubled him the most was now a thing of the past. Outside the hall, August clutched the beast's skin tightly, suppressing his excitement, and strode forward with purpose. If there had been any prior worries, it was the uncertainty surrounding the establishment of a village upon becoming a leader. After all, before ascending to leadership, everything was merely hearsay. But now, the map was firmly in his grasp. To him, It was not just a map. It was akin to a ticket of entry. With it, the completion of his dream of village and territory would no longer be a distant aspiration. Upon returning to the stone house, the exhilarated August had no time to check whether the thick phlegm on the ground had been cleaned. He waved the beast's skin in his hand, his spirit soaring as he shared his news with two fellow tribesmen. Oh, a roar of excitement erupted from Steel Tooth, while Longtail offered no dissent, trembling slightly as he eagerly accepted the beast's skin and opened it. No need to linger over it. I know that place well. Let us prepare and go hunt down that beast, August declared with fervor. Steel Tooth and Longtail nodded vigorously in agreement, quickly turning to gather their supplies. August had already examined the beast skin map on the way back. The area encircled in red was neither too far nor too close to Demon Princess City, i.e. their usual pace. They could reach it in about 3 or 4 days. However, that was before. Now, the three prepared werewolves stepped out of the city, with Steel Tooth and Longtail casting eager glances at their leader. As tribesmen, they were well aware of the existence of spirit beasts. They were the werewolf clan's most trusted and powerful companions, a source of pride for their kind. August, of course, did not keep any secrets. Under their expectant gazes, he harnessed the power of their bloodline. A crimson beam erupted from his chest, instantly illuminating a nearby clearing. The red light flickered, revealing a towering magical wolf. Observing the wolf, which stood over 3 meters tall, August beamed with satisfaction. The awakened spirit beast inherently possessed the same realm as its master. It could assist him in battle and also provide energy replenishment. Gazing at the imposing magical wolf, August couldn't help but reflect. Had the village leader not perished due to the death of his spirit beast, losing a significant portion of their combat strength, their village might not have faced such an easy demise. Steel Tooth and Longtail were not as sentimental. They gazed at the robust magical wolf with insatiable longing and desire. Let us name him Fenrir, August announced, extending his arm as the magical wolf obediently lowered its head. After a gentle caress, August slowly spoke. Steel Tooth and Longtail couldn't help but cheer. August smiled, acknowledging Fenrir, the world-destroying magical wolf, as a nod to his previous life. With a call, the three mounted the magical wolf Fenrir and charged towards their objective. Meanwhile, as August led the last 2 tribesmen towards the beast, Lord Demon Princess stood in a secret chamber. Before her lay a massive beast skin map, intricately hung on the wall, adorned with various lines and an array of markings that were densely packed. This was evidently a highly precise map, possessing immense strategic value. However, the Demon Princess furrowed her brow slightly, a hesitant expression overtaking her exquisite features. The situation is beginning to turn against us, she murmured, revealing a hint of fatigue and sorrow. My lady. Overall, our chances of success remain considerable. They are merely probing and appear to lack confidence. A line of succubi knelt behind the Demon Princess, and the leader raised her head to speak. Indeed, probing is akin to hunting. One must always first test the waters. The Demon Princess's words rendered her kin speechless. The intelligence they gathered was acquired at the cost of their lives. No one understood the severity of the situation better than they did. Likewise, no one was more aware of the Demon Princess's capabilities. She had always led her kin through crises time and again, and she would surely do so once more, riding the magical wolf. What would have taken 3 or 4 days' journey was completed in a single day. Referring to the map, they confirmed they had entered the encircled area. With a thought, August summoned Fenrir back. The spirit beast transforming into a crimson beam and vanishing from his chest. August tightened his fists, mentally bolstering himself, a leader-level beast. It must be slain, though Steel Tooth and Longtail were merely ordinary tribesmen. They had accompanied August for many years. Throughout the years of displacement, the three had hunted countless magical beasts together, developing a profound understanding of one another, without August needing to utter a word. The duo instinctively began to act. Following tradition, they were aware of their roles in hunting magical beasts. Lacking sufficient strength, their task was to scout and serve as bait. Indeed, bait. No one found it cruel. It was simply the law of survival in the jungle. Magical beasts were inherently wary, and even the slightest rustle could draw their attention to hunt them. One needed not only formidable combat prowess, but also the ability to track their movements. Longtail glanced around, using hands and feet to swiftly ascend a large tree. Perched on a branch, he scanned the surroundings, attempting to locate the magical beast trace. Steeltooth wielded a long spear, appearing to search aimlessly, yet he remained within Longtail's line of sight. Thus, as Steeltooth delved deeper into the search, Longtail leaped from tree to tree in pursuit. Meanwhile, August endeavored to conceal his aura, maintaining a distance that was neither too close nor too far behind them. The moment they signaled, it would be Augus's turn to strike. In this manner, the trio advanced in an orderly fashion, and soon Steeltooth called out, "Look here!" August quickly moved to his side. Steeltooth pointed to a patch of grass, seemingly having made a discovery. Following his indication, it was evident that the grass lay flattened, as if trampled by some enormous creature. With a soft thud, Longtail leaped down from the tree. The three gathered before the grass, all seasoned hunters, easily deducing the size of the prey based on the direction and angle of the flattened grass. August frowned, based on his experience. Whatever had compressed this grass was unlikely to be smaller than Fenrir, whose height was 3 meters, and it might even be larger. However, it was still uncertain if this was the magical beast they sought. It must be noted that the strength of a magical beast was not solely determined by its size. After a moment's observation, he gestured, and Steeltooth and Longtail nodded, continuing their exploration. In the jungle, following tracks was not particularly difficult. Before long, they discovered their target in a valley that was a magical bear, and its massive form had left a clear trail behind. Upon sighting the magical bear, August felt a twinge of disappointment, though he quickly regained his spirits. The disappointment stemmed from the fact that the enormous magical bear did not emanate the aura of a leader-level beast. The joy, however, arose from the fact that after his advancement, he had yet to fully understand the extent of his newfound strength through practical combat. Steeltooth and Longtail could not discern the level of the magical beast and turned hopeful eyes toward their leader. August shook his head, signaling for them to retreat behind him. Instantly, the two understood their leader's intent, excitedly climbing up the nearest tree, eagerly awaiting their leader's move. They too were curious about the leader's capabilities. August chuckled softly at their enthusiasm. After all, according to human calculations, they were still minors, filled with wonder and curiosity about everything. Sensing the surroundings for any concealed magical beasts, August slightly bent forward. Suddenly, he unleashed his power, activating the Bloodline energy in an instant. His form, once akin to that of human, surged upward, transforming into a monstrous entity with gigantic claws as he charged towards the valley ahead. Indeed, this is the power of the Bloodline belonging to the Werewolf clan. They can instantly transform by unleashing their Bloodline strength, becoming true werewolves under the enhancement of their power. Awoo! With an excited howl echoing through the valley, the slumbering magical bear jolted awake. The instincts of the magical beast alerted it to the presence of danger. Rising on its hind legs, it struck forward with a massive paw. Boom! A deafening crash resounded as the werewolf collided with the magical bear, followed by the sight of the bear being sent flying. Augustus grinned widely, his wolfish mouth agape with exhilaration. Awoo! The immense power brought forth by his advancement compelled him to howl joyfully at the sky. Prior to his advancement, confronted with a towering creature standing 4 to 5 meters tall, he would not have dared to charge headlong. Even with his Bloodline strength surging, he could only cautiously maneuver around it, waiting for the opportune moment to strike. And now, with just a single blow, the bear renowned for its might was sent reeling. Moreover, he had only exerted 70% of his strength. In a fit of excitement, the werewolf bent his legs and leaped high into the air, launching himself toward the magical bear that had been knocked back several meters. As he descended, his claws converged, slicing through the bear's fur with a smooth precision, sending a massive head soaring into the air. From the treetops, Steeltooth and Longtail witnessed their leader effortlessly slay the magical bear, a mixture of shock and exhilaration coursing through them. They swiftly descended from the branches, hastening toward the battlefield. "Whoa, leader, your strength feels significantly mightier than that of the old chieftain." How could it compare? The old chieftain was already aged, while our leader has only just come of age. he will undoubtedly grow even stronger in the future. Hearing the playful banter of the two clan members, Augustus, having retracted his bloodline power and returned to his usual form, shook his head. It was not dissatisfaction with his strength, but rather a momentary surge of excitement that had led him to strike without restraint. Skillfully extracting a magical core from the bear's severed head, he gazed at the torn cranium with a tinge of regret. In recent years, their primary source of income had been from hunting magical beasts to acquire their cores and pelts. Such a large bear pelt, if intact, could fetch a greater haul of resources. Sensing Augustus's dismay, Longtail chimed in, "Fear not, it's merely a bear pelt. With the leader's strength, we shall hunt many more in the future." Steeltooth immediately retorted, "Our leader will undoubtedly be able to hunt even higher-level magical beasts. Enough chatter. Let's clean up. We shall rest here for a while, filling our bellies before devising our next plan." Observing the sky, Augustus interrupted the two and decided it was prudent to replenish their energy. Steeltooth and Longtail immediately sprang into action, efficiently skinning and disassembling the magical bear, wrapping the valuable parts within the pelt. The carcass was chopped into chunks and piled together. Augustus selected some choice cuts. Setting aside the entrails, as the campfire blazed to life, he summoned Fenrir, allowing it to partake in its first meal. Meanwhile, he carefully turned the roasting meat, occasionally sprinkling it with his secret seasoning. It must be said, after his reincarnation, aside from his physical attributes, the most perplexing aspect for him was the various dietary habits and lifestyles of the demi-humans. This even awakened the hidden attributes of his past life as a Blue Star inhabitant. Through continuous experimentation, he finally discovered a method to create delectable dishes. Delicious, Longtail exclaimed, heedless of the scalding heat, tearing off a sizable chunk of bear meat and praising it while eating today's for Steeltooth. He was so stuffed that he had no time to engage in banter with Longtail. Augustus continued to roast a bear paw, feeling a hint of regret. Ultimately, due to insufficient conditions, this manner of consumption was truly wasteful. If it tastes good, eat more. You are both nearing adulthood. Consuming magical beast meat will benefit your bloodline awakening. He tore off a piece of the bear paw, chewed a few times, and found it not as delectable as he had imagined, crinkling his brow as he spoke. Steeltooth and Longtail nodded eagerly while they ate. Having witnessed their leader's might, they were fervently eager to gain greater strength. Observing his two clan members devouring their meal, Augustus smiled quietly, choosing not to speak. This world was both magical and cruel. If one failed to awaken their bloodline before reaching adulthood, hope for that lifetime would be nearly non-existent. An ordinary demi-human would find it exceedingly difficult to survive, even under the protection of their clan. After satisfying their hunger and retracting Fenrir, Augustus surveyed the surroundings, feeling a sense of unease. The commotion caused by battling the magical bear, coupled with the scent of spilled blood, should have attracted some attention. In truth, his reason for processing the bear here was not merely to fill their stomachs and replenish the minimal energy they had expended. Magical beasts possessed a strong territorial instinct. For a leader-level magical beast to endure such an invasion and provocation without making an appearance. Unlike lower-tier magical beasts, those of leader status possessed a degree of intelligence. This rendered the situation somewhat illogical. Augustus urged his two clan members to hasten their cleanup. He had a premonition that they might have been targeted by that leader-level magical beast. Such speculation stirred a sense of discomfort within Augustus. Urging them on, he led them swiftly out of the valley. The terrain here was low-lying, offering no advantage in visibility. Noting his serious expression, Steeltooth and Longtail dared not inquire further. One wielded a spear, while the other gripped about tightly, closely trailing behind their leader as they hastened toward the valley's exit. Just as they were about to exit the valley, a fierce gust of wind swept through. Steeltooth and Longtail were instantly sent tumbling backward like rolling gourds. Augustus, bracing himself, steadied his stance, activating his bloodline power without a second thought. Here it comes. That damned intuition has become reality. Transformed into a towering werewolf, Augustus braced himself against the gale. He gestured for Steeltooth and Longtail to take cover while he charged toward the direction from which the wind was coming. He could sense a formidable presence waiting at the valley's mouth. Boom! A thunderous sound reverberated as Augustus stared in astonishment at the magical beast that had withstood his surprise attack. It was a magical wolf. Using the force of its counterattack, Augustus leaped backward, catching a glimpse of the magical wolf in mid-air. Of a blue magical wolf, its size rivaling that of Fenrir, occupied the valley's entrance, baring its teeth and emitting a menacing growl. Upon seeing the blue magical wolf, Augustus fought against the urge to initiate a forced contract to gain control over it. It was not out of concern for his skill's potential failure, but rather that the task at hand was to eliminate the magical beast. Should the contracted magical beast perish, it would inflict harm upon him as well. Sensing that the magical wolf's aura surpassed his own, Augustus could not help but curse inwardly. Damn it, the Lord provided nothing but a map and no information regarding the magical beasts. Coupled with his recent advancement, he had indeed acted recklessly. Augustus regretted his impulsive behavior. However, retreating at this juncture was evidently too late. As a member of the Werewolf clan, he understood the nature and abilities of wolves all too well. A prey marked by a wolf would not easily escape. But the question remained, who was the true prey? Feeling the agitation of his companion beast, Fenrir, within his heart, Augustus's lips curled into a cruel smile. If it were just him alone, facing the higher-tier blue magical wolf, he would likely be in grave peril. However, he was not alone. With the activation of a blood-red beam, the blue magical wolf appeared momentarily dazed. Though it possessed some intelligence, it could not comprehend why a magical wolf had suddenly appeared, especially one of such formidable strength. Fenrir would not be confused, nor would it hesitate. Upon emerging, it let out a fierce roar and lunged forward. A companion beast, it was born with an instinct for battle and bloodlust. Having devoured the magical bear, it had tasted the allure of bloodshed. Now, it was time to savor the thrill of combat. After summoning Fenrir, Augustus took a few steps back, relinquishing the battlefield to his companion beast. The two similarly sized monsters, upon their initial encounter, engaged in a fierce and unadorned struggle to the death. That it was not that Augustus feared combat. Rather, he sought to further ascertain the capabilities of the azure wolf. Additionally, he harbored intentions of exploiting any vulnerabilities to launch a surprise attack. After all, in a 2-on-1 scenario, the advantage lay with him, rendering a desperate fight unnecessary. However, it did not take long for him to discern a troubling reality. Despite the apparent ferocity of their clash, the azure wolf had already secured a dominant position. This was due, in part, to the wolf's superior strength, having reached the mid-tier of the leader classification. Furthermore, the issue lay with Fenrir himself, or perhaps it was Augustus's predicament. Ultimately, Fenrir had only recently awakened. It had been merely a few days since its emergence. While its power was commendable, it lacked any genuine combat experience, relying solely on a reckless courage that defied death. Ironically, it was this very audacity of a newborn that had thus far prevented its defeat. Augustus observed keenly, noting that on several occasions, when faced with Fenrir's mutually damaging onslaught, the azure wolf opted to retreat. As time elapsed, Fenrir accumulated more wounds. While Augustus felt a pang of concern, he recognized that he must intervene. Given the exhaustion of the companion beast, the disparity of a minor rank should not pose a significant challenge. Seizing the opportunity, Augustus transformed into a towering werewolf and swiftly charged forward. Timing his assault while Fenrir engaged the enemy, he plunged his sharp claws into the azure wolf's flank with a sickening squelch. His claws overcame a resilient barrier and pierced the beast's body. A surge of elation coursed through Augustus as he transitioned from a stab to a grip, violently wrenching his arm free. Accompanied by a harrowing howl, the gravely injured Fenrir instantaneously transformed into a crimson beam, returning to his heart. Meanwhile, Augustus propelled himself away from the azure wolf, distancing himself rapidly. Upon landing, he glanced at his right hand. A wicked smile forming on his lips, it appeared he had inadvertently extracted a kidney from the azure wolf, explaining its agonizing cries. With its abdomen pierced and having lost a kidney, the azure wolf was evidently bereft of the strength to retaliate. Its colossal form collapsed with a resounding thud, gasping for breath as death loomed near. Caught in the gaze of the azure wolf, Filled with hatred and malice, Augustus instinctively concealed the organ behind his back. Feeling somewhat dishonorable, he smirked, yet did not linger. He swiftly discarded the kidney and lunged forward with lightning speed. Seizing the opportunity to strike while the beast was down, he resolved to end its life. With a decisive snap, Augustus efficiently broke the azure wolf's neck, thus concluding its suffering. Only then did he hear 2 cheers from behind. Steelfang and Longtail, who had been lurking in the background, rushed forward, elated at the conclusion of the battle. The recent skirmish had been overwhelmingly awe-inspiring for the ordinary werewolves, far beyond their capacity to intervene. As Fenrir fought valiantly, they had been filled with anxiety. But upon witnessing their leader's successful kill, they erupted with joy. Steelfang, brandishing a spear, excitedly jabbed at the corpse of the azure wolf, though alas, his spear could not penetrate even its fur. Yet this did not diminish his eagerness to express his exhilaration. Longtail, in contrast, maintained a more composed demeanor, contemplating the value of the spoils that could be gleaned from the fallen beast. Allowing his 2 kin to revel for a moment, Augustus summoned Fenrir once more. Once he confirmed that it bore no fatal wounds, he finally felt a sense of relief. The companion beast possessed a resilient vitality. As long as the injury was not lethal, it could recuperate within his heart after a period of rest. Of course, this would require the expenditure of Augustus's own bloodline power. However, such a cost was trivial in light of the azure wolf's demise, just as he was about to beckon his kin to assist in the disposal of the wolf's remains. He heard Longtail exclaim in surprise, followed by him suddenly prostrating himself over the carcass, eagerly sucking at the wound. Augustus was momentarily taken aback, and before he could utter a word, Steelfang cursed him for his cowardice and mimicked the action. Competing with Longtail, Augustus could only chuckle in disbelief while understanding their motives. The beast of leader rank was undoubtedly a treasure trove, if not entirely, certainly close to it. The blood of magical beasts held various uses, one of the most common being the brewing of blood wine. Unfortunately, having been displaced for so long, they had lost the means to preserve such precious fluids that it seemed that Longtail, in his cleverness, could not bear to see the blood of the beast squandered, and thus resorted to the most primal and rudimentary method. To consume raw flesh and blood to gain strength was indeed the most ancient of practices. With this thought, Augustus felt no qualms. He dispelled the bloodline enhancement, lowered himself, and began to partake in the feast. After a considerable time, once the 3 had gorged themselves to the point of being unable to consume more, they exchanged glances, their faces and mouths smeared with blood, and erupted into laughter. Yet amidst the merriment, Augustus could not help but feel a twinge of sorrow. Years of wandering, living from hand to mouth, had finally come to an end. With the slaying of this magical beast, he would soon secure his own territory. At that point, a new chapter would unfold. After a brief respite, the 3 regained their breath, and Augustus commenced the task of processing the azure wolf. A leader-level magical beast was beyond the capabilities of ordinary werewolves to handle. It was a task that required his personal attention. He skinned and dismembered the creature, extracted the magic core, sliced the meat into portions, and fed the entrails to Fenrir. Steelfang and Longtail busied themselves gathering firewood. Aside from reserving a small amount of meat, the majority, along with the remnants left by the magical bear, needed to be quickly cured into jerky. For the subsistence-challenged demi-humans, jerky was the best source of sustenance. There was no need for Augustus to engage in the curing process himself. Seizing the opportunity, he sat on a stone, resting while contemplating future endeavors. Unbeknownst to him, as they battled the azure wolf, the succubus lord in Magic Princess City had already prepared territory and supplies for him. To be frank, the demoness had little faith in this newly minted werewolf leader. Initially, she had merely allocated a remote territory and instructed her subordinates to gather the most basic supplies, anticipating that the fledgling werewolf would surely falter in maintaining the land and would ultimately return to her seeking refuge. Yet for reasons unknown, perhaps on a whim, the demoness found herself recalling the calm gaze of the werewolf when he had looked up. It had been quite some time since any leader-level entity had dared to meet her gaze with such steadiness. With a flick of her wrist, a shadow materialized before her. "Investigate," she commanded. "This new werewolf seems a bit different." The demoness spoke with a teasing lilt, her tone betraying a rare curiosity. Fur, bones, jerky, altogether a substantial bounty. On the return journey, Augustus had no choice but to utilize Fenrir as a pack animal, while the other two had to rely on their own legs. Having completed their mission, they felt an unprecedented sense of lightness. And with magical beast meat to consume each day, their spirits soared. Regrettably, they did not encounter another magical beast, which somewhat dulled their joy. Silence enveloped them, and after 3 or 4 days, Augustus and his companions finally returned to the Magic Princess City. Unlike before, this time, they felt an unprecedented sense of uprightness. With great strides, they made their way into the city. First, they returned to the stone house to settle their spoils and care for their two kin. Augustus then took the magical wolf's pelt and core to present before the Lord. Within the Lord's grand hall, he once again knelt before her. Yet this time, Augustus felt significantly more assured. "Oh, you dispatched that magical beast so swiftly?" The demoness seated upon her throne expressed mild surprise, leaning forward with an air of increased interest toward the werewolf before her. The Lord had not anticipated that Augustus would return alive. Augustus straightened his posture once more, meeting the demoness' gaze with a calm demeanor. However, his tone bore a more pronounced defiance than before. The demoness momentarily faltered, her expression transforming into one of icy coldness as she reprimanded him sharply. Impudent, not deterred, Augustus maintained his stance, stating, "I have successfully completed the task, and I respectfully request the Lord's evaluation." Confronted by the aloof and enchanting sorceress, August displayed an even greater composure. He simply unfastened the beast's skin bundle from his back and lifted it high above his head. The sorceress, slightly perplexed by his actions, gestured with her hand. The bundle in August's grasp moved as if guided by invisible hands, slowly drifting towards her. The bundle unfastened itself, revealing the magical wolf's hide. Beast bones and a magical core within. The sorceress's exquisite eyes narrowed slightly, and she instantly grasped the situation. It turned out to be the spoils of a mid-tier, leader-class magical beast, a matter that indeed fell upon this lord's shoulders. With a light chuckle, the sorceress understood the reason behind the newcomer wolfman's audacity. Logically speaking, it was unreasonable to assign a newly appointed leader to hunt beings of a higher rank. The sorceress aimed to test the newcomer, not to endanger him. However, the fact that he managed to slay a creature beyond his level was rather impressive. Recalling the intelligence gathered by her subordinates, the sorceress's lips curled into a rare smile. And she snapped her fingers to a shadow flitted by, and the sorceress spoke. "Inquire who is responsible for scouting this magical beast. Deal with it according to the rules." "Understood," replied the shadow, vanishing in an instant as if it had never existed. Observing the unfolding events within the grand hall, and sensing the subtle energy surrounding him, August's heart was anything but tranquil. In the next moment, the Lord's words further unsettled him. There are penalties for mistakes and rewards for merits. If that is the case, then the resources exchanged should be adjusted upward by 1 tier. This, August's heart raced, momentarily elated, and he overlooked the word upward. His speculation had not been in vain. August secretly rejoiced. According to his calculations, the Lord had misjudged the beast's strength, but if he presented himself as slightly more formidable, given the sorceress's generous nature, she would likely offer some form of compensation. He had gambled correctly. Overjoyed, August rose and clasped his fists in gratitude. The sorceress chuckled with delight, and soon a group of succubus maidens approached. August looked up, not at the alluring beauty of the succubi, but the objects they bore. 4 maidens lined up. The first held a weapon, while the other 3 carried trays. August understood that these were tokens of support from the Lord for the newly appointed leader. Without hesitation, he reached for the long axe in the hands of the first maiden. The cold touch sent a shiver through him. Yet there was an inexplicable thrill. Was this a bloodline weapon? Grasping the axe, he caressed its dark patterns as one with the skin of a lover. August was exceedingly fond of the weapon in his hands. Since his first bloodline awakening, he had rarely wielded weapons. Not due to arrogance born of newfound strength, but because ordinary weapons no longer sufficed. Upon awakening his bloodline, he transformed into a werewolf towering over 3 meters. Ordinary weapons were simply too small to be effective. Moreover, against magical beasts, the efficacy of regular weapons diminished significantly, while they could handle lower-tier beasts. In his second awakening, facing a leader-class beast, ordinary weapons would barely scratch the surface. The main reason he had not sought better equipment was simply due to poverty. Crafting bloodline weapons was complex, requiring not only special magical bloodstone, but also the engraving of magical runes. Though the dark, long axe in his hand appeared unremarkable, without a leader-class magical core, it was likely unattainable. Seeing the werewolf's fondness for the weapon, the succubus maidens couldn't help but stifle their laughter, indicating that there were still 3 trays remaining. August smiled in response. Picking up the items on the trays one by one, the first tray contained 2 animal skin documents, identical in content, featuring some clauses and a map marking August's territory. Upon unfolding the skin and examining it closely, he found it aligned closely with what he had gathered. Essentially, the Lord, the sorceress, was bestowing upon August a portion of land, permitting him to establish a village there. From the moment of signing the document, except for the first year of support, August would be required to pay 20 low-tier magical cores or 1 leader-class magical core annually as tribute. This was only to be expected, and August had no objections. The succubus lord's tolerance for outsiders was ultimately for the sake of territorial development. It was not an act of charity. Thus, land could not be distributed without reason. After meticulously reviewing the document and confirming there were no issues, August summoned his bloodline's power to leave his mark on the animal skin. Signing the territorial agreement point, 2 copies were made. One returned to the tray, while the other was folded neatly and tucked away. August handled the skin delicately, for it was the sole proof of the legality of his territory. With the agreement secured, he shifted his gaze to the second tray. There lay a scroll, emanating waves of magical energy. This, after a brief hesitation, August took the scroll, and before even unrolling it, he understood its significance. Establishing a village and developing territory naturally required population. For a newly appointed leader, even those in better circumstances than August would not possess a large number of subordinates. Of course, cases like his, with only 2 or 3 subordinate tribes, were exceedingly rare. Thus, population became a pressing issue. Without personnel, how could one discuss construction and development? Hence, for every newly appointed leader seeking to establish a village, the succubus lord would provide a batch of slaves as support. Correspondingly, the third and final item awaited him. It was a small token. With this token, August could claim a supply of resources from the lord's estate. This supply would suffice for 200 individuals for half a year, including food, weapons, and other tangible necessities. Having acquired the scroll and the token, August bowed deeply as the maidens withdrew. This time, his gratitude towards the succubus lord was genuine. Even though the various forms of support from the succubus lord were predicated on strength and certain expectations, it was undeniable that this very support was precisely what August needed at this moment. Having experienced displacement, he had finally secured a piece of land to call home. Along with adequate resources and personnel, a refreshing wave of relief washed over him, akin to a long-awaited rain after a drought. He struggled to suppress the urge to express his gratitude, akin to repaying a life-saving kindness with a torrent of generosity. August's heart swelled, unable to find calm. Such a display fell upon the sorceress's eyes as an embodiment of sincerity. As an upper-tier being, such expressions were no longer novel to her. Yet, witnessing the earnestness of a newcomer stirred a sense of pride within her. It was she who had led her people down a different path, transforming the scorn and disdain of the world into gratitude and admiration. The sorceress patiently awaited the newcomer werewolf to regain his composure before gently prompting. Among the distributed resources, there will be a statue. Do you understand its significance and purpose? According to the intelligence reported by her subordinates, it indicated that this werewolf's foundation was rather shallow, necessitating a reminder regarding certain matters. Upon hearing her words, August composed himself, nodded, and assured her that he would adhere to the rules. Only then did the sorceress smile and rise to depart the grand hall. After walking a short distance, she suddenly paused, turning slightly with a hint of regret in her tone as she remarked, "In truth, I would prefer if you stayed in the city. Remember, should you ever find yourself in dire straits, The gates of Sorceress City will always be open to you." Having spoken, she did not linger, twisting her enchanting form as she vanished from Augustus's sight. I could see that moment. Augustus, filled with tumultuous emotions, hardly paid heed to what the Lord had said. A vague thought crossed his mind. Indeed, the Lord's heart is vast. Swallowing hard, he cast a regretful glance towards the spot where the Lord had disappeared before turning to leave. Upon returning to the stone hut, with his long axe in hand, he was immediately surrounded by two of his tribesmen. Steelfang eagerly accepted the axe, his eyes gleaming with desire, while Longtail cradled the beast-hide documents, the slave scrolls, and the supply tokens with an affectionate grip. Allowing them to revel in their joy for a moment, Augustus then commenced his preparations. Establishing a village was no trivial matter, especially for them at this juncture. Every detail must be meticulously arranged. With the documents in hand, he felt a sense of stability. There was no urgency to set off immediately, and the slaves and supplies could wait, given their current situation. Even if they acquired them, they had no place to store them. For them, the most pressing concern was to swiftly exchange the accumulated items from the past few years for the most essential goods, whether for personal strength or village construction. Anything useful that could be procured must be acquired as thoroughly as possible. After all, it would not be so convenient to return in the future. The three of them packed their belongings, with the larger bundles containing the amassed beast pelts and bones, while the smaller bag appeared rather meager, holding only the magical cores and a scant amount of potions they had gathered over the years. Though their possessions were few, they were hard-earned day and night. Augustus and his companions had longed to establish a village and reclaim their territory. The utility of these items had been a topic of extensive discussion and simulation. First and foremost were the large bundles of pelts and bones, which were of low grade. Aspirations for items like bloodline weapons were unrealistic. However, they would amply suffice for trading for some ordinary iron tools. Within Demon Princess City, there were several blacksmith shops, with the finest belonging to the dwarf Bob. The trio, burdened with their packs, displayed their beast hides and bones under Bob's approving gaze. They arranged the desired quantities of spearheads, arrowheads, axes, saws, shovels, cooking utensils, and so forth. As per their prior agreement, it was settled that the items would remain there for them to collect at their convenience over the next few days. The three were already familiar with Bob's blacksmith shop, visiting often to inquire about prices and observe the craftsmanship, and they were not worried about the blunt, stubborn dwarf refusing to honor their deal. Elated, they exited the blacksmith shop, their large bundles now depleted, leaving only a small bag behind. Augustus had already devised a plan for this. Magical cores and potions were valuable commodities, but they dared not spend frivolously, having tightened their belts for several years. Augustus and his companions were acutely aware of the importance of supplies. Every magical core and herb must be exchanged for dried meat and grains if they were to establish a village. Nothing was more crucial than food, aside from strength. Only with provisions in hand could they remain untroubled. Those who have truly experienced hunger understand the gravity of this truth. In Demon Princess City, the primary source for purchasing food was naturally the Lord's Manor. In fact, only the Lord's Manor had the confidence to sell provisions. The demi-humans were not adept at farming, and aside from those of lordly rank, who could claim to be free from food scarcity, even those of lordly status found it difficult to genuinely lack for food. These matters were beyond the concern of Augustus and his companions, who successfully brokered a deal with the manor's steward, acquiring enough food to sustain 200 people for half a year. Only then did Augustus truly breathe a sigh of relief, with the Lord's support covering half. Combined with their exchanges, they had secured enough provisions for an entire year for 200 people. In truth, they were yet to reach that number, so it seemed unlikely that a food crisis would arise in the first year. The next challenge lay in safely reaching their territory. According to the map in the documents, the territory designated by the Lord was situated in a relatively advantageous position, approximately half a month's journey from Demon Princess City, placing it centrally within the Lord's domain. However, transporting 100 slaves with just 3 individuals would undoubtedly be a taxing endeavor, fraught with obstacles. Yet there was no alternative. Their tribe had dwindled to this small number. Having arranged their supplies, Augustus, along with his 2 tribesmen, chose not to immediately collect the slaves and provisions. Instead, they returned to the stone hut, where they convened, comparing the map and strategizing their route to the territory. Under Augustus's guidance, their years in Demon Princess City had not been in vain. Besides accumulating their possessions, they had devoted much of their remaining time to gathering various pieces of intelligence. They had even collected a fair number of beast hide maps. Now before them lay a large beast hide map. Although the lines on the map were sparse and the markings few, it broadly encompassed the terrain of the succubus territory, cross-referencing with the document's map. The trio located their designated territory in a slightly northern area. To reach their territory from Demon Princess City, they would need to traverse mountains, cross plains, and wade through swamps. Fortunately, there were no major rivers obstructing their path. Otherwise, they would have faced countless detours. Augustus, grasping a charcoal pencil, meticulously supplemented the document's map onto their big map. This moment, Jingya and Longtail remained silent, their attention entirely focused on the map. Initially, they had not understood the significance of collecting maps. However, through their years of hunting, they had come to acknowledge its critical importance. After completing their map, the three huddled together for a discussion, ultimately finalizing their route. They agreed that the following morning, they would collect the slaves and provisions and depart without delay, striving to reach their territory as soon as possible. But on the morrow, Augustus and his companions rose early. In truth, they had hardly slept the previous night. How could they not feel exhilarated, having longed for their homeland while being displaced for years? Coupled with the Werewolf clan's natural vitality, it was remarkable if they managed to sleep soundly. With their accumulated items exchanged, there was little left to pack. They bundled together a few meager garments and armed themselves with their weapons. Augustus closed the door of the narrow, confining stone hut. A pang of reluctance struck him. He reflected on how the three had fled here, spending a full 7 or 8 days to lure a low-tier magical beast, in exchange for an entire magical beast. They had finally secured a home. It is worth noting that at that time, Augustus had just begun to experience his initial bloodline awakening. Hunting magical beasts, even the low-tier ones, required life-threatening risks. Regrettably, the stone hut could not be taken along. However, better things were surely ahead. Bolstering his spirits, the three exchanged smiles and stepped away from the stone hut steeped in blood and tears. With the dawn still early, they felt no embarrassment in arriving early at the plaza of the manor's grand hall. They awaited the change of guards, signaling the start of a new day for the manor. Only then did Augustus approach with a beaming smile, requesting the guards to announce his presence to the steward for the collection of the appropriate supplies. Upon hearing the term collect supplies, the guard understood the situation immediately. He left a casual remark to wait, then sauntered inside to make the announcement. Steelfong observed the guard's leisurely demeanor and muttered under his breath. Yet, out of respect for the manor's entrance, he dared not voice his complaints aloud. It was evident that his words were not kind, prompting Augustus to gently admonish him. After all these years of waiting, what was a mere moment longer? Indeed, before long, a resplendent succubus emerged. Augustus hurriedly approached her, introduced himself, and presented documents, scrolls, and tokens to indicate his intentions. Ram, the esteemed elder of the succubi in Demonis City, also served as the chief steward of the lord's estate. In the past, she had seldom needed to personally oversee the distribution of slaves and resources. After all, besides her prominent titles, she was also the aunt of the lord, placing her in an extraordinarily elevated position. Yet, she chose to personally oversee the allocation of a newly acquired werewolf slave and the distribution of resources, upon learning that this elegantly attired and poised ram resembled more of a noblewoman than a succubus. Augustus felt a profound respect. He had certainly heard of the second most important figure in Demonis City. While he felt honored, he could not shake off a sense of trepidation. His instinct told him that the chief steward's concern for them, or rather, for him, was somewhat excessive. Fortunately, throughout the process, Ram displayed no intent to make things difficult for them. Rather, she amiably guided them to the storeroom designated for receiving slaves. Indeed, it was a storeroom to the lord. Slaves were merely assets, not significantly different from other forms of property. After a few instructions from Chief Steward Ram, a group of emaciated and tattered slaves soon emerged from the storeroom, despite the dismal appearance of these slaves. Their presence elicited an involuntary flutter in Augustus's heart. 100 slaves stood before him, among whom were 2 minotaurs, 2 bearfolk, and 10 boarfolk. Oddly enough, in addition to the dogfolk, there were even 3 werewolves. Setting aside the formidable combat prowess of the minotaurs, bearfolk, and boarfolk among the demi-humans, the presence of those 3 werewolves was a considerable surprise to Augustus. Steelfawn could not contain his excitement and swiftly approached the 3 werewolves. By observing the color of their ears and tails, he deduced that they hailed from the Black Wolf clan. In other words, these 3 werewolves were, in fact, their kin. Shocked and exhilarated, while Steelfawn and Longtail bombarded the 3 kin with questions, Augustus took a deep breath and turned to Chief Steward Ram, incredulously asking, "Are all of these for me?" Ram seemed to anticipate his question, kindly nodding and replying, "Of course, do not forget that these are all gifts from Lady Demonis." In that moment, Augustus was overwhelmed with excitement. This was not mere surprise. According to the customary reports they had gathered, when a lord supported a newly appointed leader, the slaves assigned were typically all dogfolk. Occasionally, there would be a mix of races, which would be considered a generous gesture from the lord. How had he ended up with nearly 1/5 of other races? Augustus glanced around, noting that even the gender ratio among the dogfolk was remarkably balanced, nearly achieving a 1-to-1 ratio. Could it be that Lady Demonis held him in high regard? In truth, Augustus himself was quite handsome among the werewolves, secretly reveling in his good fortune, yet reluctant to flaunt it. He could only feign a stern demeanor, raising the slave scroll in his hand to declare his dominion over the slaves. It must be said that although humans are frail and have short lifespans, their creativity far surpasses that of the demi-humans. Take the slave scroll, for instance. It was a human invention. One scroll could bind numerous slaves. The soul marks of these slaves were all recorded on the scroll, allowing the master to easily command their lives and deaths. Aside from the 3 kin who had been pulled aside by Steelfawn and Longtail, the other slaves wore blank expressions, their eyes vacant, seemingly oblivious to the significance of acquiring a new master. Augustus paid them no mind. Some things could not be altered merely by words. After confirming the transfer of slaves, the guards unlocked their shackles, signifying that this batch of slaves truly belonged to Augustus. Having received the slaves, the next order of business was the resources that in another storeroom. The first items retrieved were not food or weapons, but a life-size statue, the statue of Lady Demonis. Augustus watched silently as the guards placed the statue into a wooden crate, filling it with wood shavings before securing it atop the first pack animal. Following, there were weapons, food, and tents, filling a total of 7 pack animals to the brim. Speaking of pack animals, they were indeed fascinating creatures, positioned between wild beasts and magical beasts. They resembled bulls but were hornless, sturdy, and robust, with long bodies and 8 pairs of hooves. Their broad backs seemed designed for carrying loads. These docile, herbivorous pack animals were among the most practical beings Augustus had ever encountered. Yes, the supplies were nearly loaded, and Augustus was instructing Steelfawn and Longtail to organize the team for departure. A delightful surprise unfolded once more. Chief Steward Ram returned, accompanied by a well-equipped squad of 10 before Augustus could utter a word. She spoke, "The journey to the village is long. This team of guards will escort you." These successive surprises left Augustus overjoyed, gazing at the armored giants wielding long spears. With their green faces and sharp tusks, he found himself at a loss for words to express his gratitude. Trolls, ogres, and goblins were, to some extent, not acknowledged by the demi-humans, perhaps because they bore less resemblance to humans. Conversely, dragonkin, elves, and dwarves were often reluctant to admit their demi-human identities. Perhaps this was the nature of social hierarchies? Nonetheless, the combat prowess of trolls was undeniable. Good heavens, standing there, they towered over 2 meters, nearly 3, clad in full armor. Even though there were only 10 of them, the sense of intimidation was palpable, were it not for the fact that all the resources and slaves originated from the Lord's support. Augustus might have been inclined to suspect that they intended to ambush him. After suppressing his astonishment, he incessantly expressed his heartfelt gratitude. Chief Steward Ram accepted his gratitude with an amused smile, as though it were merely a trivial matter, akin to a parent handing a child a box of sweets. After numerous expressions of thanks, Augustus cast aside his lingering doubts, rallying Steelfawn and Longtail, to organize the team. They first led the slaves to Dwarf Bob's shop to collect the exchanged goods. Unlike the Lord's estate, which was replete with extravagance, Augustus had the slaves carry the supplies on their shoulders. In fact, he had not expected the Lord's estate to provide pack animals. This arrangement left half of the slaves with empty hands, which was fortuitous. They could alternate carrying the load along the way, sparing them considerable hassle. After a flurry of activity, this group of over 100 individuals finally exited Demonis City. Stepping onto the sunlit path, they set off towards their territory. Meanwhile, as Augustus and his party embarked on their journey with high spirits, a conversation unfolded within Demonis City, in the rear garden of the Lord's estate, where magical butterflies flitted and potions and flora thrived. The Demoness, clad in a sheer garment, revealed her enchanting figure, leaning lazily against the railing of a pavilion. She gently swirled a goblet of blood wine in her hand. All around her was a dazzling display of sunlight. This rare moment of leisure was a luxury for her as a lord. Succubus maidens stood guard outside the garden. At this hour, few dared to intrude. Yet there was one who was distinctly different. Ram entered the garden, disregarding the maidens who hesitated to intervene. Lady Demonis, this is hardly a time for leisure. Oh, it seems you are quite the diligent aunt, personally arranging matters for a newly appointed leader, the Demonis replied with a gentle smile, not turning her head, but continuing to swirl her goblet. Did you not inform him that as long as he endures for a year in the territory, he may propose marriage to one of my kin? Ram stepped forward, snatching the goblet from the Demonis' hand and placing it on the table, then tenderly smoothing her slightly disheveled hair. Like a nurturing mother, she chided softly, in these times of internal and external strife, we must be vigilant. The situation we have painstakingly cultivated requires your utmost attention. Upon witnessing her aunt's sigh, the enchanting Demonis could not help but furrow her beautifully shaped brows. That fleeting sense of leisure was thoroughly shattered. Yet, it was this very aunt who had raised her since childhood. Who else would dare speak to her in such a manner? In an unusual display of vulnerability, the Demonis leaned against Ram, resembling a small girl seeking solace, gently inhaling the familiar scent emanating from her companion. She scrunched her nose and remarked, "After all, he is merely a brash young lad. What could one truly expect from him?" "You," Ram responded, reminiscent of years gone by, as if the girl nestled in her arms was still that same innocent child. She extended her finger to lightly tap the Demonis' smooth forehead, that if one were to do a favor, why not do it wholeheartedly? For years, you have toiled diligently, yet you disdain those few options available. Our clan is in dire need of a formidable man to lead the way. Before the words could fully escape her lips, the Demonis anticipated her aunt, the elder, would once again urge her to seek a partner. Annoyance welled up within her, prompting her to detach from the warm embrace and straighten her posture in impatience. Those few options, are nothing more than stagnant souls clinging to the remnants of the past. Ram rolled her eyes inwardly at this sentiment. If outsiders were to learn that the stagnant souls referred to by the Demonis were of lordly caliber, one could only imagine the thoughts that would ensue. Observing the Demonis' slowly retreating figure, Ram opened her mouth as if to speak, but hesitated, recognizing the genuine hardships the Demonis had faced over the years, leading their kin to carve out their current standing. All Ram could do was offer her unwavering support from the shadows. In contrast, the young man from the Werewolf clan had not only awakened on his own, but had also slain a magical wolf beyond his tier. With this thought, Ram could not help but shake her head. Despite appearing to be in her 30s, she had traversed most of her life as a succubus. Throughout these years, she had encountered countless extraordinarily talented individuals. Yet how many had ultimately emerged as true powerhouses? Just another budding successor, and their clan could hardly afford the luxury of waiting for these successors to mature. The Demonis had painstakingly created a domain robust enough to sustain 2 lords. And who wouldn't covet such power among the surrounding forces? Especially that individual from the north. Ultimately, it boiled down to the fact that the Demonis was moving too swiftly, taking strides too large. It was also a lamentable truth that their clan's foundation was rather thin, rendering their support somewhat strained. While Ram pondered the rapid pace of the Succubus clan, Augustus was plagued with concerns regarding the sluggish pace of the slaves. Although he had anticipated their physical condition, witnessing the lifeless procession of the enslaved was undeniably disheartening. Their vacant stares and numbed expressions betrayed neither complaint nor fatigue, yet they dragged their feet as if burdened by heavy iron balls. And yet, he found himself powerless to change their plight. Steelfang, impatient as ever, could no longer endure the sluggish pace of the slaves. Unable to contain himself, he raised his spear, attempting to urge them forward with a sense of urgency. Yet, even when faced with the threat of violence, the slaves did not flinch. Most, they raised an arm to shield themselves and occasionally emitted a faint groan of pain. This simply would not do. Augustus felt that his ambitious plans for village construction could not be delayed any longer. As the sun climbed higher, nearing noon, it was disheartening to see that a mere handful of progress had been made. Anxious, he called for Steelfang and Longtail. Directing the group to halt and prepare a meal, he thought it wise to allow the slaves a hearty meal and some respite to replenish their strength. At this juncture, the weather was transitioning from spring to summer, gradually becoming more sweltering. Steelfang and Longtail were tasked with scouting ahead while also managing the pace of the group, and they were already panting from exhaustion. Upon hearing the leader's call, Steelfang felt a wave of relief wash over him. Thinking that they could finally rest, he shouted for the group to stop, pointing his spear and directing the slaves to begin their tasks. Augustus plopped down on a stone, gratefully accepting the water flask from Longtail and taking several refreshing gulps. Out of the corner of his eye, he noticed a troll guard unit, led by a formidable troll named Yake, maintaining a careful distance from their group. Aside from Yake, Augustus knew little about them, that he surmised that perhaps someone had given them instructions, for the typically straightforward and reckless trolls were intentionally keeping their distance. After several failed attempts to engage and build rapport, Augustus decided to let them be, provided they posed no threat. After all, aside from their leader Yake, the rest were Bloodline warriors, ensuring a sense of security in the wilderness. After resting for a while and observing the slaves setting up clay pots to prepare food, Augustus rose and made his way over. His arrival did not incite any commotion among the lethargic slaves. Besides a few who busied themselves around the campfires, the rest sat silently on the ground, their eyes fixated on the steaming pots. Akati was only at this moment, upon witnessing their longing gazes and the occasional movement of their throats, that Augustus felt they were indeed alive, rather than mere walking corpses. Desire was all that mattered, even if it was merely the primal urge for sustenance. Several large clay pots hung over the fire. Augustus approached, took the wooden spoon from a slave's hand, and stirred the contents. Inside was a slowly thickening mash of crushed cassava. This was something Augustus had tasted before, in the early days of his wandering. It was this humble root that had sustained their survival in the wild. Cassava was hardly palatable, bitter and astringent, but it could fill one's belly. Most of the food supplies sponsored by the Lord's estate consisted of crushed, sun-dried cassava. After all, they were slaves. What more could one expect in terms of culinary delights? Augustus smiled faintly, beckoning Longtail over in front of the slaves. Augustus instructed Longtail to fetch some jerky, with the slave's eager eyes upon him. He tossed a piece of jerky, about the thickness of a thumb, into each as the jerky landed within the pots. The slaves seemed to awaken as if a switch had been flipped. Scrambling to their feet with their gazes locked onto the pots, Augustus chuckled, unleashing an aura befitting a leader that commanded respect, causing the slaves to hesitate in their movements. Picking up a piece of jerky, he noted that it was not from a magical beast, merely ordinary meat. Yet, such a seemingly mundane morsel was enough to rouse the lifeless slaves from their stupor. There is no need to fight. There is plenty of jerky to go around. Long. As you pick up the pace from now on, I will ensure that each meal will contain a piece of jerky for each of you. Augustus brandished the bag filled with jerky, shaking it enticingly before departing, leaving Longtail to oversee the distribution of food. With just a few pieces of jerky, the speed of their afternoon march significantly improved. As they passed through a grove of trees, Augustus ordered the group to halt and rest. He instructed the 10 wild boar men to accompany him into the woods to gather materials. They felled some straight, appropriately sized branches and subsequently had the slaves affix spearheads, providing each with a makeshift weapon. While he did not expect them to possess any real combat prowess, at the very least, The sight of shiny, newly fashioned spearheads could impart some intimidation, not to mention that having a staff during their journey would conserve some energy. Throughout the journey, Longtail appeared to be struggling with something he wished to express. Augustus discerned that he sought to advocate for the 3 werewolf clansmen, hoping to secure their release from slavery. Earlier during lunch, Augustus had observed Longtail discreetly offering jerky to the 3 clansmen. However, he chose not to intervene. The establishment of a village and future development necessitated not only strength but also capable individuals within their tribe. The management of a tribe required talent, and Longtail and his companions were still young, lacking in wisdom. Some matters needed to be nurtured from the ground up. Sure enough, after a while, Longtail hesitantly approached Augustus once more, seeming to fumble with his words. Noticing his hesitance, Augustus playfully smacked him. Spit out that, it's about the black spears. Can they join us as well? August was aware of his thoughts. The village had perished, and his kin had dwindled. Upon encountering new tribesmen, it was only natural to feel a sense of affection for them. The Black Spear, was it? What were the names of the other 2? Without directly answering Chongwei's question, August retorted. The Black Jar, and another called the Copper Pillar, Chongwei hastily replied, attempting to curry favor. August noncommittally uttered a HM, allowing a moment of silence before speaking again. They cannot be young anymore. They must be in their 30s or 40s, right? They have reached adulthood yet remain unawakened. You should know what that signifies. You are aware of the circumstances of those in our village who failed to awaken. Noticing Chongwei's somber expression, he patted his shoulder. We have only just begun. We cannot allow sympathy to make us forget the hardships of the past. Having said that, he did not wait for Chongwei to respond but strode away, leaving the young werewolf to ponder alone that Chongwei's thoughts were simple and sincere. He merely desired for his kin to attain the same freedom and to partake in the same sustenance as they did. Had it been in the past, it would have been inconsequential. Just 3 individuals, after all. Could they possibly eat them into poverty? However, now that they intended to establish a village and even sought to advance, it was imperative to set rules from the outset to prevent potential troubles. Moreover, what of 3 strangers who had been reduced to slavery and held little value? In truth, even 100 slaves, despite the renowned prowess of the Minotaurs. The Bear Men and the Boar Men held little worth in August's eyes. Ironically, the weakest goblins appeared to have more potential. The batch of slaves supported by the Lord's estate were all adults, implying that these slaves would likely never awaken their bloodlines in their lifetimes. Subhumans who could not awaken their bloodlines were utterly insignificant before beasts that speak more coldly. Had it not been for Steeltooth's youth and the lingering hope for awakening, would August have kept them by his side? Do not be foolish. This is not the blue star of the previous life, but a world rife with peril. The beings at the bottom must exert every effort, and even then, survival is not guaranteed. Those of no worth are destined to be discarded. Such matters were not easily conveyed to Chongwei. Yet, the carefree Steeltooth seemed to possess a clearer understanding. He paid no heed to the plight of the 3 tribesmen, instead marching at the head of the group, spear in hand, exuding an air of authority. Truly, living without a care is not burdensome at all. August quickened his pace to beckon Steeltooth to join him. While the sun still lingered in the sky, he intended to scout ahead for a suitable campsite, if they could also manage to hunt some wild beasts or magical creatures along the way. That would be even better. Speaking of which, since his promotion to chief, the mandatory contract he obtained had yet to be utilized. He had previously been presented with opportunities, but alas, none were suitable. Should they encounter an appropriate magical beast on the road, it would be a stroke of fortune. Yet, how often does one's wishes align with reality? The young and benevolent Chongwei was unable to liberate his kin from the shackles of slavery, while the cunning August had yet to encounter the magical beast he so fervently desired. However, they did manage to hunt one wild boar. Observing the boarman gnawing through the boar's bones to suck out the marrow, August could not help but wince slightly. Was this not a case of cannibalism? The boarman, towering in stature, still bore the semblance of a malnourished camel rather than a mere pig-headed creature. Their appearance did not conform to the common stereotype of pig-headed humanoids. Not only they, but even the minotaurs and goblins shared this trait. The boarmen, aside from the tusks protruding from their mouths and their large pig ears, as well as the bristles extending from their heads to their tails, bore little difference from humans. The minotaurs did not sport enormous bovine heads, but rather had horns and ears akin to those of cows. Indeed, they favored wearing nose rings. The goblins, on the other hand, had snouts reminiscent of dogs, large and flattened, retaining their ears and tails. As for the beast-headed humanoids, they belonged to the category of beast demons in this world, positioned in opposition to their subhuman kin. Returning to the matter at hand, August, accompanied by Steel Tooth, ventured forth. By fortune, they discovered traces of wild boars in a ravine and successfully hunted one. Subsequently, they found a flat area on a hillside. It was level, shielded from the wind, and devoid of towering trees or dense underbrush, ideal for a campsite. After a brief survey of the surroundings, he was both disappointed and relieved to confirm that no magical beasts were present nearby. August dispatched Steel Tooth to relay the news, guiding their party towards this location. Before nightfall, they set up tents and prepared a fire to cook. Naturally, the wild boar meat was not for the slaves. August retained half for himself and allocated the remaining portion to the troll guard stationed nearby. Only the leftover entrails and bones were given to the slaves. Even so, the food made from cassava chunks. Entrails and bones simmered together was savored by the slaves with great delight. This was the scene that preceded the boarman gnawing on the pig's bones after roasting half of the wild boar. It was just enough to satisfy the three of them. August noticed Chong Wei discreetly hiding a portion of his share and chose not to comment, merely smiling. The cruelty of survival contrasted with the warmth of those around him. There was nothing inherently wrong with that. As long as the bottom line was not crossed, he could tolerate a bit of tenderness. After all, who finds clever individuals more endearing than the foolish? Where there are fools, there are bound to be the astute. Once the group of slaves had finished sharing their greasy dinner, one of the goblins stepped forward. When the goblin, Tiz, humbly knelt before him, August recognized the emergence of intelligence among the slaves, as expected. Tiz prostrated himself on the ground, indicating that while the other slaves bore the burdens of supplies, he alone had excess manpower. He requested permission from his master to roam around the perimeter of the group to hunt some beasts. Of course, Tiz dared not covet his master's meat, merely pleading for the offal and bones to be bestowed upon these wretched slaves. Tiz buried his head deeply, humbly imploring. August burst into laughter, immediately rewarding Tiz with a chunk of roasted meat the size of a fist and granting his request. However, he stipulated that Tiz could only select 4 goblins from the group, and he would additionally send a boarman to assist. Trembling, Tiz accepted the roasted meat, and encouraged by August's gaze, eagerly stuffed it into his mouth. Chewing vigorously, soon, night fell. The wilderness at night is fraught with danger. Without needing August's command, the slaves promptly extinguished all sources of light. The tents were arranged in a circle, with the slaves positioned on the outer perimeter, encircling the tents of their master and the guard team within. The troll guards took it upon themselves to keep watch, and August did not insist on taking turns. In truth, he could have let Finner out to stand guard. But instinctively he refrained from revealing his trump card. After all, the trolls were on watch. Having traveled all day and needing to keep an eye on the group, it was only natural for August to feel a bit fatigued. The 3 werewolves shared a tent, watching his 2 kin, who had curled up with their tails and fallen into a deep slumber. A smile spread across August's face as he closed his eyes to rest. Yet, just as he began to drift off, he suddenly felt a surge of warmth beside him, the faint glow of red visible behind his eyelids. Startled, August sat up, initially fearing a fire had broken out. However, upon opening his eyes, he was overwhelmed with joy. Within the low tent, he beheld Chong Wei, who, clutching his tail and drooling in his sleep, was enveloped in a faint crimson glow. This heralded his awakening. A surge of excitement coursed through Augustus as he gently roused Chong Wei, informing him of the impending events. As Chong Wei awakened for the first time, a blend of exhilaration and trepidation washed over him. He gazed at the deepening crimson glow enveloping him, feeling somewhat bewildered. Augustus patted his head reassuringly, signaling him not to fear. Simultaneously, he nudged the still slumbering Steel Tooth awake, urging him to vacate the tent promptly. Steel Tooth, roused from his dreams, felt a sharp pang in his rear as he climbed to his feet. Upon noticing his companion on the verge of awakening, he momentarily paused before hastily exiting the tent. Standing outside, he rubbed his hands together, peering around as if eagerly awaiting the arrival of a newborn. Once Steeltooth was dispatched, Augustus instructed Chongwei to sit cross-legged, calming his mind and focusing on the rhythm of his heartbeat. In their village, during the initial awakening of one's bloodline, elders would provide guidance through their experience and bloodline power. To his astonishment, the responsibility now fell to him to assume that role. To be candid, despite having undergone the awakening of his own bloodline twice, this was his first time guiding another. Augustus felt a flutter of nerves. He shed his fur garment, baring his upper body to channel his bloodline energy. Thus, he sat silently nearby, allowing his own bloodline power to resonate with Chongwei's. The commotion and the sanguine glow seeping through the tent inevitably drew attention. The slaves hesitated to investigate, yet the trolls felt compelled to inquire. Upon learning that someone was about to awaken their bloodline power, the troll leader, AK, summoned his kin to guard the tent. The awakening of bloodline power in the wilderness could potentially attract beasts, warranting vigilance. Steeltooth, witnessing the unfolding events, also acted swiftly, rallying the slaves to form a protective circle around the tent, brandishing their spears. Regardless of their fighting capabilities, at least they presented a semblance of defense. Inside the tent, as time progressed, the crimson hue enveloping Chongwei intensified, and his expression grew increasingly fierce. Augustus recognized the critical moment was approaching. He placed his hands upon Chongwei's shoulders, summoning his energy with a more vigorous surge. Chongwei felt a scorching energy surge into his being, accompanied by a restlessness that filled his chest. With clenched eyes and gritted teeth, he struggled to contain this impulse. In that instant, the leader's voice reached his ears. Relax your mind. Do not resist. Embrace it. Release it. This single phrase ignited a spark within him, causing Chongwei to suddenly ease, a sensation indescribable rising within him. In the blink of an eye, he felt an overwhelming tingling throughout his body, followed by a piercing pain. Awoo! Chongwei lost consciousness. The tent flew upwards, and a towering werewolf howled at the heavens. When Chongwei regained awareness, he was acutely aware of the soreness and fatigue coursing through his body. Inside the newly erected tent, Augustus gazed tenderly at the awakened young tribesman. You're awake. It's always like this the first time. It won't happen again. Augustus tousled Chongwei's hair, but suddenly felt an oddity in his words. His hand hesitated momentarily before he awkwardly withdrew it. Steeltooth, crouched on a pelt nearby, was both excited and envious, incessantly asking questions. They were of similar age. If Chongwei could awaken, surely he could as well. Ignoring their chatter, Augustus stepped outside the tent, his heart brimming with joy. Chongwei's awakening had finally bestowed upon him a bloodline warrior among his ranks. He envisioned the future, relishing the prospect of not having to personally oversee every endeavor. Moreover, just as the troll leader AK had surmised, Chongwei's awakening had indeed attracted the attention of beasts. The initial awakening of the werewolf tribe's bloodline transformed the awakened into a towering werewolf, prone to irrational, indiscriminate attacks. As the beast approached, Augustus was preoccupied with restraining the frenzied Chongwei. Fortunately, it was merely a low-tier beast, frightened away by the commanding aura of AK, preventing any casualties in the aftermath. AK described the assailant as a ghost-faced owl, which piqued Augustus' interest. The ghost-faced owl was a rare flying beast, relatively small, only slightly larger than an ordinary eagle. Its uniquely patterned face resembled that of a demon. Hence its name. The ghost-faced owl feasted on the brains of living creatures, typically ambushing prey from nearby trees. Unbeknownst to its target, it would seize the perfect moment, emitting a piercing shriek to divert attention. When startled, the prey instinctively turned to the sound, allowing the owl to unleash a mental assault with its distinct facial markings. The affected prey would fall into a brief stupor, during which the ghost-faced owl would skillfully rend open their skull with its sharp talons. Such a method of hunting was terrifying. Fortunately, the owl's physical structure limited its capacity for long-distance aerial flight. Otherwise, this beast could easily dominate the skies. As Augustus contemplated the information about the ghost-faced owl, a smile gradually crept across his lips. The prospect of a forced contract with such a creature excited him immensely. Ordinary low-tier beasts offered little assistance. However, Flying beasts were an exception. He did not expect it to contribute significantly in battle. But its capacity for aerial reconnaissance alone was enough to captivate Augustus. How wonderful it would be to possess a large flying beast. It could not only scout, but also bear riders aloft. Gazing at the divine crimson moon, Augustus found himself lost in daydreams. Yet, fantasies could not delay the sun's inevitable ascent. As dawn broke, Augustus roused his slumbering tribesmen within the tent, instructing them to awaken the slaves. Organize their ranks, and prepare for departure. The journey ahead would be long, and every ray of sunlight must be cherished. The darkness of the wilderness was fraught with peril. Even Augustus dared not seek the ghost-faced owl's trail under the cover of night. Once the group was assembled, Augustus called out, urging the slaves to hasten. Breakfast? That was a luxury that did not exist, not only for the slaves, but for Augustus himself since arriving in this world. He had not enjoyed a single meal. The lowly subhuman tribes could manage a maximum of 2 meals a day, one at noon and another in the evening. Even this was a considerable indulgence. For the slaves, managing to eat once a day was already commendable. They often endured a state of hunger. Thus, the kobolds regarded this opportunity with utmost seriousness. After receiving his master's approval, he selected the 4 strongest tribesmen and presented them before Augustus. Augustus eyed the kobold, barely over a meter tall, with concerns about their hunting prowess. He summoned the previously agreed-upon wild-boar men and equipped them with bows and arrows. Tiz, thrilled with the longbow in his grasp, instinctively overlooked the presence of the wild-boar men, but he silently vowed to make a notable impression. Augustus waved his hand, signaling that they could set off. In truth, with the existence of a slave scroll, Augustus had no apprehensions about the slaves attempting to flee. The human-invented slave scroll proved to be highly effective. Each scroll contained the life essence of every slave. Whenever he wished, he could use it to terminate any slave at will. Dispatching a wild-boar man was less about supervision and more about providing an element of protection. The combat ability of the kobolds was somewhat dubious. Having sent off the hunting party, Augustus exchanged pleasantries with Steel Tooth and began to drift away from the group. He still had the ghost-faced owl on his mind. The ghost-faced owl is accustomed to being active at night, residing in burrows carved into steep cliffs. Locating them is not particularly challenging, as these owls often bring the skulls of their prey back to their nests, after feasting on the brain matter within. They discard the skulls below the nest. Therefore, in the wilderness, when one comes across a pile of various skulls at the base of a cliff, it is highly likely that a ghost-faced owl's nest is situated just above. With the distinct features of cliffs and skulls as references, finding the nest of a ghost-faced owl is not overly difficult. As previously mentioned, this creature is incapable of long-distance high-altitude flight, which means its range of activity is relatively fixed, rarely straying far from its nest. Without much effort, Augustus discovered the location of the nest. The challenge, however, lay in the sheer height of the cliff, making capture a daunting task, standing at the base of the precipice and gazing at the array of stark white bones before him. Augustus found himself at a loss. He had overlooked this detail. Observing the towering cliff, reaching dozens of feet high, along with a nest partially exposed at its summit, Augustus couldn't help but click his tongue in frustration. Given his current strength, channeling his bloodline power, and utilizing his physical prowess along with sharp claws, scaling the cliff would not pose a significant problem. The issue, however, was the noise such an endeavor would create. With his leader-level presence, it would be all too easy to scare away the creatures residing in the nest. Causing a ruckus was not his intention. After pondering for a moment, Augustus devised a plan and turned to leave. A short while later, Augustus reappeared at the base of the cliff, carrying a wild goat. The goat, its legs bound by vines, emitted pitiful bleats of distress, and a wicked smile crept across Augustus's face as he tossed the goat to the ground. Summoning his bloodline power to surge forth from his fingertips, what once resembled human fingers quickly thickened and elongated under a crimson aura. In no time, a robust, dark wolf claw materialized before him, the nails long and sharp. Amidst the goat's mournful cries, Augustus slashed at its body, allowing blood to flow freely in a display of cruel savagery. Once he completed this gruesome task, he hurried to the cliff's wall, finding a patch of grass where he could conceal his presence and lie in wait. Indeed, his method was quite simple. to utilize the goat's bleeding and the scent of blood to lure the ghost-faced owl. Then ambush it. Just imagine waking up to find enticing food laid before you. Who wouldn't be tempted to indulge? Such was Augustus's line of thought. However, as the goat's cries grew weaker and its blood diminished, doubts began to creep into Augustus's mind. Why hadn't the owl descended yet? Did it not fancy the goat's brain? As he contemplated capturing another beast as bait, a subtle rustling sound suddenly reached his ears from above. No, it wasn't merely the sound of the wind. It was the sound of wings flapping. Augustus's heart leaped in joy, and he quickly looked up. Indeed, a creature the size of an eagle was circling above the cliff. The ghost-faced owl, spotting its pale, patterned visage, Augustus immediately recognized its identity. The ghost-faced owl appeared exceedingly cautious. Despite the food being presented to it, it circled a few times without diving down immediately. Little did it know. The moment Augustus laid eyes on it, his patience had been rekindled. Watching the wary owl, he felt no impatience as he awaited its descent to feed. He also contemplated its facial markings. Admittedly, encountering such a ghastly visage in the dead of night was quite alarming. Nature is truly wondrous, capable of birthing such a species that, of course, for a half-human werewolf to marvel at nature's creations seemed somewhat peculiar. Fortunately, it wasn't long before the ghost-faced owl, perhaps unaware of the danger, began to lower its altitude. Lower and lower it went. Augustus silently urged it on, hoping for its descent. Suddenly, the owl dove from the sky, swiftly reducing its height while emitting a sharp, piercing cry. Here it comes. Augustus remained motionless, his heart swelling with joy, knowing this marked the beginning of the owl's hunt. True to expectation, after its shriek, the ghost-faced owl darted toward the goat's location. Augustus distinctly sensed a surge of magical energy, and without a second thought, activated his bloodline power. With a powerful push from his legs, the werewolf transformed into a shadowy blur, hurtling toward the ghost-faced owl. The diving owl sensed something amiss, but its rapid descent left it no time to alter its course. Augustus would not grant it the luxury of a reprieve. As he surged forward, the binding contract instantly took effect. The ghost-faced owl, accustomed to employing mental assaults, was caught off guard by its own countermeasure. Following a more potent surge of magical energy, the owl found itself dizzily crashing down onto the goat. The near-death goat, whether spooked or simply succumbing to its fate, suddenly stiffened and lay motionless. Who would concern themselves with a mere goat? Augustus gazed longingly at the descending ghost-faced owl, observing as it occasionally shook its head, seemingly struggling to regain its senses, sensing the bond had been formed. Augustus suppressed his excitement and attempted to call out internally, "Fly." Upon his mental command, the owl seemed to receive an instruction, unfurling its wings and taking to the sky. Augustus grinned as he watched it circle above him, his heart brimming with uncontainable joy. Come back, his next thought. The ghost-faced owl gently descended, landing on Augustus's shoulder. Go. The owl spread its wings and soared. Come back. The owl folded its wings and perched. Go. Come back. Roll over. Dive. Glide. Split. The ghost-faced owl, as if it had received a new toy, soon found itself trying out a myriad of postures under Augustus's commands. After confirming that the owl would act according to his thoughts, Augustus felt a wave of relief wash over him. The binding contract was indeed a remarkable tool. Regrettably, it could only be used on magical beasts. With a smirk of greedy satisfaction, Augustus beckoned the ghost-faced owl to feast. Having played with it for so long, it was only right to replenish its energy. The ghost-faced owl landed upon the goat, its talons effortlessly tearing through the skull, its hooked beak probing inside. In no time, the goat's brain had been completely consumed. The owl, satisfied, shook its head and began to preen its feathers. This scene sent shivers down Augustus's spine, even though he understood that the owl could not harm him under their contract. A chill still crept over him, but he forcefully dispelled the unsettling sensation. Now was not the time to dwell on such feelings. The contracted magical beast held skills yet to be unveiled. Augustus settled down, crossing his legs as he immersed himself in concentration. In a daze, he entered his consciousness space. After his second bloodline awakening, he had discovered the ability to enter this inner realm by calming his mind. Here was pitch black, save for 5 mysterious glowing rings suspended above him. However, upon this visit to his consciousness space, Augustus immediately noticed a change. The first white ring no longer contained emptiness. Instead, it housed a small image of a ghost-faced owl. Augustus focused his consciousness toward the ring, observing the small phantom of the owl, surrounded by countless faint runes resembling chains. This, he surmised, must be the binding nature of the contract. After observing for a while, Augustus speculated that the small, ghost-faced owl likely originated from the owl's true form, akin to a fragment of its soul. He was entirely unfamiliar with this domain, and the surrounding runes, connected like chains, were beyond his comprehension. Yet at this moment, he grasped a crucial understanding. The 5 rings represented the 5 binding slots he possessed. Upon a successful contract, a portion of the essence akin to the soul of the bonded entity would be invisibly captured and confined. How domineering, Augustus mused to himself. The question remained, however, how would he acquire skills? As he began to ponder how to acquire the corresponding skills from the forced contract, an inexplicable sensation surged within him. It felt as though someone was subtly urging him from within, inciting an impulse to touch the aura with his consciousness. After all, this was his own realm of awareness. There was nothing to fear. After a moment of contemplation, Augustus decided to yield to this inner urge and directed his consciousness to explore the aura. A warm, indescribable feeling enveloped him. The instant he made contact, a sudden clarity washed over him, prompting Augustus to slowly open his eyes. Was it truly this simple? Augustus murmured to himself, astonished that merely touching with his consciousness allowed him to comprehend the skill instantaneously. Rising to his feet, he gazed at the still remaining ghost-faced owl perched upon the corpse of the wild goat, and a mischievous smile crept across his face. The ghost-faced owl, preening its feathers, suddenly sensed a chilling presence. As it lifted its head, an overwhelming terror struck, rendering the entire owl rigid and unresponsive. It was as if it had fainted in an instant. With a soft thud, the ghost-faced owl fell from the carcass of the wild goat to the ground. After what felt like 7 or 8 seconds, the owl regained its senses. Awakened, the ghost-faced owl let out a cacophony of frantic cries, flapping its wings in mid-air, desperately trying to locate its assailant. Augustus chuckled to himself, amused by the owl's disarray, beckoning it to settle upon his shoulder. The terrifying assault was indeed an intriguing skill he had acquired upon completing the forced contract with the ghost-faced owl. This skill bore a striking resemblance to the mental attacks employed by the owl during its hunts, yet ventured further. After all, Augustus lacked the innate magical markings that adorned the owl's face. His terrifying assault relied entirely on the activation of his mental prowess. Just as before, even under his deliberate control, the low-tier magical beast, the ghost-faced owl, could not withstand the slightest impact. Augustus estimated that if he exerted his full strength against an opponent of equal rank, the terrifying assault should be capable of inducing several seconds of disorientation in them. Not underestimate a mere few seconds. In the heat of life and death, even a fleeting moment of distraction could expose one to fatal vulnerabilities. Augustus was thoroughly satisfied with his newly acquired skill. Even more gratifying was the realization that mastering the skill would not lead to its disappearance upon the owl's demise. In other words, he had initially believed he was limited to 5 contract slots, and thus could acquire a maximum of 5 extraordinary abilities. However, it now appeared that this was not the case. In the future, he could obtain more skills through substitution from various magical beasts. Indeed, the forced contract could continue to be utilized even after the contracted magical beast's death or the dissolution of the contract. This revelation nearly elicited a grin from Augustus. In high spirits, Augustus hoisted the wild goat from the ground. Since it was destined to die anyway, bringing it back for meat seemed quite advantageous. After shaking off his shoulders, he planned to have the ghost-faced owl lead the way back to the group. However, to his surprise, the owl displayed a profound reluctance under the forced contract. After the contract, Augustus was able to engage in simple communication with the magical beast. Although the ghost-faced owl was merely a low-tier creature, incapable of eloquent speech like a higher-tier beast that could rival a lord, it could convey certain thoughts through emotions, such as the present feeling of reluctance. Could it be that it had a mate, an offspring, Augustus felt a pang in his heart. Even birds had families. Since arriving in this world, he had yet to experience such bonds. Yet in the next instant, Augustus's expression shifted. The emotions conveyed by the ghost-faced owl were not of attachment to its kin, but rather a vague longing. What could this mean? Observing the owl on his shoulder calling out towards a nest upon the cliff, Augustus felt a mix of confusion and anticipation. Could it be that there were treasures hidden within the nest? After all, the ghost-faced owl was still a magical beast. Didn't magical beast nests typically harbor valuable items? With this thought igniting a fervor within him, Augustus released the ghost-faced owl from his shoulder, channeling his blood magic to instantaneously transform into a werewolf. Using both hands and feet, he climbed a sheer cliffside like an agile monkey. Before long, Augustus reached the location of the ghost-faced owl's nest atop the cliff. A cursory glance revealed that the nest was fashioned within a depression the size of a bathtub, comprised of various twigs and feathers. Half of it resided within the pit, while the other half protruded outward. Perched on the rocks, Augustus leaned in to take a closer look, and his eyes brightened suddenly. Inside the nest lay a small area where several elongated, grayish-white plants resembling orchids were growing. Magical herbs. Sensing the faint magical energy emanating from the leaves, Augustus's heart leaped with joy, and oh wonder, such a spacious area. The ghost-faced owl had constructed half of its nest suspended in midair. It was for these, just as Augustus reached out to pluck the unidentified magical herbs, the ghost-faced owl outside the nest emitted an urgent call. Startled, Augustus turned back with a smile, assuring, "Don't worry, there will be a share for you." The magical herbs were, after all, the ghost-faced owl's guardianship, and Augustus had no intention of hoarding them all. Moreover, the enhancement of the owl's strength would equate to an enhancement of his own power. This was a calculation Augustus was quite adept at. Yet, as he reached out once more to harvest, the owl's cries grew increasingly frantic. It even flew into the nest, spreading its wings to block Augustus's claw. Was this insubordination? Observing his newly acquired subordinate's behavior, Augustus furrowed his brow to sow. The ghost-faced owl was unexpectedly rebellious. A fleeting thought of malice crossed his mind. But wait, under the constraints of the forced contract, a contracted magical beast would undoubtedly not dare to defy him. Could it be that the ghost-faced owl had another intention? Perhaps sensing its master's murderous intent, the ghost-faced owl squawked in distress, retreating a few steps while bowing its head in a gesture of submission. What was this? Watching the ghost-faced owl appear both timid and aggrieved, Augustus found humor in the situation while patiently attempted to communicate with it. After much guesswork, Augustus finally discerned why it had obstructed him. It turned out that these magical herbs were not yet mature, and harvesting them at this time would compromise their efficacy. Holding the few low-tier magic cores that the ghost-faced owl had presented in a moment of urgency, Augustus conveyed his intention to refrain from harvesting the magical herbs. However, before the owl could express its joy, the next moment saw Augustus's claw push it aside, in the despairing gaze of the ghost-faced owl. Augustus's claw sank into the soil as easily as cutting through tofu. Though he intended to leave the herbs unharvested, Augustus had no plans to leave them behind. The ghost-faced owl would surely follow him, and without its protection, the magical herbs would eventually fall into the hands of other magical beasts. If he could not harvest them, then he would simply transplant them, digging up the magical herbs along with their roots and soil. He called out, sliding down the cliff. Thud! Augustus landed at the base of the cliff, and despite the cliff serving as a buffer, he still left a deep crater in the ground upon his descent. Even the magical herbs in his grasp shook loose a considerable amount of dirt. This way of carrying them seemed rather impractical, didn't it? Observing the roots of the magical herbs exposed, Augustus frowned. Struggling to pull his legs from the ground, he turned around and began to excavate the rocks on the cliff face. Soon, a rough hemisphere took shape in his hands. Gazing at the somewhat unsightly flower pot, Augustus chuckled. Bending down, he gathered some soil and planted the magical herbs within. Once he had completed the task, he tilted his head and smiled at the anxious ghost-faced owl beside him, saying, "Is this acceptable?" Regardless of whether the ghost-faced owl could comprehend his words, he held a flower pot in one hand and a wild goat in the other, beckoning the owl to hasten its pace. By the time he caught up with the group, the ghost-faced owl had vanished from sight. Unlike Fenrir, The ghost-faced owl was not a companion beast and could not be summoned into one's being. Given the presence of outsiders, Augustus was reluctant to reveal his trump cards easily. With a binding contract in place, Augustus could sense the position of the contracted magical beast within a certain range. Furthermore, he could switch to the owl's perspective through shared vision, which was remarkably convenient. As he neared the group, Augustus instructed the ghost-faced owl to stealthily maneuver ahead of them. This was not only to avoid drawing attention, but also to facilitate aerial reconnaissance. Hanging back at the rear of the group, the long-tailed beast, twirling the long axe in his hand, noticed the arrival of their leader. Seeing him carrying items, he hurriedly approached. Augustus, smiling, handed over the wild goat and the potion to the long-tailed beast, casually retrieving his bloodline weapon, and inquired, "How is it? Can you use it?" "I cannot. It is beyond my capability," the long-tailed beast replied, tinged with disappointment and envy. Augustus had anticipated this response, for bloodline weapons required their wielders to channel their bloodline power. As each individual possessed a unique bloodline force, it was entirely normal that he could not utilize it. Before departing, Augustus, adopting an experimental mindset, lent the long axe to the long-tailed beast, primarily to verify this hypothesis. Having lost their homeland at such an early age, they were essentially severed from their heritage, necessitating self-exploration for many things. He briefly explained the potion's significance to the long-tailed beast, advising him to guard it well until they reached their territory, where it could be replanted. The long-tailed beast, cradling the flower pot and gazing joyfully at the potion within, suddenly exclaimed, "I believe, leader, you should craft a leather sheath. That way, you could carry the long axe on your back instead of holding it." Taken aback, Augustus responded with a hint of jest, "Then why don't you make one for me?" "Ah, that." Observing the long-tailed beast's flabbergasted expression, Augustus burst into laughter. He fully understood the sentiment of the long-tailed beast. Akin to a well-meaning suggestion offered to a superior only to receive the retort. "That is a splendid idea. You should implement it or prevent the long-tailed beast from internally cursing as he once had." Augustus produced a magic core from his pocket and handed it over. "Fool, don't toil for nothing." The long-tailed beast accepted the magic core with unrestrained joy and scampered off. Augustus mused that if his previous superiors had been as considerate as himself, they would not have been so universally despised. Shaking his head, he dispelled the memories of his past life and noticed the long-tailed beast boasting about the potion to the troll guards. Intrigued, Augustus quickened his pace to catch up, curious about the nature of this potion. Unfortunately, none of the troll guards, including Yake, recognized it. However, a remark from Yake caught Augustus's attention that "I've heard that human mages possess a form of identification magic that allows them to recognize all potions." Augustus had heard such rumors before. However, he had yet to encounter a human and remained uncertain of their veracity, as well as whether the subhuman races could learn human magic. The few potions had once again highlighted Augustus's lack of depth and rekindled the yearning within him. The longer he spent in this wondrous world, the stronger his desire to explore grew. What manner of world was this? Was there a possibility of returning to Blue Star? These were the hidden questions that resided in the heart of every transmigrator. Augustus understood that such queries were beyond the current level of resolution, but he made an effort to forge a closer bond with Yake. Yet Yake returned to his previous aloofness after examining the potion. Cursed trolls, weren't they supposed to be simple-minded? He silently cursed, his warm enthusiasm met with a cold shoulder. Redirecting his focus back to the group, Augustus awaited the return of the hunting party, which comprised goblins. By midday, the hunting party, led by the goblin, rejoined the group, boasting a satisfactory haul. Utilizing the bows and arrows provided by their master, combined with their clan's keen sense of smell, they had successfully hunted 3 squirrels, 1 wild chicken, and 2 hares. Although the quantity seemed modest, it could be deemed a bountiful yield. The jungle teemed with prey, yet that did not imply it was easily obtainable. Without awakened bloodlines, ordinary subhumans were not significantly stronger than humans. Under the vigilance of wild beasts, completing a successful hunt was far from simple. If they could not overcome their foes, how could they escape? Those unable to flee would resort to various forms of disguise and concealment, that if food were so readily available, there would not be so many slaves. Augustus accepted the wild chicken and hares, gifting the squirrels to the slaves, which earned him heartfelt gratitude from Tiz. Yet during lunch, Augustus severely reprimanded Tiz. The hefty spear was brandished and forcefully struck upon the cowering goblin. From now on, you are forbidden from consuming fresh cassava. Following the beating, Augustus offered no explanation, merely establishing the first decree for the slaves. Cassava was relatively common in the wild. Aside from being edible, it was also a key ingredient in brewing blood wine. However, it was toxic and required chopping and drying to eliminate its harmful properties. Augustus was unaware of the underlying principles, but had witnessed starving subhumans heedlessly devouring freshly unearthed cassava on multiple occasions. Once or twice, it posed no immediate threat. However, excessive consumption of fresh cassava could lead to a toxic accumulation within the body, resulting in heart failure. Some subhumans, previously healthy, would suddenly clutch their chests, contorting in agony before succumbing to convulsions. The toxicity of fresh cassava was no secret, yet Augustus was disinclined to explain this to Tiz and the others. It was likely they had unearthed it during the hunt and, in their ravenous state, thought little of the poison. After all, it would not lead to immediate death. The slaves surely thought along these lines. If it were anyone else, Augustus would not intervene in their self-destructive behavior. However, they were his slaves, his property, their lives belonging to him. The punishment did not quell his frustration. He summoned the werewolf among the slaves and instructed the trio of black spears to report immediately if anyone was caught sneaking fresh cassava. After issuing the command, Augustus gazed down at the prostrate Tiz, feeling a twinge of compassion. From now on, each meal will include an extra 2 handfuls of cassava chunks, he declared coldly before turning away to enjoy his hare meat. As he turned, he failed to notice Tiz burying his face deeply in the grass, his eyes brimming with tears of gratitude. Indeed, you read that correctly. Gratitude. As a slave, Tiz had never felt anyone genuinely cared for them. Hunger and beatings were simply part of daily life, and master would intentionally avoid vital areas while administering punishment, nor would they strike only the rear. Furthermore, a master would not increase their daily rations after forbidding them from consuming fresh cassava. Augustus remained oblivious to the unintended gratitude he had garnered from his slaves. Had he known, he would have surely muttered another curse about their lowly nature. Alas, it was the dire need for sustenance that compelled him. If he had ample food supplies, he would not bother to quarrel with his slaves. As Augustus chewed on the delectable roasted hare, he pondered the future food supply that he noticed Steel Fong and Longtail casting furtive, reverent glances at him. Augustus, in a fit of annoyance, slapped each of them. Steel Fong, you must strive harder to awaken your bloodline. He continued, it's not that I'm withholding the magic core. You cannot absorb it until your bloodline awakens. Masticating the hare meat, Augustus spoke somewhat indistinctly. Among the trio, Steel Fong remained the only ordinary individual after Longtail's awakening. Despite the subhuman's simplistic thoughts and Steel Fong's carefree demeanor, some matters were better addressed openly. Upon reaching this realization, Augustus let out a sigh within his heart. Being a leader is no easy feat. There are indeed numerous concerns to contend with. Steel Fong responded hesitantly, yet inexplicably felt a surge of happiness. Ever since he had partaken in the blood of the demon wolf alongside the leader, he believed he was on the brink of awakening. His dismay. He found himself outpaced by Chong Wei. While envy filled him, Steel Fong also felt a twinge of defiance. Just wait, I too shall awaken soon. Wild hares and wild chickens could hardly satiate the appetites of 3 werewolves. It was the wild mountain goats that truly sufficed. After finishing an entire roasted sheep, Augustus suddenly realized the reason behind the chronic food shortages. The demi-human races certainly had hearty appetites, with the demon beast, the ghost-faced owl, scouting from above, and the troll guards providing protection. The ensuing days were remarkably tranquil as the group continued their journey. Finally, upon resting atop a high mountain and surveying the path they had traversed, Augustus understood they were about to leave the core territory of the succubi. Standing at the mountain's peak, it became evident that the succubi resided within a vast basin. The city of Demonis was no longer visible. Instead, lush greenery and vibrant life filled his view, yet there were no signs of buildings or fields. Construction and agriculture were not the strong suits of the demi-human races, particularly the latter, in human terms. Such a large basin would undoubtedly be a natural granary. Augustus felt a deep sense of regret and disappointment towards the demi-humans. However, it must be said that the selection of territory by the succubi was indeed quite unique. The interior of the basin was flat and expansive, surrounded by towering mountains that effectively deterred invasions. Petitioning during their years residing in the city of Demonis, Augustus and his companions had never witnessed a war. Yet, what did it matter if they did not cultivate the land? Augustus cursed inwardly, turning away from the fertile lands squandered by the demi-humans. What lay on the other side of the mountain? More mountains. Although Augustus was well aware of this, he couldn't help but silently pray that his own territory would not resemble this. Gazing at the undulating, majestic peaks, Augustus found no beauty in them. If his territory were to be allocated to such a valley, he would truly be heartbroken. It was said that the territory was in a hilly region, and Augustus silently wished that the hills would be a tad shorter. Just a bit shorter. Once they entered the mountains, the pace of the group slowed considerably. Aside from the steep terrain, making travel difficult, it was primarily due to the pack animals. These large and lengthy creatures could not traverse the narrow mountain paths. Consequently, Augustus had to personally scout the way, seeking suitable paths for the pack animals to advance. Fortunately, with the ghost-faced owl's assistance and shared vision, Augustus was able to plan the route in advance, sparing them from unnecessary detours. After resting atop the mountain for a while and marking the path to guide the group forward, he beckoned the ghost-faced owl to continue exploring as they ventured forth. Marking their way, Augustus felt as though he were surviving in the wilderness. While he was grumbling and removing thorns that clung to his beast-hide clothing, he suddenly sensed a different emotion from the ghost-faced owl. Upon further perception, Augustus swiftly switched to the owl's viewpoint. I could see that moment. The ghost-faced owl was perched upon a large tree, its dense foliage providing ample concealment. Not far away, a group of individuals was fleeing in apparent panic, seemingly pursued by someone. Upon recognizing the fleeing group's appearance, Augustus decisively returned to his own perspective. Ignoring the thorns prickling his skin, he unslung his axe and hastened towards the direction of the ghost-faced owl. To his astonishment, it was a group of fox people, beast-eared ladies. Augustus had long since grown accustomed to such sights. After all, he had encountered various races within the city of Demonis. However, this was different. How to put it? It was akin to being surrounded by beautiful women while shopping. One might admire them, but wouldn't be overly excited. Yet, imagine encountering stunning beauties in the wilderness. Now, that was something else entirely. Augustus, gripping his axe, felt an overwhelming desire to soar towards them. Swiftly, he dashed towards his destination. Soon, he found himself breathless and flushed, stopping beneath the great tree where the ghost-faced owl was hidden. The group of fox people was drawing near. He paused because he realized that these fox people, emerging from who knows where, were indeed being pursued. While one couldn't exactly say people, as they resembled humans only vaguely, that a band of 8 men wielding clubs was hot on their heels, whistling as they chased. Their expression seemed even more excited than Augustus himself. What the hell were they attempting to snatch them away from him? Oh! Seeing the 8 men about to catch up to the fox people, Augustus let out a mighty roar and charged forth, axe in hand. Given the unclear situation, Augustus would not recklessly engage in violence. Otherwise, he wouldn't have needed to roar. With a powerful bellow, he leaped into the air, bravely positioning himself in front of the 8 men. The abrupt interception caused the 8 men to halt in their tracks, each gripping their clubs, eyes wary as they regarded the newcomer. Merely 7 or 8 bloodline warriors. Augustus looked on with disdain, swinging his axe with an air of authority that commanded respect. I could see that moment. The fleeing fox people also came to a stop, sensing the potent aura emanating from the werewolf. The lead fox girl's eyes glimmered with tears of surprise. I am the territory of the great Demonis. How dare you act so brazenly? Regardless, after demonstrating his strength, Augustus promptly donned a grand persona, additionally invoking the authority of the Demonis. As expected, the 8 men's gazes darted away, revealing their evident unease. Augustus understood that their unease was not born of fear, but rather of inferiority in strength. The so-called brazen behavior was irrelevant. The demi-humans did not adhere to such notions. The one with the strongest fist held the right. This group of fox people, both large and small, resembled refugees, who would not wish to capture them. It occurred to Augustus that this area seemed to belong to the ape-men. Suddenly, he pieced together the narrative. Remarkably, he guessed quite accurately. These fox people were indeed refugees. As they traversed the ape-men's territory, they inadvertently revealed their presence. Initially, the ape-men perceived the arrival of the fox people as an invasion. Yet once they grasped the situation, they exhibited excitement akin to Augustus's. After all, much like the succubi, the fox people were renowned for their beauty. Despite the ape-men's robust physiques, they too possessed a keen appreciation for beauty. Much like any other race, upon discovering that there were no leaders among the fox people, the ape-men erupted with enthusiasm. Thus, a capture unfolded within the forest. However, the fox people, although lacking a leader, had a few tenacious old-timers. Had it not been for those old-timers' desperate resistance, the fox people would have been captured long ago. How could Augustus simply barge in? Yet, since he had already intervened, what was to be done? Augustus adopted a defiant demeanor, occasionally hefting his axe, as if preparing to sharpen it on an ape-man should the need arise. The situation turned unfavorable for the ape-men. They hesitated, and after the lead ape-man cast a deep glance at Augustus, they began to retreat cautiously. Once they had distanced themselves sufficiently, they turned and fled. Watching the ape-men depart, Augustus sighed in relief. After all, this was their territory, and he had no desire to clash with the local inhabitants. Having frightened off the ape-men, it was now time to reap the rewards. Augustus was not naive enough to believe the ape-men would easily relent. The retreating ape-men would undoubtedly summon their leader. Before that occurred, he needed to establish his claim. This way, should any conflict arise later, even if it escalated, he could explain himself to the Lord. However, before Augustus could turn around, he heard a melodious voice behind him. From the Firefox clan, Leia expresses her gratitude to the powerful werewolf lord. Had it not been for your timely arrival, Leia and her kin would have likely met a dire fate. Leia, the fiery-haired maiden, turned around only to be met by the gaze of a delicate young woman, seemingly around 17 or 18 years of age. Her cascading crimson locks accentuated her petite visage, making her complexion appear exceptionally fair. Her large, expressive eyes appeared almost sentient, furtively glancing in his direction. The girl possessed a slender, elongated figure, clad in tattered beast hide that barely concealed her youthful allure, yet could not obscure the fiery foxtail behind her, which swayed restlessly. August's eyes roamed over this fox girl named Leia. Although she appeared frail, there was a tenacity about her. Judging by her aura, she seemed to be merely a bloodline warrior, yet she was fleeing through the woods with a dozen little cubs. Indeed, the Firefox clan appeared to be huddled together, wishing to shrink into a single entity. Aside from Leia and two other older children, the remaining were merely 7 or 8 years old. August found it difficult to fathom how they managed to survive amidst the wilderness as he observed the Fox clan. August did not rush to speak, which only intensified Leah's unease. She could feel his gaze brazenly sweeping over her, lingering in particularly embarrassing places. Embarrassed, Leah sought to defuse the tension, but when she spoke, her voice trembled. "Mister, can we leave?" "Leave?" August suppressed the urge to smirk, but he thought to himself, "Even if I were inclined to let you go, do you think the readers would allow such a thing?" "Huh, you wish to disembark from a pirate ship?" August responded with a cold demeanor. "Why has the Fox clan appeared here, and where do you intend to go?" Upon hearing this, Leah cast a furtive glance at him, only to find his eyes fixed upon her, prompting her to quickly lower her gaze. "Our clan was attacked by beasts, and many of our leaders and elders have perished. The remaining elders are protecting us and wish to seek refuge with Lady Demonis. Along the way, we have lost many of our kin, and now we are all that remains at this point." Leah's voice quavered as sorrow welled within her, and she could not suppress a gentle sob. Indeed, it was as she had imagined. August observed the sorrowful little fox girl, her ears twitching with each suppressed cry. Unable to contain himself, he extended his hand to gently ruffle her hair, startled by the touch of the werewolf. Leah recoiled as if she were a frightened rabbit. However, August did not withdraw his hand. Instead, he stepped closer, compelling the shrinking fox girl. He grasped her chin, lifting her face to meet his gaze, and coldly inquired, "With these little ones in tow, how do you expect to reach the demoness city? Even if you arrive, what will you do to provide for them?" The potent scent of his werewolf essence enveloped her. And though Leah yearned to escape, she found herself ensnared by his grip. The sharpness of his question struck her heart, rendering her momentarily speechless. Indeed, she was at a loss. Leah's mind raced as she recalled the elder's final instructions. Leaving her momentarily dazed, August's lips curled into a slight smile as his tone softened. "Come with me. My party is heading to a new territory, one vast enough to accommodate you and your little ones." A glimmer of hope flickered in Leah's eyes, quickly overshadowed by hesitation. How could she trust a stranger, a werewolf, with the last remnants of her kin? Before she could react, August released her chin and bent slightly, lifting Leah onto his shoulder amidst her startled exclamations. "Now, you are my captive." Panic surged within Leah as she struggled to free herself. The little cubs behind her were thrown into disarray, some crying out of fear, others growling at the unfamiliar werewolf, while a few shouted for him to release their sister. August paid them no mind, the aura of a leader sweeping through the scene once more. "Behave, or I shall slay them all." His powerful presence and menacing words stilled the struggling fox girl. "No, please don't harm them. Then silence them and ensure they follow." August successfully intimidated the little fox girl, striding forward with her in tow. Leah strained to lift her head, looking at her increasingly frantic kin, forcing a smile as she insincerely urged, "Follow. Go with him. He is a good person. A good person." August laughed heartily, patting her on the backside. "I'm no good person, but I can protect you." The sudden humiliation flushed Leah's cheeks a bright crimson, yet she felt compelled to raise her head and beckon her kin to hurry after them. The little ones, witnessing their sister being carried off by the werewolf, were caught in turmoil, unsure whether to pursue or remain behind, their only recourse to wail and shout, Be quiet. Quickly, follow me." Two of the older foxes exchanged glances, and one, resembling Leah, spoke resolutely. The older child's command silenced the younger ones, who obediently followed the werewolf, their steps unsteady. Seeing her kin trailing behind, Leah felt inexplicably relieved, finally able to focus on her own predicament. "Put me down, I will go with you, a 1T run." "Haha." August chuckled at her words, yet he did not release her. Instead, he tightened his grip, cradling her in his arms. In her flustered state, Leah instinctively wrapped her arms around his neck. Before she could comprehend the situation, August leaned down and planted a firm kiss on her cheek. "You must be exhausted, so rest well." Leah's face turned an even deeper shade of red, her head instinctively burying itself into his embrace. However, the potent male essence radiating from his chest rendered her weak, draining her of all strength. Noticing her sudden stillness, August glanced down and discovered that the little fox girl had inadvertently fainted. "Perhaps she is simply fatigued." Without further thought, he continued towards the group, occasionally calling out for the little ones to catch up. Fortunately, they were not far apart, and soon enough, August, with the unconscious fox girl in his arms, rejoined the main party. The arrival of the Fox clan stirred a commotion among the group. The slaves dared only to whisper among themselves, while the trolls laughed boisterously, understanding the unspoken implications. Steelfang and Longtail joined in the ruckus, shouting, "Chief, is this your mate?" A Fox clan. "Isn't our tribe as she-wolf sufficient? Away with you. What are you children gawking at? Let them frolic as they please," while Augustus remains silent with a smile. Perhaps the din was too overwhelming, for the little fox girl in his arms stirred with a soft whimper and gradually awoke. Upon noticing this, Augustus halted his steps, commanding the group to rest in place before gently setting the little fox girl down. In this unfamiliar environment, amidst the cacophony of the crowd, the little fox girl instinctively glanced around for her kin. Upon seeing her clan members, most of whom were in tears, standing not far off, she gasped in alarm, breaking free from Augustus's embrace and rushing towards them. Observing the little fox girl sobbing in a tangle with the other younglings, Augustus grinned and glanced at the sky, instructing the group to prepare lunch ahead of schedule. Yet, he pondered to himself that they were a bit slow. Logically, They should have caught up by now, with both the fox girl and the younglings in tow. Their pace was naturally sluggish. Furthermore, this was the territory of the ape clan, a place he knew well, and they should have been overtaken by now. It was not that Augustus underestimated the ape clan. Rather, he was aware that a group of over 100 individuals, consisting of both slaves and younglings, could not swiftly traverse the ape clan's domain. Given this circumstance, it would be wiser to remain patient and wait for their adversaries to come to them. After all, they were all under the dominion of the demon lord, and with the troll guards present, it seemed unlikely that the situation would spiral out of control. Moreover, even if the ape clans sought to reclaim their dignity, they would have to weigh their options carefully. Excluding the accompanying beast Fenrir, there were visibly two leader-level individuals, himself and Yak. This knowledge bolstered his confidence. Not long after the group had settled, as the fire pit remained unlit, the distant sounds of ape calls echoed through the jungle, indicating that their pursuers had indeed arrived. Upon hearing the ape cries, the young foxes instantly huddled together in fright, retreating behind Leah. The little fox girl's complexion turned pale as she instinctively glanced towards the direction of the wolf leader. Her gaze met Augustus's confident and resolute eyes, and those startled. She quickly looked down, her heart racing yet inexplicably reassured. Leah had never experienced such feelings before. Shyly wishing to steal another glance, she could only see the imposing figure of the wolf man striding forward. With the ape clan closing in, Augustus would not remain idle. He called for Chongwei and the others to lead the slaves in protecting the fox clan, bracing himself against his long axe. He stood leisurely at the forefront of the group. The troll guards followed suit, positioning themselves under Yak's command into a defensive formation. Thus, when the ape clan leaped forward, they were met with a vigilant array of defenders. Under the leadership of a particularly formidable ape, they halted a few steps away. The leading ape, wielding a hefty dark stick, shifted his gaze between Augustus and Yak, appearing somewhat taken aback, before he could utter a word. The troll leader Yak stepped forward, his spear angled threateningly as he warned, "Step back. Before you stands the esteemed lord of Demon Princess City, the troll guard." Augustus raised an eyebrow in surprise. When had the ape clan learned the ways of human knights? Indeed, the dominant ape leader did not take the warning seriously. Instead, provoked, he slammed the black stick down onto the ground with a resounding thud. Boom! The iron stick resonated, causing the earth to tremble slightly. The ape leader pointed his stick and demanded, "Hand over the fox clan. This is our territory." The surrounding ape clan members echoed his demands, clamoring for Augustus and his companions to surrender the fox people. With someone bold enough to speak out, Augustus seized the opportunity. Rather than refuting the ape clan's claims, he chose to sow discord. "Brother Yak, it seems he has little regard for your troll guard, doesn't he?" As soon as the words left his mouth, he sensed Yak's aura intensifying beside him. Augustus stepped back, signaling for the group behind him to clear a space. He watched as Yak let out a furious roar. Raising his spear to launch an attack against the ape leader, Augustus felt a surge of pride. This was the true nature of the ape clan. The long spear and the black stick clashed in a flurry of strikes. The two formidable beings engaged in a fierce exchange. Augustus observed with keen interest, for these two were indeed equals, matched in prowess. The apes were no less impressive than the trolls, both towering nearly 3 meters tall, their weapons clanging together with tremendous force. After several exchanges, Augustus discerned that both fighters were mid-tier leaders, a notch above his own rank. The differing bloodlines of the two clans endowed them with unique talents. In the midst of battle, Yak's blood surged with fury, a hallmark of their troll lineage. When this ability activated, it augmented his strength while dulling his perception of pain and fatigue. The ape clan was no pushover either. As Yak barreled forward in a frenzy, the opposing leader's robust frame, cloaked in thick fur, transformed into an even more imposing figure. Realizing he had failed to gain the upper hand in strength even after activating his bloodline talent, the ape leader increased the force of his strikes. Yak, unwilling to back down, bellowed and charged headlong into the fray. As their weapons flashed and collided, Augustus reveled in the spectacle. Just then, a shadowy figure appeared among the apes. As the figure landed, a long whip was brandished, cracking sharply between the two combatants. Both Yak and the ape leader staggered back, weapons in hand, their breaths slightly ragged as they eyed one another warily. "Stop! Yak, why must you oppose our ape clan?" The voice belonged to a diminutive yet commanding figure. Yak, taken aback, turned his head, visibly relaxing upon recognizing her. "Lady Yulia, it is you." He retracted his spear and, with a fist to his chest, performed a gesture of greeting customary among the ape clan. Augustus paused momentarily, then quickly grasped the situation with a hint of apprehension that it was indeed a succubus. Only after recognizing her did he recall an important matter. The succubus clan, in their pursuit of territorial control, exhibited great tolerance towards foreign powers, often employing marriage as a means to secure alliances that it appeared that the Yulia Augustus mentioned had indeed wed into the ape clan. However, witnessing the delicate form of the succubus juxtaposed against the robust physique of the ape leader, Augustus couldn't help but feel a tinge of amusement. Ahem. Yak, as a guardian of the succubus clan, naturally appeared somewhat diminished in stature before her. This could prove to be an unfavorable situation for them. Augustus quickly stepped forward, creating a buffer for Yak. "Lady Yulia, Leader Yak was tasked with safeguarding my Black Wolf clan as we traversed toward their territory. The ape clan obstructed our path, prompting Leader Yak to intervene." Yak, grateful for Augustus's intervention, nodded in acknowledgement before turning to Yulia. "Yulia, do not listen to his fabrications. It was the Wolf clan that seized our spoils." The ape leader, Hank, protested loudly, incensed by Augustus's specious reasoning, and brandished his large stick, threatening to strike again. "Hank, do not act rashly. Let me ascertain the situation first." Yulia's light yet authoritative words halted the agitated ape leader in his tracks. Revealing a surprising dynamic of control, Augustus couldn't help but smirk inwardly at Hank's dismay, simultaneously admiring Yulia's deft handling of the matter. "Esteemed Lady Yulia, I believe there has been a misunderstanding. The Fox clan is not the spoils of Leader Hank. They are free citizens under the Lord's domain. The ape clan's pursuit of them violates the ironclad laws of the Demon Princess. That I trust you do not wish to escalate this matter to the Demon Princess city?" Without allowing Yulia the chance to inquire further, Augustus took the initiative to frame the narrative. Upon hearing this, Yulia found herself momentarily speechless and instinctively glanced towards the troll. Yake. Upon witnessing Yake nodding in affirmation, her spirits plummeted. Despite Yake's constant reference to her as an adult, Yulia was acutely aware of her own circumstances. As a succubus who had married into an external tribe, she was merely a product of her clan's attempts to align with foreign leaders through resources and arcane rituals. Her education had centered entirely on seduction and the manipulation of males, rendering her combat prowess a moot point. Her status within the tribe was all too apparent, should this matter escalate to the Lady Demoness. If the clan were to favor their allies, it would be a matter of public justice, and she knew all too well how that would play out. Coincidentally, she noticed that among the Firefox tribe's ranks, apart from younglings, there was only one delicate maiden. Her expression darkened considerably. She was well aware of Hank's intentions. In her maternal home, they held no status, and after their union, this sensitivity was heightened. She shot Hank a glare, silently vowing to settle the score later. Turning back, Yulia adorned her face with a radiant smile, exuding an air of charm. Since this was merely a misunderstanding involving some youngsters, there is no need to involve the Lord, isn't that right, esteemed leader of the Wolfmen? Indeed, indeed, Augustus replied, feigning humility and nodding vigorously. Avoiding unnecessary conflict was preferable, since the other party had expressed a desire to let things go. It was indeed for the best that, as the tension began to dissipate, Augustus felt a wave of relief wash over him, just as he was about to engage in some pleasantries and take his leave. Hank's outburst shattered the calm. "No. They killed several of our kin. We cannot let this go unpunished." Hank's thunderous shout reignited the previously softened atmosphere at Augustus's face, filled with smiles, turned grim as he regarded Hank, who was adamantly pointing at the Firefox tribe. His tone shifted, laden with implications. "Lady Yulia, it appears that Chief Hank is unwilling to relent. Do you have any suggestions?" His meaning was clear. "Will you manage your man? Or shall I take matters into my own hands?" Yulia found herself in a quandary. While Hank's affection for her was undeniable, when it came to the lives of her kin, she was still an outsider. Noting Yulia's silence, Augustus nodded and addressed Hank. As for the prior incident, I shall not intervene. However, they are now under my protection. If you wish to trouble them, you must first seek the permission of the Black Wolf tribe. With Augustus's declaration, a howl erupted from the rear of the ranks, led by Longtail and Steelfang. Their spirits ignited. Awoo! Awoo! Though their momentum was somewhat lacking, their message was clear. The Black Wolf tribe would not cower. Meanwhile, the young fire fox, Laya, felt her emotions in turmoil. Witnessing the clash between the troll and the ape chief sent shivers down her spine. With only her as the remaining bloodline warrior of the firefox tribe, how could she possibly withstand a leader-level confrontation? Fortunately, the situation eased with the arrival of the succubi. However, just as she thought the wolf leader would protect them, Hank was back at it, launching accusations about the firefox's supposed transgressions against his tribe. Tears of humiliation welled in Laya's eyes. It was not the firefox tribe that had slaughtered the ape kin. They had been driven to desperation, with their last elder sacrificing himself to momentarily halt the pursuit of the ape tribe. Yet, what could she say? In the face of overwhelming strength, all arguments felt futile. Confronted by the ape chief, the succubi, and the troll bodyguards, Laya felt her heart sink, just when she expected the wolf leader to hand them over. He instead proclaimed her as his OWI in that moment. Laya's heart swelled with complexity and gratitude, tears cascading down her cheeks. Not from humiliation, but from a flicker of joy. Very well. Before Laya could fully process her emotions, Hank's booming voice interrupted. You said it. If that's the case, let us compete. If you win, you may take them. If you lose, they shall be mine, Augustus scoffed, silently cursing Hank's foolishness. They were mine to begin with. If I win, what will you do to stop me? If you lose, you stand to lose nothing. There's such a bargain to be had. Let us do this. We shall compete. And if you win, I will allow you to keep your spouse. If you lose, they will belong to me. How does that sound? As Augustus finished speaking, the troll Ye could no longer contain a cough, subtly reminding them that Lady Yulia was still present. Yulia herself bore no resentment. Rather, she appeared intrigued by the wolf leader. Compared to the coarse, fur-laden Hank, Augustus, with his fair visage, seemed more aligned with the aesthetic preferences of her kind, causing a stir within her heart as her words unwittingly tilted in his favor. Ah, the wolf leader is jesting. Yulia does not wish to be the prize of your contest. However, the tribe does have some of your Black Wolf tribe's younglings. Why not wager those instead? Upon hearing this, Augustus's eyes lit up. The Black Wolf tribe's younglings? Absolutely. He agreed without hesitation, seemingly dismissive of the fact that the wager was against someone of a higher rank than himself. This infuriated the volatile Hank, who, without a word, seized his black rod and swung it downwards. Augustus deftly dodged, maintaining his focus on the ape chief. Attempting a sneak attack? Not so easily done, as the bloodline power surged within him. Augustus's previously diminutive stature before the ape and troll grew exponentially. The long axe in his grasp expanded in size and length, clashing against Hank's rod with a resounding impact that reverberated through the forest. Augustus staggered back 3 steps, while Hank remained as steadfast as a mountain. Ha ha ha, Wolfman, your strength is lacking. Hank, emboldened by his advantage and power, grew increasingly confident. He quickly discerned that Augustus was merely a newly appointed chief, easily overpowered by his might. Yet he overlooked one critical detail. Augustus had witnessed Hank's clash with the troll chief. If he were not capable, he would not dare engage in battle. In truth, Augustus had already perceived that Hank's approach was brute force, relying solely on strength to prevail. Engaging in a contest of power was merely a ruse to induce complacency. As expected, with Hank tasting victory, he unleashed a relentless barrage of fierce attacks, the situation growing perilous. The black rod swung with ferocity, delivering horizontal and vertical strikes, interspersed with thrusts, blocks, and sweeps. Laya clasped her hands tightly to her chest, her expression fraught with anxiety. The wolf leader appeared like a leaf caught in a tempest against Hank's onslaught. One misstep could spell disaster. Unbeknownst to her, Augustus's situation was far from dire. Although it seemed he was being overwhelmed, it was as if he were guiding Hank's rod with every move. Indeed, Hank's attacks were always a fraction behind. In other words, Augustus seemed capable of predicting Hank's assault direction, consistently managing to evade with ease. This was not a manifestation of bloodline talent or hidden skills, but rather a common flaw of brute force warriors. Their attack patterns were too predictable. In a different world, where martial prowess was the norm, Augustus would have been easily dispatched under equal circumstances. Yet here he found time to stifle a smirk. Once more evading Hank's straightforward strikes, he observed the increasingly agitated ape chief. Deciding not to provoke him further, Augustus recognized that mistakes happen. This was no performance, and there was no need to showcase his skills. Seizing upon a fleeting opening, Augustus brought his axe crashing down, firmly pinning Hank's RODI in that instant. An unusual wave of mental energy surged towards Hank's astonished gaze. In that fleeting moment, Hank was seized by a chilling dread, as if he stood teetering on the brink of death. Without allowing him a moment to regain his senses, a chill enveloped Hank's neck. Struggling to turn his head, he discovered that the cunning wolf leader had somehow circled behind him, his axe poised threateningly against Hank's throat. "No!" Yulia exclaimed in alarm, casting a worried glance at the bloodthirsty wolf. "What will it be? Do you concede?" Before Hank could utter a word, the succubus Yulia hurriedly interjected, "We concede. We surrender." Glancing curiously at Yulia, Augustus lowered his axe. He stepped back a few paces and spoke. "Since you concede, bring the little ones forth." Yulia quickly approached, meticulously examining the ape-man Hank. Once assured of his well-being, she breathed a sigh of relief and turned to speak a few words to her fellow ape-man tribesmen. Several ape warriors immediately left, their heads hung low. Hank watched helplessly as his kin went to fulfill their promise, feeling unjustly defeated in this contest. Not only Hank, but also the two leaders, Yak and Yulia, were perplexed by how he had lost. It was somewhat understandable that Yulia could not discern the circumstances, as her strength was somewhat inflated. Yet Yak, who held a slight advantage over Augustus, found it baffling. However, given that it pertained to Augustus's secret, he refrained from directly inquiring. Hank, disregarding such matters, glared defiantly and demanded, "Cunning wolf, how did you deceive me?" Augustus secretly chuckled to himself. Ignoring Hank's protest, he resumed his normal form, slinging the axe across his back. Indeed, it was the bloodline weapon that could adapt to transformation through the infusion of bloodline power. Augustus strode over to the side of the group and sat cross-legged to recover his strength. The battle with the ape-man Hank had taken a toll, and before the young wolves arrived, he needed to ensure he maintained sufficient stamina to avoid further complications. As for Hank's question, would I reveal the secrets of my terrifying assault? Augustus smirked, closed his eyes in concentration, and paid no further attention to anything else. Unbeknownst to him, his demeanor was perceived differently by onlookers. The troll Yak marveled at Augustus's calm and composed demeanor and mused how no wonder lamb. The chief overseer had specifically cautioned him that a newly appointed wolf leader could subdue Hank, a contender he himself was uncertain of defeating, without resorting to his beast companion. Changwei and Ganya were purely elated by the strength of their leader. The slaves naturally recognized their leader's prowess, though most did not feel a significant impact. Only the Knoll Tissie's eyes sparkled with intrigue, lost in thought. The young firefoxes exhibited expressions of surprise and admiration for strength. Even the previously resentful half-grown child now gazed at the wolf leader with a newfound respect. Little fox girl Leah's anxious heart finally eased, though she felt a peculiar emptiness, inexplicably wanting to cry. She did not comprehend why and gazed dreamily at the seated wolf leader. Suddenly recalling something, a blush crept to her cheeks as she lowered her head, unable to resist sneaking another glance. As expected, in the midst of Changwei and Ganya's exclamations of surprise, Augustus opened his eyes. From a distance, he spotted a group of ape-men herding about 10 stumbling little ones towards him. Augustus furrowed his brow, gesturing for Changwei and Ganya to bring the little ones over. Even from afar, he could discern that the black-haired, black-tailed little ones were indeed from their Black Wolf clan. Changwei and Ganya cheered and dashed forward. In no time, Ganya returned, one little one cradled in each arm, another slung across his back, brimming with excitement as he presented them to Augustus. "Look, Chief, behold this grand black tail, this black fur, these black ears," Ganya joyfully exclaimed, holding the dirty little one close. Augustus smiled as he took one from him, noting the little one's appearance around 5 or 6 years old, displaying a hint of fear, yet curious eyes gazing at Augustus's head. There, the little one saw hair and ears just like his own. Augustus affectionately lowered his head, nuzzling against the little one that the small child timidly reached out, pinching Augustus's ear, murmuring, just like Arno's ears. Those words nearly brought tears to Augustus's eyes. He quickly composed himself, thoroughly inspecting the little one in his arms. Aside from being somewhat frail and dirty, there were no signs of enslavement or subjugation. Yet still uneasy, he beckoned Changwei and the others to gather the little ones together for individual inspections. After examining all 11 little ones, Augustus finally sighed in relief, allowing a genuine smile to break forth. "All right, you are going home now. You need not fear any longer, nor will you go hungry again." Augustus pinched Arno's little cheek, cheerfully proclaiming, "Humph, the despicable wolf would never harm the young ones of the ape clan." Hank retorted angrily, observing the wolf leader inspecting the little ones as if guarding against deceit. Unexpectedly pleased to have acquired 11 little ones, Augustus remained in high spirits and chose not to stoop to Hank's level. "I have a name. It is Augustus. Mighty Ape-Man Hank, I thank you for returning my kin. Oh, so you acknowledge the might of the ape clan? I suppose you possess some discernment." Hank, momentarily taken aback, responded with a hint of pride. After his victory, Augustus was inclined to mend relations with the ape clan and replied in a feigned manner, "Of course, who does not know of the ape's might? I merely seized an opportunity." This statement struck a chord with Hank's heart. The ape leader awkwardly grinned, patting his chest to assert his strength. Having regained some dignity in front of his kin and Yulia, Hank approached Augustus and clapped him on the shoulder. "Augustus, I shall remember you. You are always welcome in the territory of the apes." Augustus, feeling a slight tingling in his shoulder from the pat, nodded with a smile as he watched Hank lead his kin away. He mused to himself that the demi-human tribe was quite easy to placate. A few kind words had earned him future opportunities for interaction, leaving Augustus quite satisfied, turning back to the now chaotic group. He couldn't help but sigh again. The sudden influx of over 20 little ones would surely create disorder. Among the Fire Clan, aside from little fox girl Leah and 2 half-grown children, there were 13 little ones aged around 7 or 8. The 11 little black wolves ranged from 4 to 8 years old. Though they were from different tribes, their dirty and frail appearances bore a striking resemblance, having resolved the ape clan's crisis. It was just about noon that he instructed the slaves to rekindle the fire that had gone out earlier. Time was not of the essence, but it was important that these little ones were fed first. A little dirt wouldn't hurt. They could see if they stumbled upon a pool or stream along the way. The little ones were surprisingly amiable, just waiting for the meal to be ready. The 20-odd children from the 2 tribes began to play together, and one-minded each other's dirtiness, chattering animatedly as if they had endless stories to share. Augustus guided the 3 black wolf slaves, Blackspear and the others, in cutting the dried meat into tiny cubes, tossing them into a clay pot with water to simmer. Augustus stirred the concoction with a wooden spoon. He felt the heat was just right and added some seasoning. Sensing someone approach from behind, he turned to see little fox girl Leah standing nearby. Somewhat shy, he smiled at her and offered her a small bowl of broth. "Give it a taste." Leah quickly accepted, bringing the bowl to her lips and gently blowing on it. Suddenly aware of the wolf leader's gaze upon her, she felt a bit bashful and turned slightly before taking a small sip. The broth, though not overly rich due to the dried meat, was refreshing. With the seasoning Augustus had added, it produced a unique flavor that made Leah's eyes light up, prompting her to take another sip. "Is it delicious?" "Delicious," Leah replied softly, her voice barely above a whisper. She found herself puzzled by the way the werewolf leader's gaze always seemed to burn with an intense heat, an amalgamation of joy and trepidation. Augustus chuckled gently, accepting the bowl of soup from the little fox girl's hands. Noticing a bit of broth remaining at the bottom, he casually drank it all. Leah was momentarily stunned by the sight, her cheeks flushing crimson as she fled in haste. Augustus laughed heartily, savoring the taste lingering on his palate, and then went to the nearby thicket to gather a few tender green shoots. He tore them into shreds and tossed the onion-like fragments into a ceramic jar. With a commanding shout, He instructed Black Spear and the others to feed the younglings, having gone a long time without food. Augustus hesitated to allow them to gnaw on jerky, so he devised this alternative. The little ones devoured their meal ravenously, finishing off 3 large jars, yet still eyeing them with longing. Augustus chuckled and scolded them lightly, mindful not to let them overindulge. After tidying up, they continued their journey. The 20-odd younglings were carried by the empty-handed slaves, which was not too burdensome. Augustus remained at the forefront, scouting the path as dusk approached. He sought out a suitable campsite. By the time the rest of the group caught up to the marked spot, the little ones had been rejuvenated. Fortune smiled upon them when they encountered a watering hole along the way, allowing the younglings to be thoroughly cleaned as they splashed about. The young foxes from the firefox tribe appeared noticeably plumper, in stark contrast to their lean, black wolf counterparts. Leah also took the opportunity to wash her face and donned a fresh animal skin garment, igniting a fervor within Augustus. While setting up the tent, Augustus callously tossed out the pelts of Steel Fong and Long Tail, informing them that they had grown and ought to have their own tent. Steel Fong felt aggrieved, sulking while clutching his pelt. Long Tail, more understanding, quickly assembled their tent and patted Steel Fong on the shoulder, regarding him as if he were a simpleton. After satiating the younglings, Augustus waited patiently for the sun to descend. When the last rays of sunlight faded, he returned to the tent and kicked Steel Fong out, tossing his pelt outside, once more amidst the latter's heartbroken gaze. "If you come back in, I'll break your legs." Steel Fong would later reflect on this moment with a pang of nostalgia. Augustus paid him no mind. Having dismissed Steel Fong, he soon arrived at the entrance of the Firefox tribe's tent. Calling out, Leah timidly emerged. Before she could fully comprehend, Augustus had lifted her effortlessly onto his shoulder. The werewolf leader possessed immense strength, and as Leah silently struggled, her cheeks burned with embarrassment. She couldn't fathom why she remained silent. Allowing herself to be carried away, Augustus strode toward his tent. Bearing Leah like a triumphant general, he flung aside the curtain and deposited the little fox girl onto the thick furs with a startled cry. She attempted to rise, only to collide with Augustus's broad chest, and was promptly pushed back into the warm, plush furs. Another startled gasp escaped her lips as she hastily covered her chest with her hands. Augustus seized her delicate wrists, lifting them above her head and binding them together with one hand. Gradually, odd sounds began to permeate the once quiet camp, resembling cries, calls, and laughter. The Night Watch's troll guard wore a lewd expression. His ears perked attentively. Steel Fong, clutching his pelt, whispered to Long Tail, who grew impatient and kicked him. Inside the Firefox tent, a half-grown boy resembling Leah bit his lip, his eyes glinting with malice. The cursed werewolf leader must be taking advantage of his sister. She must be suffering greatly, sobbing bitterly. Time slipped away until the tent fell silent. Augustus, panting heavily, embraced the fragrant, sweat-drenched little fox girl. Exhausted, she bore traces of tears at the corners of her eyes. Instinctively snuggling closer to him, if sensing something, she slightly furrowed her brow, murmuring something before drifting into a deep slumber. The following morning, Augustus emerged from the tent. The crisp mountain breeze of dawn felt refreshing against his bare chest. As though kissing his skin, stretching his limbs, he retrieved a few garments from the beast's back. Upon returning to the tent, he found Leah already awake. Her fiery red hair was somewhat disheveled as she gazed vacantly while clutching her pelt. When Augustus lifted the tent flap, Leah instinctively tightened her grip on the fur. Upon realizing it was him, she relaxed slightly, her cheeks flushing like the dawn sky. Augustus raised the clothes in his hand. Feeling a tinge of embarrassment as he glanced at the scattered fragments in the corner, he then crouched down, enveloping the little fox girl in his embrace, his hand trailing through her hair down to her smooth back. Leah stiffened momentarily before quickly yielding to his touch. As the temperature within the tent rose, she straightened her posture, pressing down on the werewolf leader's wandering hand that it was time to rise. They still had a journey ahead. Leah chided gently, quickly dressing herself with the clothes she had picked up. As she stood, her legs wobbled, nearly causing her to tumble into Augustus's arms. He instinctively caught her, leaning down to capture her lips. The little fox girl responded shyly, a flush creeping from her cheeks down to her neck. "Ah," she gasped, finally inhaling fresh air before nearly suffocating. With a quick motion, she ducked out of the tent. The first rays of morning sunlight met her eyes, prompting her to squint instinctively. In that moment, the world felt so wondrous. The beast folk experience love? Augustus was uncertain and had no desire to find out. All he knew was that the little fox girl belonged to him, and that was sufficient. Having slept a night in the tent, the little fox girl seemed transformed. She displayed less shyness and more poise. Watching her busily rouse the younglings and instruct the slaves to tidy up the camp, Augustus felt a swell of joy. However, the half-grown boy from the Firefox tribe regarded him with an unsettling intensity. Reminiscent of a wolf cub, glaring fiercely, Augustus had no intention of indulging him. He did not wish to raise an ungrateful wretch. He approached and playfully ruffled the boy's fiery locks with a light smack on his head, intimidatingly asking, "What are you staring at?" The boy, surprisingly bold, remained silent, his gaze cutting into Augustus like a blade. With a shout, Augustus slapped his face, questioning, "Who do you think you are?" The commotion quickly attracted attention. Leah rushed over in a panic, shielding the boy behind her. "You don't hit him," she exclaimed. "He is glaring at me like a sworn enemy. Does that mean he is immune to punishment?" Augustus let out a derisive snort, crossing his arms as he observed Leah, curious to see how she would handle the situation. Leah trembled slightly, turning to the boy with a puzzled expression. "Bran, tell me, is what he said true?" The boy named Bran defiantly jutted his chin, his gaze still fixed on Augustus. "He hit you. I heard it. He struck you." Augustus scratched his nose, glancing at the sky. It's quite blue. Where's Steelfong? Where's my axe?" Augustus hollered towards Steelfong, moving closer and giving him a nudge. After a moment, Leah approached Augustus with a flushed face. Bran is my brother. He won't do it again." Augustus nodded expressionlessly, pointing ahead to indicate he was setting off to scout the path. After walking a few steps, he couldn't help but burst into laughter. This incident was quite amusing. It turned out the little brother was not supposed to be involved. Didn't the beast folk mature early? He looked to be around 13 or 14. Surely he should comprehend such matters? Embarrassed, Augustus rubbed his nose, setting off to scout the path, invigorated by recent triumphs over the ape leader, validating his strength. Having harvested the little fox girl, Leah, one could say it was a validation of one's own prowess. Augustus, with a buoyant stride, sought out an appropriate path for the group. Even the oscillating ghost-faced owls soaring above seemed less intimidating. Humming an unknown tune, Augustus, while scouting the route, signaled for the ghost-faced owls to remain vigilant for any potential prey. The pups of the Black Wolf tribe appeared exceedingly lean, stripped bare in comparison to the Fire Fox tribe's younglings. They resembled a band of little refugees. Leah, too, needed nourishment. Thus, as noon approached, Augustus discovered 2 towering moose lying in the meadow ahead, accompanied by a scattering of unidentifiable wild fruits. Upon the arrival of the group, the pups encircled the moose, exclaiming in delight, their eyes brimming with a ravenous desire for meat. After receiving the chief's permission, they eagerly scrambled to divide the wild fruits strewn about, observing the pups engrossed in their contest. Augustus couldn't help but smile and chose not to intervene. The demi-human pups were less delicate. After a night of recuperation, aside from a few 4 or 5-year-olds, the rest were no longer in need of being carried by the slaves. Yet, as they continued their trek, it was not uncommon to witness the weary pups sprawled on the ground, using their hands and feet to drag their long tails along, adorably clumsy in their attempts to keep up. Leah would still blush and instinctively lower her head upon seeing Augustus. He approached her, gently ruffling her ears before retrieving a fruit, redder than her cheeks, from his pocket and offering it to her. Leah accepted the fruit, bringing it to her lips for a delicate bite, savoring its sweetness. Soon after, the dog-headed Tiz returned to the group with his hunting party, evidently having had a fruitful day. In addition to the easily captured squirrels and toads, they had surprisingly secured a moose. Augustus nodded in approval and, under Tiz's puzzled and reluctant gaze, instructed him to deliver the moose to the troll's guards. Following the battle with the ape leader, Augustus' strength was undeniable. The troll chief, Yake, accepted the moose, and personally approached Augustus to express his gratitude, his demeanor noticeably friendlier and more loquacious, according to him. Within a day, the group would emerge from the mountainous terrain by the campfire. Augustus took it upon himself to roast a leg of deer, occasionally turning it and sprinkling some seasoning. Leah, crouching beside him with curiosity, noted that the aroma of the roasting meat was unlike any she had previously encountered. Reluctantly, Bran was pulled over by his sister, sitting beside them, but only revealing his curiosity through the occasional twitch of his nose. Once the deer leg was perfectly roasted, Augustus placed it on a large leaf he had prepared earlier. He cut a piece and offered it to Leah, then severed a larger chunk to present to Bran. "Here, eat up," he awkwardly tried to explain to his young brother-in-law. "You should understand, I'm now with your sister, just as your father is with your mother." Bran swiftly snatched the roasted meat, muttering, "We firefoxes have no father." He dashed off to join another half-grown fire tribe member after uttering that. Augustus felt a twinge of embarrassment, realizing that many demi-humans retained matriarchal traditions, such as the succubi, fox folk, and blood elves. Leah took small bites of the roasted meat, her eyes sparkling, softly reassuring her brother. "It's all right, Bran will understand." Were it not for Leah's presence, Augustus would have had little inclination to intervene. Such troublesome youngsters around the age of 13 or 14 were the most vexing. The memory of tending to Longtail and Steel Fong, who were of a similar age, made his teeth ache. Nevertheless, his past experiences granted him ample wisdom. He waved Leah off, signaling her not to worry. Augustus called out, and Steel Fong, gnawing on deer meat, trotted over to Bran. Upon noticing them, Bran looked up, perplexed. What a clever little fox. Observing the bright clarity in Bran's eyes, Augustus silently commended him that "You're growing up. From now on, you'll accompany Steel Fong in protecting the little ones." What was this? Augustus resolved to assign Bran a task. For idle youngsters of his age were prone to mischief. He noticed a girl of similar age beside Bran, thinking it would be perfect to pair them up. However, as soon as he inquired, Bran stood up anxiously, shielding the girl behind him. "Her name is Azure. We will protect the pups." "Oh, Azure. A little sweetheart, perhaps?" Augustus couldn't suppress a wicked grin, his face adopting a mischievous expression. That would be splendid. If anything went awry, she would be the next to be carried into the tent. Leaving behind a pale-faced young brother-in-law, he accompanied his sister. Since that scare, the group had lost one hostile gaze, gaining instead a somewhat dejected yet dutiful nanny guarding the little ones. Fox Girl Azure trailed closely behind Bran, tugging at his clothing and offering quiet comfort. "Bran," Sister Leah said she wouldn't let the wolf chief take me away. Bran seemed unable to bear such words, his body stiffening as he turned to his companion, asserting, Sister Leah can't even protect herself." The thought that his beloved sister, who had always belonged to him, had been carried off by those detestable wolves for 2 consecutive nights filled Bran's heart with sorrow. Just then, a small pup stumbled over a branch ahead, startling him into rushing forward to assist it, his expression reflecting lingering trepidation. Augustus remained oblivious to the shadow he had cast in his brother-in-law's heart that moment. He was focused on scouting the path, humming a little tune, reminiscing about the softness of the little fox girl. Especially during moments of passion, the little fox girl could not help but emit those soul-stirring moans, accompanied by her sweet sighs. Her body glistened with fragrant sweat, emanating a faint rosy glow. The sensation was exquisite. Yet, dawn beckoned them onward. They could not indulge fully. Last night had only allowed for 3 brief encounters before the break of day. Alas, what a pity. The wolf man smacked his lips, savoring the memory, tinged with regret. Upon reaching the mountain summit, Augustus's eyes brightened as the scenery opened up before him. No longer were there towering peaks, but rather vast green meadows and shimmering pools reflecting the sky above. The boundless flatlands below elicited an uncontrollable howl of joy from Augustus. "Awoo! Awoo! X2 awoo!" X11, the trailing group, Longtail and Steel Fong, caught the exuberance from their leader's howl and joined in the chorus. The pups of the Black Wolf tribe also chimed in, eager to partake in the excitement. They must be nearing the exit of the mountains. The troll chief, Yake, chuckled and urged the group to quicken their pace. Before long, they caught up with Augustus, who was waiting at the mountain's edge. The pups, upon witnessing the scenery below, were overjoyed, scattering about in delight. Poor Bran felt overwhelmed, his eyes nearly unable to keep up. He spread his arms wide, resembling a mother hen attempting to gather her chicks. Yet the little ones slipped away like eels. This left Bran teetering on the verge of tears. "Look at how scared he is." Leah handed him a water pouch, casting an exasperated glance at Augustus. "Tisich, you sycophant," Augustus pouted, feeling quite pleased with himself for managing the young brother-in-law. He certainly had no intention of carrying ire into his tent. However, he did care about his sycophant image, as they would soon enter the territory of the crocodile people. Despite the extensive grasslands, one could not tell which patch concealed the marshes below. At that moment, the troll chief Yake approached, gesturing towards the valley below as he spoke to Augustus. One must admit. Strength speaks volumes. Ever since Augustus had triumphed over the ape leader Hank, Yake's attitude had shifted considerably. Initially indifferent, he now often sought out Augustus, who, far from being irritated by Yake's interruptions during his conversations with the little fox girl, welcomed the insights he brought, especially with the succubi tribe backing him. "Swamps, you say?" August furrowed his brow, casting a worried glance at the pack animals within the caravan. Without them, the slaves could easily navigate the marshes, wielding long staffs to probe ahead. However, the beasts of burden were another matter entirely. These massive creatures, both large and heavy, could not traverse the terrain that the lesser beings could manage. Moreover, they carried essential supplies. Any loss would render their future endeavors exceedingly arduous. Yake discerned August's concern and, with a friendly pat on the werewolf leader's shoulder, assured him he had a solution. This alleviated August's furrowed brow. Though he couldn't shake the prickling sensation in his shoulder, a rather bothersome habit of the trolls, the descent was no easier than the ascent, yet it marked their final descent down the mountain. And even the slaves shared a sense of uplifted spirits. Before long, the caravan reached the mountain's base. As they looked back on the treacherous path they had traversed, none wished to repeat the journey. It was simply too steep and daunting. Upon exiting the mountainous region, August commanded the group to rest and recuperate, providing sustenance to replenish their strength. He also seized the opportunity to consult Yake on how to navigate the marshes. With a mysterious smile, Yake motioned for the werewolf leader to remain patient. As he leisurely approached the marsh's edge, August curiously followed, only to quickly regret his decision. Upon reaching the marsh's boundary, the troll leader summoned a surge of primal energy and unleashed a thunderous roar. Despite hastily covering his ears, August felt his eardrums quiver, an uncomfortable sensation indeed. Could he not give a warning before such a display? August muttered, retreating to the back, perplexed by the troll leader's eccentricity. The green-skinned, tusked troll Yake turned and flashed a toothy grin, gesturing toward the distance. Only then did August notice a group approaching them at an impressive speed. As they drew nearer, he understood the reason for their swiftness. A cadre of crocodilian warriors, clad in leather armor, rode their crocodiles, swiftly traversing the marsh. From a distance, the crocodilians bore a striking resemblance to humans, standing at a height of approximately 1.70 to 80 meters. Their heads, devoid of hair, were covered in crocodile-like skin that extended to their long, reptilian tails. The crocodilian warriors halted a mere few paces away, spears in hand, vigilantly watching August and his companions, seemingly accustomed to their demeanor. Yake introduced himself and requested an audience with their leader. After a brief exchange, one of the crocodilian warriors broke away from the group and began to return. Yake soon rejoined August, informing him to wait a moment for the crocodile chief's arrival, which would facilitate their passage through the marsh. Understanding Yake's intent to have the crocodilians lead the way, August felt a sense of relief. After all, they were all navigating the territory of the succubi. The troll tribe was akin to the succubi's royal guard. Such courtesy was to be expected. True to expectation, as August and his companions finished their meal and regained their energy, a larger contingent of crocodilians approached them. Observing their impressive numbers, finely crafted leather armor, and the spears they wielded, August felt an inexplicable pang of sadness. Comparing himself to them, he thought, what a disparity. He was acutely aware that, barring the leaders, a single charge from the crocodilians could spell doom for his own group. When the foremost, particularly robust crocodilian descended from his great crocodile, Accompanied by a succubi, August mustered a smile and stepped forward to greet them. Through Yake's introduction, August made the acquaintance of the crocodilian chief. Eldos. Contrary to August's expectations of a cold-blooded creature, the crocodilian was surprisingly warm and hospitable. After a cordial exchange, Chief Eldos patted his sturdy leather armor and expressed his willingness to send his kin to guide them safely through the marsh. Thus, after accepting a gift of dried meat from the werewolf leader, the crocodilians rode off cheerfully. Did you find them somewhat different from the tales you've heard? Yake inquired as they resumed their journey under the guidance of the crocodilians. Indeed, August pondered, as he had heard of the crocodilians being ruthless and bloodthirsty. Rumor had it that beyond the mountains, even after leaving the core territory of the succubi, the wilderness turned less peaceful. The external tribal leaders contended fiercely, often plundering one another for populace and resources, with the crocodilians renowned for their ferocity. Yake chuckled and explained, extolling the might of the succubi lord. It was indeed under the protection of the demonists that they received such favorable treatment from the crocodilians. Without this allowance, traversing the crocodile marsh would not be as straightforward as August had imagined. Even without the pack animals, sending slaves ahead to scout would merely circumvent the mire. Yet, the marsh held more than just mud. Pointing to a nearby crocodile head protruding like a gnarled tree trunk, Yake noted the presence of numerous wild crocodiles, venomous snakes, and leeches, many dreadful creatures. Even the path beneath their feet was not static. You didn't think the crocodilians would easily reveal the route, did you? In truth, they could alter the path's position at will. Yake remarked cryptically, deliberately leaving August in suspense. Casting a glance at the troll, who seemed increasingly less like the ferocious warrior he was reputed to be, August found himself at a loss for words. He could only wonder how the succubi had managed to mold him into such a peculiar character. With the crocodilians leading the way, August was spared the burden of scouting ahead, allowing him time to reflect. The marsh was expansive, and they anticipated it would take 2 to 3 days to traverse. Of course, such vast territory could not solely belong to the crocodilians. The northern section, which led towards August's domain, merely lay across their territory. Regrettably, the guiding crocodilian warned them against straying from the group to hunt. As he could not guarantee their safety, August agreed, deeming it unwise to risk lives for a bit of fresh meat, though he felt sympathy for the young ones in the group. Each meal, he would chuckle at the sight of them tearing into roasted meat with fervor. That's so. Under the leadership of the crocodilians, they wound their way through the marsh for over 2 days, upon reaching a grassy expanse. The crocodilians came to a halt, informing them that they were nearing the plains, and the marsh would soon be behind them. This signified the completion of their mission, and the guide prepared to depart. August instructed the slaves to present a small bag of ordinary jerky as a token of thanks. As the crocodilian accepted the offering and glanced hungrily at the supplies on the pack animals. August's suspicion of the rumors regarding their greed and ferocity was confirmed. Urging the group to hasten onward and away from the marsh's edge, August sought to avoid any unnecessary complications with the crocodilians. Upon entering the plains, with solid ground beneath their feet, smiles spread across the faces of all. Although the crocodilians had guided them, an unsettling feeling lingered in the marsh. Yes, this plain was known as the Fallen God Plain, said to be the site of a divine descent. August scoffed at the notion, for legends of deities were abundant in this land. The very hills of his territory were dubbed the Hills of Divine War. The plain of fallen deities stretches out in a vast expanse, its terrain remarkably flat and boundless. Lush forests, expansive lakes, verdant grasslands, wide rivers, and deep gorges adorn this landscape. It serves as the domain of various subhuman tribes, including the Minotaurs, Centaurs, Satyrs, and Elk folk. These subhuman races exhibit a temperament that is relatively mild. However, this mildness is merely comparative, for they do not possess the docility of cattle or horses in truth, even the cattle and horses of this world are far from tame, being wild by nature, and cannot be compared to the domesticated creatures of Blue Planet. It is said that they traverse through storms undeterred, and when weary, they procure a beverage known as coffee. The subhuman tribes are not adept at agriculture, nor do they excel in husbandry, let alone in breeding. Traveling across the plains is undoubtedly a joyous endeavor, particularly for the younglings within the group. Whether it be the werewolf leader or the hunting party of the goblins, they return to the camp bearing the delight of a bountiful harvest. The aroma of cow bones simmering in clay pots wafts enticingly through the air, while lamb kidneys roast to perfection, sizzling with juices. Amidst Bran's apprehensive gaze, Augustus relishes the moment, devouring a large kidney in just a few bites. What bliss! He savors a rich, oily broth of cow bones, wishing for a cup of blood wine to complete the experience. Raising his gaze to the gluttonous younglings, he also notes the sorrowful expression of his brother-in-law. Augustus rises, instinctively patting Bran on the head. "Cheer up, lad," he chides, internally scoffing at the youth's lack of vigor. He estimates that within a day, they shall leave the plains and draw ever closer to their territory, and his spirits lift with the thought. As he passes by Leah, who is tending to younglings, he playfully slaps her rear. Leah lets out a soft gasp, her cheeks flushing as she scolds him lightly. Augustus bursts into laughter, his mind wandering to the thought of whisking her away into the tent. With a heart full of mirth, he urges the younglings to hasten their meal, for they must press on. Time spent in joy always slips away swiftly. Before long, the day has passed, and the terrain of the plain begins to undulate. In the distance, the mountains emerge faintly on the horizon. Augustus knows that the hills of divine war lie just ahead, and their homeland is within sight. Legend has it that these hills were once a high plateau, where two deities, for reasons unknown, waged war against each other. Their immense powers clashed from the heavens to the earth, transforming the plateau into rolling hills. Ultimately, both deities fell upon the plain, such is the tale that Augustus heard in the taverns of the city of Demonis. The subhuman tribes, fond of boasting whilst drinking, have likely spun countless tales regarding the deities. Does such divinity truly exist? Augustus is uncertain and rather indifferent to the notion at this moment. His only desire is to hasten their journey. Why does the sun not set yet? Emerging from the tent, he allows the morning's refreshing breeze to caress his bare chest, praise the large kidneys for their strength. The caravan is currently camped beside a broad river. The river, spanning several meters, flows straight ahead, vanishing at the horizon, that if they travel upstream, they shall reach his territory in no more than 2 days. Augustus slips back into the tent, gently stroking the smooth, delicate cheek of the little fox girl. His fingers, chilled by the breeze, awaken the sleeping beauty. Leah opens her eyes, recalling the wildness of the previous night, and her face flushes with embarrassment as she buries herself beneath the furs. Augustus laughs heartily, finding his fur coat in the corner and donning it, and he informs the little fox girl that dawn has arrived, and it is time to rise. Through their days together, they have grown increasingly close, developing a sense akin to that of a married couple. Although most subhuman tribes refer to one another as mates, they gather their belongings and prepare to set forth toward their homeland. The banks of the great river are adorned with rolling hills, and they occasionally encounter streams cascading from the mountains, merging into the river. Fortunately, these streams are not substantial, and their gentle flows do not hinder their progress. Easing Augustus's mind, based on his observations, the hills of his territory do not appear to be particularly lofty. This suggests that the land will not be overly secluded and possesses ample room for development. Indeed, even before reaching his territory, Augustus begins to ponder the matter of growth. The first year should be manageable. Aside from the sustenance of his kin and slaves, there are no other burdens. However, from the second year onward, taxes will be expected. Of course, the subhuman tribes refer to this as tribute. 20 low-grade magic cores or 1 mid-grade magic core. That it may seem modest at first glance. Put it into perspective. An awakened longtail is equivalent to a low-grade magic core, while Augustus, as a leader, equates to a mid-grade magic core. This is no trivial matter. It is a gamble with one's life. The prerequisite is that one must emerge victorious. Fortunately, Augustus possesses ample confidence in his strength, believing that the issue is manageable. Thus, as they continue on their journey, Augustus's mind wanders. Soon enough, 2 days have elapsed on the afternoon of the second day, near a grove beside the great river. The troll leader, Yake, points toward the nearby massive stone. The trapezoidal boulder stands like a monument on the riverbank. Not far behind it, a crystal-clear stream flows gently. Yake gestures towards the stone, and then towards the adjacent forest. Do you see that large rock? The area surrounding it, within a half-day's journey, will be your territory. Over there, following the low ground, you will soon come upon the remnants of the previous village that I suggest you take a look. The site is quite suitable, and remnants of stone houses and walls remain, which could save you some effort. This truly it. Augustus pulls out the documents, scrutinizing the map for a detailed comparison. The stone, the river, the forest, indeed, they have arrived. With a jubilant cheer, Augustus commanded the troops to halt and conveyed the splendid news to them. Everyone, including the slaves, was momentarily taken aback before the young ones in the ranks erupted into joyous cheers. The entire riverbank transformed into a scene of merriment. After observing their revelry for a while, Yake began to urge the unloading of goods. The pack animals were merely borrowed and were not a gift to the Black Wolf clan. They would need to return with them. Augustus smiled in agreement, instructing the slaves to expedite the unloading of supplies. Noticing Yake's eagerness to depart, Augustus felt an undeniable pang of reluctance. After all, their shared journey of nearly half a month had fostered a degree of familiarity and camaraderie. In this desolate wilderness, having a few acquaintances was indeed a source of comfort. He had initially hoped that Yake and his companions would linger a few more days, at least until they had settled their encampment. Unfortunately, the troll leader was resolute in his departure, stating that, in addition to escorting them, he had to assist in transporting minerals to a mine in the northwest. Bound by duty, Augustus could not persuade him to stay. Watching wistfully as the troll escort led the pack animals away, taking with them their gifts, it was not until the trolls mounted their beasts and crossed the river, vanishing from view, that Augustus turned his gaze back, his heart unsettled for a long while. Before leaving, the troll leader Yake had pulled him aside to share two important pieces of information. Firstly, he relayed a message from the chief steward, Ram. According to Yake, Ram advised Augustus not to rush to seek marriage with a succubus in Demonis City for a year. This was not due to Ram's disdain for Augustus. On the contrary, Ram promised that if Augustus could ascend to mid-tier leader status within 2 years, she would have better arrangements for him. To be honest, with Laya by his side, Augustus's interest in the succubus clan had significantly diminished. However, he would not outright refuse if the conditions were enticing. The second message was a personal warning from Yake. The troll leader specifically cautioned Augustus to be wary of their northern neighbors, the serpent folk, who resided a day's journey across the great river. Augustus acknowledged this with gratitude, sincerely thanking Yake. After bidding farewell to the trolls and observing the slightly bewildered troops on the riverbank following their jubilation, Augustus let out a long howl, a woo, which translated to "We have arrived." Longtail, Steelfang, and the younglings of the Black Wolf clan responded with their own howls, a woo, a woo. Once the howling subsided, it was time to attend to pressing matters, with a flash of red light. Fenrir made a striking entrance. Among the ranks, only Longtail and Steelfang were aware of Fenrir's existence. The sudden appearance of the colossal wolf sent the troops into a state of confusion. Augustus clarified Fenrir's identity and calmed the troops, reflecting on the utility of a companion beast. Having been confined for half a month, Fenrir was evidently exhilarated, prancing around Augustus like an overzealous a companion beast. Fenrir did not require the conventional needs of a pet. It was more akin to a pure embodiment of energy. While companion beasts could consume food, they only feasted on energy-rich sustenance, such as the flesh and blood of magical beasts, for they did not touch ordinary creatures. After consuming food, Fenrir did not need to excrete waste. Instead, it directly converted the sustenance into energy stored within its body. This was one of the means by which the Black Wolf clan and their companion beasts grew in strength. A companion beast could convert energy through consumption, and when the energy within it surpassed that of its host, it would provide excess energy back to the host. However, this process was unidirectional and served as a constraint. In other words, within this symbiotic model, a companion beast's energy could at most match that of its host, while the host could cultivate their own energy to surpass that of the companion beast without any reverse flow. Thus, this arrangement could be seen as a form of exploitation. Augustus spent some time frolicking with Fenrir, whose intellect resembled that of a 7- or 8-year-old, an age ripe for play, for half a month. Augustus had refrained from revealing Fenrir to avoid exposing his trump card. This time, however, Releasing Fenrir was not solely for freedom. He pointed towards the now calm troops and instructed Fenrir to guard them. After exchanging pleasantries, he directed the troops to rest momentarily on the riverbank while he intended to explore the ruins of the Blood Elf village. If what Yake said was true, it could indeed save him considerable trouble. Longtail and Steelfang expressed their desire to accompany him, but Augustus promptly declined, finding them a burden, especially since he had capable assistants lurking nearby. The ghost-faced owl, upon arriving at the edge of the forest, Augustus beheld a 2 to 3 meter wide path, overgrown with weeds and small trees, starkly lower than the surrounding jungle beside a massive rock. He shook his head, his expectations for the Blood Elf village ruins diminished. Most subhuman races, aside from their capabilities in sustenance and combat, and of course, procreation, possessed little else in terms of merit. Their advancements in agriculture, industry, commerce, and construction were exceedingly primitive. The Blood Elves, however, were an anomaly that is essential to delve into the history of the Blood Elf tribe. Originally, there was no Blood Elf clan, only the Elven race. The Elves, a distinguished lineage, looked down upon the subhuman races, unwilling to acknowledge any connection to them. Blood Elves emerged as a splintered faction from the Elven race. As is well known, Elves are noble, long-lived beings, endowed with extensive lifespans and profound wisdom, predominantly subsisting on a vegetarian diet until the advent of Blood Elves. The Blood Elves were the inventors and initial consumers of blood wine, a significant innovation that marked the only achievement of the subhuman races capable of rivaling the bloodline weapons of the dwarves. As previously mentioned, bloodline weapons could bestow remarkable power through the bloodline strength of their wielders. Blood wine, on the other hand, could enhance the bloodline strength of subhumans. It is said that the invention of blood wine was not the initial cause of the Blood Elves mutation. It was only when some Blood Elves inadvertently discovered a magical beast known as the Blood Beast that they unearthed a unique power hidden within its blood. The blood wine brewed from this blood exhibited even more pronounced effects. However, they were unprepared for the reality that consuming this blood wine could significantly augment the strength of the Elven race. Yet, as the consumption increased, their bodies began to undergo transformations. Their eyes and hair turned a vivid crimson. Such conspicuous changes inevitably drew the attention of the Elven race. The High Elves deemed these alterations heretical, a desecration of the pure Elven bloodline. Meanwhile, the transformed Elves, intoxicated by their newfound power, disregarded the warnings from their superiors. Over time, as the thirst for strength grew, more and more of their kin succumbed to transformation through blood wine. The High Elves, pushed to their limits, expelled the Blood Elves to preserve the purity of their bloodline. They even instigated the extermination of the blood beasts. Innocent blood beasts were ruthlessly hunted to extinction. Yet, unbeknownst to them, the Blood Elves mutations were thorough. Even in heritable point, one cannot help but lament the unjust fate of the blood beasts. Thus, the exiled Blood Elves sought refuge among the subhuman races, beginning the propagation of their new lineage. Despite their mutations and expulsion from the Elven race, Blood Elves retained their noble origins. Many traditions from their Elven ancestry were inherited, making them undoubtedly the most refined among subhuman races in aspects of living, sustenance, and shelter. Returning to the main topic, the Blood Elf civilization was indeed more advanced than that of ordinary subhuman races, which should have been a positive development. However, Augustus was cautious not to harbor excessive expectations. The previous Blood Elf lord had isolated himself from the clan. How well could a solitary Blood Elf have established a village in less than a year, if it were truly well built? It would not have succumbed within a year. As Augustus navigated the forest, he pondered these thoughts. Not long after, the ghost-faced owl signaled through their binding contract. Augustus paused, realizing the owl had made a discovery. After calculating, he noted that less than half an hour had elapsed. Had they arrived so soon? Suddenly, a realization struck him, and he felt it was indeed the case. Although his time spent in the forest had been brief, Augustus was profoundly impressed. This forest exuded an aura of ancientness. Towering, robust trees with trunks wide enough to embrace were scattered throughout, and the soil beneath his feet was remarkably soft, revealing the thickness of the humus layer. A solitary Blood Elf, accompanied by 100 goblin slaves, would be quite audacious to venture deep into such a place. In fact, he himself would not dare to do so. For reasons unknown, standing amidst the trees evoked a peculiar sense of unease, prompting him to quicken his pace. Soon, Augustus followed a path overrun with wild grass to the location where the owl with a ghostly visage concealed itself. After walking a short distance further, he finally arrived at a clearing. However, to describe it as a clearing would be more accurate than calling it desolate. The only advantage was that the towering ancient trees were no longer omnipresent. Instead, they were replaced by wild grass taller than a person. His view obscured by the overgrown grass, Augustus could not discern the details within. Reluctantly, he switched to the owl's perspective as the ghostly owl flapped its wings. Augustus beheld a stretch of barren land approximately 3 to 4 miles in circumference. In the tangled thicket ahead, he noticed scattered makeshift structures resembling huts. Clearly aged, the thatch atop them had mostly decayed, exposing the gnarled tree trunks beneath. Few remained standing, and most had collapsed onto the ground. Beyond that lay a circle of stone walls, forming a large perimeter with a radius of about 2 miles. However, it was incomplete, with numerous gaps revealing themselves. The area within the stone walls appeared relatively better. At least the grass was not as thick, allowing for clearer visibility. Upon sighting the stone walls, Augustus was fairly certain that this could serve as a suitable site for a settlement. Just constructing such a wall would take an interminable amount of time for the slaves at his disposal. Moreover, inside the stone walls stood a well-preserved stone house. A surge of joy filled his heart, and Augustus impatiently withdrew from the owl's perspective, using his long axe to clear the obstructive grass. He needed to investigate personally. After just a few steps, he heard a crunch beneath his feet. Looking down, he discovered he had stepped on a fragment of bone that a quick sweep of his axe revealed a surprising number of bones scattered across the ground. Augustus paid them no mind. Having encountered such sights before, he had long grown accustomed to them. The deeper he ventured, particularly near the huts, the more bones he encountered. Based on their characteristics, it was evident that those who perished here were goblins, likely the very slaves brought by the blood elf. Augustus did not dwell on this thought, and quickly approached the exterior of the stone walls. There ought to have been a grand entrance ahead, but the door was nowhere to be found. Both sides bore signs of collapse, resembling the aftermath of a forceful impact from the outside. Augustus examined the stone walls closely. They were constructed from sturdy rocks, roughly a foot wide and over 2 meters tall. He had to admit that such a perimeter did indeed instill a significant sense of security. If only it were thicker. Augustus gently tapped the stone wall with his axe, producing a series of crisp sounds. The echoes of his strikes soon triggered a chain reaction. Within the enclosed area, sounds of various small creatures fleeing in all directions resonated. The ghostly owl targeted a plump squirrel, calling out, glaring, and swiftly capturing it for a delightful meal. Augustus was not easily startled by small creatures. Unfazed, he stepped over the collapsed stones and ventured inside. The blood elf stood alone within the expansive space surrounded by the stone walls, which felt particularly vast. Were it not for the sparse growth of wild grass and small trees, the desolation would have been even more pronounced. Towards the center, slightly towards the back, stood a stone house. In front of the house lay a barren square paved with stone slabs. Stepping onto the square, Augustus stomped his feet, feeling quite satisfied with the solid ground beneath him. He had accomplished quite a noteworthy task. Gazing at the square, which was constructed from various irregular stones, a genuine happiness welled up within him. The square measured over 20 meters in length and width, a considerable undertaking indeed. In the center, there was an elevation with a diameter of over a meter. First, Augustus thought it might be a flower bed, but upon closer inspection, he realized it was not. It was a solid pedestal, half a meter high, likely intended for a statue. Remembering the statue he had brought along, Augustus understood the purpose of the pedestal. It could not simply be called a pedestal. It must be termed an altar, a matter of great significance. Further ahead lay the main dwelling. The circular stone house, crowned with a conical roof, resembled a tomb from a distance, an unavoidable characteristic of the demi-human race. Fortunately, the stone house was remarkably well preserved, with even the roof remaining intact. The house had a radius of about 5 meters, not insignificant for a lone blood elf. Residing in such a spacious dwelling was quite lavish, in the past. He had squeezed into a tiny stone house with Steel Fong and the others in the city of the Demon Princess, and the memory stirred a pang of nostalgia upon entering, aided by the light streaming through the skylight. It became evident that this was a traditional stone house of the demi-human kind. Directly beneath the skylight was a fire pit measuring over a meter square. Hanging above it were ceramic pots, and remnants of unburned charcoal lay below. This was the only intact feature within the house. He had initially assumed that if the exterior was intact, the interior would not be lacking either. However, to his dismay, chaos reigned within. Bones littered the floor, and the air was saturated with a nauseating stench. Especially in the corner to the west, the bones nearly reached the ceiling. This vividly illustrated the ferocity of the battle that had taken place within. Strangely enough, neither the floor nor the walls bore even a single scratch. This was indeed perplexing. Augustus curiously examined the well-preserved wooden door, and when he knocked, it produced a metallic sound, picking up a broken door latch. He confirmed, based on its weight and the break point, that it was undoubtedly wood. Suddenly, Augustus seemed to have an epiphany. Dropping the broken latch, he lifted his axe and struck the ground with a bit of force. To his astonishment, it was reinforced with magic. Sensing the magical fluctuations emanating from the floor, Augustus grinned widely. A fortune indeed. It would take a monumental effort for the slaves to construct such a house. The blood elves truly possessed remarkable prowess. If it weren't for the unbearable stench within, Augustus would have felt compelled to howl with joy at the heavens. He had long heard that the blood elves were among the most powerful magical races of the demi-humans, and it was evident that their reputation was well-deserved. With his long axe, Augustus cleared away the obstructive bones on the floor. Sure enough, he discovered some faint, patterned lines etched into the floor. If his guess was correct, these represented some form of magical array belonging to the blood elf lineage. It was surprising that, after all this time, the array remained functional. However, he reasoned that such an array was not easily established. Otherwise, the stone walls would not have collapsed. As a warrior, Augustus did not comprehend the intricacies of magic. He figured that he had ample time ahead, allowing Laia to study it thoroughly. Indeed, the foxfolk were among the few magical races within the demi-human realm. However, their specialization lay in fire magic. Laia, being a warrior of such bloodline, was already capable of wielding several low-tier fire spells. Looking at the desiccated bones within the house, Augustus could roughly deduce what had transpired. It was rather simple that a beast tide had likely descended, prompting the blood elves to abandon their slaves and take refuge in the stone house fortified with a magical array to their misfortune. The latch had been compromised, and the door swung open. What followed was a fierce battle. The sheer number of bones bore witness to the brutality of the conflict. It was likely that the majority of the blood elves had perished. No wonder Yake mentioned that the patrol merely reported the missing individuals after a cursory glance. The TO say they were missing was a euphemism. Given the state of the house, it was quite possible that even the bones had been consumed. The stench within was unbearable. Augustus covered his mouth and nose as he fled outside. Standing in the square, he breathed deeply of the fresh air. The sense of elation filled his heart, although the place was vast and empty. Its solid foundation offered great potential for habitation with some tidying up. Augustus surveyed his surroundings, and the more he looked, the more satisfied he became. This is it. August resolved to establish his new home upon the remnants left by the blood elves. He did not neglect the remaining open spaces, having conducted a thorough inspection before feeling satisfied. Aside from a few patches in the vacant land behind the house that appeared to have been cultivated, there was little else of note. However, this was sufficient. Having been away for some time, August felt it imperative to return to the riverbank to alleviate any concerns others might have. His heart was light, and his steps were brisk upon his return. With the site selection issue resolved shortly after arriving at his territory, it was difficult not to feel elated. After approximately half an hour, August made his way back to the riverbank. En route, he encountered Longtail, who was coming to seek him. August informed him of the site selection, and by the time they returned, the arrangements were essentially in place. The group was temporarily encamped at the riverbank. With Fenrir assigned a guard, Leah, Bran, and Elga along with 3 slaves from the Black Wolf tribe, were tasked with looking after the young ones. The slaves were divided into 2 teams, one led by Steelfawn, who had a lighter workload with 20 Gnoll servants assigned to him. The other team, under Longtail's command, was to work in the village. August did not delay. After distributing the tasks, he led Longtail and the others to their designated locations before taking to the skies with the Great Horned Owl to survey his territory. In a half-day's journey, he covered approximately 50 miles, which constituted a substantial part of August's domain. Given the vastness of the territory, it was impossible to complete a thorough inspection in a single day, even with the aid of the owl. Thus, August intended to first inspect the forest surrounding the village. After all, should it harbor high-level magical beasts, no amount of construction would suffice. August did not recklessly plunge into the forest. Instead, he instructed the owl to ascend to a great height, utilizing its vantage point to ascertain the true expanse of the woodland. The owl soared upward, circling as it gained altitude. Once the distance was adequate, August shifted his perspective. Before him lay a vast sea of trees, flanked by rolling hills that encased the forest in their embrace. The terrain of the forest appeared relatively flat, taking on a U-shape. From the riverbank to the hills at the forest's edge, the depth extended over 20 miles, with a surprisingly uniform width of approximately 7 or 8 miles. Thus, the entire forest occupied nearly 1/10 of August's territory. The ruins of the Blood Elf village were situated towards the forefront of the forest, a considerable distance from the hills on either side. Yet, August found the neatness of the forest's edge rather peculiar. From the owl's perspective, the entire area seemed almost artificially cultivated, the borders meticulously measured as if by a ruler. Just as August contemplated instructing the owl to fly towards the periphery, an abrupt wolf howl jolted him back to attention. He instantly recognized it as Longtail's call, not a cry for help, but a summons for his leader. The howls of the werewolf tribe carried significance. They were not mere noise, but a means of conveying different messages, essential for communication during battle. Even though it was not a call for aid, August could not afford to ignore it. Longtail was currently his only awakened kin. Fortunately, he was not far off, and August quickly made his way over. Outside the stone house, a throng of slaves had gathered, yet Longtail was nowhere to be seen. He must have been inside. August parted the crowd of onlookers. Curiously striding towards the house, he wondered if perhaps Longtail had been frightened by the corpses within. That seemed unlikely, as he had thoroughly discussed the matter of the magical formation with him. Upon entering, August found Longtail crouched beside a pile of bones, seemingly engrossed in something on the ground. "What is it?" August inquired, intrigued. To his surprise, Longtail stood and nodded, his expression strange as he pointed to the ground. "We discovered something while clearing the remains. There's a ring pull on this stone slab. After pulling it, we found a hidden chamber, but I didn't dare venture down alone." Longtail recounted the tale. August's interest was piqued upon spotting the ring pull, which was affixed to a long slab of stone by iron chains. There were 2 in total, 1 at each end. August gestured for Longtail to grasp the other end. Together, they exerted their strength, shifting the slab aside. Beneath it lay an opening large enough for a single person to pass through. As soon as it was uncovered, a far more pungent stench wafted forth. August released the ring pull. Signaling Longtail to step aside, he retrieved a lit torch from the wall, and as he extended it towards the opening, the flame extinguished. "Good thing you didn't enter. Otherwise, I would have had to retrieve your remains," August chided, a shiver of dread creeping over him. Such a long-sealed chamber, emitting a foul odor, likely lacked oxygen. After waiting by the entrance for a considerable time, August lit another torch. This time, the flame held, and he peered inside. The entrance revealed a staircase, marked by dark brown bloodstains. He instructed Longtail to wait above, intending to descend and investigate. Longtail attempted to intervene, but was silenced by a stern glare. As he descended the staircase, August discovered a space of considerable size, almost comparable to the area of the stone house itself. It seemed that during construction, 2 levels had been established, one above ground and one below. This was yet another unexpected delight. The transformation from a single-story dwelling to a 2-story structure was perplexing. What purpose could a blood elf have for such an expansive underground chamber? Aside from the walls, many areas were supported by stone columns, which bore extinguished torches. August approached, igniting each one in turn. Illuminating the basement. Contrary to his expectations of a space filled with corpses, he found only one, albeit an unusual one that, unlike the others, whose flesh had decayed, leaving only skin and bones. This singular skeleton appeared somewhat fresh. The body, long since rotted, was unrecognizable, yet the dry, dark red hair allowed August to surmise that this was likely the missing blood elf. He had not anticipated that this individual had perished within the confines of the basement. Covering his mouth and nose, August approached, noticing a piece of animal hide scattered near the remains. Along with a small stick-like object, he refrained from hastily retrieving them, opting instead to carefully survey the environment of the basement. Who knew what hidden dangers might lurk there? Fortunately, apart from the skeletal remains, the basement was left with only a few enormous clay urns. Augustus approached, giving one of the urns a gentle tap. The sound was dull and resonant, reminiscent of something filled with water, but he counted a total of 5 urns, each towering over 2 meters, arranged in a line against the wall. Unlike ordinary urns, these had open tops, resembling the pickle jars from his previous life on Blue Star, those designed with an additional rim to hold water for enhanced sealing. Standing at just over 2 meters himself, Augustus found it difficult to discern the precise details of the urn's tops. Nevertheless, he harbored a growing suspicion. Looking down, he indeed found a wooden stool placed on the opposite side of the urns. Given that blood elves were not as tall as werewolves, the absence of a stool would certainly prove problematic. Ascending the stool, Augustus's spirits lifted upon seeing that the design of the urns was precisely as he had imagined. They were indeed styled like pickle jars, but instead of water, the sealing method involved clay filling the gaps. Without hesitation, Augustus broke the clay seal and lifted the inverted pot atop the urn. Instantly, a faintly bloody aroma wafted through the air. Blood wine. Augustus felt a surge of joy. Blood wine offered tremendous assistance in enhancing the bloodline strength of the subhuman race, standing alongside bloodline weapons as a remarkable invention. In the past, Augustus and his companions would only indulge in the lowest quality blood wine when particularly elated visiting the tavern in Demon Princess City. Yet even that inferior blood wine was one they could not produce themselves. Moreover, only a select few of the subhuman race possessed the ability to brew blood wine that wasn't due to rare recipes or scarce ingredients, but rather because the brewing of blood wine required the specialized urns crafted by the Blood Elf clan. Augustus carefully replaced the pot and descended from the stool. He understood that these 5 towering urns would play a crucial role in their future. It was his first encounter with the legendary wine urns. With these 5 urns, they could potentially secure a continuous supply of blood wine. Augustus could hardly fathom how these seemingly ordinary urns could produce blood wine. Just then, a call from Longtail echoed from the entrance. Having been down for a while, he felt a twinge of concern. Augustus called back to reassure Longtail that he was fine and advised him not to come down just yet. It wasn't that he was wary of Longtail, but rather that he had yet to formulate a plan regarding this discovery. However, there was no need to rush. A corpse awaited his exploration. The unexpected discovery of the urns was already a tremendous surprise. Yet it did not diminish his anticipation for even greater revelations. Approaching the skeletal remains, Augustus found himself unperturbed by the stench. He bent down to pick up a piece of animal hide and a small wooden stick. The stick had a pointed end, likely a writing instrument. He attempted to scratch it on the blank surface of the hide, but it left no mark. Undeterred, he tucked the stick into his pocket, planning to investigate it further when time allowed. Unfolding the hide by the firelight, he discovered it was densely covered in writing. The subhuman race had literacy. Longtail and Steelfong were all literate. However, the subhuman race lacked a universal language. They had solely learned the common tongue passed down from humanity. In fact, many subhumans could read, as even the larger villages had elders responsible for teaching. Although Augustus had never quite understood how this tradition had been preserved, it was precisely this tradition that enabled him to comprehend the text on the hide. The hide contained the last words of a blood elf. The beginning of the farewell detailed his experiences, aligning closely with Augustus's conjectures. When the beast tide arrived, a blood elf named Elon drove the slaves outside the walls to resist. He himself sought refuge within a stone house reinforced by magical arrays. Ultimately, the slaves suffered heavy casualties. The magical wards on the door were breached, and the stone house fell. Elon was evidently no paragon of virtue. He vehemently denounced the weakness of the goblin slaves in his farewell. He placed the blame for the stone house's downfall squarely on the goblins. Yet, this did not spare him from grievous wounds. After a fierce struggle, Elon was severely injured and was left with no choice but to hide in an underground chamber, where he utilized the special means reserved for sealing the chamber to eliminate many enemies. However, this also resulted in the stone slab being buried under countless corpses, and by then he was utterly exhausted, lacking the strength to lift the slab. Realizing he could not escape, Elon fell into despair. In his farewell, he employed grandiose language to describe the impending death. Augustus, growing impatient, skimmed over the melodramatic lamentations, thinking to himself that blood elves, as expected, exhibited the eccentric behavior characteristic of their kind. After elaborating on his own demise in a grandiose manner, he swiftly shifted to recounting his life story. In essence, he portrayed himself as a young hero with lofty aspirations, tragically born into a matriarchal blood elf clan. Young Elon diligently studied and trained, determined to break the shackles of fate and seize control of his own life. He devoted considerable ink to denouncing the backwardness of the blood elf matriarchal society and expressed strong discontent regarding the unfair treatment of male blood elves. However, upon reaching adulthood, he still could not escape the clutches of destiny, falling into the same tragic fate as his predecessors. Upon coming of age, he caught the eye of an elder's daughter from his tribe and was forcibly made her 8th attendant. He felt profound sorrow at being reduced to a mere breeding tool. What further crushed him was that the elder's daughter later perished in battle. Along with other male blood elves, they were taken into the elder's household. After that, Elon lived in a haze under the elder's oppressive rule for a considerable time. Eventually, he came to a realization. Elon was inherently clever and possessed an attractive appearance. Otherwise, he would not have been chosen by both the elder's daughter and the elder. In any case, Elon rekindled his challenge against fate. He revived his spirits and humbly learned numerous ways to curry favor with the elder from his predecessors. At long last, Elon distinguished himself among the elder's many attendants, becoming the most favored one through the elder's affection. Even after reaching adulthood and missing the optimal period for bloodline awakening, Elon was able to awaken his bloodline with the aid of abundant resources. This only deepened the elder's fascination with him, and many secrets were shared solely with him. Thus, Elon cautiously advanced, securing his favor while not neglecting his own progress. Not only did his cultivation grow, but he also secretly learned many blood elf secret arts, until one day, the elder revealed to him an astonishing secret while in her chambers, a secret that could potentially lead to the resurgence of their blood elf clan. It turned out that the blood elves had been driven out for reasons hidden from view. It was not out of pity for their bloodline, as pure-blooded elves had purported. Rather, the initial batch of blood elves had already gained the strength to rival them. It was worth noting that this had occurred despite the vast disparity in their numbers. This meant that the original blood elves possessed individual strength far exceeding that of pure-blooded elves. And all of this was thanks to the blood beasts. The hypocritical, cowardly high elves dared not confront their ancestors, instead cowardly wielding their blades against the innocent blood beasts. This was how Elon had penned it. After the extinction of the blood beasts, the blood elves retained the mutations, but their strength reverted to the ordinary. This was also the principal reason the blood elves had to rely on the subhuman race later on. The elder was bragging to Elon about the blood beasts. Their particular clan of blood elves had unexpectedly come into possession of 2 blood beast eggs. This meant that the blood beasts were about to reappear, and their blood elves were on the cusp of gaining even greater power. By this point, the now leader Elon was astonished. However, upon further reflection, he realized something was amiss. What did the strength of the blood elf clan have to do with him? Wouldn't he be bound to serve that old woman day and night? The blood elf clan was inherently long-lived. With the advancement of their realms, their lifespans would only extend. The old woman, being an elder, would undoubtedly be one of the beneficiaries of the blood beast resurgence. Thus, Elon was nearly engulfed in despair. His original plan for the best future had been to outlive the old woman and inherit everything from her. But now, The old woman might very well outlive him. After much contemplation, Elon resolved to take a desperate risk, and Elon succeeded. Under the beguiling veil of sweet words, Elon discovered the whereabouts of the blood beast egg. Subsequently, he traversed a path of fleshly barter, utilizing his allure to surmount numerous obstacles. Astonishingly, he managed to come into contact with the blood beast egg, in a twist of fate, akin to exchanging a peach for a plum. Elon feigned death and embarked on a flight with 2 blood beast eggs in tow. Ultimately, he chose to seek refuge within the territory of the rival faction, the succubi, in his grand design. Once he hatched the blood beasts and acquired their power, he aspired to fulfill his youthful dreams of revitalizing male dominance and establishing a patriarchal blood elf lineage. Regrettably, he did not have the opportunity to hatch them. A beast tide struck a small village, and Elon met his demise in the basement. The final portion of his farewell letter could be deemed his last words to in it. Elon expressed that his arduous journey had already consumed a considerable amount of resources. Following that, he had allied with the succubi, and due to their antagonistic relationship, he was compelled to offer a substantial sum of resources to gain their protection. Thus, little remained. Elon indicated that regardless of who found his letter, it was a fateful connection that he hoped that, in light of this serendipity, the reader would return the blood beast eggs from his storage ring to their kin. He specifically noted that the blood beasts were ineffective against other races and could only be utilized by their blood elf kind. Throughout his life, Elon had contributed numerous descendants to the blood elf lineage. Among them, one male offspring named Fu-ong bore the closest resemblance to him, possessing the most exceptional potential among his male progeny. Therefore, he entrusted that the blood beast eggs, along with the tome of secret arts, be returned to Fu-ong, so that his lineage might continue his unfinished endeavors. He reiterated that Fu-ong would undoubtedly provide generous compensation, ensuring that the fortunate bearer would not undertake this journey in vain. Following this was a hastily drawn map. It was evident that by this point, Elon had begun to lose his grasp on reality. The map was exceedingly abstract, and with careful scrutiny, Augustus discerned a hint of clarity. The markings indicated that their blood elf tribe lay far to the south. Subsequently, there were sporadic murmurs of delirium. It was apparent that Elon was on the brink of death, as the increasingly erratic handwriting revealed. Point 1 could barely make out his desire for a grand funeral, along with words like unwilling and old hag. In fact, upon discovering the storage ring, Augustus had already begun to feel impatient. Ridiculous. Only a fool would return it. Whether the blood beasts were truly exclusive to the blood elf lineage was irrelevant. Even if they were, Augustus would never return them. Hadn't he mentioned that the blood elves were adversaries of the succubi, he still needed to make a living under the demoness command. This farewell letter was rendered useless in Augustus's hands. Aside from providing some clarity, it served no other purpose. Well, that may not be entirely accurate. Observing Elon's decaying fingers, Augustus decisively used the letter as a cushion to remove the ring from his finger. Was this the storage ring? Augustus wiped the ring clean with the letter. Initially intending to discard the letter carelessly, he reconsidered and set it ablaze with a torch, ensuring it was entirely consumed by the flames. Watching the animal hide turn to ashes, Augustus stepped on the remains to confirm there were no traces left before redirecting his attention to the ring. This was indeed a rare treasure. Gazing at the rustic iron band in his hand, Augustus eagerly retrieved his long axe from behind. Rubbing his thumb lightly against the blade, a line of blood appeared on his fingertip. Augustus brought the ring close to the wound. Witnessing it absorb a drop of his blood, in that instant, Augustus felt an inexplicable connection with the ring. With a mere thought, a space measuring 10 feet square materialized within his consciousness. Within that square space floated a scant few items. It seemed Elon had not spoken falsely. He had indeed expended nearly all his possessions. Augustus's consciousness guided him. A square metallic box appeared in his hand. This was the only item within the storage ring that appeared to be related to the blood beast eggs. The box was silver in color, adorned with intricate and mysterious engravings. Holding it in his hand, he could sense the ebb and flow of magical energy without needing to concentrate. Upon inspection, he found that besides a button, there was no other way to open the box. Augustus chose to sit on the ground and place the box before him. As he pressed the button, the seemingly seamless box suddenly transformed. The engravings on its surface emitted a faint silver light. Soon, the glow dissipated, and the top of the box began to slowly part from the center towards both sides. Once opened, it revealed two egg-shaped objects. The size of chicken eggs, resembling rubies. These must be the so-called blood beast eggs. Augustus took them out one by one, rotating them to examine, yet could not discern their significance. He merely thought that such diminutive eggs would likely yield little blood upon hatching. After a moment of contemplation, he placed them back into the box. Pressing the button once more, the box reverted to its original form. To be honest, Augustus held little interest in these blood beast eggs. He set the box aside and retrieved a longbow from the storage ring. Unbeknownst to him, while handling the blood beast eggs, his thumb wound had inadvertently left traces of blood upon them. Augustus was oblivious to this, cheerfully toying with the newly acquired longbow. The elven race was renowned for their archery prowess, and the blood elves were no exception. The longbow left by Elon was likely a formidable weapon well known among the blood elves. The greatest characteristic of this longbow was that it required no arrows. Having been deceased for over a decade, the bloodline power within the longbow had long since withered. Now, it was essentially an unclaimed artifact in Augustus's hands. The bow was entirely crimson, its material unknown. True to elven style, the bow's body was lavishly adorned with various intricate patterns. Yet this did nothing to diminish Augustus's fondness for it. He had longed for a ranged weapon, as the long axe did not particularly align with his combat style. This was fortuitous. He was grateful to the blood elves and to Elon. Augustus could hardly put the longbow down, attempting to infuse it with bloodline power, causing a faint red glow to emanate from the bowstring. Intuitively drawing back the string, a blood-colored arrow of light was conjured forth. With a slight sense of his own power, he estimated he could muster around 10 such arrows. That would suffice. Augustus withdrew his bloodline power, carefully placing the longbow aside. Aside from these two items, the storage ring contained a book and a sword, recalling the secret arts mentioned in Elon's farewell letter. Augustus first retrieved the book. It felt rather heavy in his grasp. However, upon opening it, he was taken aback. Aside from the cover being made of metal, the pages were inexplicably strung together from unknown leaves. This was inconsequential, but the letters were entirely unfamiliar to him. Augustus stared in frustration at the flowery and convoluted script, mused that it must be the pretentious elven writing. Only they could possess the leisure to design their script in such a manner. Flipping through a few pages, he found them all to be of the same cryptic writing, causing him to lose interest and set the book aside. Fortunately, there was still a sword. The sword was a one-handed weapon, complete with a sheath. Even before drawing it, Augustus knew it had to be another elven creation. It was even more intricate than the longbow, adorned with elaborate patterns. The sword sheath and hilt were encrusted with various gemstones. To Augustus, this sword resembled more of a work of art than a tool for slaughter. As he drew the sword from its sheath, a flash of cold light glinted. Aside from its sharpness, Augustus could not discern any unique qualities. Especially since it was not a bloodline weapon, Augustus felt somewhat disdainful towards it. What a worthless item! For relics, blood beast eggs, longbow, elven book, and one-handed sword. Aside from the longbow, Augustus found no appeal in the others. Little did he know that at the moment he drew the one-handed sword, in the distant south, within the highest tower of the elven kingdom of Alfheim, the elven saintess, Seer, opened her eyes in surprise. Master, I sense the aura of the holy sword. The venerable elder, the prophet Green, trembled in disbelief, his aged voice quivering as he asked, "Is it true?" Immediately followed by the words, "There is no doubt. No doubt at all. The spirit of the holy sword has long recognized you as its master. Only you can reclaim the holy sword. All of this is by his guidance. Child, go forth and retrieve the holy sword that the elven race has lost for millennia." Excited, Hill rose to her feet, her floor-length white gown swaying gently. Her youthful visage radiated joy. With her hands clasped before her chest, Hill offered a slight bow to her teacher. Her silvery tresses cascaded down, embodying the purity of a saint. "Indeed, teacher, Hill shall certainly bring back the holy sword." As she spoke, Hill straightened, her delicate hands gliding gracefully through the air. Where her palms brushed, a wondrous map appeared, She pointed at the map, and a red emerged upon its surface. The venerable elder, Green, whose face bore the marks of age yet showed no wrinkles, approached the map, furrowing his brow at the location of the red. The territory of the beastmen, is it? That makes sense. After all, the holy sword was stolen by those filthy blood elves, and oh wonder it has eluded us for so many years. It seems the blood elves have lost it as well. Observing the distance between the red dot and the blood elf territory, Green mused aloud, his voice aged yet tranquil, lacking any particular agitation even when mentioning the filthy blood elves, as if he were merely speaking of a small dog. After a moment's contemplation, Green spoke again. Child, you will require assistance. The beastmen are not particularly friendly towards us elves. Hill smiled radiantly, and with a flourish of her hand, a delicate mask materialized in her grasp. Ah, how could I have forgotten this? Green chuckled heartily, an unprecedented warmth infusing his words. Hill seemed delighted by this sight, playfully winking as she donned the mask. In an instant, the once statuesque and pure elven saint vanished, replaced by a charming and vivacious human girl. Just as it should be. Just as it should be. Green clapped in admiration, watching as Hill disappeared from his view. This moment, Augustus remained unaware of the formidable presence he had inadvertently provoked. He felt somewhat bewildered. No. Utterly perplexed. 4 items had emerged from his storage ring, but he had little affection for anything other than the longbow, just as he was about to retract these items. The silver box beside him began to tremble. What in the world? Augustus's expression darkened as he gazed at the box, sensing an inexplicable connection with its contents, akin to a blood relation. Could it be that those are blood beast eggs? Why does it feel oddly familiar? Augustus found himself at a loss, unsure whether to open it or not. If he opened it, who knew what he might find inside? If he didn't, the box continued to shake violently, and he feared it might explode at any moment. Augustus squatted down, akin to a child ready to light firecrackers, one leg extended far away, head tilted, prepared to flee at any moment. He pressed the button, his eyes glued to the slowly opening box. The result, 2 blood-red little octopuses. His first reaction was to ponder how to care for them. But there's no sea in my territory. Augustus blinked, momentarily unable to process the sight of the 2 little octopuses. Just then, 2 youthful voices echoed in his consciousness that we are not little octopuses. We are descendants of the Holy Spirit. Who? Augustus was taken aback, retreating a few steps in shock, adopting a defensive stance. That it is we. It is we. Wait, could it be? Augustus gazed incredulously at the blood-colored octopuses emerging from the box, and to his astonishment, they nodded. Octopuses nodding? Augustus felt a tingling sensation on his scalp, as if he were about to sprout a brain. What are you? Holy spirits. The ones associated with the archer. Our ancestors are the divine attendants of the beast god. Augustus felt his mind racing, struggling to keep up. How does another beast god come into play? However, one thing was becoming clear. These 2 little creatures emerging from the blood beast eggs seemed harmless. Augustus cautiously approached, pointing at the box. Did you come from the blood beast eggs? The box was now empty, devoid of any blood beast eggs. This was the only explanation he could conjure. Yet, as soon as he voiced his query, he was met with a simultaneous rebuttal from the 2 little beings. Not blood beasts. We are descendants of the Holy Spirit. All right, I understand now. Your descendants, not Augustus pondered. How is it that you can speak to me within my consciousness? He was more concerned with clarifying the situation than with their lineage, for anyone hearing another's voice in their mind would find it quite unsettling, especially if it belonged to 2 octopuses. Our master hatched us that we can communicate with our master. Huh, master. Hatched? What? The little being's words startled Augustus, prompting him to quickly check his contract slot, fearing he might have unwittingly contracted these 2 little creatures. Fortunately, aside from the phantom owl, no new members had appeared in the contract slot. We are not contracted beasts. Descendants of the Holy Spirit cannot be contracted. If reading Augustus's thoughts, the 2 little octopuses eagerly chimed in. Though still unclear, Augustus managed to regain his composure. He attempted to engage them in conversation. You say I hatched you? How did that happen? And what do you mean by master? Blood. The blood of our master smeared upon the eggshell. And we hatched. Our master is simply our master. That's so. Augustus looked down at the wound on his thumb, bemused. Yes, the blood from my finger. X2 Augustus finally grasped a portion of the situation. He had inadvertently hatched them, and, it seemed, they had acknowledged him as their master. However, should they not be blood beasts? How had they become descendants of the Holy Spirit? Augustus, filled with curiosity, began to inquire further. After a series of questions and answers, Augustus's expression grew increasingly animated. According to the little beings, their lineage was quite remarkable. Their ancestors, it was said, were created by a deity. Could it be that gods truly exist in this world? Augustus eagerly pressed for more information. The little octopuses recounted that their ancestors had served the beast god, providing him with the finest wines, for the beast god had bestowed upon their lineage the title of Holy Spirit. The tale transported them back thousands of years. During that time, the continent was jointly governed by several gods, including the beast god. The beast god, known for his boisterous nature and love for fine wines, did not hesitate to use his divine power to create two miraculous beings, those being the ancestors of the little creatures. The beast god referred to them as the wine attendants, granting them the name of Holy Spirit. The little beings explained that their ancestors possessed demigod-like powers, naturally able to enhance the quality of wine. Thus, the beast god enjoyed the most exquisite wines from both heaven and earth. Unfortunately, such good fortune was not to last. Over 10,000 years ago, the continent faced an invasion by an evil god. The ancestors fell unexpectedly, and the beast god was gravely wounded and fell into a deep slumber. Fortunately, their lineage managed to endure. For a long time thereafter, they traversed the world, collecting exquisite wines and quietly enhancing the varieties, all in the hope that the beast god would one day awaken to enjoy the finest elixirs once more. They waited and waited, but the beast god did not awaken, and their powers gradually waned. Eventually, the clan members were compelled to gather together, choosing to seal themselves and their exquisite wines within an underground space. They could not know how many years passed as the seal weakened. Their lineage was unexpectedly captured by the elves. In order to safeguard the secrets of the beast god, all members of the clan chose to remain silent, refraining from any communication with the elves. Consequently, they faced various inquiries, ultimately leading the elven race to inadvertently discover the significance of their lineage's connection to liquor. However, the elves misconstrued their role, believing that only their blood could enhance the quality of the beverages. Thus, the clan members fell victim to the elves' merciless slaughter, as the act of extracting blood for brewing resulted in the demise of many. The ignorant elves were oblivious to the fact that slaying the sacred spirits would invoke a curse. This was a blessing from the beast god to their lineage, a form of protection. Yet, after the beast god fell into slumber, their powers waned, and even the curse embedded in their bloodlines began to dissipate. Ultimately, the curse led only to the mutation of the elves, drastically altering their temperaments. This, in turn, attracted the wrath of the High Elves, who sought to annihilate their clan. What emerged from the egg was, in fact, the wine servant, the last remnant of the sacred spirit lineage. Upon hearing this, Augustus was largely convinced of their words. The Blue Star people exhibited a high degree of acceptance. After all, he could traverse souls, making the existence of deities seem rather unremarkable. However, he was somewhat puzzled as to how they could possess such knowledge, having only just hatched from their eggs. Bloodline inheritance. They proclaimed that we began receiving this inheritance while still in the egg. Oh, that posed no problem. Augustus extended his finger, playfully teasing the two little creatures. Remarkably, the blood-red octopus was rather endearing, reminiscent of a character from a cartoon. Suddenly, as if struck by a thought, Augustus hurriedly inquired, "What do you eat? Do you need to stay in seawater?" "No seawater." "Wine." True to their lineage as wine servants, they demanded alcohol even upon their birth. Augustus quickly gestured toward the nearby wine jar, asking the two little beings, would that suffice? No sooner had he spoken than the two little creatures nodded vigorously to Augustus's astonishment. They transformed into ethereal shadows and dove directly into the wine jar. Indeed, they vanished in an instant. Augustus hurried over, only to find that the spot where they had disappeared left no trace whatsoever. This indicated that they had entered without damaging the wine jar. Augustus couldn't help but tap the jar, attempting to confirm that they had indeed gone inside. as a result of his tap. The two little heads popped up from the jar in unison. This sight, two little heads emerging seemingly from thin air, and octopus heads at that, left Augustus feeling quite disoriented. An bottle could contain the descendants of the sacred spirits. The wine jar was, in fact, the home of the sacred spirit offspring, declared the two little beings. Augustus was rendered speechless, feeling as though his worldview had been profoundly shaken. After a moment of recovery, he posed additional questions. Once satisfied with their responses, he allowed the two little creatures to fully immerse themselves in the wine jar. It turned out that these two little beings had genuinely accepted him as their master upon hatching. However, this acceptance was not through a contract, but rather akin to a symbiotic bond. Originally, the Sacred Spirit clan required no such acknowledgement, for their master was the beast god, a deity. Alas, with the divine being's absence, and their clan teetering on the brink of extinction, their bloodline inheritance was inevitably altered, resulting in an added legacy of recognizing a master. This bestowed upon Augustus a sense of being entrusted with a sacred duty, for why the blood elves could not hatch them. The two little beings explained that the cursed blood elf lineage was incapable of bringing them to life. Nevertheless, one should not underestimate these two little creatures. Despite their recent emergence, the abilities they possessed were enough to drive anyone to madness. For they could enhance the quality of liquor. This enhancement was not merely sensory, affecting taste and aroma. Most importantly, they could amplify the energy contained within the beverages. Of course, not just any liquor would suffice. It had to be of a type rich in energy to hold the potential for enhancement, such as blood wine. What was required was merely a small quantity of liquor. At this revelation, Augustus truly felt as though he had stumbled upon a treasure. Elon, oh Elon, you are not a failed blood elf. You are clearly a gift-bearer to Augustus. Just look, blood wine jars, a storage ring, a longbow. And on top of everything, you bestowed upon me two offspring of the sacred spirits. Could it be that those two seemingly worthless items were treasures as well? Augustus caressed the storage ring, a glimmer of greed flashing in his eyes. Unfortunately, he couldn't comprehend that when he presented the items to the two little beings, they shook their heads in unison. Augustus could only temporarily set them aside, including the small wooden stick he had carelessly tucked into his pocket, which resembled a pen. With everything in order, Augustus instructed the two little beings to hide within the wine jar, emphasizing that they must not reveal themselves in front of others without his call. After receiving their assurances, he summoned Changwei. Changwei had been anxiously waiting above and quickly descended upon hearing his name. Augustus withheld the details regarding the letter and the two little beings, merely stating that he had discovered the wine jar and a corpse upon coming down. Even so, this was enough to elate Changwei. When Augustus showcased the storage ring to him, Changwei was filled with envy, unsure of how to express his feelings. After lovingly caressing each wine jar, he knew too well the significance of the blood wine in the jars. He immediately patted his chest, declaring that he would reside within them from that point forward. Unless I die, I won't allow anyone else to enter, Changwei vowed earnestly. Augustus smiled faintly, ruffling the foolish boy's hair, merely stating that he had other plans and did not require Changwei to risk his life to protect it. Changwei had always been obedient to the chief's words, and seeing this, he felt a tinge of regret but said nothing further. Afterwards, Augustus sought out a relatively intact piece of animal hide. Suppressing his discomfort, he and Changwei lifted Elon, who had not decayed thoroughly, to the surface. The corpses within the house had been cleared away, piled up in an empty space on the opposite side of the square. The slaves kept their distance, seemingly terrified of the bodies. Augustus and Changwei placed Elon atop the pile of corpses and ignited a torch. The bodies outside had long been reduced to mere skin and bones, making them easy to burn. As he watched Elon engulfed in the roaring flames, Augustus contemplated the abundance of burial items at hand. Surely, this could be considered a grand funeral, could it not? While awaiting the complete incineration of the remains, he called out to Changwei to organize the slaves for repairing the stone walls. The gaps in the stone walls were likely caused by the beast tide. The stones lay scattered nearby, allowing for repairs without the need for additional materials. However, a binding agent like cement was lacking. The walls relied solely on the weight of the stones stacked together. This was an unavoidable situation. When they first arrived, Augustus had repeatedly experimented with gunpowder and cement. Unfortunately, it seemed as though this world did not permit the emergence of technology, even the simplest black powder. Despite Augustus's attempts to adjust the formula, remained ineffective. Let alone something as complex as cement, the stone walls constructed by Elon had already proven unreliable in practice. Later on, they would need to find a way to fortify them. Otherwise, during the next beast tide, they would again be trampled. As for patrolling the territory, after the ordeal in the basement, Augustus currently lacked the inclination for such matters. He figured that one day wouldn't make a difference. It was better to first take care of the pressing issues at hand. Changwei appeared almost bewitched, darting in and out of the stone house, as if eager to announce to the world the treasures within. After a long period of poverty, sudden wealth was something Augustus could empathize with. Even he couldn't help but occasionally caress the storage ring on his hand, that be by the time the sun dipped low in the horizon. The stone walls still had not been completed, reluctant to take risks by working late into the night, especially since it was not a task that could be finished in a single evening. He instructed Changwei and the others to call it a day. Unexpectedly, Changwei refused to leave, expressing concern that if they were gone, something might go awry with the wine jars in the secret room. Upon hearing this, Augustus let out a hearty laugh, assuring that he would arrange for Fenrir to guard the area, and that he had already made preparations in the hidden chamber. This persuaded the reluctant Longtail to follow him toward the riverside. After walking a short distance, they discovered that Steeltooth and his companions had accomplished a significant portion of the task. Most of the pathway had been cleared, with weeds and branches neatly bundled and placed by the roadside. Once transported inside and left to dry in the sun for a few days, they would serve as excellent firewood. Praising their impressive work, Augustus mysteriously informed Steeltooth that he would show him something remarkable the following day. Steeltooth, still in a state of unawareness, speculated that there might even be a surprise in store. Impatient by nature, he inquired further upon hearing of the good things. When Augustus remained silent, he turned to Longtail for answers. However, Longtail ignored him, leaving Steeltooth frustrated. Upon reaching the mudflat, they found Fenrir despondently overwhelmed by a swarm of little ones to their astonishment. The formidable wolf was covered in younglings, with some tugging at his tail and others playfully nipping at his mouth. It was a wonder how Fenrir endured such antics. After shooing away the little ones, they mounted the liberated Fenrir, and Augustus turned back to the hidden chamber with the intention of introducing Fenrir to the young octopuses. However, upon descending, he sensed something was amiss. The foul odor in the air had vanished. Upon summoning the young octopuses, he learned that it was their doing. We can enhance the quality of the water wine. Naturally, we can eliminate any unpleasant scents. There is a cursed stench here, which we detest. We have eradicated it. The descendants of the Holy Spirit were indeed impressive, and Augustus lauded them enthusiastically. He then presented them to Fenrir, who felt quite pleased to meet new friends. Yet, upon seeing the little ones, Fenrir instinctively wished to flee. However, these two younglings were different. Their aura compelled him to draw near. He entrusted the task of purifying the air in the stone chamber to the young octopuses and instructed Fenrir to guard the chamber, particularly to protect the two small ones. Augustus then dashed back. After much effort, he returned to the mudflat to find the meat had been roasted to perfection. Taking a bite of the jerky, he suddenly remembered he had forgotten to bring some blood wine to satisfy his craving. Unwilling to make another trip, he finished his meal before nightfall. Seizing the opportunity, he herded the slaves and little ones down to the river for a bath. The great river, spanning several meters in width, was not particularly deep. The trolls rode their pack animals across to the opposite shore. The beastmen generally disliked bathing, having lacked the means before. Now, with the river so close at hand and the water pleasantly warm in the early summer, Augustus insisted that everyone, except for Leah, take a dip. Watching the little ones splashing and squealing in the water, Augustus contemplated the need to establish more rules in the future, ensuring that everyone bathed thoroughly before returning to shore. Only after everyone had washed up did Augustus send them off to sleep. With the exception of the ghost-faced owl, who was tasked with keeping watch, Augustus had more work to attend to. Stealthily, he hoisted Leah, who had yet to wash, and made his way upstream. Surprisingly, the wild ducks frolicking in the water were far more spirited than the domesticated ones. The tranquil river suddenly began to ripple with waves. The sound of rushing water drowning out all else. The night by the river was particularly enchanting. The following day, Augustus still did not patrol the territory again, in the early hours of the morning. The ghost-faced owl signaled a warning. Augustus quickly rose, his gaze fixed anxiously on the seemingly tranquil surface of the river. He sensed something lurking beneath the water, something substantial, though it did not resemble a magical beast. Unfortunately, the creature was exceedingly alert and shrouded by the river's depths, preventing him from pinpointing its location as it swiftly retreated. The sudden emergence of danger left him unsettled. At dawn, he rallied the group to break camp. The supplies were cumbersome to move, so they were temporarily left by the riverbank under Fenrir's watch. Personnel needed to be swiftly relocated. The river was no longer secure. Thus, they set forth, taking only a few essential supplies to settle in the village ahead of time. Disregarding the little one's playful outcries, Leah, Bran, El, and 3 black wolf slaves were instructed to clear the weeds from within the stone walls. The slaves divided into 2 teams, with all the goblins starting at the main entrance of the stone wall to clear the remaining path, facilitating the early transfer of supplies. The stronger minotaurs, bearfolk, and wild boars set about repairing the stone wall. Upon entering the stone chamber, Augustus found the noxious stench had vanished, and the 2 young octopuses proved to be quite efficient. Lifting the stone slab, he greeted the 2 little creatures beside the wine vat. They expressed satisfaction with their current work, darting between the barrels. Ignoring his peculiar feelings, Augustus filled a pouch with blood wine from the barrel he had previously opened. When he returned to the stone chamber, he found Steel Tooth anxiously awaiting him. Augustus grinned as he shook the water pouch in his hand and handed it over, cautioning him to take only a sip. Steel Tooth's eyes brightened, and under Augustus's concerned gaze, he gulped down a generous mouthful. It was not that Augustus was stingy, but rather that the young octopuses had informed him that this blood wine had been sealed for over a decade. Ordinary beastmen could only consume a small sip a day. It was not that they could not drink more, but exceeding that amount would yield no additional benefit and would simply be wasteful. Fortunately, Steel Tooth did not waste it. After swallowing a large gulp, Steel Tooth gasped and shivered, feeling a torrent of warmth surge uncontrollably throughout his body. Just as his alarmed gaze met Augustus's, he saw the leader approaching him with a rather peculiar smile. Steel Tooth became the 2nd member of his clan to awaken, his body aching from the transformation. Indeed, this young man, after downing a mouthful of blood wine, had finally awakened his werewolf lineage. It was not that the blood wine possessed such remarkable efficacy to induce awakening with a single sip. Steel Tooth was of a similar age to Longtail and had previously indulged in wolf blood. His awakening had been a matter of time, and the blood wine was merely the final push. Awakened, Steel Tooth was overjoyed. Waving his large tail, he followed the leader, eyeing the blood wine in Augustus's hand with envy. Suddenly, in a blink, the wine pouch vanished. Steel Tooth's eyes widened in disbelief, as if he had seen a ghost in broad daylight. Augustus was not inclined to share his secrets with everyone as the leader. He needed to maintain an air of mystery. However, when necessary, he would lend a hand to demonstrate his approachability, with the leader personally assisting. The goblins became more nimble in their tasks, quickly clearing the pathway to connect with Steel Tooth's team as previous achievements. With the path cleared, the supplies could be transported more easily. He instructed those repairing the stone wall to put their work aside temporarily. Besides Leah and the others, who were watching the little ones, everyone else was summoned to action. After 2 trips back and forth, they managed to move all the supplies inside. Augustus let out a long breath, relieved to have concluded their time camping outdoors. Little did they know, the tents were low and narrow, making it difficult to perform many tasks. With a grand gesture, Augustus claimed the stone chamber, urging Leah to quickly bring their furs inside and lay them before the fire pit. He once again chased away Steel Tooth, who was attempting to sneak in with the furs, and instructed Fenrir to lie on the stone slab during the day to guard the hidden chamber. Fenrir had grown wary of the little one's antics outside, and without hesitation, took his post out of course. He remained unaware that he was on a rotating shift. During the day, he would stay inside while at night. He would guard the entrance. With only 1 stone chamber available, the others had to continue sleeping in tents for the time being. when the slaves were instructed by the leader to set up tents. They obediently moved outside the stone wall. Augustus called out to them, pointing to a nearby open space. Upon realizing the leader's intent, all the slaves knelt in unison, expressing their gratitude for his mercy. Indeed, it was mercy in the prevailing mindset of the beastmen. Slaves were deemed unworthy to reside alongside their masters. Their responsibilities extended beyond labor. They also bore the burden of defending the territory, essentially serving as fodder to satiate the hunger of any invading magical beasts, thus deterring their aggression. During times of famine, slaves played a crucial role in food storage. This was Augustus's first experience receiving such reverence from the masses. Only a group of ragged, emaciated slaves came to pay their respects. There was not a trace of glory to be found, merely a source of irritation for him. Impatiently, he dispatched the slaves to their tasks, as he had to organize other matters as well. The tents for the little ones were first set up in the square at the entrance of the great hall, with Changwei and Ganya taking turns to guard them. There was simply no time to construct houses. The absence of timber and stone made it clear that the endeavor could not be accomplished in a single attempt. However, the stone wall had already been repaired, and the damaged gate had temporarily been replaced with a makeshift barricade of thick tree trunks. Observing the village, which was beginning to take shape, Augustus felt a sense of pride, even though it was still far from his envisioned ideal. At least progress had commenced. Others were busy establishing their homes. Augustus personally selected some essential items from the supplies. Besides reserving a small portion of the grain, he moved the rest into the basement. This was to serve as a reserve, as they would have to be self-sufficient moving forward, no longer relying on their previous stock. Among the supplies, apart from the grain, the most important item was the statue. Augustus opened the wooden box and carefully placed the statue, resembling the height of the demoness. Upon the altar in the center of the square, it was not enough for the statue to merely stand. Rituals would be required later, with only a few days remaining until the night of the full moon. There was no rush. The spears and arrows were also moved into the great hall, stacked in a corner for the time being. Tools like axes were already in use, so there was no need for concern. Additionally, there were some tools custom-made by the dwarf Bob. The clay pots over the fire pit were replaced with double-handled iron pots. Everything else was set aside for future use. These could be considered Augustus's entire possessions. Once the outside workers had nearly completed their tasks, Augustus called in the main individuals. The flames in the fire pit rose once more after more than a decade, as spring transitioned into summer. The weather was mild, and Augustus found pleasure in this atmosphere. Sitting cross-legged in the main seat, he was flanked by Lia. Changwei and Ganya sat on either side, while Bran and El, two adolescents, faced them. The dog-headed man, respectfully knelt at the entrance. Augustus cleared his throat, assumed a commanding demeanor, and began to issue instructions. Changwei and Ganya were each to form a hunting party, leading 20 slaves each, alternating days for hunting expeditions. The resting team was to engage in daily drills and also ensure the village's safety. Bran and El were tasked not only with watching over the little ones, but also with teaching them literacy. In addition, they would need to share in some tasks within their capabilities. 3 slaves from the Black Wolf tribe were assigned to them as a form of privilege. The dog-headed man, was particularly astute, and Augustus made an exception to retain his hunting party, still consisting of 5 members, with no oversight from the wild boar men. Augustus promised to distribute some meat to the slaves based on their harvest. This left only 52 slaves remaining. Augustus specifically instructed that the minotaurs and bearmen were not to be included in the hunting parties. The remaining 48 slaves were mostly female or elderly dog-headed individuals, all managed by Lia. This was the aspect that troubled Augustus the most. Mealtimes were manageable. Aside from their own people, the slaves shared communal meals, with no room for picky eating. However, other matters such as hygiene, clothing, and mating posed significant challenges, especially the issue of mating. The lower-tier demi-humans had little concept of marriage, let alone the slaves. Despite their unremarkable appearances, once they had their fill of food, they became preoccupied with such matters. Augustus indulged in nightly revelries. He could hardly prevent the slave from slipping into the grass. Technically, he could. According to legal principles, all female slaves belonged to him, their chief. However, Augustus had previously allowed things to unfold naturally, primarily due to his laziness. Now that there was a village, proper management was required. Thus, he planned to reclaim the mating rights of the slaves. Those who wished to form families could reside in the same tent with the chief's approval. Other female dog-headed individuals would be assigned to outstanding male slaves by the Lord. Furthermore, there was another extremely important matter. That was the issue of waste disposal. Even in the demonist city, the Lord could not manage the demi-human's indiscriminate defecation. This deeply disgusted Augustus. Therefore, following the prohibition of fresh cassava consumption, the chief enacted a second iron law: no defecation within the stone walls of the village. The slaves stood in several rows, bewildered as they listened to the chief's admonition. They could not comprehend why the chief forbade them from relieving themselves within the stone walls. He mentioned plans to construct latrines to collect their waste. What was the purpose of collecting such things? They could not eat it. However, upon hearing they could have mates, the more perceptive among them began casting glances at the female dog-headed individuals. Augustus stood before the square, momentarily savoring the authority of being a chief. He then instructed Changwei and Ganya to begin selecting personnel. Each wild-boar man was paired with a dog-headed individual, and they each chose 15 relatively strong dog-headed individuals. Thus, the village's only 2 armed forces were established. Augustus equipped them with spears and bows, allowing Changwei and Ganya to take the individuals aside. 'Tis the dog-headed man also selected 4 of his kin and led his hunting party off to practice with enthusiasm. Augustus separately summoned 2 minotaurs and 2 bear men. Based on his observations over this period, the 2 minotaurs exhibited gentle dispositions and behaved cautiously, likely hailing from a water buffalo tribe. The bear men, on the other hand, were strong but had a tendency to clash with other slaves due to their straightforward nature. Augustus had his own intentions in calling these 4 slaves aside. The development of the village required not only population and resources, but also skills. In other words, craftsmen. Where could Augustus find craftsmen? He would have to attempt to cultivate them himself, starting with carpenters and stonemasons. The territory lacked nothing but abundant trees and stones. Augustus was reluctant to casually chop down the towering ancient trees. But there were smaller ones available. There was no rush for other matters. Augustus believed he should first craft himself a bed. Sleeping on the ground was somewhat uncomfortable. The cart also required a slope for ease of use, or it would be ineffective. Thus, he arranged for Nyoda, Nyo-er, Xiongda, and Xiong-er to search for suitable trees. Indeed, to keep things simple, Augustus casually assigned them new names. The bearmen had no objections to their names, as this was the chief's prerogative. After dispatching them, he observed Lia efficiently organizing the remaining females and the elderly. Some were sent out to clear the weeds outside the stone walls, while others were tasked with gathering firewood. The older ones stayed behind to help her prepare dinner. Watching Lia take on a more organized appearance, Augustus refrained from interrupting. Glancing at the setting sun in the west, he realized it was too late to patrol the territory. However, he could still inspect the village, primarily considering future developments. With hands clasped behind his back, he strolled leisurely. Noticing the little ones had not cleared the grass properly, he approached and pulled them back to redo the work. Encountering Changwei teaching the slaves archery piqued his interest, and he drew back the bowstring. The self-made longbow could hardly withstand his strength. Snapping with a gentle tug, he shot Changwei a glare, blaming him for not crafting a proper bow. Steel Tooth, practicing with the spear nearby, quickly tucked his tail and dashed outside the stone walls, exclaiming he could no longer contain himself. Augustus muttered a curse and continued to meander about, checking for oversights. By evening, Augustus returned from the nearby fields, feeling refreshed. Fortune smiled upon him. Not far from the village, he discovered a small stream and took the opportunity to wash himself in the wild, contemplating building a path to that area for easier access to water for the village. He was suddenly struck by the idea of digging a well. This led him to ponder whether a bathhouse should be constructed. The thoughts of a bathhouse and, goodness, why were there so many matters to consider? A fleeting sense of joy dissipated in an instant. The village lay in a state of disarray, awaiting revitalization. Augustus, with a bitter smile, shook his head and meandered back to the village. Lia, accompanied by several goblin slaves, had already begun preparations for dinner. Having relocated to the stone-walled abode, there was no longer any pressing need to ignite a fire before sunset. Nevertheless, caution in daily life is never unwarranted. The slaves set up clay pots in the clearing, diligently boiling cassava. Aromas of meat wafted from Augustus's large dwelling. The young ones started their own fire, ensuring they received the freshest fare first. Upon entering the house, Augustus noticed chunks of meat bubbling in the iron pot over the fire. This was the braised meat recipe he had imparted to Leah. The beastmen, limited in their culinary repertoire to roasting and boiling, had little else to offer, although Augustus had not managed to concoct gunpowder or cement over the years. He had achieved notable accomplishments, like tea the very least. He had discovered substitutes for most of the seasonings from his previous life on Blue Star. How did he find them? That was a question for Ganya and the others. Generally, Augustus identified various items by their scents, first feeding them to the captured rats. If the rats survived, Ganya and the others would then enjoy a dish enhanced with a new seasoning, of course. There were times when lips and eyes swelled, but those were minor inconveniences. The crucial point was that Augustus's creations were delectably tasty. It could be said that Ganya and his companions had made significant contributions to this endeavor. Thanks to Ganya, thanks to Longtail, Augustus fished a piece of braised meat from the pot and sampled its flavor. Not bad at all. He then settled down, patiently awaiting the meal. With his permission, Longtail, Ganya, Bran, and El gathered around the fire pit, each with a clay bowl in hand. Aside from Augustus, who wielded a pair of chopsticks, the others were accustomed to using their hands. Augustus had indeed prepared chopsticks for them, but learning to use them would take time. He did not press the matter. Slowly, he retrieved a wineskin from his storage ring, grinning mischievously at the eager gazes of Ganya and Longtail. "Do you wish to drink? If so, use the chopsticks." See, Augustus never forced his kin. Even the two adolescents received a modest share each. It wasn't a matter of stinginess, but rather concern for their ability to digest it. Augustus, however, being the leader, could indulge a bit more. Ganya occasionally licked a sip from his wine bowl, casting a forlorn glance at the chief, who was drinking heartily. "What are you staring at? Once you elevate your stature, you'll be able to drink like this too," Augustus remarked, rolling his eyes before turning back to take a hearty swig. Sated and content, Augustus lounged before the fire, conversing with Ganya and the others about village matters. The typically taciturn Longtail suddenly interjected, "What shall we call our village?" "Ah, indeed, a village must have a name." Ganya suggested they retain the name Black Wolf Fortress, just as their previous village had been known. Without a moment's hesitation, Augustus dismissed the idea. Setting aside any notions of bad luck, Black Wolf Fortress was a cave carved into a hillside, quite unlike their current location. Ganya scratched his head, struggling to come up with a suitable name. "How about Wolf Fox Village? We have both the Black Wolf Clan and the Firefox Clan." Longtail proposed. Wolf Fox Village doesn't quite resonate. It sounds rather trivial," Augustus mused, squinting as he shook his head. "What would be a fitting name?" His gaze suddenly fell upon the fiery red beast hide beneath him, and an epiphany struck. "Let us name it Red Banner Territory." Longtail and Ganya were momentarily taken aback by the chief's sudden exclamation, exchanging bewildered glances. They had no inkling of the connection between this modest village and the Red Banner Territory. Little did they realize that Augustus's thoughts had already drifted far beyond, envisioning vast expanses adorned with fluttering red banners. Longtail and Ganya had grown accustomed to Augustus's flights of fancy and had learned to heed his directives. They had no choice but to comply, for he truly meant business. The two lads, now on the cusp of adulthood, had been guided by him from their early teens, with the name decided. Leah, along with Bran and the others, concluded their preparations. Augustus gestured towards the entrance. Longtail, Bran, and El obediently rose to exit. Ganya, noticing this, was momentarily stunned. "Where are you all going?" to discuss further. With a thud, Ganya covered his backside, watching the door slam shut, leaving just the two of them inside. Augustus chuckled softly. A larger room had its advantages. The echoes allowed for a duet unbounded by space. Augustus practiced several intricate martial techniques, reclining on the beast hide with the warm little fox girl nestled against him. The hour was still early, and sleep eluded Augustus as he conversed with the little fox girl. "There's a magic array." Just after discussing the magical array in the stone house with Leah, the once lethargic little fox girl suddenly regained her vigor. She sprang up, glancing at the ground with curiosity. The Firefox clan excelled in fire magic, and while magic arrays had no significant attribute restrictions, Augustus had little desire to delve into the intricacies of such arrays. The little fox girl, facing away from him, was completely unadorned, her excitement at the sight of the magic array causing her vibrant red tail to sway gently. "Goodness!" Augustus inhaled sharply, letting out a low growl, and in response to the little fox girl's startled exclamation, he embraced her tightly. The following morning, he instructed Leah, who had exhausted herself learning about the magic array the previous night, to sleep a little longer. Augustus stepped out of the stone house, stretching his body. Truly, a bed was necessary. Sleeping on the ground was quite uncomfortable. Rubbing his slightly sore back, he contemplated this as he headed out. Just as he was about to leave, he encountered Longtail, who was preparing to set off for a hunt. "There seem to be some sheep over there. You should check that area today." August pointed towards the eastern woods and spoke. "Changwei and Gangya are now bloodline warriors and must learn to stand on their own. After all, with Fenrir guarding the homestead, they could simply howl if any issues arose, whether it be he or Fenrir. Assistance would be rendered forthwith. Today's mission for August was to continue the territory patrol that had been left unfinished previously. However, before that, he needed to attend to another matter. Following the path from the village entrance, he made his way to the riverbank. August called out, and the eerie-faced owl, resting in the trees by the river, alighted upon his shoulder. Ever since the crisis in the river, August had instructed the owl to establish its home by the water's edge. This served both to monitor the river's activities and to maintain a lookout at the village's entrance. Not far from the entrance stood a massive trapezoidal stone. August had come specifically for it. He retrieved his long axe from a storage ring and began to chop at the stone. Chunks of stone flew, and soon, a red flag inscribed in the common tongue appeared upon the surface. August repeated the process, carving similar inscriptions on the opposite side of the stone. Once completed, he darted into the nearby woods and shortly returned, cradling a handful of roots resembling red sweet potatoes. August smashed these red sweet potatoes against the stone one by one, carefully stuffing them into the hollow letters. Once both sides were prepared, he took out his water pouch and poured water over the mud-like filling. As the water flowed, a miraculous transformation occurred. The previously gray, muddy substance quickly turned a vivid crimson. Before long, the inscriptions on both sides of the stone glowed with a brilliant red hue. August gazed at his handiwork, a satisfied smile spreading across his face. This method had been taught to him by Leah the previous night, and upon trying it today, it had proven successful. In a buoyant mood, August decided he would reward the little fox girl later that evening. Having completed the village sign, August called out and set off with the eerie-faced owl for his patrol. The peculiar formations of the forest from last time had left him feeling uneasy, and he was determined to investigate further. The forest spanned approximately 7 to 8 li, with a massive stone marking roughly the midpoint that a distance of 3 to 4 li was nothing for August now, though it could never compare to the comfort of riding Fenrir. Alas, Fenrir was tasked with guarding the home that a village chief should not be traversing on foot daily. August mused, contemplating the need to secure more magical beasts through contracts. Before long, August arrived at the forest's edge, confronted by a cliff towering 20 to 30 meters high. The cliff appeared arc-shaped, gently curving inward. Over the years, the rocks had weathered significantly, covered in moss and underbrush. With defiant little trees sprouting in the crevices, if it were merely a cliff, there would be nothing remarkable about it. August had seen far taller ones. However, what astonished him was that this cliff extended straight ahead, plunging deep into the heart of the forest. Recalling the prior vision he had seen through the eerie-faced owl, August felt a wave of unease wash over him. His mind suddenly conjured an image of a colossal shockwave striking the mountain. Could it truly be the legendary God War Hills? August withdrew his long axe and began to excavate at the base of the cliff. Soon, a small section of the rock face was cleared, revealing an unusual hue. Observing the uncommon coloration of the rock, August's expression became peculiar. It certainly did not resemble ordinary surface rock. "This doesn't look like typical earthbound stone," he muttered, a hint of disbelief creeping into his voice. Previously, he would have dismissed any talk of God War Hills, but after encountering the little octopus's claims that their ancestors were the wine-bearers of the beast gods, and now seeing this illogical cliff. He could not help but entertain wild thoughts. After a moment of contemplation, August shook himself from his stupor and spat defiantly at the ground. Bah! Regardless of whatever divine battles transpired, this is mine now. After all, how many years had passed since those legends? Could the gods truly come seeking trouble with someone as inconsequential as him? Worrying was futile. It was well known that the kingdom of Chi had indeed faced meteoric strikes. Yet, a meteor had not struck him. Why concern himself with such thoughts? August reassured himself, and upon reflection, he considered it a fortuitous situation that if both ends of the forest were characterized by such cliffs, it could indeed serve as a natural fortress. If a wall could be built at the northern gap, extending 2 to 3 li in depth and 7 to 8 li in width, how many people could that accommodate? Excited by the prospect, August felt a surge of enthusiasm. However, his spirits quickly deflated at the thought of constructing such a fortress. A wall spanning 7 to 8 li would require an immense labor force and many years to complete. With the scant number of slaves at his disposal, even repairing a simple enclosure proved challenging. He shook his head in disappointment, dismissing the impractical notion. Yet inexplicably, that thought seemed to root itself in his mind. Without caution, the idea of building a wall would resurface. August slapped his head. Attempting to clear his thoughts, he spent the entire day patrolling. Even skipping lunch that a quick hunt in the woods provided enough sustenance to satiate his hunger. Before leaving, he had informed Leah to prevent her from worrying. Not just August, but the beastmen generally lived this way. Lacking agricultural skills, most relied on hunting for sustenance, often returning late, sometimes when prey was scarce. It was not uncommon to spend days deep in the forest. In summary, August had spent the day circling the entire forest, and the situation unfolded as he had anticipated. The forest was predominantly characterized by cliffs, except for the northern section near the Great River. This indicated that as long as no deadly threats lurked within the forest, establishing their home here was the optimal choice. However, he realized he would not be able to survey the entire forest today. It was a pity. After a whole day, he had not encountered even a single magical beast. Reflecting on it, it made sense. Which magical beast would saunter near the cliff's edge for leisure? August offered a bitter smile of self-reproach. Nonetheless, he did not return empty-handed. In the afternoon, he fortuitously stumbled upon 2 wild rabbits and brought them back. The storage ring could not hold living creatures. Even blood beast eggs required special boxes to maintain their vitality. Carrying the 2 rabbits home, he pondered not to consume them just yet that a village of their size ought to consider some form of breeding. Rabbits were excellent. They could reproduce. On his way back, he encountered Chong Wei and his hunting team. Due to the unclear circumstances, August forbade them from venturing deeper. However, their haul was commendable. Each of the 20 members returned with their hands full, although apart from a single goat. The rest were merely squirrels and wild chickens. Their hunting team had somewhat underperformed. Upon returning to the village, August found Leah examining the effect of the blood-colored bee skins she had dyed today. "'Tis the dog-headed man," dejectedly presented a basket of toads. "Did you clear out an entire toad nest?" August, with a scowl upon his face, waved his hand dismissively, allowing them to take the food for themselves. It was not a matter of blame. Rather, he simply could not endure the warts that adorned the toads. Hunting was a fickle endeavor. When fortune smiled, one would reap a bountiful harvest, but when luck turned sour, one was left to catch toads. The true joy lay with the little ones. August held no grand expectations for them. He merely wished for them to grow strong and awaken as a few bloodline warriors. In other villages, such younglings would not enjoy such privileges. This might be attributed to the peculiar worldview of the beastmen, who recognized only their race, seldom holding notions of family. Children belonged to the collective. No one cared whose seed they carried. Take August, for instance. He had no knowledge of who his beastman parents were. Consequently, the prevailing attitude towards the younglings was simply to ensure they did not starve. Once they grew a bit older, they were expected to venture out and find food for themselves. Villages with better resources might teach them to read, while those with fewer resources would not even consider it. It was already a blessing if the younglings were not consumed. The beastmen were highly fertile, yet their population was stagnant, likely linked to their racial consciousness. After all, resources were predominantly allocated to bloodline warriors and the strong. In summary, the beastmen led rather muddled lives. There was a certain charm to their confusion, a blissful ignorance that spared them from worries. August was not so impassioned as to endeavor to single-handedly enact change within his race. His aspirations were quite simple: to improve his own circumstances and those of those around him, that if he could achieve these goals, he believed his second chance at life would not be in vain. After surveying the crimson-dyed fur, August felt quite pleased. Contemplating its eventual transformation into a banner once completely dried, he shared his thoughts with Leah. August then approached the younglings who were drooling over the rabbit den he had constructed. "This is not food," he exclaimed, irritation flaring as he swatted one of the little ones, who was clinging to a rabbit, ready to take a bite out of the still-living creature. "Rabbit? I want to eat rabbit." The little one, with halting speech, refused to release his grip on the rabbit. "Bran, are you going to take care of this? If not, I'll go and fetch AL." In a critical moment, he had to call upon Bran, who, despite being firmly under August's control, still commanded respect among the younglings. With a couple of sharp slaps, August brought the rabbit-hugging child to tears, while Bran glared at the rabbit den with furrowed brows. Perplexed by August's reluctance to eat the rabbits, instead choosing to enclose them with stones. Indeed, August's rabbit den was constructed just so. A ring of stones encircled the area, topped with hay as a roof. "From now on, those 2 rabbits are your responsibility. Just feed them some grass daily. Remember, no dew-soaked grass." August patted Bran on the shoulder with an encouraging gesture, and do let me know when they have babies. After bolstering his brother-in-law's spirits, August returned to the main lodge to await dinner. Tonight, they would feast on lamb kidneys. After a long day of running around, a hearty meal was well-deserved. The nocturnal life of the beastmen was rather monotonous. Yet August always found ways to inject novelty into it. Leah exhibited an impressive capacity for learning, and after acquiring new knowledge, she languidly nestled against August's strong chest. "Could you perhaps refrain from constantly teasing Bran?" Leah began to voice her concerns for her brother, still catching her breath. August, momentarily distracted, mused about how wonderful it would be to have a cigarette. He was taken aback by her words, planting a gentle kiss on her forehead. "I am not teasing him. I truly value him." He proceeded to elaborate on his plans for raising livestock, and as Leah listened intently, a spark ignited in her previously dazed eyes. "Are you saying that once we raise them, we will have a continuous supply of rabbits? Not just rabbits. In the future, we could also have pheasants, goats, wild boars, just like the little ones. They will multiply, and one day, we will have an endless supply of meat." August enveloped the little fox girl in an embrace, weaving dreams of abundance. In truth, raising livestock was not as simple as it sounded. Rabbits were manageable, but creatures like wild boars were wild and difficult to tame, requiring significant resources and time. Yet the little fox girl took his words to heart, her large, beautiful eyes wide with innocence as she innocently inquired, "How do we raise pheasants?" "They can fly. We can simply clip their wings." "Can't we?" August firmly asserted, refusing to allow Leah to stray from her studies. It was no wonder that in his past life on Blue Star, one often heard that when one truly enjoyed an endeavor, working tirelessly did not feel burdensome. Indeed, you speak the truth. In the days that followed, August rose early and returned late, concentrating his efforts on patrolling the surrounding forest, until he thoroughly understood the conditions of the forest. He could not allow anyone to reside there in peace. However, one fateful day, an unexpected event unfolded. After several days of surveying, he had traversed most of the forest. Magical beasts would not simply stand by, waiting to be discovered. Yet, as an experienced hunter, August had long mastered various methods to discern the presence of magical beasts nearby, be it through footprints, droppings, animal remains, or shed feathers and scales. A cursory examination revealed the presence of magical beasts, neither too many nor too few. Most were low-tier creatures, and August did not feel compelled to pursue them. The task of hunting had been entrusted to Chongwei and Ganya. They too needed experience, and he could not expect to shoulder every responsibility alone. August's objective in patrolling was to identify leaders or higher-tier beasts, AS for the leader-level beasts, which were considered mid-tier. He could potentially attempt to hunt them. However, should a high-tier beast appear, a hasty retreat would be in order. Fortunately, at present, the forest seemed relatively safe. Observations indicated it was rich in resources, capable of sustaining them well. Just as August prepared to conclude his patrol of the last area, ready to set his mind at ease, an unsettling sensation washed over him, a primal instinct warning him of impending danger. August realized he was being watched. Reacting instantly, he swiftly scaled a nearby tree, securing his legs around the trunk while grasping his long axe. His eyes darted rapidly in the direction from which he sensed the threat. His surprise, he detected no immediate danger, but a thought crossed his mind, and he signaled the nearby ghost-faced owl to assist in the search for abnormalities while maintaining vigilance. The owl's response confirmed that it was no figment of his imagination. Low-tier magical beasts dared not approach this area. A chill settled in August's heart as he commanded the owl to obey his instructions. Bound by their forced contract, the owl could not defy his orders. That it was precisely the owl's proximity that allowed him to detect a faint rustling sound emerge from the depths of the opposite thicket. Reminiscent of something brushing against the leaves, the entity in question appeared to be of a modest size. August made a deduction, but felt no sense of reassurance. After all, the strength of magical beasts was not determined by their size. He sheathed his long axe and drew his longbow instead. The adversary was well hidden, a disadvantage for him that he needed to provoke it into revealing its true nature. With this in mind, a blood-red arrow shot forth. Aimed at the source of the sound, he sought not to strike true, but rather to stir something in motion. As the arrow flew, August followed suit, moving through the trees like a monkey. There, a fleeting glimpse of vibrant green. It resembled a snake's tail, slender and elongated, darting swiftly. August refrained from making a reckless chase, repeatedly comparing the sight in his mind to his knowledge of serpentine magical beasts. Alas, his understanding fell short of identifying the creature species. Yet, one thing was certain. This snake was venomous, and exceedingly so. Even the tree trunks it had traversed bore the charred imprints of its passage. However, this also provided August with a distinct advantage. Such conspicuous traces made tracking it a relatively uncomplicated task. August hesitated, aware that the werewolf clan's resistance to toxins was not particularly formidable. He lacked confidence in subduing the creature before succumbing to its venom. Moreover, most serpentine beasts excelled in concealing their presence. August was still unaware of the creature's exact level, unless he brought Fenrir along next time. The accompanying beast existed in a state between energy and physical form. Though it had vital points, it was not particularly vulnerable to toxins. Just as he prepared to withdraw, a rustling sound erupted ahead, suggesting the presence of pursuers. Could there be more than one? A surge of alarm coursed through August. The sound was alarmingly close, and retreating was no longer an option. Holding his breath and focusing, August drew his bowstring taut, his mind taut with tension. Suddenly, a green blur darted past him. Before he could release an arrow, another brown shadow surged after in August's astonished gaze. The brown shadow, swift as lightning, expanded abruptly, seemingly enveloping the green blur in a single gulp. With a soft thud, the brown shadow landed on the ground, allowing August to finally discern its form. A stout magical serpent. The serpent measured approximately 1/2 meter in length, with an iron-like head and a broad, dark brown brow stripe behind its eyes. Its slender neck bore fine red spots on either side. Its body was thick and short, with a small tail. The serpent's back was a yellow-brown hue, closely resembling the color of the earth. Yet this disproportionately small serpent filled August with dread. The brow-striped king snake. August swallowed hard, feeling his mouth go dry. The brow-striped king snake relished consuming serpents and possessed a capacity to swallow even titanic pythons whole. Do not be deceived by its short and seemingly foolish appearance. It could definitely devour August without so much as a burp. August cursed inwardly, utterly shocked to encounter such a dominant magical serpent here. Just look at its name, the brow-striped king snake. It was a creature to be reckoned with. The most alarming aspect was that despite its proximity, August could not discern the creature's magical aura. It was as if the creature lying on the ground was merely an ordinary snake. This realization made August hesitate even more. When dealing with magical beasts, the greatest trump card was the force contract. However, One must remember that a forced contract could only bind creatures of one tier above oneself. What if this brow-striped king snake was of a higher level? Augustus's mind raced as he held the bowstring taut, unwilling to release it. Magical beasts were inherently sensitive, and how much more so when someone aimed a bow at them. The serpent on the ground had evidently sensed Augustus's hostility. Coiling itself, it slightly raised its neck. Under the shadow of its brow stripe, its eyes took on an even more profound and terrifying depth. Witnessing the serpent adopt an aggressive stance, August steeled himself. If death were imminent, so be it. A flash of crimson light surged forth as August finally released the bowstring. With a swift flick of his wrist, he switched to a long axe. Accompanied by a fierce roar, the bloodline power surged forth. And the towering werewolf leaped from the tree. With the long axe raised high, it seemed poised for a decisive strike. All of this transpired in the blink of an eye, from the moment he released the bowstring to the downward swing of the axe. It was nearly seamless. The crimson light arrow shot forth, and the brow-striped king snake merely opened its mouth. It resembled a black hole, swallowing the light arrow whole, when confronted with the descending long axe. The magical serpent swiftly darted aside, effortlessly evading the blow. With a resounding crash, the strike missed its target, sending dirt flying into the air. August realized too late that the serpent's speed was astonishing. He had not anticipated it would be this swift. As he watched the serpent turn and lunge toward him, a chill gripped Augustus's heart. He tightly shut his eyes and initiated the forced contract. He thought to himself, he might as well give it a try before meeting his end. The icy serpent body collided with Augustus's face. Success, had it not been for the inexplicable connection following the contract. August would never have believed this to be real. It was only after the contract that August discovered the terrifying brow-striped king snake was merely of the intermediate tier, just one small rank higher than himself. Had it been even slightly stronger, August would have been left trembling in fear, sitting on the ground, his gaze fixed on the lethargic serpent. Suddenly, August slapped its head in annoyance. The serpent tilted its head, a flicker of human-like astonishment flashing in its eyes. "What are you staring at? You nearly scared me to death." In a fit of irritation, August slapped it several more times, venting his inner fear. As he continued, laughter bubbled up unexpectedly. Well, what was there to be angry about? The brow-striped king snake appeared utterly bewildered. If it could speak, it would surely say, "What is wrong with you?" With a successful contract, the magical beast could not retaliate against him. August, emboldened by this, no longer felt fear. Instead, he took a keen interest in observing the serpent, turning it over in his hands. When he pried open its mouth, he discovered, to his astonishment, that it had no teeth. Looking inside, he noted that its internal structure was not dissimilar to that of ordinary snakes. That he wondered how this creature managed to consume giant pythons. August recalled that even light arrows had been swallowed by it. Pointing to a nearby rock, he issued a command. The brow-striped king snake lazily slithered toward the watermelon-sized stone. It exhibited no signs of magical energy fluctuations. It merely opened its mouth, revealing a circular black hole before it. The black hole appeared to possess a strong suction, causing leaves to swirl and the stone to lift into the air, vanishing into the void. This, August watched in astonishment as the spectacle unfolded before him. It was undeniably magical. Upon capturing the brow-striped king snake and observing that it remained unchanged in weight and size after consuming the stone, August was compelled to test its speed and hunting capabilities. After a flurry of experimentation, he couldn't help but admit that this creature was indeed worthy of its title as the king snake. Despite its seemingly lethargic demeanor, August found himself unable to keep pace with the brow-striped king snake's rapid movements. Even with a level difference, August understood that even if he were to advance to the mid-tier leader level, he would still struggle to match the speed of this magical serpent. Then came the hunting form. In a static state, the brow-striped king snake consumed by utilizing the mysterious black hole within its body. In dynamic situations, however, it would instantaneously open its mouth wide. The fine red spots along its neck seemed to possess a hidden power. As its mouth opened, the red spots emitted a radiant light, causing its mouth to expand rapidly until it could swallow its target hole. It was akin to a bag, ensnaring its prey directly. In that fleeting moment of capture, the brow-striped king snake would revert to its original state, unaffected in its movements. Remarkably, the prey it swallowed could be regurgitated. August commanded it to capture a small bird for a trial. The bird emerged covered in goo and unconscious. Yet, to his amazement, it revived shortly after and flew away. Witnessing the bird rise from the dead and take flight, August was astonished, and a thought flickered through his mind. This could be of immense utility, a master of abduction. It excelled in concealing its presence, was incredibly swift, could swallow people whole, and then regurgitate them, all while taking up minimal space and not hindering its movements. For a brief moment, August found his thoughts drifting to the people catching bags from the journey to the west in Blue Star. There was a certain resemblance in their functionality. However, he wondered how long one could survive inside its belly. That would have to be tested later, but for now he had other priorities, following the force contract. There was still one skill he had yet to acquire. August focused his thoughts, instructing the brow-striped king snake to hunt down some small animals, while he settled down to meditate, entering his consciousness space. Upon touching the light circle where the brow-striped king snake resided, an inexplicable understanding blossomed within him. The most formidable skill of the brow-striped king snake was undoubtedly its ability to devour. This was precisely what August desired most. If that proved impossible, speed would suffice. Yet unexpectedly, the skill he acquired this time was the ability to conceal his presence. This left August somewhat disappointed. However, he quickly found himself beaming with joy. For this skill was perfect for showing off. August was astonished to discover that after concealing his presence, unless one ascends to a significantly higher rank, the opponent is unlikely to discern his true level. In other words, at present, Augustus is at the initial tier of a leader. As long as he does not encounter a lord-level being, others will find it impossible to uncover his secrets, much like the brow-patterned king snake. Even when it is right before you, one cannot recognize it as a magical beast. Correspondingly, as long as he wishes, Augustus will appear as nothing more than an ordinary member of the Wolfman tribe. Not even a bloodline warrior in the eyes of others. This allows him to conceal his true nature and makes it particularly convenient for him to execute hidden schemes, chuckling with a peculiar mirth. Augustus communicated with the brow-patterned king snake, confirming that there were no kin of its kind in this forest, which put his mind at ease. The king snake's abilities are exceedingly formidable. If a nest of them were to appear, it would surely spell trouble. With that in mind, Augustus did not delay further and prepared to swiftly complete his final inspection of this last patch of woods. Suddenly, he recalled the emerald snake that had been swallowed by the brow-patterned king snake earlier. He thought it might also be a leader-level creature, so he instructed the king snake to regurgitate in a puddle of mucus. The emerald snake lay coiled, perhaps due to its unconscious state. It could not disguise its aura, revealing it to be merely a low-tier magical beast. Although somewhat disappointed, Augustus nonetheless extracted the magical core from the emerald snake. As for the flesh, he deemed it unappetizing and decided to let the king snake consume it again. With a call, the ghost-faced owl that had been circling without daring to land began to flap its wings and scout ahead. One must admit that sometimes the instincts of magical beasts surpass even his own. The ghost-faced owl was able to sense the terror of the brow-patterned king snake. A bit disdainfully, he glanced at the ghost-faced owl hovering in the a low-tier magical beast. Augustus's perspective had elevated due to his contract with a mid-tier magical beast. He found himself somewhat looking down on the ghost-faced owl. Yet upon reflection, he recognized that the owl was still quite capable. After all, one cannot expect every contracted magical beast to possess the strength of the brow-patterned king snake. Weakness is acceptable, provided the skills are formidable. Soon enough, the final patch of woods had been surveyed. Although it was a cursory glance, he could ascertain that there were no significant dangers. Augustus took out a wooden board, upon which lay a piece of beast skin. The skin bore a rough depiction of the forest terrain. Besides the topography, it also marked areas where magical creatures were likely to appear and where prey was abundant. However, the markings were rather crude and simplistic. In the span of 2 to 3 days, he had been both surveying and mapping, making it impossible to achieve finer details. Moreover, such meticulous work was not something he needed to undertake himself. After all, It was unreasonable to expect the leader to handle every task. Clutching a small stick-like pen, Augustus made his final annotations on the beast's skin. Indeed, this small stick was the very one he had discovered in the underground chamber. One cannot help but acknowledge the blood elf's penchant for research on blood. For instance, the pen in Augustus's hand only required the absorption of blood to transform into red ink for writing. While he did not comprehend the underlying principles, he understood its utility just the same to the very least. It was far more convenient than using charcoal. Having completed the map, Augustus concluded his day's work. Although his encounter with the brow-patterned king snake was fraught with tension, it yielded bountiful rewards, yet he also craved solace. Augustus felt that nothing could be more comforting than the embrace of Laia. Upon his return, he found Laia attending to her young ones as they fed a dozen or so wild rabbits. Indeed, there were already more than a dozen, after hearing Augustus's thoughts on breeding. Laia seemed bewitched. Were it not for Augustus's intervention, by now, not just rabbits, but perhaps even wild boars would have been procured. Let us not forget that Laia was also a bloodline warrior, although the Fire Fox tribe excelled in fire magic. Catching a few wild rabbits was well within reason. However, breeding was no simple endeavor. Take wild chickens, for example. After raising them, what would they feed them? Thus, the breeding efforts in the red flag territory remain limited to rabbits, and, of course, the pot of clear-hearted orchids by their bedside. This was the magical herb Augustus had unearthed from the ghost-faced owl's nest. Laia happened to recognize it, stating that keeping it nearby could enhance mental acuity, with even greater effects once it blooms. Consequently, Laia placed it on the cabinet beside their bed. Indeed, they now possessed not only a bed but also a cabinet. This brings us to the recent transformations in the red flag territory. The weeds surrounding the stone wall have been entirely cleared away thanks to the efforts of the slaves. The distance from the stone wall to the forest's edge spans nearly 100 paces. Augustus contemplated reclaiming a portion of land in the future to experiment with cultivation. A bright red horn banner now stands atop the wall beside the stone gate, adorned with a simplified black wolf head. This serves as the flag of their red flag territory. Under Augustus's guidance, Bear and the others have begun to engage in simple woodworking. Although the finished products are crude and unsightly, they are serviceable enough. Much like the beds Augustus and the others constructed, which are essentially a haphazard assembly of wooden frames. In addition, Bear and his companions are also preparing timber and stone. Augustus intends to construct more houses before winter sets in. The hunting parties continue as before, with Steel Fong and Longtail each leading a team, alternating daily. Though their harvests are modest, they have managed to maintain daily consumption while stockpiling a bit of jerky. Then there is Laia's breeding venture. With minimal investment, a short cycle, and substantial returns, it has yet to yield results due to time constraints, all while having to watch over the young ones, who are true thieves. They have thought of everything except for the fact that it was none other than Arnold, the traitorous cub of their Black Wolf clan, who reported them that Laia's breeding endeavor was doomed to fail before it even began. For this, Bran bore the brunt of the consequences, prompting Laia to chase him around the village with a spear. Augustus approached to take a glance, and indeed, the situation looked quite promising, with an abundance of rabbits. Laia had rebuilt the rabbit hutch beside the stone house with her young ones. The size of the hutch indicated that the little fox girl harbored considerable ambition. Recently, in addition to raising rabbits, she had begun contemplating what to feed wild chickens. Upon seeing the leader return, the young ones flocked around him. They knew that when the leader returned, he generally bore treats, such as an assortment of sweet and sour fruits. Augustus chuckled heartily and retrieved some fruits from his storage ring to share with them. Arnold, ever observant, spotted the snake resting on the leader's shoulder and curiously inquired about it. Augustus playfully frightened him, claiming it was a magical beast with deadly poison. The children scampered away in a frenzy, leaving Laia to chide him lightly. Indeed, it was a magical beast, a leader-level one at that, though devoid of venom. Augustus removed the striped king snake from his shoulder. This creature, aside from its remarkable speed during hunts, generally exhibited a languid demeanor akin to that of a lethargic serpent. Noticing Leah's skepticism, Augustus prompted the snake to demonstrate its swiftness. In the blur of motion, the little fox girl gasped in disbelief. Seizing the opportunity, Augustus took a taste of the snake's tongue, realizing that with the striped king snake, Fenrir's responsibilities could be partially alleviated. He intended to place it near the stone slab at the entrance of the underground chamber, creating a nest for it to guard by day while it foraged by night. Through their communication, it became evident that the striped king snake had modest dietary needs. A single meal could sustain it for an extended period. Furthermore, they discerned its ability to capture, through a combination of guessing and gestures. They learned that the snake possessed two internal compartments, one for food storage and the other for digestion. Typically, prey could survive in a comatose state for several days within the storage compartment. However, once transferred to the digestive compartment, the fate of the prey was sealed within moments. After discussing the striped king snake with Leah, Augustus observed her tending to other matters, managing dozens of slaves. With the weeds cleared from the stone walls, they were now beginning to stockpile firewood. Augustus entered the main hall, preparing to transcribe the forest map twice, one copy for each hunting party, while they would fill in the remaining details. Just as he was nearing completion, a loud voice from outside called out, "Chief, come quick! We've caught your favorite wild goat." Augustus grimaced at the remark. It was unlikely he would get to feast on this particular goat. The little fox girl sheep pen was only half constructed. For the sake of securing more kidneys, Augustus held his tongue. He summoned Steel Tooth to bring Long Tail, and the three of them gathered around a small bench by the fire pit. Augustus distributed the transcribed maps among them. "Excellent. Now we can really get down to business," Steel Tooth exclaimed, shifting uncomfortably on the small bench. One could not afford to be complacent. The forest was not without its dangers. Augustus recounted his encounter with the striped king snake to his two companions, wary that they might let their guard down and jeopardize their lives. Longtail and Steel Tooth both gasped in shock. They had heard tales of the formidable striped king snake, an apex predator among serpents, causing lesser snakes to flee in terror. Upon learning that Augustus had tamed one, their excitement was palpable. Augustus refrained from disclosing the details of the forced contract, maintaining that he had merely subdued it. After witnessing the snake's extraordinary abilities, Steel Tooth and Longtail expressed their desire to tame beasts as well. In response, Augustus could only offer a wry smile. Very few races among the beastmen possessed the ability to domesticate magical beasts, and those that did had limited options. Take, for instance, the crocodilian race he had previously encountered. Their domesticated crocodiles were a type of exotic beast. Most races lacked such capabilities. The companion beasts of their Black Wolf tribe were already considered quite unusual in terms of their bloodline talents. They needed to work diligently and strive to reach the chief level. Then their tribe's companion beasts would be the finest allies. Augustus idly toyed with the languid striped king snake, casting hopeful glances at his two young kin. The beauty of human connection is profound. After their passionate interlude, Augustus had grown accustomed to embracing the little fox girl, whispering sweet nothings as their bodies pressed together. The little fox girl blushed, her eyes sparkling. Ever since the rabbit incident, she had been eager to glean more ingenious ideas from Augustus. He mentioned his intention to continue patrolling their territory, aiming to thoroughly familiarize himself with the environment. He also advised Leah to experiment with planting some cassava around the stone walls. While cassava may not be particularly palatable and its yield modest, it was well adapted to various environments. It could often be found thriving in wild, rugged terrains. Augustus had yet to experiment with propagation, but he was willing to give it a try. Following their livestock endeavors, the little fox girl absorbed the concept of cultivation. The firefox tribe had experience in growing magical herbs, making the understanding of this new endeavor relatively straightforward for them. However, she was puzzled as to why Augustus suggested using the waste from the latrine as fertilizer. With her big, sparkling eyes, the little fox girl looked up at her wolf leader, hoping for an explanation. Could Augustus admit he, too, was unsure? He had never farmed and had a poor grasp of chemistry. Faced with Leah's curious gaze, Augustus decided to satisfy her curiosity in another manner. The eager little fox girl once again rose late. Augustus twisted his waist, lamenting the toll of sleepless nights. He noticed several figures hastily making their way toward the eastern part of the village, a smile creeping onto his face. The latrine of the Red Flag territory was situated on the eastern side of the village. Sheltered from the wind, he vaguely recalled the appropriate ratio for the waste used as fertilizer. Was it 1:15? Shaking his head, he admitted to himself that he had no experience in this matter. Nevertheless, he thought, Experimenting would yield answers that if he weren't so pressed for time, he would have preferred to linger in the village, contemplating matters of food and leisure. What could be better than cultivating and raising things rather than engaging in combat? Unfortunately, circumstances did not permit. Taking a deep breath, Augustus made his way to the village entrance. Fenrir stood guard at the entrance, lazily lifting his head upon seeing his master approach. The once mighty companion beast had been relegated to the role of a watchful guard dog. Yet now, with the striped king snake at his disposal, he could at least rest during the day. He was to become a steed instead. Augustus mounted Fenrir, a peculiar thought crossing his mind about riding a dog. Ugh, no, this was no dog. It was a wolf. With Fenrir, the speed of his territorial patrols would significantly increase. That a great river divided the territory into northern and southern halves, with the red flag territory situated to the south. Thus, Augustus resolved to first ascertain the situation in the southern territory. He called upon the ghost-faced owl and began to ascend the river against the current. 50 miles was trivial for Fenrir. The river flowed east-west, somewhat subverting Augustus's preconceived notions. He paused near a waterfall on the eastern bank, pondering, wasn't it said that the great river flows east? However, considering the existence of deities, a westward-flowing river seemed less peculiar. Estimating that they had traveled nearly 50 miles, Augustus decided to use this waterfall as the eastern boundary. He retrieved a larger piece of animal hide and, using a wooden board for support, began to sketch and write upon it. Today's task was to delineate the boundaries of the territory south of the river. Merely identifying the borders was insufficient. He needed to mark them appropriately. This resembled how beasts marked their territories. A shiver ran down Augustus's spine as he pulled up his trousers, took out his long axe, and carved the words "Red Flag Territory" into the stone wall by the waterfall. There was no need for coloring here. Augustus restrained the impulse to greet the neighboring territory to the east. The beastmen were not known for their politeness. A misstep could easily be interpreted as an invasion. It was said that a group of rhinoceros men inhabited the highlands to the east, known for their rashness. Augustus did not linger. Planning a semicircular route for further exploration, he moved swiftly, recording his observations. And if luck favored him, he would take down any prey he encountered. By midday, he had nearly reached the southern region. The terrain to the south was relatively low and flat, prompting Augustus to select several ancient trees as boundary markers. On the other side of the boundary lay the dense forest of the monkey folk. The monkey folk, while similarly hairy, were far less imposing than their ape counterparts, standing just over a meter tall, with long limbs and tails. They were combative, yet not particularly strong, fitting the description of a somewhat inept but entertaining beastman race. Additionally, the monkey folk were notorious for holding grudges. It was said that a group of monkey folk had once been bullied by other races and, under the leadership of their chief, had collectively retaliated against another village, thus earning notoriety among the beastmen. With such a neighbor, Augustus had to tread carefully. He was not fearful of their aggression, but rather of their penchant for vengeance. Quietly marking out half a mile into his territory, he thought to himself that it would be unwise to offend anyone. He resolved to return and offer some wise counsel to Steel Tooth and the others. After finding a clear patch of land, Augustus dismounted from his wolf, preparing to start a fire for roasting meat. Occasionally, the shrill calls of monkeys echoed from the dense forest, prompting Augustus to ponder the taste of monkey meat. He had only heard of monkey brains, never having tasted them himself. The thought seemed a bit cruel, but yes, he mused. The spectral owl at his side had no such qualms. Let us not forget, performing cranial surgery was the spectral owl's specialty. While Augustus roasted meat and refined his map, the spectral owl began to feast unseen. The ordinary monkeys of the forest stood no chance against the mental assault of the spectral owl. A series of increasingly shrill cries emanated from the southern woods, causing Augustus to slap his thigh in realization. Cursing himself for forgetting, he quickly attempted to summon the owl back through their bond. To his surprise, a peculiar emotion was conveyed in return, almost akin to schadenfreude. Augustus was puzzled, but felt compelled to investigate. The spectral owl, unable to speak, could not relay detailed information, but a flash of red light signaled Augustus to stow away Fenrir. This was the borderlands, and it was wise to keep some cards close to his chest. Even without Fenrir, Augustus was no slouch in terms of speed. Before long, he arrived at the location of the spectral owl. Even before he reached it, he sensed considerable commotion in the dense forest ahead. Meanwhile, the spectral owl was concealed among the branches, enjoying the spectacle. Indeed, it was a spectacle. Not far off, a group of monkey people was being harried up a tree by a low-tier magical beast. The mudskin boar, which was forcing them to screech in alarm. The mudskin boar, known for its tough hide and love for rolling in mud, had accumulated a thick layer of mud armor, enhanced by magical energy. Its hide was as resilient as iron, making it incredibly defensive. The monkey people were forced to climb higher, and the mudskin boar refused to relent. Using its massive bulk, it continually crashed into a large tree. On that tree, a bare-handed monkey person was shrieking in terror. Occasionally, spears rained down from the trees, but they merely sparked against the boar's mud armor, causing no harm whatsoever, as the tree began to lean precariously. A blood-red arrow shot through the mudskin boar's skull with a whistle. After a brief moment of shock, the monkey people erupted in joyous cries. Some of the bolder ones climbed down the tree, cautiously prodding the fallen beast with their spears. The one who had fired the arrow was, of course, Augustus. Though he had pierced the mudskin boar's head, Augustus did not immediately reveal himself. Instead, he curiously observed the monkey people. The reason for his intervention was that this group of monkey people bore a striking resemblance to those he had encountered before, evoking memories of the Blue Planet. The common monkey people he had seen were primarily macaques, sneaky in appearance and quick to anger, often resorting to violence over trivial matters. However, these individuals were adorned with fluffy, light golden fur, sporting blue faces and upward-facing nostrils, resembling golden, snub-nosed monkeys. If not for their animal hides and spears, Augustus might have mistaken them for compatriots. Upon witnessing the ferocious beast being slain, the golden snub-nosed monkeys quickly recognized that they had received assistance. An elderly golden snub-nosed monkey with graying fur looked around anxiously, eventually spotting Augustus in the nearby trees. Upon recognizing the characteristics of the demi-human, the old monkey visibly relaxed, smiling as he waved at Augustus. His actions drew the attention of the other tribe members, who quietly gathered around him, creating a strangely endearing scene. Despite knowing that these were golden, snub-nosed monkeys, a demi-human tribe, Augustus could not help but feel a sense of warmth towards them. Approaching, the elder golden, snub-nosed monkey clasped his fist to his chest. Repeatedly expressing gratitude, Augustus observed that among the 10 or so golden, snub-nosed monkeys present, only the elder was a bloodline warrior. The rest were ordinary members of the tribe. It appeared that their circumstances were not particularly favorable either. Augustus returned the gesture, indicating that he was the leader of a neighboring territory. He explained that he had inadvertently noticed the struggle while patrolling his domain, which led to his timely intervention. The elder's eyes brightened at the mention of new neighbors to the north. Upon hearing that Augustus was a leader-level figure, the old golden, snub-nosed monkey, Jean Buet, expressed deep respect, inviting Augustus to visit their village as a guest. After a moment's hesitation, Augustus nodded in agreement. The natural affinity he felt towards them, coupled with their courteous demeanor, piqued his interest in these neighbors. Under Jean Buet's insistence, Augustus retrieved the carcass of the mudskin boar. The golden, snub-nosed monkeys led the way, and after some time traversing the woods, they arrived at their village nestled in a canyon. Though referred to as a village, it was somewhat of a misnomer. The golden, snub-nosed monkeys resided in caves halfway up the canyon slope. A naturally occurring cave had been transformed into a comfortable dwelling, complete with stone benches, chairs, and beds, if not for the absence of a waterfall. Augustus might have suspected he had stumbled upon a water-curtained cave. The leader of the golden, snub-nosed monkeys, Jean Buet, appeared even older than Jean Buet, exuding an aura of waning vitality. However, 2 younger tribe members stood behind him, full of vigor and enthusiasm. The golden, snub-nosed monkeys were exceptionally hospitable, and Jean Buet expressed his gratitude towards the leader of the Black Wolf tribe. Soon, an array of fresh fruits piled up before Augustus. Though Jean Buet was aged, he remained curious about the new neighbors, inquiring about Augustus's territory and expressing admiration for Demonis City. Through their conversation, Augustus learned that Jean Buet was aware of his limited time left. Aside from him, no other leader-level members had emerged within the tribe. The old monkey expressed concern that should he pass, the tribe would be left without guidance, unable to survive in the wilderness. Augustus empathized with him, understanding that a tribe without a leader was a grave concern. The wilderness was fraught with dangers, and lacking a strong figurehead could easily lead to their extinction. Fortunately, the succubus tribe was remarkably adaptable, and under the protection of Lady Demonis, the displaced demi-humans still had a chance to rise again. After a moment of contemplation, Augustus decided to share his past. The elderly golden snub-nosed leader reacted with great delight upon hearing his story. He beckoned the nearby tribe members to hurry and bring out the wine. Having lived in this region for generations, they had heard tales of the Lord's exploits, yet their underlying worries remained. Now, with the example of the Black Wolf tribe before them, a weight had been lifted from the old leader's heart. When Augustus heard that wine was being served, he expected blood wine to owe his surprise. The golden snub-nosed monkeys presented a fragrant fruit wine instead. The viscous amber liquid poured from the jar into a stone bowl, releasing a complex and rich aroma. Augustus raised the bowl, taking a gentle sniff, immediately recognizing it as a marvelous brew on par with blood wine. Come, try our unique monkey wine, they urged. This wine is crafted by our ancestors, inspired by the monkey troops of the mountains. Infused with special magical potions, Augustus took a tentative sip, then downed the rest in one go, exhaling a long sigh of satisfaction. Indeed, it was exquisite, pleased by the praise from the Black Wolf leader. Jean Bumi beamed with joy, pointing to himself as he spoke. This wine may not have many benefits, but it is renowned for prolonging life. Just look at the longevity of my kin in this village. Upon hearing this, Augustus surveyed his surroundings and indeed spotted numerous golden-furred monkeys, all emanating a similar air of age. The demi-human race, unless one belongs to the long-lived species, typically has a limited lifespan. For instance, in their own Black Wolf clan, if one fails to awaken their bloodline, the life expectancy of an ordinary clansman is not significantly longer than that of a human. Bloodline warriors might live for 2 to 3 centuries, and leaders only slightly longer, around 400 to 500 years, AS for the lordly level. That was a realm Augustus was unfamiliar with in his recollection. It had been ages since a being of lordly strength had graced their clan. In the spirit of reciprocity, having partaken of the monkey wine, Augustus was not one to hoard. He procured a wine pouch from a storage ring and, under the astonished gaze of the golden-furred monkey leader, poured a bowl of blood wine for him. Jean Bai cautiously lifted the bowl, took a tentative sip, and his eyes brightened momentarily before he set it down with a hint of disappointment. Seeing this, Augustus was momentarily taken aback, pondering if it did not suit the leader's palate. Before he could inquire, the leader seemed to read his thoughts and declared, "Do not be troubled, esteemed guest. It is not the quality of the wine that is lacking. Just this small sip has awakened a subtle sensation of my bloodline's power. Alas, the quantity is too scant, were I to partake of a bowl daily. Perhaps it would sustain me until a new leader arises within our clan. That's so." Augustus felt a surge of joy within, discreetly passing the wine pouch to the leader. "Feel free to take it. If it is insufficient, I still have more." Jean Bai was taken aback, rising from his frail form in a sudden burst of energy, uncertainly asking, "Could it be that you have mastered the brewing method of blood wine?" "My clan is willing to exchange the recipe for monkey wine." Augustus, witnessing the leader's excitement, merely smiled in silence. They indeed possessed the brewing method for blood wine, but it heavily relied on those 5 large urns, making it impractical to exchange the recipe with the golden-furred monkey clan. However, exchanging the wine itself remained an option. Augustus gestured for the monkey leader to calm down and sit before sharing his thoughts. Upon learning that the brewing method could not be exchanged, the aging leader's eyes filled with a pained disappointment. Yet, upon realizing that monkey wine could be traded, a feeling of regained hope surged within him. Seizing the opportunity, Augustus exploited Jean Bai's pressing need for blood wine, cunningly establishing a bargain. 1 urn of blood wine in exchange for 2 urns of monkey wine, under the condition that the containers were of equal size. Why pass up such a favorable deal? Augustus was determined not to overlook this advantageous opportunity, especially since he had 2 small octopuses at home. After the exchange, he could allow the little octopuses to further enhance the quality of the monkey wine. A surefire profit, suppressing his inner excitement, Augustus stored the first batch of 50 urns of monkey wine in his storage ring, after assuring the leader that he would personally return 25 urns of blood wine the following day. Augustus set off on his journey home. This outing had not only secured half of the southern border, but also introduced him to a congenial group of neighbors. Most importantly, the acquisition of monkey wine was his most significant gain. In comparison, the capture of the armored pig seemed rather dull to awe. He had learned from the golden-furred monkey leader that with summer approaching, a merchant caravan was soon to arrive, specifically a human caravan. This revelation filled Augustus with anticipation. Although their Red Banner clan currently lacked noteworthy resources to offer, the mere presence of a human caravan traversing the wilderness was unexpected. Previously, he had never encountered a human caravan in Black Wolf Fortress. Yet, having a caravan was undoubtedly a boon. It allowed for mutual exchange and the acquisition of information. However, it was clear that in dealings with the caravan, the demi-human race would likely find themselves at a disadvantage. There was little that could be done, as the demi-humans lacked the innate talent for commerce. Upon returning to his territory, Augustus mounted Fenrir once more. Continuing his patrol would necessitate spending the night in the wild. And unwilling to leave Leah alone in an empty abode, he resolved to head back. Upon arriving at the village, he entrusted the armored pig to the watchful Longtail for processing that a single arrow had claimed its life. Resulting in a waste of blood, Augustus seemed he would need to cultivate a habit of capturing them alive in the future. As brewing blood, wine required fresh beast blood. The armored pig was substantial, providing a considerable amount of beast meat. Moreover, its tough hide could be fashioned into leather armor. He instructed Longtail to extract the magic core and skin the beast. Beast meat was a precious resource. Aside from a small portion reserved for immediate consumption, the remainder needed to be cured into jerky for preservation to end the clan's development. Beast meat played an indispensable role. Before awakening, ordinary clansmen were unable to withstand the energy of magic cores. To increase the likelihood of bloodline awakening, consuming beast meat was the most straightforward and effective method. Naturally, Augustus intended to keep the magic core. Previously, it had been something he was reluctant to utilize, as it seemed unnecessary. However, things had changed since learning from the ogre leader, Yake, that his natural awakening was why he had garnered the attention of Lady Magi and Manager Ram. The term natural awakening referred to achieving a second awakening of the bloodline and attaining the status of a leader without external assistance, such as consuming a leader-level magic core or special potions. Upon uncovering this truth, Augustus found himself both amused and exasperated. His ascent had been purely accidental that time, accompanied by Longtail and Steel Fawn. Where was he to procure a leader-level magic core or any special potions? If not for his decent aptitude, he might never have reached the leader level in this lifetime. Seizing the opportunity, Augustus inquired with the ogre leader, Yake, about the proper usage of magic cores. Later, after conversing with Leah, the Firefox clan, he confirmed the information. Magic cores, rich in energy, were not entirely pure. Solely relying on their absorption could indeed enhance strength within a relatively short span. But it came at a cost, the limit of future growth. Thus, under normal circumstances, unless one sensed their power had reached a plateau, promising demi-humans would not recklessly consume magic cores. This was the advantage of having a good lineage, enabling access to more ancestral knowledge. Those of humble origins, like Augustus and his companions, were largely in the dark regarding such matters. Afterward, Augustus meticulously recorded this information onto a piece of leather. He had documented a wealth of similar insights, including information on magical beasts and methods of hunting and processing them. The lack of lineage was not frightening. Rather, it was alarming to remain unaware of this fact. After all traditions were accumulated bit by bit. Were they not? Observing Longtail having nearly finished processing the armored pig, Augustus returned to the main hall and descended into the underground chamber. As he entered, two blood-red little octopuses emerged from the wine urn, peering curiously at him. Augustus greeted each of them and, as if performing a magic trick, produced a jar of monkey wine from his storage bag, initially intending to amuse the two little creatures. He was taken aback when they simultaneously exclaimed the name of the monkey wine and impossibly dove into the jar. though he had grown accustomed to the sight of the little octopuses weaving between the wine urns. He could not help but marvel at the wonders of creation each time. Perhaps this was indeed a blessing from the beast god. Through the wine jar, Augustus engaged in a delightful exchange with the little octopuses and was thrilled to discover that they not only recognized the monkey wine, but also recounted the brewing recipe with admirable accuracy. Quickly, Augustus retrieved a piece of leather to document the details. Aside from a variety of fruits, the most crucial components were several magic potions. While they surely lacked those at present, they could gradually gather and cultivate them. Leah possessed experience in this regard, and he believed that in the near future, their Red Banner clan would acquire the ability to brew monkey wine. Soon after, an even greater surprise awaited him. The two little octopuses expressed their confidence that the materials Augustus had obtained for the monkey wine were of commendable quality. They were entirely certain they could elevate the monkey wine to a higher caliber, bestowing it with healing properties that had been absent before. According to their description, the upgraded monkey wine is said to possess an abundance of life energy. Consuming it not only extends one's lifespan, but also effectively heals ordinary wounds. Even in the case of severe injuries, as long as they are not fatal, one can cling to life for a while longer. The term Old Mountain Ginseng inexplicably flashed through Augustus's mind. This is no mere wine. It is clearly a miraculous elixir. Augustus hastily retrieved the remaining monkey wine and arranged it neatly beside him. He then instructed the two little octopuses to prioritize enhancing their quality from now on. Subsequently, he took out the prepared wine pouch and drew from a large vat the blood wine promised to the golden-haired monkey people. While fetching the wine, Augustus casually inquired whether the two little octopuses could brew blood wine on their own. In his view, relying solely on these 5 large vats felt somewhat passive. The main issue was that the little fox girl, Leah, lacked significant talent in the magic array. The stone house's magic array was beyond her comprehension, let alone the more intricate brewing arrays within the wine vats. To his surprise, the two little octopuses confidently asserted that they could certainly manage it. They explained that the so-called magic array was merely a rudimentary technique developed by blood elves through studying their kind. With their presence, as long as sufficient raw materials and monster blood were provided, they could produce as much blood wine as desired. The overwhelming joy left Augustus feeling somewhat lightheaded. Elon, you should never have casually scattered your ashes in the woods. Your contributions deserve a place in the ancestral temple. There was no hope of recovering Elon's ashes. Once Augustus finished preparing the monkey wine, he set aside his thoughts of contributions. During dinner, Augustus shared a jar of monkey wine with everyone, introducing it to the long-tailed ones along with their friendly neighbors. This news undoubtedly inspired them greatly. Steelfang even pounded his chest, vowing to capture more monsters and brew more blood wine. Although Augustus was reluctant to dampen their spirits, capturing monsters was no easy task. However, when his gaze caught sight of the stone den of the browed king snake, he felt a glimmer of hope. Blood wine was undoubtedly the most advantageous resource for the village's future development that he currently possessed. With it, Augustus was filled with confidence for the future. Unlike blood wine, monkey wine could be consumed freely without concern for waste. A jar was opened for all to enjoy. Unfortunately, the Black Wolf clan had a natural tolerance for alcohol, and with 3 firefoxes sharing, the jar was soon emptied, leaving everyone merely tipsy, yet yearning for more. With the revelries still lingering, Augustus had to seek sustenance elsewhere. Alas, the little fox girl suffered through an entire night of ecstasy and exhaustion. The next morning, Augustus hurried to the cave of the golden-haired monkey people. After successfully delivering the blood wine, he continued his patrol of the border. The sight of the elderly golden-haired monkey leader receiving the blood wine with a beaming smile made him feel a twinge of loss. It seemed like he had received less than he deserved. Had he known it would be 3 for 1? The greedy Augustus thought bitterly. After a flurry of activity, Augustus finally completed the inspection of the southern border. The map in his hand now displayed a complete semicircle. Apart from the nearly 1/10 U-shaped forest in the center, most of the other areas remained blank. Augustus planned to wrap up his patrol by surveying the northern border next. The canyon forest was currently sufficient for their village's survival. The more pressing matter now was to focus on village construction. Summer was quietly approaching, bringing increasing heat and the impending rainy season. The little cubs in the village still resided in tents, Summer was already hot, and the rainy season would be unbearably humid. Bear and his companions were progressing too slowly in collecting wood and stone. Relying solely on them, it seemed unlikely they could provide proper housing for the cubs in time. Population was still a significant issue. With around 100 individuals, it was quite challenging to ensure both survival and construction. The growth of the subhuman population relied on two factors: reproduction and plunder. Natural reproduction was far too slow for the current red flag territory, as the existing cubs would take nearly a decade to mature, let alone the newborns. Plundering for population was undoubtedly the best approach, but with their footing still unsteady, they couldn't afford to act too hastily. Consequently, many tasks fell to Augustus, the leader, to handle personally. There was no escaping it. The workload was overwhelming. Augustus couldn't help but envy the golden-haired monkey people. Despite facing the awkwardness of generational transition, they had a solid foundation, with hundreds of clansfolk gathered together, forming a considerable force. Augustus had considered whether he could hire some golden-haired monkeys to assist with village construction. However, as the two parties had only just begun to interact and lacked mutual trust, he ultimately refrained from broaching the subject. Shaking his head, Augustus stowed away the map and urged Fenrir to return home. Meanwhile, at a mine belonging to the Succubus clan, the prolonged absence of the ogre guards had left the mine overseer greatly troubled. According to their agreement, someone should have arrived to escort the mined resources to Demonis City by now. The accumulation of resources was significantly hindering the mining process. To remedy this, they had no choice but to dispatch a messenger to Demonis City to urge them. Unexpectedly, the messenger not only returned with a team of guards, but also with an envoy from the Demonis herself. Elated, the mine overseer could not help but feel perplexed. Upon inquiry, he discovered that this team of guards was not the one originally intended to escort the resources. According to Chief Ram's plan, it was supposed to be led by the ogre leader Yake after completing the escort mission. Upon comparing notes, they realized something was amiss. The ogre leader Yake had neither arrived at the mine nor returned to Demonis City. This small team of 10 had gone missing. The disappearance of a mid-level leader along with his guard team was no trivial matter in Demonis City. After the envoy confirmed that Yake's group had never visited the mine, anxiety began to mount. After a moment of deliberation, the Griffin envoy took to the skies. He planned to first visit the territory of the wolf leader to inquire about Yake's whereabouts. Augustus was still unaware that Yake, who had changed his perception of the ogres, had gone missing to this moment. He was still preoccupied with border affairs. Augustus, with a grim expression, stood within his territory. After crossing the river on Fenrir, he arrived at the northern territory of the Red Flag. Similar to the southern hilly region, but with a river in between, the northern hills were slightly higher and seemingly more abundant in resources. This should have been a cause for celebration. However, with the intermittent appearance of ash from campfires and signs of disturbance, Augustus understood that his territory was under invasion by other forces, perhaps due to being unclaimed for over a decade. The neighboring entities had begun to treat this territory as their hunting grounds. Understanding the situation was one thing, but feeling anger was another, especially when he spotted a smug team of snake people leaving his territory, laden with bountiful spoils. Damn it, that all belongs to me. Mounted on his giant wolf and wielding a long axe, Augustus intercepted the snake team at the border. Drop your prey and leave the Red Flag territory, or else face death. The aura of the leader emanated from his being, commanding respect without a hint of anger, causing the serpentine beings to tremble in trepidation. The serpent folk had not earned a favorable reputation among the demi-human tribes. This race was notorious for its treachery. Skilled in serpent manipulation and the use of venom, they were the epitome of cunning and ruthlessness. Possessing a humanoid form devoid of hair, their scales began at the forehead and extended to the nape of their neck, trailing behind them a lengthy serpentine tail. Unlike the beast companions of the Black Wolf tribe, the serpent folk revered guardian beasts. Their guardian was a colossal serpent, a creature that straddled the line between beast and magical beast. It was said that some powerful serpent folk had passed down these mighty serpents through generations. As long as the humanoids persisted, so too did the serpents, their lineage maintained. These ancient serpents, meticulously nurtured by the serpent folk through the ages, boasted formidable combat prowess. Fortunately, only leaders could tame such extraordinary beasts. Otherwise, The serpent folk might have long since ascended to dominance over the wilderness. Nevertheless, Augustus had already received a friendly warning from the troll leader. Yake, even a mid-tier leader like Yake harbored reservations about the serpent folk. Reluctant to provoke them unnecessarily, Augustus opted merely to compel them to relinquish their quarry and vacate the territory. Yet the venomous glares of the few bloodline warriors leading the departing serpent folk left a lasting impression on Augustus, as if he had intruded upon their domain. After a moment of silence, Augustus felt a sense of helplessness. The current manpower was insufficient to manage such an extensive territory. Today, they could be driven off. But what of tomorrow? It was a life of perpetual thievery. How could one guard against thieves day and night? In the following 2 days, Augustus hastened to complete the boundary patrol and mark the territory accordingly. Perhaps the expulsion had borne fruit, or perhaps the serpent folk were deliberately evading him. For the next 2 days, Augustus encountered no further serpent folk. The northern expanse was entirely under their dominion. This revelation filled him with concern. Clearly, the influence of the serpent folk had surpassed that of ordinary tribes. The strength of neighbors was not necessarily a blessing, especially for a race with such a notorious reputation. Augustus found himself at a loss for effective solutions. With a heavy heart, he returned to the village, advising Chongwei and Gongya to remain vigilant regarding movements from the north. Consequently, the ghost-faced owl was relocated once more. Augustus assigned it to station itself north of the Great River, tasked with promptly reporting any incursions by the serpent folk. Should such an event occur again, Augustus was determined not to hold back. However, he did not anticipate that the next encounter would come so swiftly. When the ghost-faced owl signaled, Augustus, in a fit of exasperation, mounted Fenrir and galloped across the river. To his surprise, there was only a single serpent folk present. Upon witnessing the furious approach of Augustus riding his wolf, the serpent folk displayed no fear. Instead, he courteously introduced himself as an envoy of the serpent folk. The serpent envoy extended a warm welcome from his tribe to their new neighbors and conveyed an invitation from their leader to the wolf leader. Augustus soon realized that the cunning serpent folk had placed him in a predicament. To decline would signify weakness, a fear of the serpent folk, which might embolden them in the future. Conversely, accepting the invitation filled him with trepidation. What if it turned out to be a trap? After a moment of contemplation, Augustus ultimately chose to accept the invitation, agreeing to visit the following day, and dismissed the so-called serpent envoy. His expression darkened. With a glint of coldness in his gaze, with Fenrir and the striped king snake by his side, he was not one to be trifled with among leaders. He had no reason to fear typical adversaries. In the face of the serpent folk, he could not afford to exhibit the slightest hint of weakness. This was the consensus among the demi-human tribes. After accepting the invitation, Augustus returned to the village to prepare. This time, he intended to bring along the striped king snake, as the village's defensive capabilities were severely lacking. The hunting activities of Chongwei and Gongya would have to be suspended. All armed forces in the village would remain for defense. In front of the hearth in the great house, Augustus began to make arrangements. Gongya protested vehemently, insisting on accompanying the leader. Others also displayed expressions of concern. Augustus firmly quelled their objections with their limited numbers. Adding 1 or 2 more would be of little consequence, that he made them promise that if he had not returned before sunset the following day, they were to lead everyone back to Demon Princess City. Moreover, he urged them not to entertain thoughts of revenge. Surviving with the young ones was of utmost importance. Augustus spoke with a sense of tragic resolve, bringing tears to Leah's eyes. Even the usually boisterous Gongya fell silent. Observing their despondency, Augustus chuckled heartily and began to boast of his strength, attempting to lighten the mood. However, his efforts yielded little effect, and the group remained silent. That night, the little fox girl, usually passive, became fervent. In a moment of passion, Augustus noticed tears streaming down the lovely face in his embrace. "Let us have a little one," Augustus, Leah implored, her fervor transforming into something almost heroic. Augustus could only smile wryly, unable to resist the little fox girl's enthusiasm, and resigned himself to play the role of her steed. The following morning, Augustus did not rouse the slumbering Leah. Unbeknownst to him, as he quietly opened the door and turned to depart, tears silently slipped from the closed eyes of the little fox girl. Outside, Chongwei and Gongya had been waiting by the door since early morning. Augustus, taken aback, approached them with irritation and kicked one of them away. Go, go, go. You can't be woken up on a regular day. Yet you're up so early today. Go back and sleep. Don't make it feel like a funeral, having shooed away Chongwei and Gangya. Augustus mounted Fenrir and waded across the river on the other side. The serpent folk awaited him. A flicker of cold light flashed in Augustus's eyes. Did they truly consider this their territory? What audacity to welcome guests in another's domain. Suppressing his displeasure, Augustus signaled for the serpent folk to lead the way. Departing from his territory, it was not until afternoon that they finally reached the village of the serpent folk. The settlement lay at the end of a gorge filled with bizarrely shaped rocks. Numerous entrances, varying in size from the width of a finger to large enough for carriages to pass through, dotted the sides of the gorge. The air was filled with hissing sounds, as if one had stepped into a serpent's lair. A towering wall enclosed the gorge, extending for several miles, a testament to its scale. That a well-equipped contingent of serpent folk awaited at the city gates, led by a leader adorned with emerald serpent scales upon his head. As previously mentioned, the serpent folk were entirely hairless, their bodies covered in scales from forehead to nape. Thus, this serpent folk appeared to don a green cap. Augustus dismounted from his wolf amidst the welcoming and admiring remarks. Stowing Fenrir away, the leading serpent folk introduced himself as Green Serpent, claiming it as a title passed down through their tribe. Augustus initially assumed he was the leader of the serpent folk, only to discover that he was merely the third elder. Observing the nonchalant manner in which the elder presented himself, Augustus's heart sank. This indicated that the serpent folk had at least 4 leaders among them. Were they flexing their muscles right from the outset? Augustus maintained a stoic demeanor as he introduced himself, entering through the city gates under the guidance of Elder Green Serpent. This place could hardly be described as a mere village, in stark contrast to the modesty of Red Flag Village. The serpent folk's settlement resembled a miniature version of Demon Princess City. It was evident that much of the city's layout was modeled after Demon Princess City. Even the leader's residence bore a striking resemblance to the Lord's Hall of Demon Princess City, though the pervasive serpent motifs carved into the architecture were unsettling. Under Elder Green Serpent's guidance, Augustus stepped into the leader's abode. Inside sat 3 serpent folk, who did not rise upon his arrival, but instead gazed at the wolf leader with smiles. Were they waiting for him to pay his respects? Unperturbed, Augustus proceeded to find a seat for himself, maintaining a smile as he regarded them. After a moment of stalemate, prompted by a subtle gesture from the principal serpent folk, Elder Green Serpent chuckled and spoke. How forgetful of me to neglect the introductions. This gentleman is Augustus, the leader of the Black Wolf tribe across the Great River. Lord Augustus, these are our serpent folk leaders, Lord Red Serpent. And these 2 are Elder Black Serpent and Elder White Serpent. August feigned ignorance towards their exchanged glances, politely returning the gesture. The leader of the Red Serpent bore crimson scales atop his head, his rank surpassing that of August, yet his specific cultivation remained inscrutable. The Red Serpent leader was imposing in stature, starkly contrasting the slenderness of his kin. His vertical pupils were deep-set, embodying an aura of inherent authority. Yet the absence of facial hair rendered him somewhat less intimidating, lending an air of incongruity. The first elder, a figure with jet-black eyes and mouth, resembled a specter cloaked in shadows, while the second elder was notably distinct. Being a female serpent person, her alabaster skin complemented by silvery scales, her head adorned with a gauzy scarf, exuding an exotic charm. The Green Serpent elder, with a mere utterance, claimed half of August's territory. The domain of the Red Flag clan was not solely confined to the banks of the Great River. They too possessed a considerable share of land. Following the introductions, August let out a light chuckle, seemingly jesting, yet subtly addressing the underlying traps within their discourse. That he mused that the serpent people harbored ill intentions. This invitation likely aimed at seizing that portion of territory, a slip of the tongue. Indeed, the Green Serpent, awkwardly smiling, instructed the attendants to serve the dishes and pour the wine. Servants bustled about, and soon a lavish array of delicacies was laid before August. It resembled a banquet of treachery. Despite the sumptuous offerings, August felt no inclination to indulge. His sole desire was to discern their intentions and extricate himself from this precarious situation, that he expressed gratitude to the Red Serpent leader, the three elders, and the Serpent Clan for their warm hospitality, but added, "I am accustomed to speaking plainly. Let us be straightforward." Without touching the food or drink, August interrupted the festive atmosphere. The IT was no jest. The Serpent people were adept at employing toxins, and he dared not partake in their cuisine lightly. The convivial ambience was shattered as a flicker of displeasure crossed the Red Serpent leader's vertical pupils. Yet he too felt a measure of trepidation. He could not discern the rank of the Wolfman leader. Did this not imply that the latter might be superior? Upon entering the leader's abode, August sensed the unmasked scrutiny of the three individuals within. However, he remained unfazed, possessing a skill to conceal his aura. Unless one were of lordly status, it was futile to uncover his true nature. This ability was one of August's assets. The unknown often breeds speculation, and he was certain the Serpent people harbored some reservations. Indeed, his suspicions were validated, had they been able to ascertain August's true capabilities. The meal would have been unnecessary. The four leaders of the Serpent Clan had long been prepared to coerce him into relinquishing the Northern Territory. Yet, at this juncture, the Red Serpent, after a moment's contemplation, remarked, "The Wolfman clan is rather impatient. Since that is the case, let us speak openly. As you can see, our Serpent Clan is populous, and sustaining such a large number is no simple task. Hence, we have summoned you to discuss the matter of borrowing your Northern Territory." Borrowing? August chuckled inwardly at the audacity of such a proposition. He feigned a troubled expression, and just as the Red Serpent assumed he would acquiesce, he leisurely produced a short, stout snake from his pocket, playing with it in his hands while lamenting, "Indeed, our population cannot compare to that of the Serpent Clan. Alas, I have raised a gluttonous beast. Sigh, I must resort to the resources of the Northern Territory to sustain it." With this act, the countenances of several Serpent people shifted dramatically, particularly the Green Serpent, who nearly leapt from his seat upon recognizing the characteristics of the short snake. "The browed king snake," he exclaimed in evident fear. It was not cowardice. The browed king snake was a veritable nightmare for the Serpent people. This creature was known for its insatiable appetite, devouring not just ordinary snakes, but also serpent beasts, and even the Serpent people themselves. One could say that the browed king snake exerted a natural bloodline suppression over them. Did one not notice the leader's high-ranking Red Serpent turning pale? A Wolfman clan, whose rank remained undisclosed, accompanied by a mid-tier browed king snake and a massive wolf, posed a formidable challenge. The Red Serpent began to question whether the advantage lay with him. Faced with August's assertiveness, the Red Serpent's demeanor finally shifted. He forced a smile, awkwardly stating, "If the noble refuses to lend, so be it." The Green Serpent hastily attempted to smooth over the situation, urging August to put away the browed king snake, lest it disrupt their cordiality. August's lips curled into a smile, relief washing over him. He had indeed managed to assert his dominance. Not wishing to linger, August seized the opportunity to take his leave, citing the creature's voracious appetite and the need to return and feed it. With this statement, the Serpent Clan found it difficult to retain him. Surely they could not be responsible for the browed king snake's sustenance. August feigned calmness as he departed, and it was only upon stepping into his own territory that he truly exhaled in relief. My goodness, the Serpent Clan was overwhelmingly powerful, particularly the Red Serpent leader and the first elder, Black Serpent. They exuded an aura reminiscent of the formidable Steward Ram. The mere existence of four leaders within the Serpent Clan was already absurd. And to think there were potentially two high-ranking individuals among them, not to mention the guardian beast that had yet to make an appearance. August wiped away the non-existent sweat on his brow, overwhelmed by a profound sense of inadequacy. Little did he realize he had narrowly escaped the jaws of peril. After August departed, within the abode of the Serpent Clan leader, the first elder, Black Serpent, coldly inquired, "Why did we not retain him? Although the browed king snake is fearsome, it is merely of mid-tier rank. Either of us could easily slay it." The Red Serpent, seated in the principal position, betrayed no signs of displeasure at Black Serpent's inquiry. He simply scratched his head thoughtfully and remarked, "Do you think the demon princess placed such an individual near us for a reason?" Upon hearing this, Black Serpent's pupils constricted, and he turned to scold the Green Serpent. Did you not claim he was a newly appointed leader of only initial tier strength? Initially, he was indeed of initial tier strength. They camped by the Great River, and I personally investigated. The Green Serpent replied with a shrinking demeanor. Enough? It was not easy to deceive you. The Red Serpent waved a hand, choosing not to dwell on the Third Elder's shortcomings. A leader of any rank, even a crafty one, did not overly concern him. What truly captured his attention was the individual from within the Demon Princess's city. This thought crossed his mind. He turned his gaze towards the silent White Serpent, who had been quiet since the beginning. White Serpent, what is your perspective? After a moment of silence, the White Serpent finally spoke. He is formidable. This was hardly insightful. The Green Serpent muttered under his breath, only to witness the Red Serpent nod in agreement. A palpable silence enveloped the hall as the individuals contemplated their thoughts. Just as August reached the banks of the Great River, he spotted Longtail and Steeltooth awaiting him with their hunting party. Before he could utter a word, Steeltooth exclaimed, "Thank goodness you're back. Otherwise, we would have had to take our men to confront them." August glared at Longtail, who bore a similarly resolute expression, his anger flaring. You take my words for naught? Steeltooth may lack sense, but you too. With a few kicks, he sent them back to the village. Liao waited at the village entrance. Upon seeing August, she disregarded her shyness and threw herself into the embrace of the Wolfman leader. August, touched, embraced the little fox girl, softly comforting her. Within the grand hall of the Red Flag clan, August and the others gathered around the fire. He recounted the events of his encounter with the Serpent Clan. Everyone was taken aback by their formidable strength. Only Leah gazed at her Wolfman leader with admiration. Goodness, for leaders of such caliber! What shall we do? Perhaps we should return to our lord and request a change of territory. Upon hearing the strength of his opponent, Ganya couldn't help but gasp in astonishment. Suddenly struck with an idea, Augustus regarded him with the look of a fool, remarking that it was easy to speak, but the Lady of the Demon had already laid down explicit regulations forbidding any change of territory. Returning before a year had passed would equate to relinquishing the right to establish a settlement. In such a scenario, they would be left with nothing but serving the Succubus clan, although this was certainly preferable to death or the extinction of their race. Augustus was reluctant to abandon the hard-won situation they had managed to create. Not rush. I've already intimidated them. For the time being, they should not dare to act recklessly. You all must focus on enhancing your strength. For the greater our power, the safer we shall be, Augustus concluded, determined not to forsake this homeland unless absolutely necessary. The serpent folk were formidable, yet Augustus was not without means to contend with them. He still had 3 unused contract slots available, and if need be, he could replace the ghost-faced owl at that point. It would be uncertain who had the greater number of leader-class beings. That we also desire to elevate our strength swiftly. Yet you forbid us from using magic cores. Ganya couldn't help but murmur in complaint from the sidelines. Augustus dismissed him with indifference. Following the awakening of his bloodline, Augustus had indeed granted Ganya a magic core. But upon realizing that magic cores would affect their limits, he had warned him against consuming it. In truth, Augustus possessed 4 additional magic cores, 2 of which were contributed by the ghost-faced owl, one from a green magic serpent, and another from a mud-armored boar. However, he did not intend to utilize these cores. Setting aside the fact that the magic cores had other uses, their rate of strength enhancement was not slow. Augustus had begun to sense that he was on the verge of breaking through to the mid-level leader tier. What they required now was merely time. The night of the full moon is approaching. And after the sacrifice, we shall progress even more swiftly, Augustus murmured to himself. Recognizing that this would provide a significant opportunity to save time, for the serpent folk, Augustus had not returned empty-handed. Apart from gaining a preliminary understanding of their strength, Leah, who had previously been plagued by uncertainty, had become more open in certain respects. Augustus oscillated between the roles of knight and mount, as the nocturnal life beneath the red moon grew increasingly vivid and engaging. After a passionate encounter, Leah seriously broached the subject of selecting female goblins to reside in the main dwelling, claiming that goblins had strong reproductive capabilities. Augustus stared blankly at the little fox girl. confirming that she was not jesting before silently suppressing his incredulity. What nonsense! A creature with the appearance of a goblin. Augustus felt his dignity had been affronted and thus chastised the little fox girl soundly. The following morning, Augustus diligently marked the foundation not far behind the main house. Initially intending to handle it himself, he found that now was not the time. He could only outline the framework and entrust Longtail, who was on duty, to lead the excavation. With a hunting party of 20, alongside Bear and his companions, they would likely complete the task within a day. The early rising youngsters observed their leader drawing on the ground, excitedly chattering that they wanted to help build their new home. By all means, help, but do not be surprised when you find yourselves in tears. After assigning the excavation of the foundation to Longtail, Augustus mounted Fenrir and crossed the river once more. While constructing a few houses was feasible, building a bridge across the river, which spanned several meters, was out of the question for now. The rainy season had yet to arrive, and the deepest parts of the river were only 2 to 3 meters deep at present. Who knew what conditions the rainy season would bring? Augustus pondered silently atop the giant wolf. His journey northward was twofold: to ascertain whether the serpent folk adhered to regulations and to prepare for the full moon sacrifice. The statues of the demon lord, transported from afar in the demon lord city, were not mere decorations. As long as the sacrifice was performed on the night of the full moon, they would receive the blessings of the Lord. It was said that the more offerings made and the more sacrifices conducted, the more powerful the blessings received. This was the protection granted by the demon lord to all tribes within the territory. Even the serpent folk, with their so-called settlement, displayed a statue of the demon lord prominently in the center of their square, though theirs was significantly larger than that of the red flag territory. The significance of this was unclear. Legend suggested that these statues were linked to the promotion of lords, yet no one could elucidate the nature of this connection. The level of lord was still somewhat distant for Augustus. He merely wished to gain more benefits through the sacrifice. Sacrifices required offerings, whether beasts or magical creatures, with living beings producing the best effects. Rumor had it that certain tribes even sacrificed slaves, though the truth of this remained uncertain. Augustus speculated that the sacrifice was likely a means for the Lord to obtain energy. From an energetic perspective, slaves might not even measure up to beasts, let alone magical creatures. Thus, the notion of sacrificing slaves was likely a misguided belief held by some ignorant tribes. They remained foolish in their own ways. And Augustus had no desire to interfere. He had already instructed Ganya and the others to prepare beasts for the offerings. Augustus's target was magical creatures. He had decided that he would contract any suitable fines for himself while dedicating the ordinary ones to the Lord. With a call, the ghost-faced owl, tasked with watching over the northern territory, landed gracefully on Augustus's shoulder. After a brief exchange confirming that no traces of the serpent folk had been found, Augustus set off with it to seek out magical creatures. Within the entire northern territory, spanning a semicircle of 50 miles, finding magical creatures should not pose a significant challenge. The real question was how many remained after the serpent folk had ravaged the area. Augustus aimed for large magical creatures, and the larger, the better. Whether for contracting or sacrifice, large magical creatures were precisely what Augustus desired. From the perspective of contracting, large magical creatures could not only assist in guarding the northern territory, but also contribute to construction efforts. As for sacrifices, a larger offering would indeed appear more sincere. Regrettably, reality did not align with his hopes. Despite having the ghost-faced owl providing aerial reconnaissance, Augustus failed to spot any large magical creatures throughout the day. He did, however, encounter several wild beasts, which he swiftly dispatched. After all, should he not act, they might one day fall prey to the serpent folk. Before he knew it, half the day had passed, as Augustus delved deeper into the northern territory. His frustration began to mount. Could it be that the magical creatures here had all been dealt with by the serpent folk? The thought that for over a decade, no one had managed this area, allowing the serpent folk to reap such benefits, filled Augustus with indignation. Just then, the ghost-faced owl in midair suddenly signaled. A surge of joy coursed through Augustus as he hurried forward. Soon, he sensed movement ahead. Before him, a colossal bear-like magical creature was entangled with an entirely emerald green python. The bear's size was nothing short of astonishing, standing 3 to 4 meters tall when upright. Such a massive bear. Yet it was being pursued and battered by the python. Just how immense must that serpent be? The scene before him was nothing short of breathtaking, that a python as thick as a gasoline barrel was chasing a bear that stood a story high. The ground where they passed was strewn with shattered trees and debris that Augustus's gaze was filled with both joy and confusion. After searching for so long without success, two appeared at once. One was a rare beast, while the other appeared to be a magical creature, though its aura felt somewhat peculiar. In no time to ponder. The bear was clearly at a disadvantage. As it attempted to flee, the gigantic python caught up and coiled tightly around it. The python opened its massive jaws, its head seemingly splitting wide as its upper fangs curved menacingly. The viscous liquid, clear as water, dripped slowly from its mouth. The poison was evident. In an instant, Augustus drew his bow and released an arrow of crimson light, which zipped past the side. With two sharp sounds, the python's fangs shattered under the impact. The python, deprived of its venomous fangs, still managed to sink its jaws into the bear's head, producing a strange noise. Augustus paused for a moment, but the python quickly reacted. In a fit of rage, it released the bear, which had either fainted or been dazed, and swiftly turned toward Augustus. This python, capable of overwhelming a leader-class bear with ease, was at the very least a leader-class beast itself, but a glimmer of regret flickered in Augustus's eyes. He could not contract exotic beasts. With a swift motion of his hand, the longbow transformed into a formidable halberd. The power coursing through his veins surged as the colossal werewolf let out a fearsome roar and leaped high into the air. Gripping the axe with both hands, he soared into the sky, launching a silent but terrifying assault. The enormous python froze momentarily. Augustus had intended to knock it unconscious with the blunt side of the axe. However, upon hearing a distant command to stop, he unhesitatingly shifted from a strike to a cleave, delivering a blow with such force that the axe severed the python's head as easily as slicing through tofu. With a resounding thud, Augustus landed almost simultaneously with the python's severed head. Seizing the moment before the approaching figure arrived, he deftly sidestepped to the side of the brown bear, completing the forced contract. Ignoring the serpent's blood that splattered over him, he calmly awaited the oncoming shadow. Upon seeing the emerald python, he immediately deduced its identity. They were in fact acquaintances. During their initial camp by the river, the ghost-faced owl had raised the alarm in the dead of night. Although Augustus had failed to pinpoint its whereabouts then, he had memorized its scent thanks to the acute sense of smell inherent to his werewolf lineage. The serpentine creature lurked near the territory of the snake people, and it was not difficult to surmise that it was likely one of the so-called guardian beasts of the snake tribe. The green serpent darted forward, its speed inadequate to match that of the enormous python, which was preoccupied with pursuing the brown bear, trailing at a distance. Unbeknownst to it, the bear's escape skills were not lacking. As it made its way toward the territory of the Black Wolf clan, recalling the orders from their leader, the Red Serpent, the snake tribe had recently imposed a strict prohibition against entering the red flag territory of the Black Wolf clan, to avoid unnecessary conflict. Thus, the green serpent resolved to hasten its pace, eager to assist the guardian beast, Green Fong, in swiftly concluding the battle. Little did it know that it would not reach its target in time. From afar, it beheld the Black Wolf leader cleaving Green Fong in two. The green serpent trembled with fear and hastily cried out, yet it was evident that the adversary had no intention of holding back. With a single swing, the axe severed Green Fong's head. This beast had been its most trusted ally, an embodiment of their tribe's legacy, nurtured by its kin for generations. In a mere stroke, the green serpent had lost its greatest support. Bewildered, it could not fathom how its opponent had accomplished such a feat, nor did it wish to know. Consumed by rage, it resolved to annihilate the detestable Black Wolf, demanding retribution for Green Fong's demise. The green serpent harbored these thoughts and acted upon them at last. When it caught up, it wasted no words, thrusting its emerald serpent spear directly at the Black Wolf leader. Augustus, ever prepared, anticipated the ambush and deftly evaded the straightforward attack. With a sidestep, he avoided the serpent's spear, which shimmered with a strange green light. Realizing it was poisoned, Augustus felt a surge of anger. He retaliated with a swift kick to the green serpent's side, sending it hurtling backward. The sting of failure ignited a flicker of clarity within it. Before it could react further, Augustus closed in, disarming the serpent's spear and placing the cold, broad edge of his axe against its neck. "That I recall warning you. Should there be further intrusion, there will be no mercy." The green serpent's pupils dilated in shock. The black wolf leader's voice was laced with deadly intent. He was not jesting. Forgetting revenge for its guardian beast, the serpent squirmed on the ground, attempting to distance its neck from the axe. "Humph," Augustus scoffed, placing a heavy foot upon the green serpent's chest. The force of the blow caused it to cough up blood, writhing in agony upon the ground. Augustus furrowed his brow. By his reckoning, a single swing of the axe should suffice. Yet, considering the formidable strength of the snake tribe, he realized this was not the moment to escalate hostilities. With a kick, the green serpent tumbled away like a rolling gourd. "Roll! This time, I'll spare your life, but should there be a next time, I will not show mercy." Burying its face in the ground to conceal its resentful expression, the green serpent silently struggled to its feet and staggered away toward the snake people's territory without a backward glance. Augustus chuckled softly, aware that the serpent harbored unspoken grievances against him, but a mere third elder was of little concern to him. What truly troubled him was the presence of 3 other leaders behind the green serpent. He retrieved the serpent's spear from the ground and approached the massive brown bear sprawled on the ground, giving it a gentle kick. "Stop feigning death. I've witnessed beasts play dead, but I never imagined magical beasts would resort to such tactics." The next scene nearly caused his jaw to drop. Following a mysterious surge of magical energy, the enormous brown bear vanished, replaced by a small girl no taller than 5 feet, with delicate features that bore an uncanny resemblance to a human child. Gazing at her pointed ears and the 2 spiraled horns atop her head, Augustus found himself momentarily perplexed regarding her identity, an elf. Ignoring the fury in the girl's eyes, he inquired, "Not an elf at all." "Lilith is a druid, a member of the tiefling tribe." Augustus was aware of druids, but what in the world was a tiefling? That was of no consequence. What mattered was whether druids fell under the category of magical beasts. Hadn't it been established that the forced contract only applied to magical creatures? Augustus rubbed his chin, pondering the matter. "You dare to enslave the great Lilith? My master will not let you off lightly." While Augustus remained puzzled, the girl erupted in a frenzy of panic. Rolling his eyes at her boyish appearance, he chided her for her outburst. "This is not enslavement. It is a magical beast contract. Are druids magical beasts?" Augustus mused, thinking that since they could communicate, it might be worth asking. However, in the next instant, Lilith seemed to suffer a profound shock, standing there in a daze. "How could this be? How could this be?" she muttered, having just sensed that it was indeed a magical beast contract, not the slave contract she had imagined. Observing the tiefling girl, who identified herself as Lilith, lost in her thoughts, Augustus chose to ignore her and began to deal with a massive green python. The creature was as thick as a gasoline barrel and over 10 meters long. Even Augustus' storage ring could not accommodate it. Reluctantly, he decided to at least store the serpent's head. Testing the weight of the python's body, he found it manageable to drag that a flash of red light appeared in his chest, and Fenrir materialized. Augustus pointed toward the python, and Fenrir, momentarily taken aback, sank its teeth into the severed end and began dragging it toward the village. Augustus called out, but the girl remained motionless. Frowning, he approached and hoisted her onto his shoulder. Lilith appeared to be lost in a chaotic mental state, seemingly forgetting to resist as she lay across the werewolf leader's shoulder, allowing him to carry her away by the riverside. Augustus instructed the panting Fenrir to set down the python's corpse. It had already been a considerable feat to drag it this far. Asking it to carry the burden across the river would be overly taxing. Bran was busy transporting the earth excavated from the foundation in a woven basket when he suddenly spotted Augustus approaching the village with a small girl slung over his shoulder. With a loud crash, Bran disregarded the spilled soil and baskets, his face paling as he dashed toward the main house. He actually laid hands on the girl. That liar. That fraud. Bran's mind screamed in a frenzy. Running with great haste, he instinctively sought to inform his sister. Bran pulled her along. Leah emerged from the main house. Upon seeing the small girl on Augustus's shoulder, A flicker of sorrow crossed her eyes, but she quickly masked it with a smile. Augustus carelessly tossed Lilith to the ground, leaving behind a command to watch her before striding into the main house. He seized the Serpentine king from the snake den, resembling a lifeless serpent. Exiting the house, he made his way toward the village while explaining to Leah, "This is my newly captured magical beast. It seems somewhat daft." Leah paused in surprise, glancing at the petite, adorable girl beside her, struggling to reconcile her with the notion of a magical beast. Bran, wide-eyed, felt a surge of impotent rage. A magical beast? You dare to call her a magical beast? August was too preoccupied to engage in conversation with the two siblings. The enormous python still lay on the opposite bank of the river, and he needed to hasten to retrieve it. While he busied himself with the python's carcass, the scene in the territory of the snake people was markedly different. In the same grand hall as before, the red snake glared furiously at the weakened green snake. He had not anticipated that despite his repeated warnings, the green snake would still venture into the territory of the black wolf. Even more shocking was that the black wolf's leader had dared to slay a guardian beast of the snake people. Such guardian beasts, like Green Fong, were exceedingly rare within their entire clan. Now, one had perished. In his fury, the red snake did not immediately plot revenge. Instead, he vented his wrath upon the green snake. Already gravely injured, the green snake bore the brunt of the leader's punishment, resulting in its current state of near death. Casting a glance at the still furious leader, the green snake began to timidly defend itself. Shifting the blame onto August, IT accused him of being excessively brutal and unreasonable, disregarding any explanations and directly attacking Green Fong while injuring it in the process. This could not be overlooked. The sinister black snake ominously interjected, clearly intent on seeking vengeance. The red snake suppressed his anger, closed his eyes, and shook his head ever so slightly. This was a critical moment. He could not afford to complicate matters further as soon as that esteemed individual, before he could finish his sentence. The others present comprehended his meaning, that a flicker of discontent flashed in the black snake's eyes as it regarded the green snake, clearly frustrated by its lack of resilience. Beside them, the white snake, adorned with a purple veil, furrowed her brow slightly. Although devoid of eyebrows, her concern was palpable. August remained oblivious to the fact that the snake people had chosen to endure. In truth, he had prepared for the snake people's approach even before dealing with the gigantic python. Thus, he was eager to bring the python back. He instructed the majestic king snake to absorb the python's carcass into its belly, forbidding it from digesting the remains. He also tasked the ghost-faced owl with monitoring any movements from the north. For the next few days, he intended to remain indoors, awaiting the snake people's arrival. He was resolute. With an additional magical beast in his ranks, August felt emboldened. However, his gaze fell upon Lilith, who was sobbing in Leah's embrace, and he suddenly felt less assured. What on earth was happening? August grasped Lilith by the collar and pulled her from Leah's arms. That position had been rightfully his, presenting the distressed little girl before him. August sighed, feeling a headache coming on. "Speak up. What is going on? What exactly are you? What was this tiefling race?" Lilith glared at the wolf leader indignantly, but ultimately yielded when he threatened to strike. According to her account, purebred tieflings were the offspring of humans and devils, and she was a half-breed of tiefling and elf. Orphaned at a young age, she remained unaware of her lineage. Lilith had been raised by a great druid. Her mentor had ventured far to the north, believing her abilities too feeble to accompany him, urging her to diligently study the druid's second form. She had chosen the form of a serpent, only to encounter that enormous python. As Lilith sobbed and stammered through her tale, August gradually pieced together the story. A little girl had strayed from her parents, encountered peril, and was fortuitously rescued by him. However, what was this about a contract? August inquired sternly. The moment he asked, the little girl burst into tears. She too could not comprehend why the wolf leader had bound her as a magical beast. In her understanding, a magical beast contract was irrevocable, meaning the illustrious Lady Lilith, a future great druid, would forever be bound to serve the wolf leader as a magical beast. Leah, observing the situation, chided August and gently consoled the little girl in her arms. August glanced at her tear-soaked bosom, unable to suppress a grimace. It was damp, He shot a glance at Bran, who was inexplicably grinning and joining in the commotion, and his irritation flared. "What are you looking at?" "Hey, Bran, stop staring at other girls." At that, Bran dashed toward Elle as though bitten by a snake. With Bran gone, August ignored the still sobbing Lilith. He closed his eyes before the fire pit, consumed by curiosity. What skills would contracting a druid bring him? August focused his mind and once more entered the realm of consciousness, as expected. Within the third circle of the forced contract, the image of a miniature Lilith appeared. August directed his thoughts toward her. After an inexplicable moment of comprehension, he gradually opened his eyes. "You bear the bloodline of a wood elf?" August asked, looking at Lilith, who was nestled against Leah, her eyes swollen and still nibbling on jerky. "How do you know?" Lilith struggled to swallow her jerky, nearly choking, but her curiosity remained unabated. August chuckled heartily, feigning mystery, and did not answer. "Well, you are already aware of the situation, since you are contracted now. You must obediently remain in the red flag territory." With the initial strength of a leader, Lilith could transform into a massive brown bear, making her an ideal guardian for the village. Upon hearing this, her face fell, and she internally rejected the notion. Yet, bound by the contract, she could not defy August's orders. She could only silently pray for her mentor to return from the north soon to rescue her unfortunate apprentice. "Follow me," August beckoned, preparing to take Lilith to test his newly acquired skills. Reluctantly accompanied by the little girl, they ventured into the forest behind the village. August occasionally placed his palm against the thick trunks of trees, seemingly selecting something. After a considerable time, it appeared he had finally found a suitable tree. A faint smile graced August's lips as a gentle green light flowed from his palm into the trunk. In the astonished gaze of Lilith, the massive tree began to sway without wind, its branches dancing as the swaying intensified. The green glow grew increasingly vibrant. After an indeterminate duration, the green radiance receded, and the swaying ceased. The towering tree seemed to shrink, transforming into one only 4 or 5 meters tall. Not only its height, but its very form underwent a dramatic metamorphosis. To Lilith's astonishment, the tree morphed into a humanoid figure resembling a person with limbs and distinct facial features. The trant greets its master. The towering trant slowly opened its tightly shut eyes, kneeling on one knee in reverence to August. "The trant has been awakened," Lilith exclaimed, her voice trembling in disbelief. In a moment of clarity, she recalled the wolf leader's earlier question. "Do you possess the bloodline of a wood elf?" A spark of realization ignited, and a question escaped Lilith's lips. "Do you also have the bloodline of a wood elf?" Ahem. August nearly choked on his own saliva. Thinking that the little girl had quite an imaginative mind, of course, he did not possess the bloodline of the wood elves. In truth, the wood elves had long since become extinct. And it was a mystery how Lilith, a half-breed, had come to exist. The ability to awaken trance was indeed a hallmark of the wood elves. According to legend, only those with a pure bloodline of wood elves could achieve such a feat. To his surprise, August had acquired this ability merely by forming a contract with a half-breed. Given his current level, he could only awaken trance equivalent to bloodline warrior level. Furthermore, not every tree could be awakened. The prerequisite was that the tree must meet the conditions for awakening, which included the ability to merge with the green light emanating from his palm. August himself did not fully comprehend the nature of this green light. He simply knew how to perform the action without being able to articulate it. Additionally, his current level limited the number of trance he could awaken. August estimated that he could at most awaken 5 trance of bloodline warrior caliber. Nevertheless, that was sufficient as a unique race. The origins of trance remained shrouded in mystery. They were said to be among the oldest races in existence. The combat skills of trance were relatively straightforward, relying entirely on brute strength, coupled with astonishing defensive capabilities. However, they possessed an inherent flaw. Trance had a fear of fire, though August did not consider this a significant disadvantage. He did not anticipate that trance of bloodline warrior level would play a decisive role in combat. Rather, he was enamored with their immense strength and affinity for plants. They were the finest builders and cultivators. Looking at the trant oak fruit before him, August felt a surge of excitement. Seizing the moment, He took Lilith and the oak fruit on a stroll through the forest. After a careful selection process, he successfully awakened 4 additional treants. The gaze of the druid girl turned towards him with newfound admiration. Upon their return to the village, all eyes were drawn to the towering treants. Lilith perched upon the shoulder of the oak fruit, swinging her delicate legs, pondering that perhaps staying here was a splendid choice. Especially when dinner time arrived, the roasted meat prepared by Leah captured Lilith's heart immediately. Not to mention that August, believing a great battle was imminent, indulged in a rare extravagance, bringing forth blood wine and monkey wine, which he usually refrained from consuming. Although Lilith was not particularly fond of blood wine, she had a penchant for monkey wine. Unfortunately, her low tolerance led her to become tipsy after just half a bowl. Collapsing onto the ground, she was taken away by Elle for some rest. Only then did August recount the events of the day to Steeltooth and the others, including the revelation of Lilith's identity, the slaying of the aberrant beasts, and the brutal beating of the green serpent, without reservation. For the next few days, refrain from hunting. Stay in the village and observe the reactions of the serpent people, August said, taking a sip of blood wine, appearing leisurely but inwardly troubled. Steeltooth clenched his fists, striking the floor with fury. This marked the second time they were compelled to defend the village against the serpent people. The sense of helplessness filled him with profound humiliation and rage. August glanced at him, unusually refraining from reprimanding him. Men grow through such experiences. Steeltooth and the others must endure as well. The circumstances were different now. If the serpent people truly launched an attack, the 4 leaders of the Red Flag territory could indeed engage in battle. Leah found herself once again caught in a web of anxiety. In the dead of night, the village echoed with the poignant and fervent voice of the little fox girl, Lilith, groggy and disoriented, awoke to find herself nestled among a group of small creatures. She shook her head, attempting to dispel the cacophony surrounding her. However, the noise only escalated, making it increasingly difficult to sleep, compounded by the throbbing headache from her inebriation. Lilith pushed aside the limbs that pinned her down and stormed out in frustration, only to encounter a colossal brown bear, towering 3 or 4 meters high, materializing in the darkness. The great bear spoke with human words, loudly protesting. Could you keep it down with your mating sounds? The commotion inside the large house abruptly ceased, and August's face turned ashen as he grabbed the door bolt and rushed outside. Unfortunately, the bolt was a later addition and lacked the enhancement of a magic array. With a single blow, it snapped in 2 under the bear's paw. Enraged, August chased the massive brown bear, causing chaos throughout the village. The following day, every resident of the Red Flag territory was yawning incessantly. The discordant sounds of the first half of the night and the tremors of the latter half made restful sleep a rare commodity. Lilith stubbornly nestled in Leah's arms, refusing to admit fault. August found himself at a loss, resorting to tempting her with delicious food that if you help with the digging, there will be even better food than roasted meat, and monkey wine too. Lilith, with reddened eyes, pouted, unwilling to believe that anything could surpass the roasted meat from the previous night. They had been in an impasse for some time. Once transformed, the little girl stood 3 or 4 meters tall, her bare claws far more formidable than any excavator. Not only could she easily dig through dirt, but even stone would yield to her strength as if it were tofu. It seemed unreasonable not to utilize such a digger. But the little one bore a grudge, adamantly refusing to admit fault and consistently declining to cooperate, although August could compel her to obey through their contract. In his eyes, she was a person. He simply could not bring himself to command her in the same manner as he would a beast. Thus, he called for Leah, intending to play the emotional card. Remarkably, after Leah whispered a few words into the little girl's ear, Lilith joyfully sprang into action. The little girl, hands behind her back, proudly proclaimed her terms. It's a deal. If I work, there will be delicious food. August could only smile wryly and turn to give Leah a nod of approval. With the addition of Lilith and the treants led by the oak fruit, the original plan was utterly overturned. August decided that not only would he build houses for the little creatures, but he would also address the housing needs of the slaves. Since they needed to defend their home, they might as well take the opportunity to accomplish something worthwhile. August took charge of the planning, while Steeltooth and the others focused on marking the lines. Lilith transformed into a giant bear, her large backside protruding. Often, before Steeltooth and the others had finished marking their lines, Lilith would already be digging right beside them. The village's little creatures were beside themselves with joy. At night, they dared not venture outside, and having not seen the massive brown bear, they imagined that a monster had come to their village. Huddled in their fur skins, they trembled in fear. Now, however, they not only had a furry giant bear, but also towering treants. The little ones watched eagerly, cheering for Lilith while awaiting her completion of the work to play with them. It was uncertain how her teacher had instructed her, but August soon discovered that Lilith had a wild and exuberant spirit. The more spirited the little creatures cheered, the harder she worked. August was unaware that becoming a druid required arduous training. Throughout her life, Lilith had spent her days in the wilderness, surrounded by wild animals. Apart from her teacher, she had no companions or friends. The lively atmosphere brought by the little creatures was an experience she had never known. Lilith dug with remarkable speed. The slaves, upon discovering that the newly constructed house would indeed benefit them, exerted themselves tirelessly in transporting the earth. Meanwhile, the tree men, under the guidance of the formidable bear and his companions, diligently placed heavy stones into the foundation. When they encountered irregularly shaped or excessively large stones, Lilith effortlessly dispatched them with a swift swipe of her claw. The flat stones found their place, and the smaller ones were easily managed. It was nothing short of convenient. Augustus spread animal hides across the floor, planning not only the house but also the construction of wine cellars, kitchens, and baths. That moment, a figure swooped across the sky above the red flag territory. Augustus was taken aback, initially fearing it to be an incursion by the serpent folk. However, upon closer inspection, he realized it was a familiar face. It was none other than the messenger of the city lord, the harpy Krish, the lord's envoy. Krish held a position of great esteem. Yet he was poorly regarded in the city of Demonis. Steelfang had once vociferously denounced him. Rumors circulated that Krish had instigated a challenge for leadership within his tribe, only to be defeated and subsequently exiled. Such occurrences were not unusual. In a tribal society, a leader was paramount, and members could challenge their leader if they felt sufficiently strong. Many had failed in their challenges, but Krish was infamous for allegedly poisoning his entire clan. Augustus was uncertain of the truth behind these rumors, but his impression of Krish was decidedly unfavorable. Beyond the tales, it was primarily due to the man's haughty demeanor that he regarded almost everyone with disdain. Save for the Lord Demonis, what could have brought him here? Observing Krish gliding down gracefully to land in the village, Augustus hurriedly approached to pay his respects. Despite his personal feelings, he dared not show any disrespect towards the messenger representing the Lord Demonis. Krish nodded curtly, devoid of any semblance of pleasantry, and appeared indifferent to the bustling construction around him, immediately inquiring about the whereabouts of the troll chief. Yake. Augustus was taken aback. How long had it been since he last saw Yake? Hadn't he set out on a mission? Confused, Augustus responded honestly, explaining that Yake had parted ways with them after completing his escort assignment, stating that he was heading northwest to escort some minerals. What was this about? Hadn't he gone there? Initially, Augustus dismissed the concern, confident in Yake's capabilities, especially with a competent team of troll guards accompanying him. Yet as he noticed Krish frowning, his expression darkening, he began to sense that the situation was more complicated than it appeared. Krish pressed for further details, and Augustus recounted everything he could remember. Unable to contain his curiosity, he finally asked, "Is there trouble, my lord envoy? Has something happened to Yake? What has happened to him?" Upon hearing that Yake was missing, Augustus's first reaction was disbelief. Yake was undoubtedly the most astute and composed troll he had ever encountered, possessing the strength of an intermediate leader. As this thought crossed his mind, Augustus furrowed his brow. Intermediate leader. Normally, a tribe would struggle to contend with him. However, Krish, keenly perceptive, noticed Augustus's hesitation. His gaze sharpened immediately. "Speak quickly. What do you know?" A spark of insight struck Augustus, and he voiced his theory, which was more akin to a baseless accusation. The serpent folk were formidable, were they not? If they had the audacity, they ought to confront the Lord directly. He then feigned a detailed analysis for Krish, recounting how on the day of their separation, Yake and his party had crossed a river on pack animals. Their journey northwest would inevitably lead them through serpent territory. He elaborated on the serpent's tyrannical nature, noting how they had seized half of his land. Just as Krish's expression grew increasingly impatient, Augustus disclosed that the serpent folk boasted at least 2 high-ranking leaders. Upon hearing this, Krish could not afford to dismiss the information. Is that true? Augustus swore vehemently that the serpents were overbearing, coercing him to venture into their territory. In summary, he embellished his account, asserting that the serpents were indeed powerful enough to render Yake missing. Regardless of the truth of his claims, Augustus aimed to shift the blame onto the serpent folk. Even if they were not responsible, with the Lord's attention drawn to the matter, it was likely that the serpent folk would refrain from overt actions against the red flag territory. Augustus calculated his moves carefully, urging Krish to investigate the serpent folk. In truth, Krish had already intended to make the trip. The information provided by Augustus differed from what was recorded in the Lord's archives, which indicated that there were only 2 leaders among the serpent folk, 1 intermediate and 1 low tier. Declining Augustus's hospitality, Krish spread his wings and soared toward the serpent territory. While Augustus felt a surge of joy, he could not shake the worry regarding Yake's disappearance. If his suspicions proved accurate, Yake might be in grave danger. Spitting onto the ground in a fit of frustration, Augustus lost interest in sketching any plans. Through a contract, he summoned the ghost owl to scout the northern border for any unusual activity. To him, Krish was destined to return empty-handed. After all, would the perpetrators admit their wrongdoing in his presence? As he pondered how to amplify the repercussions of this incident, hoping it would stall the serpent folk long enough for the red flag territory to gain more time for growth, Krish descended upon the territory of the serpents. The presence of the Lord's envoy commanded respect, and no tribe within the domain of demonists dared to act negligently. The one responsible for the reception was the second elder, White Serpent. Krish glanced at him and noted that White Serpent had attained the rank of an intermediate leader. When inquiring about the serpent leader, White Serpent claimed that the leader was away and could not predict when he would return. Krish nodded, saying nothing further, yet he found himself believing a portion of Augustus's words that in previous spring festivals, it was always White Serpent who visited Demonis City. Augustus had downplayed her significance as merely the second elder. Though proud, Krish was not foolish. He recognized that the serpent tribe likely harbored some issues. Particularly, the scale of the village's construction and the serpent population differed greatly from what he had observed during his earlier inspections. The realm of the succubi was vast, exceeding that of an average lord by more than double. As an envoy, he could not conduct inspections frequently. However, the extent of the changes without the Lord's knowledge was concerning. There had to be something amiss, and it was highly probable that it was connected to someone within the Lord's court. Maintaining a facade of calm, Krish simply stated that he was on a mission and had stopped by for a brief visit. Although White Serpent harbored suspicions, he dared not question the Lord's envoy. Krish wandered about without mentioning the troll chief, and shortly thereafter, he took his leave, claiming he needed to rest before continuing his mission. White Serpent respectfully saw him off, and upon returning to the chief's hall, he found the leader, Red Serpent, who had purportedly been away on business, seated in the main position. Not only was he present, but the other 3 leaders were as well. Green Serpent, appearing anxious, immediately inquired about the purpose of the Harpy's visit. Is the Lord suspicious of us? Red Serpent shot him an irritated glance, signaling for White Serpent to sit down before continuing. White Serpent nodded slightly, his tone laced with uncertainty that he mentioned that he had grown weary from flying and had come to rest. The remaining 3 exchanged glances, a mix of amusement and concern evident on their faces. It was unlikely to be that simple. Krish was not the type to casually drop by another's domain for a respite. The first elder, Black Serpent, nestled within his hood, spoke ominously. Red Serpent remained silent, sharing the same thoughts. However, they were baffled as to where the information had leaked. Green Serpent, is it you who has stirred up trouble again? Lacking a clear culprit, Red Serpent directed his ire toward Green Serpent, who was easily frightened but prone to causing disturbances. Green Serpent's expression shifted, and he forced a laugh, replying, I have remained within the territory. How could I cause any trouble? Could it be that the Black Wolf Chief has reported us to the Lord? The Green Serpent, in a moment of desperation, deftly flung the pot aside. Remarkably, upon his utterance, The others fell into a profound silence. The sudden appearance of Augustus had already sparked their suspicions that a territory, idle for over a decade, bestowed upon a clan of black wolves that hardly resembled any newly appointed leaders, was indeed peculiar. Moreover, this clan had the audacity to challenge the dignity of the Serpent people. The whole scenario was shrouded in enigma. Coupled with the unusual visit from a messenger, Augustus could hardly fathom that as soon as he cast aspersions, suspicion would be directed at him. The return of Krish was equally unexpected. Even more astonishing was Krish's insistence that he pay heed to the movements of the Serpent people and, if possible, investigate the whereabouts of Yake. Faced with the imperative tone of the command, Augustus could only nod in agreement, with little else to articulate. Fortunately, perhaps sensing the abruptness of his demeanor, Krish added a caveat to act within his means. After uttering this, he took flight. Augustus gazed in the direction of Krish's departure, suspecting he was likely to return to the city of the sorceress. Yet, did this not place him in a precarious position? The Serpent people, whom he could barely keep at bay, were now to be actively investigated. Was this an inquiry or a path to death? Augustus felt a sense of frustration. However, during his conversation with Krish, the goblin, Tiz, who had been quietly carrying soil nearby, hesitated before approaching. Augustus glanced at him. These slaves had enjoyed a few days of relative comfort, and some had even put on a bit of weight. Particularly those who had joined the hunting party, spending their days in the forest and able to indulge in additional meat. Even Tiz appeared to have developed some muscle. "What is it?" Augustus inquired absent-mindedly. Preoccupied with his own thoughts, he initially assumed Tiz was merely seeking guidance on trivial matters. To his surprise, Tiz explained that he had inadvertently overheard the conversation between him and Krish. Augustus raised an eyebrow, puzzled by his implication. Assuming the chieftain was displeased, Tiz immediately knelt, repeatedly apologizing. He insisted that it was inappropriate to eavesdrop and that he had only done so accidentally, mustering the courage to approach. Hoping to alleviate his lord's concerns, Augustus's interest was piqued, prompting him to allow Tiz to rise and speak. Tiz, being a rather astute slave, knew that Augustus was not genuinely angry with him. Yet he remained on his knees. Trembling as he spoke, he explained that their goblin clan possessed an innate sense of smell, of which he considered himself a paragon. He had a unique ability. Once he had encountered a scent, he would never forget it. Augustus inhaled sharply, for the Black Wolf clan was similarly renowned for their acute sense of smell. However, he had never heard of anyone possessing such an extraordinary memory for scents. Even Augustus, unless he deliberately committed a scent to memory, could not retain the olfactory signature of a person indefinitely. This ability is impressive. What do you mean by it? Augustus listened quietly, momentarily oblivious to Tiz's intentions. It was then that Tiz finally stood, bowing slightly as he stated, "I remember the scent of those ogre guards. Perhaps I can trace their whereabouts." Upon hearing this, Augustus's eyes lit up. Quite right. This was indeed the astute goblin he valued. Augustus patted Tiz's shoulder in approval, instructing him to prepare for their departure shortly. He then summoned Leah and the others. At such a critical juncture, he dared not leave without proper arrangements. With Tiz accompanying him, Fenrir would certainly not permit a goblin to ride upon him. Therefore, he would remain to guard the village alongside Lilith. Augustus believed that bringing along the king's snake of the brow would suffice. The village should be on alert where necessary, and construction would continue. He did not intend to stray far, as he had no deep ties with the ogre guards and would not risk the village's safety for them. With that, Augustus set off with in truth, he held little hope. As the eagle man Krish had said, they would act within their capabilities. Regardless, he had successfully drawn the Lord's attention to the Serpent people. This alone was a form of success. Surely, after the Eagle people's visit, the Serpent Clan would temper their actions somewhat. The emissary's presence did carry a degree of deterrence. The reason for his continued expedition was purely driven by a sense of chance. What if he stumbled upon some clue, conclusively pinning the blame? Ultimately, the red flag territory was too weak, and being adjacent to such a formidable neighbor as the Serpent people was a source of unease. Arriving at the riverbank, Augustus transformed into his wolf form, grasped his, bent his legs, and leaped with great force. The expanse of the river shrank in Tiz's astonished gaze. With a resounding thud, Augustus landed on the opposite shore, indicating the direction from which the ogre guards had departed, suggesting Tiz could commence his search. The goblin Tiz displayed visible nervousness, nearly pressing his nose to the ground. After painstakingly searching inch by inch, Tiz eventually stood and took a few steps forward, resuming his previous actions. Observing Tiz's meticulousness, Augustus suddenly found the scene somewhat absurd. Was this not akin to a search dog, allowing the ghost-faced owl to scout ahead? Augustus resigned himself to following Tiz. This method of search was dreadfully inefficient, but it was unavoidable, even though the ogre chief Yake and his group had been accompanied by cumbersome pack beasts. The passage of so many days in the wilderness had rendered even the traces of those beasts untraceable, lost to the elements. Time passed, and under Tiz's guidance, they finally stumbled upon a spot where the ogre guards had once rested. Gazing at the remnants of charred ash on the ground, Augustus speculated that this must have been where Yake and his companions had paused to rest and eat. They were not far from the boundary of the red flag territory, indicating that Yake and his group had successfully traversed his domain. Beyond this point lay the territory of the Serpent people. Could it be that Yake had indeed fallen victim to their machinations? As Augustus had insinuated, his gaze flickered, uncertain whether to pursue the investigation further. Before making a firm decision, Augustus resolved to rest for a moment. Using the ashes left behind by Yake's party, he instructed Tiz to gather some dry twigs. He retrieved some jerky from his storage ring, intending to roast it to satisfy their hunger first. During the roasting, out of boredom, Augustus engaged Tiz in casual conversation. It was then he discovered, to his astonishment, that Tiz was still a minor. Augustus looked at Tiz's mature face in surprise. He appeared to be in his 30s or 40s. Facing the astonished gaze of his chieftain, Tiz managed a sheepish smile. He explained that having been a slave since childhood, with insufficient food and tattered clothing, his appearance was simply a product of circumstance. Upon hearing this, Augustus fell silent, recognizing that Tiz had no reason to fabricate such tales. A thought struck him, and Augustus extended his hand, resting it on Tiz's head. A faint surge of bloodline power coursed through him, causing Augustus to regard Tiz with newfound respect. This fellow possessed commendable potential, only slightly inferior to Steeltooth and the others. Tiz, are you aware that your potential is quite commendable? Augustus's remark left the goblin in a state of shock. As a slave, he had always yearned to become a bloodline warrior. Yet, throughout his life, no one had ever cared about his potential. Tiz trembled as he prostrated himself upon the ground, beseeching the esteemed leader for a single chance. He understood that despite possessing the potential for bloodline awakening, he could never meet the standards on his own. Observing the astute goblin, Augustus silently nodded. This young lad exhibited a maturity beyond his years, were it not for the constraints of his race. He might have become a remarkable subhuman. The goblin race is, alas, a profoundly tragic one. The vast majority serve as slaves, nurtured by their lords, with only a scant few able to awaken their bloodlines. However, even among this meager fraction, the overwhelming majority remain shackled by their identities as slaves, for their race is far too weak, having long since forfeited their rights to freedom. The survival of the goblins hinges entirely upon their prolific breeding and obedient nature. To this day, Augustus has yet to encounter a goblin of the leader tier. Even the goblin bloodline warriors, it is said, only exist within the lord's estate. Upon awakening their bloodlines, goblins are rumored to resemble werewolves to a degree, transforming into tall dog-like beings, albeit slightly smaller than the latter. Gazing at the kneeling Tiz, Augustus was inclined to grant him an opportunity. This would merely entail an enhancement in rations, allowing him the occasional taste of monster meat. Akin to the village pups, a modest exchange of some monster meat for a potential future bloodline warrior. Even if awakening proved elusive, the loss would be negligible. Augustus acquiesced, and Tiz, overwhelmed with emotion, wept profusely. Once he regained his composure, he scarcely paused to eat, immediately resuming his search upon the ground. Initially, Augustus had intended to depart, but witnessing Tiz's fervor, he could not help but shake his head. Very well. Let him continue for a while longer. If nothing is found, so be it. With this thought, Augustus took to munching on the roasted meat while trailing behind Tiz. Unbeknownst to them, they had unwittingly crossed the boundary of the red flag territory. By the time Augustus recognized this, they stood firmly within the domain of the serpent folk, that he hesitated once more. The territorial instinct of the subhuman races is exceedingly potent, much like his own inability to tolerate an incursion by the serpent folk. Naturally, the serpent folk would not permit his intrusion either. Just as Augustus prepared to withdraw, Tiz, still crouched, suddenly became animated. Rising to his feet, Tiz pointed ahead with an expression of excitement, indicating that he sensed the presence of the troll's sentinels not far off. Augustus narrowed his eyes, his expression turning grave. Could it be that fortune smiled upon them? Did the serpent folk truly possess such audacity? Signaling for Tiz to remain calm, Augustus instructed him to return to the riverbank and await his return. He, on the other hand, sought a concealed thicket nearby. Settling down cross-legged, he shifted his perspective to that of the barn owl. After all, they were on foreign territory, and one could never be too cautious. If Tiz's intuition proved correct, the fates of Yake and his companions could only result in two scenarios. Either they had perished ahead or found themselves ensnared. Regardless of which, both foretold danger. Augustus was unwilling to place himself in jeopardy. The barn owl soared above. Augustus surveyed the landscape before him. In early summer, the verdant scenery offered no signs of peculiarities, save for a shaded gorge up ahead, obscured by foliage, making it difficult to discern clearly. Augustus communicated with the barn owl, contemplating a closer approach for a better view. To his surprise, the response conveyed a strong sense of reluctance. This feeling was not new. He had encountered it previously during his run-in with the patterned king snake. The barn owl's unusual reaction only served to bolster Augustus's belief in Tiz's assessment. While he could have forcefully commanded the barn owl to approach the gorge, Augustus chose to refrain. Discovering even a hint of information was a victory in itself. There was no need to gamble with his life. The barn owl's instincts were indeed worthy of trust. Had they encountered a creature of higher caliber, he feared he would have already met his end. However, just as he prepared to withdraw from the barn owl's line of sight, a glint of cold light flickered deep within the gorge. It felt akin to being momentarily dazzled by a mirror. Augustus hesitated, ultimately deciding to compel the barn owl to draw nearer. Bound by their contract, the barn owl could not resist Augustus's will. He could sense the creature's trepidation. Resolute in his decision, he intended merely to take a glance and then withdraw immediately. The barn owl glided over, revealing the depths of the gorge in their entirety. A realization struck Augustus. He discerned the source of the flash. Summoning the barn owl back to his side, Augustus wore a solemn expression. The luminous object was none other than a spear embedded into a great tree. The spear pierced through the tree's trunk, with a portion of its tip protruding outward. It was this exposed tip that reflected the light. Augustus recognized the spear. It was the bloodline weapon of the troll chief. Yake! Such weapons are exceedingly rare. Augustus had never even laid hands on one before achieving the rank of chief. Previously, he had obtained a spear from the green snake, but refrained from bestowing it upon Ganya and the others, as it was a solitary piece and thus unsuitable for distribution. Now, with Yake's spear lodged in the tree, his fate was all too evident. Yet Augustus found himself perplexed. If the serpent folk were responsible for this deed, they had no reason to leave the spear behind. And no matter how formidable the serpent folk might be, they could not possibly overlook a fine bloodline weapon. Could they? Was it possible they had encountered a powerful beast? This interpretation was the only one Augustus could conjure. Simultaneously, he found himself in a quandary. Ultimately, it boiled down to a lack of resources. A bloodline weapon lay before him. Should he seize it or not? Augustus hesitated for no more than 3 seconds before resolutely deciding to take the plunge. He could suppress his presence. As long as he remained cautious and avoided drawing excessive attention, he should be fine. With this thought in mind, Augustus instructed the barn owl to scout ahead. He planned to stealthily enter the gorge, retrieve the spear, and make a hasty exit. The stealth skill acquired from the contract with the patterned king snake allowed him to conceal his energy fluctuations effectively, save for those of chief rank. Augustus was gambling, wagering that the gorge did not harbor high-level beasts. In truth, it was less of a gamble and more of a logical deduction. If high-level beasts existed within his territory, the serpent folk would have long since dispatched them. The fact that the serpent folk thrived here suggested that the beasts could not be of a high caliber. Such reasoning seemed quite sound. With this realization, Augustus's confidence swelled. He believed that even if he encountered a mid-tier beast, he would at least have a chance to escape. Quietly, Augustus advanced toward the gorge, controlling his footsteps and adjusting his breathing to minimize his presence. As he drew nearer, his pace slowed incrementally. Closer, closer, Augustus silently chanted within, remaining vigilant to the sound around him. Suddenly, the barn owl, stationed on lookout, conveyed a sense of alarm. Augustus froze, thinking to himself, surely this could not be bad luck? Taking refuge in the thicket, he peered through the foliage, his gaze sweeping frantically. Soon, he spotted a figure at the gorge's entrance that it was him. Recognizing the creature adorned with vibrant green scales, Augustus immediately identified the green snake. What was he doing here? Did he not realize the danger present? Augustus held his breath as he watched the green snake stride past him, heading deeper into the gorge. Where could he have gone? Unlike Augustus, who treaded cautiously, the green snake displayed a rather brazen demeanor. Augustus could not fathom that the barn owl's instincts could be mistaken. In truth, ever since he entered the gorge, a chilling sensation had enveloped him. Why was the green snake entirely unfazed? Observing the green serpent meandering deep within the canyon, Augustus found himself increasingly perplexed. Before long, the serpent came to a halt before a stoned it extended its hand, striking the stone rhythmically, seemingly attuned to a unique frequency. Peering through the underbrush, Augustus could discern nothing remarkable about the stone. However, in the next moment, the space within the canyon began to distort. The once lush, verdant cliffside transformed into a barren rock face. Gradually, the stone wall parted, revealing a pitch-black opening. The scene before Augustus exceeded his comprehension. He had not anticipated that behind the canyon's cliff lay such a hidden realm. The green serpent swaggered into the opening. The cave appeared shallow, with faint sounds of conversation emanating from within. Augustus dared not linger too long, unable to discern the words being spoken. Mere moments later, the serpent emerged from the cave, a look of delight adorning its face. As it stepped out, the cliffside shimmered, reverting to its previous state of flourishing greenery. The serpent eagerly leaped onto a large tree and, with a swift motion, extracted the long spear Augustus had previously observed. It then descended, brandishing the spear with enthusiasm. Clearly pleased with its newfound weapon, the serpent chuckled and made its way out of the canyon. Only then did Augustus exhale in relief. Quietly following in the direction the serpent had taken, it appeared that the entity within the cave was not only connected to the disappearance of Yake and his companions, but also implicated in the affairs of the serpent folk. The serpent's intentions were not difficult to surmise. Having been defeated by Augustus and losing its ancestral weapon, it was likely seeking a new armament from the cave's inhabitant. The latter had presumably dismissed the serpent with Yake's weapon. The serpent likely remained unaware of the true nature of the long spear. Otherwise, it would not dare wield it so brazenly. What a peculiar sight, wielding a deadly weapon while parading about. Augustus could have pursued and captured the green serpent, seizing both it and the evidence. Yet, upon reflection, he wondered what good that would do. The Lord's men were not nearby, and should he leave any traces, the serpent folk might become aware that if they were to storm red flag territory. It would indeed spell disaster. Ultimately, Augustus retreated silently, returning to his own domain, knowing the identity of the perpetrator sufficed. With the spear as evidence and the cave remaining, other matters could be left for the Lord to address. As Augustus made his way back, he had already devised a plan for subsequent actions. Upon reaching the riverbank, he summoned Tiz and leaped across to the opposite shore. Once back in the village, the first order of business was to gather Changwei, Ganya, and Leah in the main hall. Augustus relayed his discoveries to them, assigning Changwei the crucial task of delivering the news to the demon princess city. The territory of the succubi was vast, and lacking any means of communication, a journey was inevitable. While Augustus would have preferred to undertake the journey himself, he was concerned for the safety of the village, and thus entrusted the more reliable Changwei with the task. Changwei nodded solemnly in agreement. Augustus instructed him to take Fenrir along. The journey from Demon Princess City to Red Flag territory had taken them over half a month. Mounted on Fenrir, they could make the trip in a third of that time. To be safe, He also handed over the serpent spear acquired from the green serpent to Changwei. The bloodline power belonging to the serpent had been purged, rendering it effectively a masterless item. Noticing the eager glint in Gangya's eyes, Augustus felt a twinge of annoyance, but promised to find a way to procure something for him in the future. He urged Changwei to set off immediately. Traversing through the forest and crossing into the territory of the golden-haired monkeys directly southward, Augustus feared that the serpent folk might detect their movements. Thus he refrained from allowing Changwei to retrace his steps. Heading south would be a foolproof choice, as Demon Princess City lay in that direction. Concerned that Changwei might not meet the Lord of the Succubi, Augustus reiterated his instructions before departure. Upon arriving in the city, he was to seek an audience with the Lord. If that proved fruitless, he should then petition the steward, Ram. Should that also fail, there remained the eagle-headed emissary. In any case, it was imperative that the information reach the hands of the demon princess. He reminded Changwei to not only report their findings concerning Yake's whereabouts, but also to emphasize that the serpent folk had a lord-level powerhouse stationed there. Augustus was uncertain if the entity within the cave was indeed of lordly caliber. However, it was prudent to err on the side of caution. After all, the fact that the entity could so casually leave a bloodline weapon resting upon a tree suggested an extraordinary origin. Even if it was not of lordly status, as he watched Changwei ride Fenrir southward, Augustus mentally calculated the timeline that a round trip would require at least 10 days, as long as he could navigate those 10 days without incident. The serpent folk would no longer pose a threat. Augustus felt a mix of hope and apprehension, silently praying for smooth sailing in the days to come. Weakness is a sin, Augustus publicly declared Tiz, the goblin, to have made outstanding contributions to red flag territory. Deliberately obscuring the specifics of Tiz's accomplishments, he honored his promise by elevating Tiz's rations. The goblin prostrated on the ground, his eyes filled with a burning desire for strength. Although it was a minor affair, it undoubtedly stirred significant ripples among the slaves. They whispered among themselves, speculating on the fortuitous luck that had befallen Tiz, while secretly yearning for a day of their own. Augustus did not interfere much, nor did he wish to foster unrealistic hopes among the slaves. With the full moon approaching, he preferred to dedicate more of his energy to the preparations for the ritual. The serpent's carcass was immense, yielding a wealth of jerky once disassembled. Augustus was reluctant to sacrifice it, especially since, in the ensuing 10 days, the territory would almost completely deplete its food sources due to defensive measures. This implied that Augustus would need to hunt at least one more magical beast to meet his expectations for offerings. With the browed king snake and Lilith guarding the village, Augustus felt assured that as long as he did not stray too far, he could venture out to hunt. This was his thought process, and he acted accordingly. He summoned Lilith, who had been frolicking with her offspring after digging the foundation, and instructed her to safeguard their home. After exchanging a meal of roasted meat for a promise, Lilith reluctantly relinquished the long, thick body of the green python. Leah and Ganya were tasked with processing the massive serpent's remains, skinning the hide, and curing the meat, which would keep them busy. The entire village bustled with activity once more, and Augustus commenced his hunt. Regarding offerings, the demi-human races held various opinions. Some weaker tribes even viewed them as a burden, attempting to dismiss the matter as casually as possible. Were it not for the intelligence gathered over the years in Demon Princess City, Augustus would have found it difficult to fathom the significance of the ritual. It was a matter steeped in mysticism. Living in a fantastical world, Augustus chose to believe in its power and was willing to pay a price for it, provided it would indeed enhance the strength of red flag territory. By confining his hunting grounds to the forests near the village, Augustus did not need to proceed with excessive caution, but he solely needed to swiftly locate traces of magical beasts, preparing ample offerings before the full moon arrived the following night. Augustus was fortunate. During a prior patrol of this forest, he had already discovered several signs of magical beasts. Based on his experience, he deduced they were merely low-tier creatures. Originally, he had intended to reserve them for Changwei and Ganya to practice with. But now they could serve a purpose. His rich hunting experience led him to quickly uncover a fresh track. It was a set of footprints left by a magical beast not long ago. Augustus suppressed his presence and followed the trail. Soon, Amidst a thicket of ferns, he spotted two sharp deer antlers. Remarkably, it was a deer-type magical beast. Sensing a faint magical aura emanating from it, Augustus stowed his longbow. He resolved to capture this magical deer alive. After all, a living offering would yield far better results than a dead one. How to capture a magical beast alive? The most effective method, of course, is to render it unconscious. Augustus did not even need to strike. A single act of terror caused the magical deer to roll its eyes and collapse. Before it could regain consciousness, Augustus took out his long axe and forcefully struck the back of the deer's head. Thus, even after the effects of the terror subsided, this magical creature would remain blissfully unaware for a considerable time. The hunt proceeded surprisingly smoothly. Augustus shouldered the magical deer, dismissing the idea of continuing the hunt. The animosity towards the serpent folk instilled in him a sense of trepidation that on his way back to the village, he encountered treants who were fetching stones from the forest. The materials that Bear and the others had originally prepared were sufficient to construct homes for the young ones. However, this group of simpletons, after Augustus had redefined their territory, had filled the foundations with all the stone. This resulted in the village having nothing but a foundation, with not a single house completed. Upon returning, he was greeted by Lilith leading a long line of little ones behind her. The bright red horn banner had been unknowingly taken down by the druid girl. The young maiden raised the banner high, envisioning herself as a queen, joyfully singing a nonsensical tune learned from who knows where. With each line she sang, the little ones echoed her, creating an atmosphere of sheer delight. Augustus felt a throbbing in his temples. This child truly feared no reprimand. Observing Lilith, who strutted before him like a victorious general, Augustus found himself unexpectedly amused. "Lilith, are you their queen?" "Yes, indeed." "And are they all your subjects?" "Yes, indeed." "Well, look at that. Your subjects currently have no homes." Augustus's scornful gaze pierced the new queen, and Lilith instinctively sought to retort, only to realize she was at a loss for words. Being a queen is not merely about singing songs. One must assist in building their homes. Only then can one truly be considered a ruler. Augustus gestured toward the treants who were moving stones and proposed this idea to the child queen. "That makes sense." Lilith tossed aside the horn banner and joyfully ran over to help. Augustus reached out and retrieved the banner, reinstating it upon the stone wall at the entrance. Those fearless little rascals certainly lacked a bit of common sense. Watching Lilith transform into a colossal brown bear and eagerly follow the treants to move stones, Augustus couldn't help but smile with satisfaction. Don't be too hard on her. The little ones all adore her, and Lilith has been immensely helpful. Leah leaned over, gazing at Augustus with tender affection. "Yes, that's so? Do you wish for her to expend her excess energy roaring at the door in the middle of the night?" Augustus's remark caused Leah's cheeks to flush a bright crimson. The previous comment from the rambunctious child had indeed been rather impactful. The magical deer was entrusted to the browed king snake. In Augustus's eyes, this creature resembled a pantry, capable of storing living beings. It was even more useful than a storage ring. Of course, one had to overlook the viscous gastric fluids. During dinner, Lilith, unlike the others who were disheartened by the absence of the long-tailed one, devoured 3 portions of roasted meat, claiming she had worked hard. Well, that was a compelling justification, thanks to the excavator's efforts. Under Leah's indulgent gaze, the druid girl filled her belly to the brim. Bran sadly realized that his ranking in his sister's eyes seemed to have diminished once again. Meanwhile, at the dining area for the slaves, everyone envied the goblin-like Tiz as he enjoyed a different kind of food, beast meat that even the Lord was hesitant to indulge in. Tiz gnawed joyfully, his mouth involuntarily emitting whines of protectiveness as the surrounding slaves gazed enviously. Augustus discovered that Leah was far more astute than he had anticipated. Soon, a satiated Lilith began yawning, her eyes heavy with sleep, and Augustus, anticipating no disturbances from her, began to usher everyone outside the main house. The design of the skylight in the main house was quite intriguing. Instead of leaving a large hole directly above, the roof was divided into 2 layers, resembling a cap placed atop an opening. This design allowed for ventilation and light without letting rainwater fall into the fire pit. The moonlight before the full moon was not overly bright, yet it sufficed to create an enchanting ambience. The mysterious, alluring crimson moonlight filtered through the skylight, draping the humble stone house in a romantic veil. Leah bit her hair to avoid an awkward moment, unaware that this gesture invigorated Augustus. Ow! In their final sprint. They collided heavily that you're being too loud. Will you let anyone sleep? Before Augustus could utter sweet nothings, Lilith's untimely exclamation echoed once more. The next day, Lilith's workload increased. Augustus, spear in hand, settled on a tree stump beside the construction site to personally oversee the work. Had it not been for Leah's intervention last night, this matter would have been quite vexing. Augustus did not believe it was their fault. Look, there are over 100 people in the village. Yet it's only the little girl who causes so much trouble. That rambunctious child stays awake at night, likely because she isn't tired enough. Therefore, today, Lilith shall not rest until she has moved enough stones. Leah, on one side, was leading the slaves in their continued efforts to smoke the snake meat that had remained unfinished from the previous day, perhaps recalling the absurdities of the night prior. A faint blush occasionally graced her cheeks. The colossal body of the python yielded ample portions of meat, sufficient to sustain them for quite some time. The plentiful food reserves instilled a profound sense of security in the little fox girl, who had only recently been fleeing for her life. Meanwhile, on the other side, Steel Tooth was fervently occupied with his tasks. Transforming the shed skin of the python into leather armor was no simple endeavor. It required the specialized techniques of the demi-human tribe. A single large piece of python skin was more than adequate to outfit the hunting party. Augustus had even commanded that it all be fashioned into leather armor, which could, if necessary, provide additional protection for the little ones as well as the other slaves. He himself desired more protection. Though such armor would hardly suffice for his needs, he couldn't help but feel envious of the finely crafted armor worn by the troll leader. Yake! This thought cast a shadow over his mood. Oh, Yake! How did you fall to the hands of the snake people? Augustus shook off his reverie and refocused on the construction site. He had no experience in building houses. The demi-human tribe was adept at setting up tents, but in terms of actual construction, they were not his equals. All Augustus could do was sketch a simple brick-walled house with a tiled roof, reminiscent of those he had drawn as a child in his previous life. The only difference being that the traditional windows were replaced with skylights, designed after the large house's architecture. After all, in this world, it was rather unsafe to have windows on the walls. The little one's dwelling was adjacent to the large house, a rectangular structure measuring 10 meters in length and 4 meters in width. There were two such elongated buildings, divided into two groups by gender, whether from the Black Wolf tribe or the Firefox tribe. Inside, there was nothing but a large communal sleeping area, with further furnishings to be added gradually. The craftsmanship of Bear and his companions still needed improvement. The bed frames they had constructed began to creak ominously, whether it was due to the use of green wood or some other reason. The roof was naturally not tiled. The Red Flag tribe had yet to master the creation of even a single clay pot. It wasn't that they couldn't. Leah and her Firefox tribe had considerable experience in this regard. It was primarily a matter of time constraints. For the moment, they would have to make do with straw on the floor as long as it kept the rain out. The slaves' quarters were similarly constructed. Albeit smaller and more cramped, a few pairs of dog-headed individuals had already taken up residence in the same tent with his permission, and he would need to build them their own small houses as well. Longtail, Steel Tooth, Bran, Elle, and Lilith would all require similar accommodations. When all was considered, the undertaking was quite substantial. Without the assistance of the Trance and Lilith, the slaves would be laboring for an indefinite period. It is worth mentioning that the Trance did not move as slowly as one might imagine. They were merely large in stature, giving the illusion of sluggishness. The best part was that they hardly needed to eat, surviving on sunlight and the occasional morsel of meat. During the day, the Trance busied themselves with tasks, and by nightfall, they would root themselves into the earth like great trees. It was curious, however, that they seemed to prefer the area near the latrines, prompting Augustus to arrange a rotation for their duties. After all, the village's perimeter also required protection. The slaves had planted some cassava outside the stone wall, and thus far, they appeared to be thriving. As for their yield, that remained to be seen that, in addition to cassava, Leah had also sown some substitutes for seasonings that she had learned from Augustus, in the eyes of the little fox girl. These crops were of even greater significance than cassava. Her particular fondness for Lilith stemmed not only from the girl's undeniable cuteness, but also from her identity as a druid. That Lilith's pure-hearted nature and her remarkable affinity for flora and fauna had not escaped the little fox girl's notice. This shift in attitude began when she learned of Lilith's formidable abilities in nurturing plants and animals. In their late-night conversations, the little fox girl frequently emphasized Lilith's future importance in agriculture and husbandry. In truth, Augustus had not disclosed to her that the trans might prove even more beneficial for cultivation than Lilith. The little fox girl was exceedingly diligent, yet Augustus believed that some matters could unfold in due time. The entire village, save for Augustus, had busied itself through another day. After supper, everyone gathered in the plaza to prepare for the upcoming full moon festival, except for Lilith, who had somehow clambered onto the roof and was swinging her feet over the edge. The Red Flag tribe, for the first time, ignited a bonfire in the night. Before the altar in the plaza, a woodpile had been arranged in a crisscross pattern well in advance. Once everything was in place, the bonfire was lit amidst the eager anticipation of the crowd. Flames shot skyward, casting a captivating glow upon the crimson night sky. The blood moon heralded its monthly fullness. The Red Flag tribe was also poised to hold its inaugural festival. In front of the altar, in addition to the bonfire, offerings had been meticulously prepared. About a magical stag, a wild boar, and a mountain goat constituted a bountiful array. It was noteworthy that during their time at the Black Wolf Fortress, Augustus and his companions had typically offered only a small number of beasts as sacrifices. Augustus mentally rehearsed the sacrificial incantations, anxious about making any mistakes. Finally, after a lengthy wait, midnight arrived, and the blood-red full moon ascended to its zenith. He roused the drowsy little ones, including the slaves, except for Lilith, who was merely there to observe. Everyone knelt before the life-size statue of the Lord Demonis under Augustus's guidance. After the kneeling, Augustus rose to his feet. With a deliberate bite of his finger, he smeared the crimson liquid upon the forehead and lips of the statue. The lengthy incantation, delivered in a convoluted intonation, slowly unfolded from Augustus's lips, relying solely on his memory. He felt akin to a charlatan in this moment. Yet, astonishingly, as the words of the incantation flowed forth, the statue upon the altar began to emanate a wondrous energy wave. Augustus distinctly sensed an inexplicable force gently enveloping the offerings laid before the statue. Under his gaze, the offerings gradually disintegrated as if turned to sand, transforming into minuscule particles invisible to the naked eye, absorbed by the statue. Following this absorption, the statue radiated a faint milky glow, bestowing upon the image of the sorceress a newfound sanctity that, in conjunction with her exuberant form, an indescribable harmony emerged. Augustus, invigorated by the unfolding ritual, raised his voice, fully aware that the sacrifice had commenced. As the offerings diminished, the light emanating from the statue expanded relentlessly, gradually enveloping the crowd, the great hall, and inching towards the stone walls. Observing that the offerings were on the brink of complete disappearance while the light still lingered at a distance from the walls, Augustus hastily stepped forward, adding a serpent's head from his storage ring to the offerings. With a hum, as the colossal serpent's head vanished, the light surged once more to last in the throes of anticipation. Augustus witnessed the light enveloping the stone walls, shrouding the entire village in its glow. Time lost all meaning. When the incantation concluded, the brilliance cloaking the village gradually faded until it was no longer visible. Augustus closed his eyes, feeling the magical essence of the village intensify manifold. Even his own realm felt subtly loosened, and he sensed a vague connection forming between himself and the statue. Just as he was reveling in the benefits of the ritual, an incongruous voice emerged from the rooftop of the great hall. Augustus opened his eyes, puzzled, to find the druidic little girl yawning in boredom atop the roof. Meanwhile, the Serpentine clan concluded their own rite. Under the leadership of the chief, Red Serpent, many clan members prostrated in gratitude, albeit directed towards a different figure. The statue that should have been revered upon the altar had inexplicably been moved aside, replaced by a towering effigy of a serpent-headed humanoid, exuding an aura of malevolence. Mystical symbols adorned its serpentine skin, intertwining it with the statue of the sorceress in the cavern previously discovered by Augustus. A vast pool of blood pulsated, seemingly gestating something. Upon closer inspection, one would find numerous grotesque heads and chunks of flesh floating atop the sanguine surface, among them the familiar visage of the troll chief. Yake, his blue-faced, tusked head glared wide-eyed, still bearing the remnants of terror from his demise. Oblivious to this grim spectacle, Augustus finally coaxed Lilith down from the rooftop. With a friendly demeanor, he patiently sought information from the druidic girl. "Your expression is quite disgusting." Lilith shrank back into Leia's embrace, looking at Augustus with disdain. Such a sharp tongue from a child. Augustus glanced towards Leia for assistance. Thankfully, with Leia's adept influence, he successfully extracted the desired information from Lilith's lips. "Is this truly the nature of the sacrifice?" Augustus murmured to himself, his thoughts tumultuous. According to Lilith's account, what was termed a sacrifice was merely a method for Lord-level beings to gather faith. Faith, in turn, was a vital resource for the powerful to augment their strength, as for the so-called blessings. They were merely skills attainable at the Lord level. Lilith referred to it as the halo of faith, which varied according to the strength of the Lord. The radiant glow enveloping the village was simply the most fundamental gathering aura, with the frequency of sacrifices and the elevation of offerings. The size of the statue would indeed transform. The functions bestowed by the halo of faith would also evolve accordingly, as revealed by Lilith. Most halos of faith possessed three basic functions: gathering magic, warning, and protection. Their village, however, had only received a minuscule portion of the gathering aura's enhancement. While Augustus was astounded, he felt a surge of joy that he understood that sacrifices could amplify the magical potency of the village, as he had witnessed previously in the Black Wolf Fortress. Yet he had not anticipated the plethora of additional benefits. It seemed the tribespeople of the Black Wolf Fortress had been ignorant of these intricacies, missing the opportunity to harness the power of the halo of faith. Initially, Augustus harbored doubts regarding the information provided by Lilith. However, when the little girl proudly declared, "You do not know that my teacher is a great archdruid," and proclaimed that archdruids in this world were akin to demigods, Augustus felt a wave of dismay wash over him. Contracted to the apprentice of a demigod, a chill ran down Augustus's spine as he cautiously inquired, hypothetically, if I could dissolve our previous contract." Before he could finish, the little girl let out a derisive laugh. "Then my teacher would certainly capture you for thorough study." Alas, Augustus's world darkened. Aside from him, he had never heard of a beast contract being annulled. The mere thought of being dissected by a demigod sent him retreating from the idea of dissolving the contract. What of the demigod? After all, your apprentice is in my grasp. If it comes to it, we shall perish together. With the looming specter of a demigod teacher before him, Augustus finally sighed in relief, realizing that Lilith's teacher would not appear in the immediate future. The crisis of the Serpent Clan remained unresolved, and now they had unwittingly attracted the attention of a demigod. The joy from the sacrifice dissipated entirely. Even with Leia's enthusiastic flattery, Augustus found little solace. He felt utterly disheartened. After a night of tender comfort from Leia, Augustus managed to rally his spirits, momentarily casting aside thoughts of the archdruid comparable to a demigod, although they had only acquired a fraction of the gathering aura's enhancement. Upon awakening, Augustus distinctly perceived the village's magical essence had intensified. A deep breath revealed a surge of power within him. Lifting his spirits, he felt as though a breakthrough to the mid-tier of leadership was imminent. After all, Yake had mentioned that Ram expected him to ascend within 2 years. Who did he underestimate? Of course, it was not merely the sacrifice that yielded such benefits. Truly, he owed gratitude to Elon, whose preserved blood wine, aged for over a decade, coupled with the enhancements from the little octopuses, was the primary catalyst for Augustus's rapid gain in power. Moreover, the ability to conduct sacrifices once a month meant Augustus could continuously develop the functions of the halo of faith. Gazing at the statue of the sorceress upon the altar, Augustus confirmed Lilith's assertions. After a single sacrifice, the statue had indeed grown slightly larger. As he reached out to touch it, he could not discern its mysteries. "Hey, pervert, where do you think your hands are going?" "I'm going to tell Sister Leia." Startled, Augustus swiftly withdrew his hand, silently making a grasping motion. Why was the little girl awake so early today? How unfortunate, he muttered under his breath as he strode into the great hall. Following the ritual the previous night, he had given orders that from that day forth, the Red Flag clan would partake in 3 meals daily. It was early in the morning when a meat soup proved somewhat overwhelming. Lilith was irresistibly drawn to the enticing aroma. Augustus poured half of his soup into the little girl's bowl, encouraging her to eat heartily and work diligently to complete the house. Lilith flashed a broad smile at Augustus. A clear expression of "you are so kind." One could only wonder how her demigod teacher raised her. For this child exhibited an extraordinary enthusiasm for food. Augustus found himself reminiscing about warm congee, pondering whether rice existed in this world. Leah, noticing Augustus's lack of appetite, tasted the meat soup with a look of perplexity on her face. It was undeniably delicious. Not second-guess a man's thoughts, he urged, prompting Lilith to eat faster. His task for the day remained supervising the construction site. The slaves were oblivious to the increasing magical aura in the village. Yet they consumed their breakfast with gusto. Some slaves even whispered that the chief was not adept at managing his household, having never heard of anyone eating 3 meals a day. The Noltes glared fiercely at those of his kin who dared to speak ill of their leader, feeling a sense of shame for them. Regardless, with their bellies full early in the day, the slaves found renewed vigor in their labor. Observing the steadily rising walls, Augustus attributed the success to his diligent oversight. Had it not been for his stern gaze, could Lilith have worked so industriously to transport the stones? Without the stones, how could the walls rise? In essence, this could be equated to Augustus himself raising the walls. He took pride in his efforts, occasionally visiting Leah to indulge himself with a treat. The chunks of python meat were nearly half processed, while the thick, twisted bones of the serpent lay piled in the village. And Augustus had yet to decide their purpose. The bones of the monstrous python were sufficiently sturdy, yet their excessive curvature left him uncertain. After a day's toil, the frames for 2 longhouses were nearly complete, awaiting the addition of beams and the thatching of straw. Had it not been for Lilith's incessant insistence that her house should be built first, believing she contributed the most, the longhouses would likely have been finished already. As it stood, neither of the longhouses nor the small house was completed. During dinner, Augustus wore a scowl, while Lilith pouted. Leah stifled her laughter, attempting to appease both. Ever since Lilith's arrival, life had become increasingly entertaining. Bran instinctively leaned closer to Al. Noticing that his own presence seemed to diminish, Al shifted slightly away from Bran. After finishing the last drop of bloodwine in his bowl, Augustus, as usual, began to usher everyone out. In the past, his actions had been effective. However, now, Lilith seemed glued to Leah. Just as he managed to pry Lilith away from Leah's embrace and was about to throw her outside, Augustus paused momentarily. Under the crimson moonlight, a figure approached the village swiftly. Augustus let go of Lilith and transformed into a werewolf, rushing towards the newcomer while shouting, "Enemy attack." He loosed 2 arrows, preventing the intruder from entering the village. Though the luminous arrows were swiftly dispersed, as Augustus drew closer, he realized the attacker was none other than a green serpent from the Serpent Clan. How dare he? Enraged at the audacity of the defeated serpent warrior, Augustus seethed. Upon seeing the massive bones of their guardian beast piled up within the stone walls, the green serpent was filled with fury. Augustus switched to his long axe, positioning himself at the village entrance, signaling Steeltooth to withdraw his men, that a battle of chief-level warriors was not something they could engage in. The majestic striped serpent followed closely behind, while Lilith remained behind to guard Leah and the little ones. Where were the other 3? Augustus did not dare underestimate the situation, perplexed as to how the green serpent, who had previously suffered at his hands, had the audacity to confront him alone. Was it due to his recent ascension to mid-tier chief? Indeed, from the moment he deflected the 2 arrows, Augustus recognized that the green serpent had advanced beyond the initial tier to become a mid-tier chief. Yet, even so, the green serpent should not be so arrogant. Even without Fenrir at his side, a majestic striped serpent was not a foe that an ordinary mid-tier chief could contend with. Unless he had allies, Augustus did not regard the green serpent as a significant threat, but instead focused on searching for potential hidden enemies. The green serpent, keenly aware of Augustus's disdain, grew even more incensed. He was determined to make the arrogant Black Wolf chief pay. A flash of cold light cut through the air as Augustus nimbly sidestepped, delivering a swift kick. Following the same strategy as before, this time it bore no fruit. His kick missed, and, as Augustus leaned forward, he swept his axe horizontally. When the weapons clashed, a jolt reverberated through his hands, causing his palms to tingle. Indeed, the prowess of a mid-tier chief was markedly different. Augustus took a step back, refraining from rushing into an attack. Observing the green serpent wielding an AK-47 spear, he inquired, "Is it just you that has come?" The green serpent laughed mockingly and retorted, "What do you think?" Augustus's heart sank. Indeed, there were more allies. Resolving to end the confrontation swiftly, he feigned weakness, luring the green serpent towards the hiding place of the majestic striped serpent. In Augustus's plan, if the green serpent advanced further, the majestic striped serpent could swallow him whole. That moment, Augustus would possess leverage and no longer be at a disadvantage. However, just as the green serpent was about to step into the ideal attack range of the majestic striped serpent, a surge of energy erupted from the dense darkness of the forest. The swift, majestic striped serpent leaped into action, only to be struck by the force. The stout serpent body crashed against the stone wall with a resounding thud, causing it to collapse as the majestic striped serpent writhed in agony on the ground. Witnessing this, Augustus quickly retreated, his heart filled with dread. The majestic striped serpent was a mid-tier chief. Its scales were exceptionally tough. Yet, it had been harmed by a force. Although the serpent's scales had not been breached, its apparent suffering indicated it had endured considerable pain. That moment, a figure slowly emerged from the forest. Clad in a hooded robe that concealed their entire form, it was the Black Serpent. Augustus's heart sank. A high-tier chief had arrived. He had not anticipated that the Serpent Clan would regard him with such seriousness, sending forth even the first elder. Yet he could not fathom why they would not fear the Lord's wrath. "You are a rather peculiar individual," the black-robed figure began. "Earlier, the green serpent reported you as merely initial tier. We did not believe it, but it appears to be true. Pray tell, how have you accomplished this? Do you possess some treasure?" It was through Augustus's earlier confrontation with the green serpent that the black serpent discerned his true strength. Now he seemed in no rush to strike, instead taking the time to probe Augustus for secrets. "Humph, I told you he was but an initial tier chief. Why waste words? Kill him, and all treasure shall be ours." The green-robed figure, filled with rage over the loss of their guardian beast, was solely fixated on eliminating the Black Wolf chief before them. "Fool! Had I not intervened, you would have been devoured by the majestic striped serpent." The Black Serpent scolded, yet did not linger on idle chatter. A hand emerged from the robe, gripping a serpent-headed curved dagger. Augustus felt a sense of retreat. With a 2-to-1 disadvantage and each opponent a tier above him, he was at a significant disadvantage. Moreover, who knew if there were more hidden foes lurking in the forest? Yet, the mere thought of Leah and the numerous little ones in the village behind him extinguished the nascent desire for retreat that had just taken root in Augustus, replacing it with an unwavering resolve to fight to the last. That moment, however, a thunderous roar erupted from behind. A colossal brown bear charged forward on all fours, barreling towards the two serpent men. "Damn it!" Augustus cursed under his breath, knowing without turning that it was Lilith who had rushed out. What on earth was she thinking at this moment? He had no time to intervene and could only watch helplessly as Lilith collided with the black serpent like a freight truck. In the face of the bear's tremendous impact, the black serpent merely chuckled, its entire body seemingly weightless as it drifted backward. Simultaneously, it swung its curved blade with a delicate motion, unleashing an invisible force aimed at the bear. "Dodge!" In a flash of lightning, all Augustus could do was shout a warning. Unfortunately, it was too late. With a resounding crash, the enormous bear was sent flying, crashing against the stone wall with a force reminiscent of the striking of the brown-marked king snake. The wall crumbled with a deafening roar, leaving Augustus with a chilling sense of dread. His first instinct was to lament the damage to the wall, just as he was about to check on the bear's condition. A glint of cold light flashed past him, and the green serpent launched a surprise attack. How could he afford to be distracted at such a moment? The green serpent let out a triumphant laugh, seizing the opportunity to thrust its weapon repeatedly. Augustus was forced to retreat, barely managing to parry with his long axe. Seeing that he had the upper hand, the green serpent grew increasingly aggressive, driven by a desire to avenge the fallen guardian python. Little did it know, from the very beginning, Augustus had never regarded it as a significant threat. His continued engagement was merely a ploy to buy time and devise a counter-strategy. Alas, this fool was courting death. Augustus took a step back, locking eyes with the frenzied serpent. The green serpent felt an inexplicable chill run down its spine and contemplated retreat, but a wave of immense terror washed over it. Before it could react, darkness enveloped its vision, and it lost consciousness. With a swift motion, Augustus hurled the green serpent backward, and the brow-marked king snake opened its jaws in perfect synchrony, swallowing the green serpent whole. Augustus retrieved the long spear from the ground, glancing at it before stowing it away in his storage ring. The green serpent was not yet dead. Perhaps now they could have a discussion? Out of the corner of his eye, he noticed Lilith, transformed into a bear, shaking off the impact and rising. Augustus felt a wave of relief and turned to address the black serpent. Having witnessed the bizarre defeat of the green serpent while it was seemingly in a position of strength, combined with the peculiar bear that had shrugged off his earlier attack, even the black serpent could not help but approach the situation with caution. "You truly are an oddity," the black serpent remarked, lifting its head to reveal its dark eyes beneath the hood in the crimson moonlight. "Spare us, and the northern territory shall be yours." Augustus attempted to negotiate. As long as he survived, he could reclaim the territory later. "I believe you are mistaken. We did not come for territory. What we seek is you and the brow-marked king snake." The black serpent waved its serpent-headed blade lightly, its tone laced with an unsettling resonance. "The brow-marked king snake can be yours, but you must swear an oath to cease all hostilities." Augustus frowned, reluctantly conceding once more he could always find another contract beast. That was not an issue. Yet, the black serpent was relentless, continuing in its strange tone. "Not enough that I said, we want you, along with the brow-marked king snake, though, and your companion beast as well. Hurry!" It was calling for its allies, just as Augustus was about to inquire why. He suddenly heard Lilith's warning. Anger surged through Augustus. Could they be so brazen as to apply their tricks? A high-ranking leader resorting to deceit. In a fit of rage, Augustus stepped back, positioning himself alongside the brow-marked king snake and the massive bear. What choice did he have? The opposing high-ranking leader was unlike any foe he had faced before, and victory seemed uncertain. Another intriguing beast. Splendid. I shall claim this bear as well. The black serpent, evidently unfamiliar with talking beasts, immediately marked Lilith for itself. Lilith would not indulge such an affront. The bear retorted with a fierce insult. "You are the beast. Your entire family is a pack of beasts." Augustus noted with keen interest as the black serpent's facial muscles twitched in agitation. Had it been enraged? Just as he was about to mock it, a sudden sound erupted from the forest, branches snapping underfoot. Soon, a black python, longer and more formidable than the skinned and smoked green python, emerged from the underbrush. The black serpent exhibited its ghostly agility, floating atop the head of the black python. Augustus gulped, swallowing the taunt that had been on the tip of his tongue. The moment the black python appeared, despair washed over him. One black serpent was already a challenge. Now there was a black python too. How could he possibly fight this? Augustus gestured for Lilith to engage through their forced contract. "You go." The massive bear subtly stepped back 2 paces, responding within Augustus's mind. It must be said, having a beast capable of speech was convenient. Through their bond, they could communicate mentally. However, what use was this? Augustus tightened his grip on the axe, reminiscing fondly about Fenrir. If only Fenrir were here. One call, and it would surely charge in. Yet he could not truly send Lilith, a mere girl, to her demise. The brow-marked king snake, with its small stature, might manage a sneak attack, but was ill-suited for direct confrontation. With a low growl, Augustus charged at the black python at full speed, aiming for the black serpent atop its head. If he could eliminate the black serpent, the python would be no challenge. Was the black serpent truly so easy to deal with? The curved blade whirled through the air, unleashing waves of force directed at Augustus as he rushed toward it. Augustus dodged left and right, feeling the energy brush past him and leave deep gashes in the ground. The long axe was now firmly in his grasp as he neared the black python. He leapt high, gripping the axe with both hands and preparing to strike downwards. At that moment, the enormous python beneath the black serpent suddenly opened its gaping maw, suspended in midair. There was no time to evade. Yet, it seemed as though Augustus had anticipated this all along. Rather than retreating, he wore a strange smile and dove directly into the python's mouth. That it was over. Augustus had been consumed. Lilith gasped in shock. Suddenly emboldened at such a critical moment, the massive bear swung its hefty hindquarters and charged at the python. But in the next instant, Lilith heard an enraged shout from the black-cloaked figure atop the python, and the blade swung towards the python's head. In that moment of charging, Lilith even had the time to wonder at the bear's bright, clear eyes. The black serpent had no intention of striking its own guardian beast. However, when the tip of a spear protruded from the python's head, the black serpent could no longer afford to consider anything else. Rage nearly drove it to the brink of madness, as Augustus was swallowed by the python. He swiftly drew out the spear that had once belonged to the troll chief, Yake. When the python clamped its jaws shut with tremendous force, the spear pierced through its body, and Augustus seized the opportunity to sweep his axe horizontally, cleaving a portion of the python's head from the inside out. This black python was significantly stronger than the green serpent's variant, and Augustus knew that he could not breach its defenses with mere words. However, it could do so itself. Thus, the unexpected turn of events unfolded. With a sudden strike, Augustus escaped the serpent's maw, deftly retrieving the spear. Faced with the black serpent's furious onslaught, he chose to evade, allowing the bear to take the brunt of the assault. Lilith screamed as the black serpent's blade fell relentlessly. Yet curiously, no matter how fiercely the serpent struck, the blade never left a mark on the bear. Covered in the python's blood, Augustus bore a strange smile. He had made the right gamble. He had previously noticed that despite sustaining a blow from the black serpent, Lilith had not lost a single hair. Being merely a low-ranking leader, how could a beast of such a rank remain unscathed by a high-ranking leader's blow? Connecting it to her teacher, who was akin to a demigod, Augustus began to form some theories. As expected, the black serpent's attacks could not harm Lilith. However, observing the massive bear that seemed to be in full retreat, it appeared that it had sustained some injuries after all. Augustus could no longer concern himself with such matters. Taking advantage of the black serpent's preoccupation with Lilith, he swiftly raised his axe from behind to launch a surprise attack. But how could a high-ranking leader be so easily ambushed? In a fit of rage, the black serpent spun around, as if it had eyes on its back, faced with a surprise attack. A flash of blade cut through the air with the intent to cleave the assailant, Augustus, in two. With a thunderous roar, Augustus managed to deflect the lethal strike with his long axe. Simultaneously, an inexplicable force surged forth as he cried out, "Now is the time!" Although Augustus successfully blocked the blade, he could not withstand the immense power it carried. As he was sent flying, he unleashed a terrifying counterattack. The black serpent, taken aback, stood frozen in place. At that moment, had anyone struck while the iron was hot, the serpent would have surely met its demise. Yet the one who was supposed to deliver the finishing blow was now cowering, burying its head in the ground. Augustus, while soaring through the air, witnessed this absurdity, feeling not a hint of amusement, but rather a deep sense of tragedy. As he stumbled to the ground, a mouthful of blood involuntarily erupted forth. "What a fool!" Augustus muttered, wiping the blood from the corner of his mouth, his arm holding the axe trembling slightly. The sole opportunity had been squandered due to Lilith's inexperience in battle. Whom could he voice his grievances? Augustus fought back the urge to spit another mouthful of blood, his gaze fixed on the black serpent, fearful of another onslaught. Unbeknownst to him, the black serpent was equally engulfed in trepidation in that moment of distraction. It realized how the green serpent had suddenly fallen from a position of superiority. It had feared it might repeat the same fate. However, upon regaining its composure, it was astonished to find itself unscathed. Without a single scratch, the previous fury dissipated in an instant, replaced by an inexplicable calm. Well, it nearly harmed me. The black serpent cast a glance at the massive brown bear, trembling with its head buried in the earth. Then, with a smile, turned to Augustus and said slowly, Augustus could only respond with silence. What could he say? Accuse the serpent of shamelessness. What did it mean by nearly being harmed? It had almost been killed. Retrieving a jar from his storage ring, Augustus removed the clay seal, and a rich aroma of liquor mingled with fruity notes wafted into the air. He tilted his head back and took several swigs. One hand gripping the axe, the other clutching the jar of wine. Dare you wait until I finish this jar of wine? The black serpent silently observed the young werewolf before him, surprised that the adversary still possessed such composure at this juncture. It had not anticipated that what it had assumed to be a simple task would escalate to this extent. Augustus, however, cared little for its thoughts. Seizing the opportunity, he drank deeply, and with the transformation into a werewolf came a formidable wolf's appetite. He drained a jar of fruit wine in mere moments. Augustus was not indulging in theatrics, nor was he attempting to create a dramatic final scene. He was consuming a potent brew enhanced by the little octopuses. Known for its healing properties, having forcefully endured the black serpent strike, he appeared unscathed, yet internally he suffered considerable injury. As the liquor coursed through him, a vibrant essence of life began to mend his battered insides. Augustus clenched his jaw against the pain. Tightening his grip on the long axe, he had enough strength for one more strike. Feeling the life force within him dwindling, a profound melancholy enveloped Augustus. Farewell, my Leah. Farewell, my kin. Farewell, my homeland. With a furious howl, the werewolf charged towards the black serpent. Dodging a lethal arc of the blade, he swung his long axe in a sweeping motion. Simultaneously, he unleashed a terrifying attack. Expending his last reserves of strength to pivot, thrusting his massive wolf claw forward. Bang! Augustus collapsed to the ground. He had no idea how the figure clad in black had evaded the sweep of his axe, nor how the opponent had withstood the mental assault. All he knew was that he was dying. As Augustus teetered on the brink of unconsciousness, a familiar voice rang out, "How dare you?" accompanied by a somewhat familiar exclamation. A rotund object rolled to Augustus's feet. Their eyes met, and Augustus saw the terror in the black serpent's dark, hollow eyes. Foolish boy, Augustus cursed before losing consciousness. Augustus awoke in a state of suffocation, disentangling himself from Leah's increasingly ample embrace. While cleansing lotions have their merits, one must not overindulge, especially with C-grade products. Augustus had reason to believe that had he been even a moment later, he might have truly met his end. Upon awakening, the most overwhelming sensation was not one of relief, but rather a pervasive soreness throughout his body, though he could hear Leah's concerned voice. His mind was a chaotic jumble, and he could only respond with a faint smile. Just as he regained consciousness, still dazed, he strained to lift his head. A somewhat familiar voice reached his ears, prompting him to struggle to sit up and salute the figure before him with a clenched fist. Upon recognizing the visitor as Ram, the head of the succubi clan, confusion washed over him. It had not been long since the departure of Chongwei, and it seemed illogical for her to return so swiftly. Scanning his surroundings, he noticed only two unfamiliar faces, with no sign of Chongwei. "Head Ram, have you encountered our Black Wolf clan's Chongwei?" Ram shook her head, indicating that she had not seen any members of the Black Wolf tribe. "Yake is my mate. I have come to investigate his disappearance." The image of the troll chieftain Yake, with his green face and tusks, flashed through Augustus's mind, leaving him momentarily speechless. His gaze swept over Ram's still alluring features, a hulking man and a mature woman. It was not entirely incomprehensible. No wonder Augustus had felt a sense of peculiarity when Yake had relayed Ram's instructions. It turned out they were indeed kin. Augustus refrained from rushing to discuss Yake's situation. He recalled seeing the black serpent's severed head roll near him just before losing consciousness. Lowering his gaze, he indeed spotted the black serpent's lifeless head, eyes open in a final expression of disbelief. Along with its body not far away, a sigh of relief escaped Augustus, and he welcomed Ram into the village to converse. In the great hall, they took their seats as host and guest. Augustus pondered momentarily before recounting the details of Yake's grievous fate. He retrieved the long spear from his storage ring, and he could see deep sorrow reflected in Ram's eyes. Ram took the spear, caressing it tenderly, tears streaming down her face. After a long silence, she returned the spear to Augustus, and, seeing his confusion, explained, "Were it not for you, I might never have learned the truth of Yake's disappearance. For that, you nearly lost your life. This spear shall serve as either gratitude or compensation." Augustus fought to suppress his joy as he accepted the spear. He then recounted the events he had discovered in the canyon, including the possibility of a Lord-level threat lurking within the cave. Upon hearing this, Ram was immediately alarmed, her earlier grief forgotten as she eagerly pressed for details. After Augustus's thorough description, Ram fell silent for a moment. But her subsequent actions left Augustus feeling overwhelmed. She had learned of Yake's disappearance from the envoy, Krish. Although Krish had informed her of the 4 Lord-level figures among the Serpent Clan, Ram had not taken the matter seriously. She could not believe that anyone would dare challenge the dignity of the succubi in their own territory. Ram had assembled a squad of elite warriors, yet her concern for Yake's safety had compelled her to advance with only a handful of trusted subordinates. Thankfully, her early departure had spared Augustus from becoming another casualty. However, this also created an awkward situation. The elite warriors following Ram would require at least 3 days to reach the Red Banner territory. Meanwhile, with the black and green serpents still absent, would the Serpent Clan simply stand idly by? Had it not been for the looming presence of a potential Lord-level threat, Ram would not have been so frantic. But what if, as Ram mounted the legendary steed, the Nightmare, said to traverse 1,000 miles in a day and vanished into the night sky, Augustus's emotions were understandably tumultuous. Would a cursed return to report to the Lord? Could any of her attendants not have returned instead? Faced with the imminent possibility of a Lord-level threat, Ram had chosen to retreat. Cloaked in the guise of summoning reinforcements, was this not merely a flight? Yet, what could he do? Could he possibly obstruct her? Not only was the head of the household of noble status, but the strength of a high-ranking leader was also beyond his capacity to impede. At this juncture, Augustus comprehended that further discourse was futile. The most pressing matter at hand was how to preserve his life before the Lord's arrival. Ram was accompanied by 2 trusted subordinates, both formidable leaders of the succubus clan. As he gazed upon the 2 alluring succubi and the nightmare steeds they led, a flicker of ferocity crossed Augustus's eyes. "Since you have shown no mercy, do not blame me for being unjust." Without warning, Augustus and the pattern-scaled King Serpent launched their assault on the unsuspecting succubus leaders. With a terrifying strike and a powerful axe blow, one succubus's head fell to the ground, while the other was swiftly devoured by the pattern-scaled King Serpent. One nightmare steed collapsed alongside its fallen master, while the other, after a brief moment of confusion, resumed its rhythmic snorting as if nothing had occurred. Successfully binding the nightmare steed through coercive contract, Augustus commanded the pattern-scaled King Serpent to regurgitate its former owner. Crack! Augustus snapped her neck. "Blame your overseer. After all, she abandoned you," Augustus murmured, as if explaining to a dead body. He ordered the pattern-scaled King Serpent to consume the remains of the succubi, ensuring their complete obliteration. Not even their bloodline weapons were left behind. It was as if no succubi had ever set foot there. In truth, Augustus intended it this way. If the serpent folk were to discover the trace of succubi, it could potentially draw forth their formidable allies. Ram must have considered this, which is why he was so eager to depart. What a worthless mate, Augustus thought for the ogre leader Yake. As for leaving 2 trusted subordinates behind, it was said to be for assistance against the serpent folk. However, Augustus could guarantee that if a confrontation arose, these 2 would not show themselves. They would merely hold Augustus's loved ones hostage to compel him to delay the serpent folk. After all, they possessed nightmare steeds, providing them with a secure means of retreat at any moment. Augustus feared not the worst-case scenario. Rather, he dreaded being stabbed in the back. Ram would take approximately a day to return to the city, and Augustus was uncertain how swiftly the Lord Demonis could arrive. He mused that she must be faster than Ram. Optimistically, she could reach them in just over a day. Conversely, pessimistically, it could take at least 2 days. Augustus could neither be overly hopeful nor overly despondent. He understood he needed to stall for at least a day and a half, as he had stated before. He could flee, but Steelfong, Laya, and the little ones could not. The situation was different for them. As long as he remained, Steelfong, Laya, and the little ones would have a chance to escape. Augustus took the black serpent's hooked blade from Steelfong, but then promptly returned it Yes, promised. This blade shall belong to you. With the black serpent deceased, the weapon was now masterless. Though Steelfang was merely a bloodline warrior, he could wield it. Listen to me. Take Laya and the little ones. Head south through the forest. The farther you go, the better. Without waiting for Steelfang's retort, Augustus fixed him with a serious gaze. Steelfang, you have grown. You must bear greater responsibilities. Laya, do not cry, my little fox girl. Augustus embraced the sobbing Laya. Fear not, within 2 days at most. I shall return to retrieve you. Look, this is a nightmare steed. It can travel 1,000 miles in a blink and catch up to you. Augustus forced a smile while stroking the fiery red hair of the little fox girl. Laya lay in Augustus's embrace, tears silently rolling down her cheeks, her heart heavy with worry and guilt. Though she did not grasp the precarious situation facing the red flag territory, she recognized that the current demeanor of the werewolf leader mirrored that of her mother during their last parting. At that time, her mother had held her and her brother Bran in a similar embrace. After that, she had never seen her mother again. She feared that her werewolf leader might meet the same fate. She felt ashamed for being unable to assist him. Augustus gently patted the little fox girl's back and reluctantly pushed her away. He called for Lilith, who had reverted to her childlike form. The young druid's eyes were red and swollen, showing evident signs of having been beaten by the black serpent. Augustus, with a thought, lifted the coercive contract binding him to Lilith. Lilith, promise me you will protect Laya and the others. Augustus caressed the little horns upon her head. Though the girl bore unique enhancements left by her demigod mentor, rendering her nearly impervious to harm, her lack of combat experience rendered her presence less effective. Rather, Augustus felt more at ease knowing she would accompany Laya and the others. Escaping under the cover of night, the wilderness was far from safe. Lilith nodded obediently, seemingly unaware that the contract had been lifted, her sorrow too profound. Finally, Augustus summoned the Knoll Tiz. The slaves must also leave point 3 Black Wolf Clan slaves, along with a bear man, a minotaur, and a wild boar man, were to assist Laya and the others in carrying the little ones. Augustus instructed Tiz to lead all the Knoll slaves to part ways with Laya and her group. This way, even if he failed to hold off the serpent folk, Laya and her companions would have a greater chance of survival. At this juncture, Augustus ceased to be coy. He directly informed Tiz that they were dispatched as bait. Augustus promised that if they survived, he would lift the slavery contracts, granting them the status of free citizens of the Red Flag territory, if the territory still existed by that time. Seeing Tiz accept the orders with unwavering resolve, Augustus murmured to himself, there was nothing to tidy up. Including the slaves, everyone was to carry enough dried meat to last 3 days, and under Augustus's urging, they moved deeper into the forest. Laya clutched a wine jug, glancing back every few steps. Inside the jug were monkey wine and 2 small octopuses, though the 2 small octopuses had acknowledged Augustus as their master. They would not share the same fate as contract beasts. With them, the tribe retained the hope of resurgence. After bidding farewell to Laya and her companions, Augustus turned and took a deep breath. He knew he needed to make further arrangements. Otherwise, he would be unable to hold off the serpent folk. That he summoned the ghost-faced owl, which had been monitoring the movements of the serpent folk in the northern lands. Through coercive contract, Augustus grasped the head of the black serpent, instructing the pattern-scaled king serpent to swallow both the black serpent and the black python. The black serpent was to be digested immediately, while the black python would be kept for future use. Should it survive, life would continue. While waiting for the ghost-faced owl's return, Augustus entered the main house, retrieved a piece of bee skin, and laid it on the wooden board to begin writing. The black serpent and the green serpent could not be allowed to act independently against the village. The serpent folk must be awaiting their triumphant return. Rather than wait for the serpent folk to send scouts, Augustus resolved to take the initiative and instill fear. His pen moved with fervor, his words sharp and incisive. He denounced the serpent folk for their lack of decorum, disobedience to the Lord's orders, and reckless instigation of conflict between the 2 clans. Today, the serpent folk elders, the black serpent and the green serpent, have invaded. The red flag territory demands their heads. He urged the serpent folk leaders to take heed of this and safeguard the lives of their kin. Upon completing the final paragraph, Augustus put away his little stick. Just then, the ghost-faced owl flew into the main house. Pulling out another piece of bee skin, Augustus wrapped the black serpent's head along with the letter inside. He secured the bee skin and gently stroked the fearsome head of the ghost-faced owl. Through their bond, he instructed the owl to deliver the package to the serpent folk. Watching the ghost-faced owl clutching the package soar into the night sky, a cold smile crept across Augustus's lips. He believed the serpent folk leader, the Red Serpent, would be pleasantly surprised by this gift. Having completed these tasks, Augustus lifted the stone slab and descended into the underground chamber. He opened the first wine jar and noted that it still contained more than half of the blood wine. With determination, Augustus jumped into the jar since he was on the brink of a breakthrough before the full moon ritual. After tonight's battle, with some gains, the breakthrough was imminent. He merely needed that final push. He hoped the head and the letter would buy him some time. In the embrace of the blood wine, Augustus slowly closed his eyes, praying in his heart. Thud! The ghost-faced owl cast the captured bundle toward the city wall below, flapping its wings as it turned to flee. The aura emanating from within the wall was terrifyingly potent, compelling it to abandon any thought of lingering. Ever since being subjected to a forced contract, the ghost-faced owl had been engulfed in constant trepidation. It yearned for the days of unbridled freedom upon the cliffs. Had it not been for its initial greed, it would not have been ensnared by the contract. Had it not been bound, it would not have to live in fear. Regret consumed the ghost-faced owl, and the serpent leader, Red Serpent, felt the same. However, Red Serpent's feelings were compounded by a profound rage. How dare he? How dare he? Red Serpent bellowed in fury within the leader's hall, shattering the tables and chairs around him. The White Serpent, alerted by the commotion, hurried into the hall and immediately spotted the lifeless head of the Black Serpent amidst the debris of the long table. Shocked, White Serpent, neglecting to comfort Red Serpent, hastened forward to retrieve the beast's skin inscribed with words lying next to the head. With swift clarity, she read through it. Her eyes widened in disbelief. The Green Serpent, though now promoted to mid-leader after the sacrificial rites, was no match for the Black Serpent, especially with the newly bestowed bloodline weapon from that esteemed individual. Without employing the guardian beast, White Serpent felt uncertain about her ability to slay him. Moreover, there was the Black Serpent Elder leading the accompanying beasts. White Serpent's fair complexion turned pale. She could not fathom how the Black Serpent, capable of contending with Red Serpent, could be reduced to merely a head. Should she, or should she not, inform that esteemed individual? The usually composed and insightful White Serpent suggested in a flurry. Foolishness. Do you wish to bring about our demise? Red Serpent roared, his eyes having turned a blood red at some point. Instinctively, White Serpent took a step back, then quickly realized her folly. Indeed, it was she who was mistaken. That esteemed individual required more high-grade blood offerings at the crucial moment, just a step away from success. The Black Serpent and the Green Serpent's mission to the Red Flag territory was intended to capture the Black Wolf leader along with his accompanying beast and the Marked King Serpent, to gather more blood offerings for their esteemed individual. What should have been a straightforward task had resulted in this debacle. Seeking that esteemed individual now could potentially lead to her own downfall. In the presence of that esteemed individual, who is not but a source of blood, count the personnel. Tomorrow morning, we shall advance on the Red Flag territory. Red Serpent's voice was hoarse, barely containing his fury as he commanded the troops to mobilize. White Serpent nodded slightly, exiting to relay orders to the guards. Soon, the Serpent village concealed behind the towering walls began to stir with activity. Taking a deep breath, White Serpent opened her door and slowly removed her garments. She understood that the leader's state was unstable and required her soothing presence, lest they wait until dawn. Within the hall, Red Serpent's eyes glowed a fierce red, as if enduring immense torment, until White Serpent's graceful form appeared beside him. He embraced her tightly, and they tumbled to the ground, while the Black Serpent's lifeless eyes remained wide open. Augustus slowly opened his eyes. The aroma of blood wine within the vat was rich, yet the liquid no longer contained any trace of energy. Rising to his feet, he paid no heed to the stickiness clinging to him at that moment. He was filled with a newfound power. Having ascended to the mid-leader tier, Though merely a minor rank elevation, it significantly enhanced his strength. Augustus smiled with satisfaction. In the next instant, he began to levitate, astonishingly emerging from the vat, as if he were soaring. Had anyone witnessed this spectacle, they would surely be left agape. For aside from certain unique races or flying beasts such as the nightmare horse, other subhuman races could not attain flight unless they reached the lordly tier. Augustus could not fly, but the nightmare horse could. The nightmare horse was an extraordinarily peculiar creature. Its life form differed from that of most beings. In appearance, it resembled a regular horse, which was the reason for its name. However, in truth, the nightmare horse was not a true horse. It was more akin to a corporeal undead entity. To be more precise, they resembled zombies. Indeed, zombies. The nightmare horse had no heartbeat, no blood flowing through its veins. Surviving instead on the invisible essence of death, they typically emerge from large battlefields or burial sites. Though they belonged to the evil faction, they possessed no means of attack. The nightmare horse, cloaked in black, exuded a heavy aura of death. Yet when they took flight, their hooves would suddenly ignite with black flames. It was these flames that granted the nightmare horse the ability to soar through the skies and traverse great distances. This made them coveted steeds among various races. Augustus, ruthless and resolute, had slain 2 of the succubus kin and forcefully contracted a nightmare horse. Thus, he acquired a brand new skill, aerial shadow, though far inferior to the nightmare horse's ability to cover vast distances. It bestowed upon Augustus the capability of rapid, short-distance flight. While it was called flying, it resembled more of a floating motion, requiring the consumption of his bloodline power to maintain. Augustus estimated that with his current mid-liter strength, he could sustain this for a maximum of 15 minutes. This duration referred to a non-combat scenario. Engaging in battle while using aerial shadow would shorten it considerably. In summary, this skill could not be used for travel. It served solely as a trump card for sudden attacks. Furthermore, it was noteworthy that Augustus had dissolved his contract with Lilith, yet retained the skill of Treant awakening. This was undoubtedly another small surprise. The Treants were too large a target. Augustus had not allowed them to retreat with Leah and the others. Under his instruction, 5 Treants concealed themselves in the forest before the village. Emerging from the basement, Augustus, through the contract link, found that the ghost-faced owl had not relayed any information regarding the serpent people's incursion. He wondered if he had genuinely frightened them off. Augustus would have preferred they did not come. He ordered the ghost-faced owl to continue monitoring, as he had matters to attend to. With a squelching sound, the marked king serpent expelled the green serpent from his maw. The green serpent emerged, drenched and covered in slime, appearing utterly repulsive. Augustus approached and kicked him several times. The green serpent slowly regained consciousness, his vision blurred. Upon touching his face, he realized it was smeared with viscous substance. A faint metallic scent wafted to his nostrils, and the green serpent looked at Augustus, stammering, What have you done to me?" No wonder he was frightened. Augustus had just emerged from the vat, drenched in blood-red liquid, appearing as if a demon had descended upon the world. Facing the green serpent, Augustus wasted no words. He flipped his palm, placing the long axe against the serpent's neck. Submit or perish. The green serpent's heart quivered as memories of the night's events flashed before his mind. He understood that being captured by the enemy signified the black serpent. The green serpent's words trailed off, but upon seeing Augustus's expressionless face, he already knew the answer. Despairing, he closed his eyes, allowing his bloodline power to converge on his forehead. Soon, a small crimson serpent image appeared upon his brow. The diminutive serpent glimmered faintly, vibrant and alive. Augustus extended his finger, gathering his own bloodline power, and a small blood-colored orb materialized at his fingertip. He gently tapped, and the orb descended onto the green serpent's forehead. As the orb integrated, the small glowing serpent gradually dissipated, leaving behind the green serpent, now ashen and lifeless upon the ground. The mark of submission, a form of contract more fearsome than a slave's bond. It was said to be a power bestowed by the divine to prevent the subhuman races from turning against one another. In truth, countless subhuman beings had suffered a fate worse than death under the oppressive grip of the mark of submission. All of this stemmed from its overwhelming dominance, From the moment the mark of submission was instilled, the green serpent, along with all progeny born thereafter, was destined to yield to Augustus and the continuation of his lineage. It would not be until 5 generations hence, when the bloodline had thinned, that any hope of liberation would arise. Such insidious and tyrannical methods, claimed to be divine gifts, are a profound irony in themselves. Yet for some, they prove effective, like the green serpent, a creature characterized by its fear of death. From the very beginning of their encounters, Augustus never perceived him as a being of true mettle within the subhuman tribes. Though possessing the strength of a leader, his demeanor was more akin to that of an empty facade. This was not solely the case for him. Even the high-ranking leader, the Black Serpent, exhibited a rather disappointing performance. Were Augustus to possess the strength of a high-ranking leader, he would never find himself so easily decapitated. The mark of submission was originally merely a tactic of intimidation, intended to extract more intelligence from the green serpent. To Augustus's surprise, a leader of his stature genuinely capitulated. He shook his head, bemused by the absurdity of all. Nevertheless, for the moment, it was not a time for idle thoughts. Within the subterranean chamber, a candid exchange of inquiries and responses unfolded. Having submitted, Augustus harbored no doubts regarding the veracity of the green serpent's testimony. Yet, it was precisely this that rendered his countenance increasingly grim. According to the green serpent, many years ago, the Serpent Clan was far from the formidable force it had become at that time. The clan consisted solely of 2 leaders, the Red Serpent and the White Serpent. One fateful day, the green serpent, then merely a bloodline warrior, accompanied the elder Black Serpent on a hunting expedition in the very canyon discovered by Augustus. They inadvertently stumbled upon a cave. Within, a being claiming to be the serpent ancestor, the progenitor of their race, resided. The serpent ancestor revealed that he had been grievously injured by malevolent beings and had fallen into a deep slumber. The green serpent and his kin inadvertently awakened him from his slumber. In recognition of their shared lineage, the serpent ancestor bestowed upon them secret arts. From that moment forth, the Serpent Clan's power surged, catapulting them to the pinnacle of tribes within the divine war hills. The serpent ancestor candidly admitted that, given his grievous injuries, achieving this feat was already a limit. For the tribe to grow stronger and attain greater advancement, they must find a way to restore his health. Having tasted the sweetness of increased power, who among the Serpent Clan could refuse? At the behest of the serpent ancestor, they set their plans into motion. Initially, they covertly altered the objects of their sacrifices through the secret methods imparted by the ancestor. Subsequently, they began a rampant hunt of the magical beasts within their territory, leading to an insatiable demand and subsequent invasions of neighboring lands. Originally, they had hoped that the upcoming full moon sacrifice would significantly heal the serpent ancestor, restoring him to lordly strength. However, the offerings fell short of expectations that so close, yet so far. The serpent ancestor was on the verge of a breakthrough at that time. The Serpent Clan would possess lordly combat prowess, and the entire demonist territory would belong to them. The green serpent expressed profound regret as he recounted this. Augustus let out a cold laugh. So, you set your sights on the red flag territory? What? Do you intend for me to be your sacrifice as well? The green serpent's face flushed with embarrassment, for that was indeed their plan. The sudden appearance of the werewolf leader, daring to confront the Serpent Clan, was like a thorn in their side. They had not intended to deal with him so swiftly, but the lack of blood offerings necessitated action. The serpent ancestor, enraged, demanded they promptly procure a leader-level being. Under the pressure from the ancestor, coupled with a genuine desire for revenge, the night raid ensued. Upon uncovering the sequence of events, Augustus couldn't help but lament the whims of fate. It seemed that even if he were to yield and avoid provoking the Serpent Clan, he was destined to confront hostility sooner or later. Yet, there were still 2 matters of concern for Augustus that he inquired about, but he failed to obtain the answers he sought regarding the troll leader. Yake, the green serpent, claimed to know nothing, having never even heard of the name. Augustus could only speculate that Yake had met with misfortune, accidentally crossing paths with the serpent ancestor on his way to the mine. The second matter pertained to the serpent ancestor's strength prior to his injuries. The green serpent was equally in the dark, merely insisting that the ancestor was immensely powerful. After a moment of silence, Augustus gleaned numerous secrets about the Serpent Clan from the Green Serpent. They spent an extended period within the subterranean chamber. Eventually, upon exiting, the Green Serpent departed the village at Augustus's behest, vanishing into the dense forest. Thus, the vast village was left with Augustus as its sole inhabitant. Beneath the crimson moon, the bloodstains on the ground, the crumbled stone walls, and the desolate village formed an exceptionally eerie tableau. Augustus lingered for no longer. Seizing the majestic serpent and mounting the nightmare steed, departing the village in the direction of the great river. The nightmare steed trotted a few steps before leaping into the air, black flames igniting silently. Before long, propelled by the steed's flying ability, Augustus arrived at the riverbank. Dismounting, he tore away the blood-soaked garments clinging to him. He waded into the river, beginning to cleanse himself. When he emerged from the water, not only was he cleansed, but he also bore 2 large fish in his hands. Casually tossing the fish onto the shore, Augustus donned a pair of beast-hide shorts, leaving his upper body bare, and gathered some firewood. The orange-hued campfire blazed to life in the deep of night. As Augustus prepared fish soup, he rotated the fish over the low flames. Many subhuman tribes abstained from consuming fish. Or perhaps they simply could not. Aside from races like the crocodile people, who could eat fish and shrimp raw, the vast majority of subhuman tribes, including humans, found the fishy odor intolerable within a 50-mile radius of the red flag territory. The nearby Great River spanned 100 miles. It could be said that with this river, Augustus could sufficiently sustain the tribespeople and slaves within his territory. Yet, from the outset, threats had emerged upon camping by the river. Coupled with hunting to meet the daily needs of the territory, Augustus had neither the time nor inclination to explore the resources of the river. This only deepened his animosity toward the Serpent Clan. Were it not for them, he could have cultivated the land, fished, and hunted, leading a much more prosperous life. After harboring such resentment, Augustus began to miss Leah and the others. He wondered how far the little fox girl and the tribespeople had ventured. Escaping in the dead of night was hardly safe. As Augustus reminisced about Leah, how could the little fox girl not be thinking of him? Their hasty escape, even with the night vision capabilities of subhuman races, was fraught with difficulties. They fared better than most, but the little ones suffered. The younger ones were carried by the slaves, while the older ones had to walk on their own. Initially glancing back every few steps, they soon found themselves trudging forward in a daze. Leah had no knowledge of how far they had traveled. She only knew that her heart remained in the village. That was where her werewolf leader resided. Along with the rabbits in the rabbit hutch, a mother rabbit had already begun to gestate, and Augustus had mentioned they were quite prolific, giving birth every month to 7 or 8 kids. Unlike her, who had never succeeded in conceiving their offspring, it seemed her werewolf leader was indifferent to such matters. Yet, she cared deeply, yearning to bear him a child. Augustus was well aware of the little fox girl's wishes. However, he felt a peculiar unease, as if he were not yet prepared. Should he survive this ordeal, he would not mind thoroughly exploring this possibility with Leah. The thought of her brought a faint smile to Augustus's lips. It would all be worth it. In his previous life, he walked the streets unnoticed by the beautiful young women who wouldn't even spare him a glance this time. However, he chuckled to himself. Augustus collected his thoughts. Savoring the delectable fish soup while gnawing on the roasted fish from time to time, he sipped on the blood wine. After washing off the grease by the river, Augustus looked up to find the sky already lightening. He retrieved a vibrant crimson horn flag from his storage ring, folding a tree branch to hang it upon. The bright red flag fluttered in the wind, adorned with a formidable wolf's head. With a firm thrust, Augustus planted the flag into 2 massive stones inscribed with the name of the red flag territory. Mounting his steed once more, he remained bare-chested, hair flowing freely, silently awaiting the impending arrival of his foes. In the grand hall of the Serpent Man tribe's leader, the sound of heavy breathing gradually subsided. The red serpent forcefully pushed aside the disheveled white serpent beneath him. His crimson eyes had returned to their usual state. Dressed impeccably, he strode purposefully towards the door, and the moment he pulled it open, the red serpent turned back. "You may leave. The farther you go, the better." With this parting remark, he departed without a backward glance. Reason dictated that the formidable Serpent Man clan was invincible. Yet, Inexplicably, a shadow of unease clung to his heart, refusing to dissipate. He was no fool like the Black Serpent or the Green Serpent. No one understood better than he that the Serpent clan had never boasted such ancestors. But what did that matter? As long as it fortified the tribe, he could disregard everything else. Observing the square outside the hall, where the tribe members had already gathered in formation, the Red Serpent waved his hand. Under the leadership of the Red Serpent, the Serpent Man tribe marched grandly towards the Red Flag territory. Unbeknownst to them, high up in a distant tree outside the Serpent Man village, a barn owl concealed itself among the foliage. Meticulously observing their procession, through the eyes of the owl, Augustus understood that the Serpentman's assault was imminent. Glancing at the gradually brightening sky, Augustus silently prayed, "Be why now. Lamb should be nearing Demon Queen City." Shouldn't he? He wondered if the Lord Demon Queen would make an appearance. Augustus dared not place too much hope in the Demon Queen, drawing out his battle axe, narrowing his eyes slightly. After a long while, when a deep horn sounded from across the great river, Augustus opened his eyes. The horn was utterly unnecessary. Thousands of serpent men, led by their chief, the Red Serpent, stood atop a massive crimson python. The procession was so imposing that they required no horn to announce their arrival. Augustus lightly nudged his mount, the nightmare horse, to move forward gracefully. "Red Serpent, where is the White Serpent?" Across the broad river. Augustus greeted as if conversing with an old friend. However, the Red Serpent had no intention of engaging in lengthy dialogue, merely gesturing with his hand. Behind him, 30 or so Bloodline warriors surged forward, leading thousands of tribesmen into a charge. At the forefront were a myriad of colorful serpents. Unlike the Black Wolf tribe, even ordinary serpent men possessed the ability to tame serpents after awakening their bloodlines. Although they could not gain the approval of guardian beasts like the chief, they could still tame smaller serpentine beasts. Smaller was a relative term, as Augustus did not perceive the various pythons. Thick as barrels, leading the charge as small at all. Seated upon the nightmare horse, Augustus remained motionless until the leading python reached the center of the river, at which point he swung his axe. From the dense forest behind, the sound of buzzing filled the air. The tree men, having prepared throughout the night, began to hurl the massive boulders at their feet. Soon, stones the size of millstones crashed into the river, striking the advancing serpent men. They aimed to ambush the enemy mid-crossing. Augustus may not have understood military strategy, yet he was aware of when to deal the most significant blow to an opponent. Enormous stones seemed to fly endlessly from the forest. The river was soon filled with wails of despair. The previously concealed king of the striped serpent struck like lightning. Its stout, short body flickered in and out of sight. Each strike aimed not at the Bloodline warriors, but at swallowing the leading python whole. The chief-level king of the striped serpents wreaked havoc among the serpent men. Augustus treated it like a sack, without concern for its meals. Now, it could finally feast to its heart's content. The Red Serpent had not anticipated that the battle would begin with such a lopsided outcome. It was not that his tribesmen lacked courage, but rather that the enemy refused to show themselves. Watching his tribesmen perish under the onslaught of stones and serpents, the Red Serpent, his heart bled. He hastily ordered the retreat horn to be sounded. The serpent men rushed in, but left in haste. Although no corpses littered the river, more than half of the returning tribesmen were missing. Augustus smiled smugly and spoke again. "Red Serpent, there is no need for futile sacrifices. We can have a proper discussion now, can't we?" The Red Serpent snorted coldly, urging his crimson python forward. "Despicable Black Wolf tribe! Cursed Augustus, if you have the guts, come duel me." At that moment, Augustus wished to shout back, "If you have the guts, come here." But he could not forget his mission, that he needed to stall for time, to delay as long as possible. After all, with the nightmare horse present, he could escape at any moment. Yet the absence of the White Serpent troubled him. What if the White Serpent had gone to pursue Leah and the others? Plans often change unexpectedly. Augustus sighed inwardly, deciding to alter his strategy for a swift resolution. When he had just ascended to the rank of chief, he had managed to slay the mid-tier demon wolf despite being a lower-tier chief. Now, facing a high-tier Red Serpent, he might still stand a chance. As long as he eliminated the Red Serpent, the rest would be but mere fodder. Augustus lightly tightened the reins, and the nightmare horse galloped forward. The red serpent narrowed his eyes. How could he not recognize the nightmare horse? Instinctively, he felt the deaths of the black serpent and his companions were suspicious, likely due to the intervention of the Lord's estate. With this thought, his approach shifted from all-out assault to a more cautious defense. Yet, even so, the moment they clashed, as his axe met the blood-red spear in a fierce contest, Augustus could not help but feel his blood surge with anger. Fortunately, the nightmare horse was nimble, evading the red serpent's lethal strike. Otherwise, he would have met his end in that first encounter. Far stronger than the black serpent, blood seeped from Augustus's palms, and his arm trembled slightly, revealing a bitter smile. "It seems you are quite different from that black serpent." Augustus maneuvered the nightmare horse into the air, gazing down at the red serpent, who stood atop the massive python. He was not inclined to prattle. He had just dispersed the bloodline power within him with that last strike and needed a moment to recuperate. Unfortunately, the red serpent seemed to have discerned his intentions. Without a word, his crimson python sprang into action like a coiled spring. The startled nightmare horse barely evaded the serpent's jaws, but it could not escape the thrusting spear. With a mournful cry, the nightmare horse plummeted from the sky, taking Augustus down with it, crashing heavily into the river. Splash! Water erupted as Augustus sank deeply. The river was shallow, and the fall from such a height offered little cushioning. Struggling to rise, he extricated himself from the riverbed. Augustus bore the agony of his insides, breaking the surface of the water. The nightmare horse had fallen to the riverbed, its fate uncertain, at the very least. It could no longer carry him into battle. Augustus, transformed into a towering werewolf, stood awkwardly in the center of the river, his chest submerged in water, surrounded by a sea of crimson. However, before he could make a move, he sensed a disturbance behind him. Augustus dared not look back. He pushed off with his legs, narrowly avoiding the massive python's jaws. The red python snapped at empty air, its blood cascading from its fangs. The red serpent was not present. Having narrowly escaped, Augustus turned to look back, only to be struck with terror. In the next moment, a blood-red spear, imbued with tremendous energy, descended upon him from above. When had it come so close? Before Augustus could finish his thought, he raised his axe just in time to block the spear. The immense force knocked him to his knees, sinking him into the riverbed. Now Augustus found himself gasping for air, water flooding his mouth and nose, while he struggled to withstand the pressure of the spear. Moreover, the massive python lurked nearby, ready to strike. Just as he was pinned to the riverbed, the red python dove beneath the water, its head crashing towards Augustus like a freight train. Fortunately, being underwater limited the python's ability to bite, forcing it to collide instead. Had it been on land, Augustus, no matter his prowess, would surely have been crushed in its jaws. Facing the python's onslaught, Augustus could neither evade nor counter. He could only brace himself, freeing himself from the spear's oppressive weight. The result of this defiance was far from pleasant. Under the python's fierce impact, Augustus was propelled like a rag doll. Bursting forth from the water's surface, he ricocheted off the river, landing heavily on the riverbank. Despite such a dire outcome, at that moment, Augustus wore a smile. Why? Because the python was nowhere to be seen in the water. At the instant of the python's collision, Augustus launched a ferocious counterattack. The king of the striped serpents, having lain in wait, seized the opportunity to ambush, swallowing the python whole from behind. Eliminate the minions. And the majestic striped king snake remained concealed beneath the river surface, waiting for the opportune moment to devour the fallen nightmare horse. Augustus shared a unique bond with his contracted magical beast, devising a plan almost instantaneously as he plunged into the water. Yet he was a heartbeat too late. In the blink of an eye, though he vanquished the colossal python, it had nonetheless collided forcefully with him. A furious roar reverberated across the river's expanse. Augustus needed not glance back to know that the loss of the guardian beast had elicited a cry from the crimson serpent, struggling to his feet. Augustus leaned heavily on his long axe. Despite his disheveled state, he remained resolute. The crimson serpent seethed with fury, ever vigilant, yet he had only prepared for the potential arrival of the Lord's envoy. Never suspecting that the relatively low-ranking striped king snake could consume his guardian beast, Under normal circumstances, such a feat would be impossible, but Augustus's terrifying assault had altered the dynamics after his advancement. Not only was his bloodline power heightened, but his skills were also significantly enhanced. The devastating attack was capable of impacting high-tier leaders. What then, after his elevation? A fleeting moment of distraction was all the majestic striped king snake required to seize its chance. Having successfully ambushed, it lay hidden in the river, its presence so subdued that even the crimson serpent could not discern its whereabouts. This realization left the enraged serpent feeling increasingly insecure. If the striped king snake could consume the red fawn, it could surely consume him as well. Moreover, the most detestable of all was that werewolf leader. With a powerful leap, the crimson serpent landed before Augustus. In stark contrast to Augustus's disarray, the crimson serpent retained nearly all of its combat strength. Without the cover of the river, would the striped king snake dare to reveal itself? A sinister grin spread across the crimson serpent's face, clearly pushed to the brink of rage. Augustus, however, remained silent, the screams from the opposite bank providing an answer for him. There was no need to turn around. The crimson serpent understood the situation all too well. The treacherous werewolf leader had the audacity to command the striped king snake to consume his kin at such a critical moment. Indeed, that was exactly what Augustus had done. After all, he had not brought the white serpent along, and without the leader's fighting prowess, the striped king snake was akin to a tiger among sheep, devouring its prey without a sound. The crimson serpent suppressed the impulse to rush back for rescue, that if he killed Augustus, the contracted magical beast would undoubtedly perish alongside its master. This was the most effective strategy. The crimson spear shot forth like a venomous snake, and the exhausted Augustus could only manage a slight sidestep. Thrusting through his shoulder, the spear lifted Augustus high into the air. Blood dripped from the spear onto the muddy ground, splattering across the face of the crimson serpent. Augustus felt his bloodline power swiftly waning. The long tongue of the crimson serpent flicked out, intoxicated by the taste of werewolf blood. At last, he had finally rid himself of this bothersome foe. Retrieving the spear, he let Augustus fall heavily to the ground. The serpent knew his adversary was cornered, and all that remained was to deliver the final blow. This was the crimson serpent's intention, and he executed it without hesitation. With the spear in hand, he unleashed a tremendous surge of energy aimed at the ground. He could almost envision the gruesome fate that awaited the werewolf leader. Yet, inexplicably, the spear halted mid-strike, a chilling sensation coursing through his body. As the crimson serpent attempted to turn and look, he found himself utterly immobilized. At last, it had arrived. Augustus lay on his back, gazing at the stunning figure hovering before him, drenched in blood, murmuring softly. The sun began to rise slowly on the horizon. The morning had only just begun. Just as Augustus marveled at the timely appearance of the Lord Demonis, a flicker of terror ignited in his eyes. Ignoring the blood still pooling from his mouth, he summoned all his strength to shout, "Behind you!" But was there still time? No one had anticipated that, just as the Lord Demonis had arrived to intercept the crimson serpent leader. She would be ambushed from behind. Even with Augustus's warning, the Demonis was struck with a devastating blow. Fortunately, being a formidable entity of lordly caliber, she sensed the sudden murderous intent behind her, though she could not evade the strike entirely. She managed to avoid a fatal wound. A spiraled, bone-white spike pierced through her chest, leaving a gaping hole the size of a fist. For an ordinary being, such a grievous injury would spell doom, or at the very least, render them incapable of further combat. Yet the Demonis remained suspended in mid-air, not even glancing at the wound marring her torso. Beastman? No, it was merely a wisp of lingering spirit. The Demonis' expression turned cold as she regarded the figure hovering nearby. This being, with a serpent's head and human's body, clad in black armor, trailed a long serpent's tail behind, in his grasp. He wielded a peculiar weapon, the very instrument that had nearly claimed the Demonis' life. Gazing at the whirling, entwined weapon, the Demonis could not help but furrow her delicate brow. What a pity, it was so close. The serpent-eyed figure revealed a glimmer of human-like regret, and astonishingly, he spoke with human words. "Who are you?" The Demonis' tone was laced with disdain, though she maintained a wary glimmer in her gaze. It had been quite some time since she encountered a demon of such caliber, The serpent-headed figure did not respond to her inquiry. Instead, he leered lasciviously at her bosom. There, the skin was pale and unblemished. The horrific wound now mysteriously healed, leaving only tattered garments that could scarcely conceal her fullness. Such a gaze only intensified the demoness' revulsion. In an instant, her form became indistinct, and several shadowy figures emerged from her vicinity. In the blink of an eye, 4 identical demonesses appeared in midair, all bearing the same tattered garments. Each of the 4 demonesses brandished long whips, encircling the serpent-headed figure. I could see that moment. A scream echoed from the ground. The combatants on either side acted simultaneously, oblivious to the happenings below. What had transpired? Naturally, it was Augustus, enduring his injuries, who had seized the opportunity to ambush the snake leader, the Crimson Serpent, who had been ensnared by the demoness. Ridiculous! If Augustus's intuition was correct, the unexpected intruder who had assaulted the demoness was none other than the serpent ancestor mentioned by the Green Serpent. The arrival of this figure had thrown the situation into chaos. Seizing the opportunity to eliminate the Crimson Serpent was paramount. Should the demoness become preoccupied with battle, or should the serpent leader break free from her confinement? Even if the demoness triumphed, what significance would it hold for Augustus? Summoning his last reserves of strength, Augustus sought to vanquish the Crimson Serpent, panting heavily as he removed the ring from his finger, that he could not afford to overlook the Crimson Spear either. Having completed these tasks, his magical energy was depleted. Thankfully, assistance emerged from the dense forest behind him. The treant, oak fruit, approached and lifted Augustus into its embrace. Leaning heavily against the treant's shoulder felt akin to resting against a mighty tree. It was only then that he had a moment to gaze across the riverbank. The serpent tribe had long since dispersed, and the majestic striped king snake no longer pursued, seemingly sated. Augustus furrowed his brow, contemplating the battle unfolding in the air. He could not fathom how the serpent ancestor had broken through the boundaries of power. If he possessed such strength, why had he not appeared sooner? Why wait until the serpent tribe was on the brink of annihilation? Little did he realize that the serpent ancestor's emergence was thanks to the elusive white serpent. Time rewound earlier. The white serpent had defied the Crimson Serpent's command to abandon the tribe. She could disregard the tribe, but not her kin. Long before the serpent ancestor's appearance, the serpent tribe had slowly thrived under the leadership of the Crimson Serpent, and she had been a witness to their struggles. The concerns of the Crimson Serpent were her own, yet her greater worry lay with him. After the Crimson Serpent led the tribe into action, the White Serpent did not flee. Instead, she ventured alone to the cave. She sought the serpent ancestor's aid to assist the Crimson Serpent. However, she had ultimately underestimated the ancestor's terror. Upon learning that the serpent tribe had not captured the leader-level blood sacrifice as per his demands, but rather had lost 2 of their own, the enraged serpent ancestor resolved to cease waiting and drain the life force from the white serpent and her contracted beast, and thus he restored himself to the formidable strength of a lord. The immense power of this lordly level allowed him to effortlessly perceive the battle by the riverside. To his surprise, upon arrival, he encountered a lord of the succubus clan. If only he could drain her essence. The serpent ancestor, disregarding the life of the red serpent, seized the opportunity. Unfortunately, the demoness narrowly evaded a fatal strike. Even so, amidst the flurry of whips, he remained unperturbed in his long existence. The demoness was merely a child in comparison. Although his strength had significantly waned, victory was not entirely beyond reach. The meager sustenance provided by the serpent folk no longer sufficed to meet his demands. Thus, risking a little was worth it. Augustus was now capable of sitting upon the shoulder of the oak fruit. At this moment, he held a chalice of blood wine in one hand and a flask of monkey wine in the other, healing his wounds while accumulating the power of his bloodline. He had no intention of fleeing. Should the demoness triumph, there would be no need for his retreat. If she were to falter, escape would be futile. For him, it remained only to wait. The battle in the air felt distant and remote. The clash of lords was visible only as fleeting shadows. Augustus pondered. According to the Green Serpent, the serpent ancestor had only recently regained lordly power, while the demoness had earned her renown over the years. Thus, it seemed the odds favored the demoness. Yet, Augustus was unaware that the demoness was currently embroiled in a grueling struggle. The enemy was unexpectedly formidable. Although possessing similar initial lordly strength, their combat experience was vastly superior. The proud, illusionary doppelgangers of the Succubus clan not only failed to impose control, but were swiftly shattered by the enemy's bizarre tactics, coupled with the severe injuries sustained from previous ambushes. The demoness attacks became increasingly futile. In truth, the serpent ancestor felt much the same. He was not as powerful as she had envisioned. Just as Augustus had surmised, the brief time of recovery rendered the serpent ancestor incapable of enduring a prolonged battle. Moreover, the elusive movements of the Succubus clan, combined with the interference of doppelgangers, left the serpent ancestor anxious. The current state of both combatants resembled a tussle between a wolf and a reed, each fearful of the other. In such a confrontation, if faced with a weak-willed opponent, the serpent ancestor would have 100 ways to shatter their psychological defenses and emerge victorious. Alas, the demoness was not such a person. She was a powerful leader capable of forging a new path for her kin. Ultimately, as the demoness committed her last doppelganger, her long whip struck true against the already battered armor of the serpent ancestor. With a resounding crack of the whip, Augustus finally beheld the duel between the two. The lordly demoness, her delicate features set in grim determination, unfurled a pair of black, fleshy wings from behind, her chaotic aura hovering in midair. Meanwhile, the serpent-headed serpent ancestor lay shattered amidst a miasma of blood, resembling a burst of crimson fireworks. Victorious? A surge of elation coursed through Augustus. If the demoness triumphed, his position would be secure. However, just as he reveled in his thoughts of acquiring greater gains, a fearsome serpent head surged forth from the blood mist. Even the lordly demoness was caught off guard as the serpent head screeched towards the riverbank. Augustus was instantly struck with horror. It seemed to be coming for him. Although his body had somewhat recovered, he was far from a match for a lord. Fortunately, as the serpent head approached, it lunged directly onto the corpse of the red serpent, ignoring Augustus entirely. Useless. I had hoped you would grow into a more formidable being. In Augustus's astonished gaze, the red serpent, who had perished by his hand, began to writhe and slowly rise. Its head twisted and transformed into that of a serpent. Without doppelgangers, what could he use to stop me? The red serpent paid no heed to Augustus, who sat nearby on the shoulder of the treant, but instead looked up with a sinister smile. Rejoining the fray with the demoness was in peril. This was dire. Augustus had never expected that a mere corpse could be manipulated by the serpent ancestor in such a manner. Though he could not clearly see the clash of lords, he surmised that the demoness would likely suffer greatly. Just as it seemed she was about to be defeated, the enemy had pulled out a resurrection card. Augustus was now genuinely alarmed. Should the demoness fall, he would undoubtedly find himself in dire straits. How does one obtain a mark of subjugation? Augustus truly wished to summon the green serpent and inquire how to yield. The battle in the air grew increasingly fierce. The fleshy wings of the demoness bore several punctures, her aura becoming ever more chaotic. She had not anticipated that a wisp of lingering soul could inflict such substantial harm upon her. Realizing she was outmatched, the demoness' expression darkened, a glint of resolve flashing in her eyes. The serpent ancestor had a trump card. Did she not possess one as well? Such was the price that a glance toward the trent's shoulder revealed the werewolf leader. What was his name? Augustus. Just as a worried Augustus felt a chill run down his spine, a beam of black light shot toward him from the air. Assuming it was the serpent ancestor making a move against him, he was momentarily paralyzed with fear. Yet, unexpectedly, the black light flowed into him like a fledgling returning to its nest, accompanied by the voice of the demoness ringing in his ears. Do not resist. Augustus, unleash your bloodline power with all your might. Augustus wished to protest that his name was not Augustus. However, the surging energy threatened to overwhelm him, leaving him no choice but to grit his teeth and comply with the demoness' command. As the power of his bloodline surged within him, a wolf's howl erupted, heralding the emergence of a massive magical wolf, as imposing as a small mountain. The dark magical wolf was wreathed in black flames, exuding an unparalleled aura of combat. Anew. The dark magical wolf soared into the air, locking onto the serpent ancestor mid-flight. Caught off guard, the serpent ancestor's spiral bone spear disintegrated under the magical wolf's claws. Startled, the serpent ancestor attempted to reforge the bone spear, only to realize, to his horror, that his arm had been ensnared by the dark flames. A terrified scream escaped him as his left hand emitted a chilling mist, desperately trying to suppress the flames. Yet, instead of extinguishing them, it only exacerbated the blaze, which rapidly engulfed his entire body. In Augustus's astonished gaze, the serpent ancestor wailed as he was consumed, reduced to a pile of charred remains. The ashes, devoid of energy, plummeted into the river below. Augustus raised a wolf paw to inspect, his narrow wolf eyes filled with disbelief. Yet, in the next moment, the overwhelming energy surged forth like a receding tide. The colossal magical wolf vanished without a trace. Augustus gasped in astonishment as he plummeted alongside the demoness, who had appeared at his side. Fortunately, just before they hit the ground, Augustus activated his levitation technique, wrapping his arms around the demoness to prevent her from meeting a tragic fate. During their descent, Augustus discerned that the demoness had succumbed to unconsciousness, though he did not grasp the circumstances. It was evident that she had paid a significant price to lend him her strength. With the serpent ancestor reduced to ash, the serpent folk had long since disappeared. The banks of the great river returned to tranquility. Yet Augustus dared not let his guard down. He remained unaware of the white serpent's fate, constantly worrying whether it would suddenly emerge, with the remaining power of his bloodline expended to activate his levitation technique. He could not afford to confront even the slightest threat. Augustus called upon the oak fruit to escort the trance back to the village. Simultaneously, he communicated through their bond, urging the patterned king, Serpent, to return to his side promptly. At this moment, having a leader-level combatant nearby would bring him peace of mind. However, the patterned king's Serpent conveyed a distinctly different emotion. It was as if he had ingested something foul. August was taken aback. At that moment, he could hardly afford to dwell on such matters and promptly commanded the return of the serpent. Before the appearance of the demoness, the patterned king snake had already accomplished its task. Most of the serpent folk, save for a few who fled in panic, had been devoured by it. Soon after, the demoness emerged, and the two lord-level powerhouses clashed in midair. The overwhelming aura frightened the patterned king snake, compelling it to burrow into the riverbed's mud for concealment. It was only after the demoness employed some unknown means that August transformed into a demonic wolf, and the ancestral serpent was incinerated to ashes. Plummeting into the river, responding to its master's summons, the patterned king snake finally dared to emerge from the mud. However, as it did, a slender serpent shadow slithered past, prompting the patterned king snake to instinctively open its mouth. Exhausted, August managed, with the aid of the trance, to bring the unconscious demoness back to the Grand Hall. He reasoned that reinforcements must surely be trailing behind the demoness. Once they arrived, the crisis would truly be averted. Before that, however, he needed to ensure both he and the demoness remained alive. With this thought in mind, he deemed the Grand Hall insufficiently secure and decided to retreat with the demoness into the underground chamber. Assigning the patterned king snake to guard above, the enclosed space offered August a measure of reassurance, allowing him to finally scrutinize the unconscious demoness cradled in his arms. Gulping, August could not suppress the urge to swallow hard. My word, this is indeed a lord. Following the fierce battle, the demoness's attire was in tatters, further accentuating her already provocative style and rendering her even more alluring, particularly in the prominent areas. Expanse of creamy skin was revealed. The demi-human races possessed considerable night vision, and the wolfkin were no exception. Despite August's best efforts to restrain himself, his gaze could not help but wander to the enticing regions. At that moment, his heart raced wildly, and he felt a surge of fear for his own boldness. This was too stimulating. After a struggle, August ultimately refrained from further indulgence, hastily retrieving animal hides to lay the lord down upon them. Strangely enough, this act seemed to render her even more tempting. Turning his head away, he dared not look again. He took a few swigs of blood wine and monkey liquor. All he could do was await the arrival of the lord's reinforcements and the awakening of the demoness. With nothing else to occupy his thoughts, he inevitably pondered the prior situation. Although he was unaware of what the demoness had done, the abundant power she exhibited was certainly not something a mere leader could possess. It felt more akin to the demoness merging with him, as if she had lent him her strength. Yet, how could a mere leader wield the prowess of a lord? August was perplexed, his gaze inadvertently drifting back to the demoness. At this moment, it was not driven by any wicked intent, but rather curiosity. Despite her disheveled state, the demoness could not hide her commanding allure. Even in unconsciousness, her exquisitely crafted features remained strikingly cold and beautiful. It was a pity her wings were absent. Had they been present, the scene would have been even more captivating. Lost in thought, August shook his head, dispelling any improper thoughts. As he did so, his gaze inadvertently fell upon a pair of long, beautiful legs. This, heaving a sigh, he bent down and exited the chamber. He could no longer remain in that place. August sat idly before the cold fire pit, contemplating that the green serpent should have succeeded by now. The green serpent he had tamed had not yet appeared, for it had been dispatched to execute another task. The green serpent's submission had been an unexpected turn of events. He had not anticipated its meekness. Initially, it had not been part of his plan, but he could not let that opportunity go to waste. Thus, he hastily devised a backup plan, contemplating how to reap greater rewards in the event of victory. In the underground chamber, the demoness slowly opened her eyes, her elongated phoenix-like gaze reflecting a hint of confusion. The momentary bewilderment passed, and as she acclimated to her surroundings, she surveyed the area. Apart from several large jars and a few smaller vessels, there were sacks of provisions piled around. From the scents wafting through the air, she discerned both beast and magical beast meat. The demoness paid little heed to these. Her attention shifted to the large jars. She detected the aroma of blood wine. With some difficulty, she managed to rise and approach the first jar. Upon opening it, her lovely brows furrowed, although there was still a small amount of blood wine remaining. It contained only a meager amount of energy. This was not what she desired. Fortunately, the second jar did not disappoint her. After partaking of the satisfying blood wine, her withered strength began to recover slightly. The demoness then turned her gaze to the nearby, smaller jars. She pried open the clay seal and took a sip, the rich fruit wine causing her eyes to brighten. It was only when the cool liquid trickled down her pointed chin that she realized her attire had been utterly destroyed. Setting down the wine jar, she gently unfastened it and retrieved a garment from her storage ring that a flash of light appeared. Like all women, the demoness instinctively guarded her chest. Bang! August abruptly closed the stone slab. His heart racing an alarming pace, he had initially intended to descend and check if the demoness had awakened. Little did he know, not only was she awake, but she was also changing her clothes. I saw nothing. August rubbed his nose, beautiful curves flashing through his mind. Was it too late to flee now? Sitting before the cold fire pit, August felt a surge of anxiety. He was unsure how much time had passed when the stone slab was pushed open from below. August stood up, eager to greet her, but hesitated, instead rubbing his hands as he watched the Lord approach on her own. Thankfully, the demoness did not cast a glance in his direction, simply walking out of the grand hall. Phew! August secretly breathed a sigh of relief, thinking to himself that it was fortunate after all. Where is this place? The demoness' icy voice rang out at the doorway. August hurried forward, discovering she was gazing at the statue upon the altar. What was so fascinating about the statue? August suppressed a smirk and stepped forward to explain the situation, merely stating that after defeating the ancestral serpent, he escorted the Lord back to the village, and that they should now be safe. The demoness remained silent, her gaze fixed on the statue, emanating an air of cold detachment. She had never anticipated that she would truly choose this wolfkin leader. In a moment of chaos, she was unsure how to respond. The former succubi clan had been accustomed to relying on the powerful, but were the strong so easy to rely on? Beautiful appearances were ubiquitous. What kind of beauty could the strong not have? Yet why was it that only the succubi clan could rely on the strong? Beyond mere beauty, the most significant factor was that the succubi possessed extraordinary talents. And upon reaching Lord level, they could inherit a forbidden skill, the succubi oath. Unless trapped in dire straits, the demoness would never wish to invoke this forbidden technique. It did not cause any irreversible harm. Rather, Once invoked, it would signify her complete loss of freedom. The succubi oath was a form of reverse subjugation, representing absolute obedience that it could instantaneously infuse all of the caster's power into the object of reverse subjugation in a combined form. However, from that moment on, the caster would lose control over their own power. In other words, as long as the object of reverse subjugation consented, they could siphon strength from the caster at any time. This was the trump card that allowed the succubi to consistently rely on the strong. It was also the existence the demoness despised the most. However, at the brink of life and death, she had no choice, or rather, she had already made her choice. Thankfully, he was merely a leader and remained oblivious to the existence of the succubi oath, out of the corner of her eye. The wolfkin leader stood somewhat timidly beside her. The demoness sighed inwardly. As long as his level did not surpass mine, he should not entertain thoughts of controlling me. A chill ran through the demoness' heart, and in an instant, she felt a surge of murderous intent. Yet immediately afterward, to August's horror, the Lord spat out a mouthful of blood. Such a fiery temperament. She merely cast a glance. A peculiar thought emerged, prompting Augustus to reach out for support. However, he was unexpectedly halted by the Lord's frigid gaze. Augustus froze, his outstretched hand suspended in midair. The demoness felt the metallic sweetness in her throat, her heart overwhelmed with desolation. Under the constraints of forbidden magic, merely harboring a murderous intent inflicted suffering upon her. Had it not been for the enemy's cunning, would this have transpired? Faced with the impending assault of the serpent ancestor once more, her shadowy doppelgangers had been depleted, rendering her incapable of reconstituting them in the immediate term. With the adversary clad in armor and wielding bone spears, the demoness had no means to counteract, relying solely on her beguiling abilities. Thus, she resolved to make a desperate stand, inadvertently providing an opportunity for the werewolf chief. Surprisingly, he was able to withstand the power of a lord and that of the formidable demon wolf. Augustus's mind was in turmoil, thoughts swirling chaotically. That moment, an unusual sound echoed from above. The two lifted their gazes to discover Ram, the chief steward, accompanied by his subordinates, hastening towards them. Last night, upon learning that the adversary might possess lord-level combat strength, Ram had chosen to evade confrontation. Although this may have seemed somewhat unjust to Augustus, Ram's actions were not misguided. It was unreasonable to leave a high-ranking chief to face certain death alone. Ram, making haste through the night, returned to the lord's estate and reported the situation to the demoness. Upon realizing such a hidden threat lurked within her territory, the formidable demoness immediately set out. Determined to investigate personally, Ram, unwilling to allow her to venture forth alone, swiftly gathered personnel and rode the few nightmare steeds available at the lord's estate to pursue her. Fortunately, upon confirming the demoness' safety, Ram sighed in relief and deftly landed the nightmare steed on the ground. Thus, the battle against the serpent tribe was resolutely secured. Augustus finally felt a weight lift from his heart, observing Ram and her companions surrounding the lord. He discreetly stepped aside, striving to minimize his presence. However, as the master of this domain, certain matters were inescapable. As expected, after confirming the lord's safety and the enemy's annihilation, Ram resumed her noble demeanor. She pointed to the werewolf chief nearby and instructed him to summon his kin and the slaves. The elite forces of the lord's estate were en route. An arrangement for sustenance had to be made to maintain their energy for a decisive strike against the serpent tribe. Augustus couldn't help but smile wryly, hastily stepping forward to clarify who was left in the red flag territory. Aside from the long-tailed messenger sent away, the rest were in flight. Ram frowned at this revelation, inquiring about the whereabouts of the two attendants. The two attendants had been devoured by the patterned king snake. Augustus had long prepared his excuse. It was simply that shortly after Ram's departure, the serpent tribe had launched a surprise attack, resulting in the gallant sacrifice of the two attendants. It was precisely due to this ambush that the kin and slave had fled, for remaining would have been akin to courting death. With his head bowed, Augustus honestly recounted the events. With no witnesses to contradict him, his explanation was both reasonable and justifiable, leaving Ram with nothing further to contest. Only the demoness, casting a glance at Augustus, bore an expression imbued with a different significance. The ensuing proceedings were straightforward. Ram and her reinforcements took command of the village, commandeering the large house for the Lord to rest as a mere village chief. Augustus had little say in the matter. Moreover, he had pressing tasks to attend to. After consulting with Ram, Augustus received permission to leave the village and seek out Leah and the others. Once away from the village, Augustus retrieved the patterned king snake from his pocket, urging it to regurgitate the nightmare steed. In the fierce battle against the crimson serpent, the nightmare steed had sustained injuries and fallen. Fortunately, it had been swallowed by the patterned king snake lurking at the riverbed, providing it with a means of protection. This time, the patterned king snake deviated from Augustus's instructions and hesitated, struggling to expel the consumed creature, just as Augustus began to suspect it might have overeaten. The patterned king snake finally expelled a small black serpent. Encased in mucus, the black serpent writhed incessantly. Augustus was taken aback. It was the first time he had witnessed something moving being expelled from the patterned king snake's mouth. He sensed no magical fluctuations emanating from the small black serpent. Crouching down, Augustus prepared to discern any peculiarities about this tiny snake. However, in the next moment, the black serpent raised its head, and a surge of black light plunged directly into Augustus's forehead. His vision darkened, and he soon found himself within a realm of consciousness. Everything appeared normal in this space, except that all 5 contract slots were inexplicably filled. Augustus hurriedly directed his consciousness forward to investigate. To his astonishment, where the druid Lilith's position had been, there now stood a diminutive image of succubus, her features nearly identical to those of the demoness. The statue in the stone square was something Augustus observed daily. Having recently come into close contact with the demoness, he could recognize her at a glance. But how could she appear in the contract slot? Was it not agreed that only beasts could be contracted? Augustus's mind was in turmoil as he turned his gaze to the last contract slot. It contained a small black serpent, exiting the realm of consciousness. Augustus's eyes fell upon the black serpent, which was still in the act of opening its mouth. With a surge of determination, he activated the punitive power of forced contracting for the first time. The black serpent, ensnared in mucus, coiled and emitted a wretched cry, one unmistakably belonging to the serpent ancestor. Augustus was astounded. He continued to exert the power of the contract upon the black serpent while attempting to communicate with the patterned king snake to unravel the situation. Yet, the patterned king snake was equally perplexed. It only knew that it had inadvertently swallowed a small snake and had been feeling unwell ever since. Augustus had no choice but to redirect his focus back to the muddy, pleading black serpent. What exactly are you? Augustus halted the punishment, his gaze icy as he fixed his eyes upon the small black serpent. If his conjectures were correct, this so-called serpent ancestor had initially aimed to seize his body. However, it seemed that through some twist of fate, it had been captured by the forced contract instead. The serpent ancestor was now truly at a loss for words. The battle against the succubus had been tumultuous, and at the final moment, it was the unexpected arrival of the dark demon wolf that thwarted its plans. Left with no options, it had feigned death to escape. Little did it know it would be swallowed whole by a peculiar serpentine beast. At that moment, it was merely clinging to its life, lacking the strength to resist the mid-tier chief, the patterned king snake. Had it not been for its formidable mental fortitude, allowing it to remain conscious and desperately strive to escape, it would have likely been digested by now. Its astonishment, the snake had expelled it, allowing it to experience a miraculous escape from death. More astonishingly, what lay before it was a werewolf chief of an anthropomorphic race. Without a second thought, the serpent ancestor instinctively sought to occupy its body. However, as soon as it encroached upon the realm of consciousness, a milky white halo enveloped it. Then came the agonizing torment. It was only when the werewolf chief inquired that the serpent ancestor realized the suffering had ceased. The black serpent twisted its body laboriously, acutely aware of a powerful force binding it. Not only could it not resist, but it was also unable to utter a falsehood. I am a divine general under the beast god. Mortal, release my bonds at once, and I shall forgive your transgressions. Unable to lie, it resorted to attempting to deceive the werewolf chief, an area in which the serpent ancestor felt exceptionally experienced, to its dismay. However, the werewolf chief merely gazed at it with an expression of bewilderment, and soon the agonizing torment returned once more. Ah! Another beast god? Augustus pondered the serpent ancestor's words, knowing it was impossible for the adversary to deceive him. Could it be that he had some connection to the beast god? First, there was the octopus descendant of the wine steward, and now another divine general had emerged. August found himself in a state of bewilderment. Yet he understood that now was not the time for inquiries. After the serpent ancestor expelled the creature from its belly, the situation improved significantly. Without a moment's hesitation, it regurgitated the nightmarish steed once more. After a brief interval, the unconscious creature regained consciousness, shaking itself vigorously to rid its body of the viscous residue. Upon inspecting the nightmarish steed, August noted that, aside from a slight reduction in size and a diminished aura, it bore no visible wounds. This was one of the remarkable traits of such magical beasts. Unless struck at the magical core nestled within their skulls, even the gravest of injuries would not lead to immediate demise. As long as their internal magical energy and accumulated deathly aura were not depleted, their injuries could heal over time. Naturally, until full recovery was achieved, the injuries would still have a significant impact, making it impossible for them to fly and heal simultaneously. Confirming that the nightmarish steed could still carry him aloft, August felt a sense of relief. Its reduction in size was indeed beneficial, sparing him any further disputes with rammed out of course. Even if it had remained unchanged, he was already prepared with an explanation. After all, aside from himself, no one else had ever heard of someone being able to actively dissolve a contract with a magical beast. This audacity was precisely why he dared to commandeer the nightmarish steed. Casting a glance at the so-called divine general who lay on the ground in a state of agony, August ceased the punitive measures of the contract. After a few brief inquiries to ensure he would not be recognized by the demoness, he lost interest in him. Let him find a place to remain hidden and refrain from causing chaos until he had the time to ponder how to deal with him. Bound by the compulsory contract, August was not concerned about the serpent ancestor making a getaway. More importantly, his current aura was weaker than that of a mere beast, so he had no fear of any mischief. Mounting his steed, he hastened to reunite with Leah and the others. The nightmarish steed could traverse great distances, while Leah and her companions had fled under the cover of night, accompanied by a group of young ones. By the time August caught up with them, they had not yet left the territory of the golden silk monkey people. In a heartwarming reunion, Leah cast aside all embarrassment and dove into August's embrace. Despite her beaming smile, she inadvertently smeared the wolf leader with tears and mucus. The young ones chirped excitedly around them. Although they were unaware of the precise events that had transpired, they could glean some understanding from the expressions of their elder sisters. These little ones, having been slaves of the Black Wolf clan and refugees of the Firefox clan, may have been young, yet they proved remarkably dependable in critical moments. They had fled through the night, managing to keep their composure without a single whimper. After August retrieved the slaves, he lifted Leah onto the nightmarish steed and waved his hand. Let us return home. Following this battle, the once mighty Serpent Clan of the Divine War Hills had fallen into complete decline. When the elite forces of the Lord's Manor arrived, led personally by the chief Steward Ram, they decisively suppressed the Serpent Village. The towering walls, stretching 3 to 4 li, failed to serve their intended purpose due to a lack of sufficient defensive personnel. Furthermore, the 2,000 or so Serpent Clan members, both male and female, young and old, who had fled back from the river, lost their freedom and were reduced to slavery. This fate was largely due to most of their combat strength being depleted at the riverbank, leaving them unable to resist. Additionally, the demi-human races were already sparse in population. The elite forces of the Lord's Manor executed this oppression with little to no bloodshed. Otherwise, the annihilation of the clan would have been inevitable. The demoness returned to Demoness City that very day, and when August and Leah made their way back, they did not even catch a glimpse of her. The diligent Steward Ram, who remained behind to manage the aftermath, departed 3 days later with the supplies seized from the Serpent Village and the enslaved serpents. Among those taken were the remains of the ogre leader, Yak, discovered in the cave. August had been responsible for leading the way, unveiling a vast blood pool within the cave. The atmosphere was thick with blood, and the bones were piled high, a testament to the serpent ancestors' heinous deeds. While the majority of the corpses belonged to magical beasts, many demi-humans had also suffered a tragic fate, with the Serpent Clan suffering the most. When Ram saw the dismembered remains of Yak, he was overcome with fury. He personally descended into the blood pool to collect the shattered bodies of Yak and his ogre guards. And in a fit of rage, he collapsed the entire cave. What left Augustus immensely disappointed was that, despite playing a pivotal role in this conflict, the Lord and the Steward Ram did not mention any rewards. Initially, he had hoped to remain inconspicuous, but now it seemed as though he was non-existent to them. However, thinking of the alluring figure of the succubus in his consciousness, August couldn't help but smile. Although the contract position belonging to the demoness was shrouded in a mysterious force, rendering him unable to control it or gain any skills, August was confident that, given time, once his powers reached a sufficient level, these obstacles would be surmountable. You may disregard me now, but in the future, you shall kneel before me. With a smirk, August practiced various poses. Though the Lord did not offer him rewards, he had nonetheless reaped considerable benefits from this encounter. He successfully ascended to the mid-tier of leadership just before the great battle. The green serpent he had dispatched had also procured numerous valuable items from the Serpent Clan storeroom. Indeed, the elusive green serpent had been engaged in this very endeavor. Prior to the confrontation, August had been contemplating ways to gain additional advantages. Just imagine, even if they triumphed over the serpents, the spoils would ultimately belong to the succubi. Even if the demoness were to grant rewards, how substantial could they truly be? The green serpent, being the third elder of the Serpent Clan, had taken advantage of the red serpent's invasion, following August's orders, and nearly emptied the Serpent Clan storeroom. An abundance of food was a given, but more importantly, the various magical potions were plentiful as well. The Serpent Clan had virtually claimed all the territory north of the Great River in the Divine War Hills. The treasures accumulated over the years were nothing to scoff at. Although they had ravaged the magical beast to restore the serpent ancestors' powers, a significant amount of magical potions remained. Through Leah's identification, it was revealed that they had gathered enough ingredients for brewing the monkey wine to last the Red Flag territory for an extended period. Even more delighting to Leah was that, in addition to the magical potions, the green serpent had also brought back more seeds from magical potions from the Serpent Clan storeroom. For the Firefox clan, seeds were infinitely more precious than the potions themselves. The little fox girl fervently vowed to ensure that these seeds would take root and flourish, realizing the sustainable development that August had envisioned. Additionally, there were some armors and weapons, all preparations made by the Serpent Clan to seize the territory of the succubi. The green serpent could not possibly carry away all these items alone. However, with his persuasive tongue, he cleverly deceived a 100-man team under the pretense of acting under the authority of the leader. The Red Serpent, subsequently, after the Serpent Clan's defeat, their homes were looted by the Lord's Manor. These serpents were left with no choice but to follow the tribe's only surviving third elder. Moreover, the numerous serpents consumed by the striped serpent were not entirely digested. Under August's pressure, the striped serpent regurgitated over 200 serpents. Among them were more than 10 Bloodline warriors. In this regard, it can be said that the decline of the Serpent Clan benefited the Red Flag territory immensely. The only regret was the massive red python. It was not a magical beast and could not be tamed. It had to be slain for its meat. August, leveraging the influence of the green serpent, secretly incorporated these serpents into his ranks. With a force of over 300 individuals, this constituted the first army under his command. August was immensely covetous of the serpent village. Now that the serpents had fallen and their territory lay vacant, he intended to take over as soon as the Lord's manor had completely withdrawn. What? No permission from the Lord? I apologize, my lord, but it seems the situation is beyond your control. Otherwise, the Serpent Clan would not have encroached upon the majority of the northern territories of the Divine War Hills. As I have stated before, the domain of the succubi is exceedingly vast, and aside from the core basin and the mountainous regions of the surrounding basin, their grip on other territories is rather lax. Provided that factions such as Augustus, who are willing to pledge their allegiance, consistently fulfill their contributions, the Lord's Manor does not concern itself with their internecine conflicts. However, It is worth noting that the clandestine accumulation of power and the cultivation of lord-level combatants, as seen with the Serpent Clan, is strictly prohibited. The factions beyond the mountains, while capable of supplying the succubi with magic cores, also serve a significant role in repelling external threats. Allowing them to engage in mutual conflict is, in essence, a means of fostering their development. The Serpent Clan has thrived under such a paradigm, and had it not been for their own recklessness, they might have already been subsumed by the Lord's manner. Joining the ranks of the core powers, for now, Augustus harbors no such grand ambitions, nor does he possess the requisite strength. He is struggling to develop a single red banner territory, and if not for his interest in the villages of the Serpent Clan, he would have no desire to exploit this opportunity. Beyond this, his contractual slots are filled, comprising the ghost-faced owl, the browed king snake, the nightmare horse, the demoness, and the serpent ancestor. The situation of the demoness is peculiar, as she has forcibly occupied a slot as for the serpent ancestor. Augustus has confirmed through the little octopus that their ancestral memories indeed reference the existence of divine generals. However, under the beast goddess command, there are numerous divine generals, and the serpent ancestor is merely a nominal figure. At least, the ancestral memories of the little octopuses do not recall such an individual. Were it not for the constraints of the binding contract, Augustus would have been inclined to suspect that the serpent ancestor was merely boasting. The beast god, after all, is an entity from an era long past. If we consider this, how many years must the serpent ancestor have survived? In response to this, the little black snake, or the serpent ancestor, provided an explanation. He had followed the beast god in a battle, sustained grievous injuries, and subsequently fell into a deep slumber. It is only in recent years that he has been unexpectedly awakened by the black snake, green snake, and others. Augustus reluctantly accepted this account, albeit with a hint of disdain. The serpent ancestor's actions against the Serpent Clan warrant severe retribution, had Augustus not witnessed his battle with the Lord Demoness, nor the divine aura of the beast god surrounding him. He would have already dealt with him most decisively. Nevertheless, this individual has afforded Augustus a rather intriguing ability. Upon establishing a connection with the aura of the serpent ancestor, Augustus was astonished to discover the emergence of an additional consciousness within his own mind. More astonishingly, this newfound consciousness also belonged to him. The relationship between the two consciousnesses is one of absolute dominance and subservience. This is the new skill bestowed upon Augustus by the serpent ancestor. The second consciousness. Through this ability, Augustus can invade the consciousness space of others, seize control, read memories, and ultimately usurp them. Of course, this skill comes with its own limitations. Firstly, the strength of the target must not exceed his own. Secondly, he must act while the opponent is unconscious or incapacitated to ensure success. This skill inevitably reminds Augustus of the small orb of light that the little black snake had projected towards him. One can assume that it employed a similar method, were it not for the binding contract within the space of consciousness. The serpent ancestor might have succeeded. After acquiring this skill, Augustus, though elated, felt compelled to impose a form of punishment upon the serpent ancestor. The once mighty serpent ancestor has now fallen from grace, his former glory diminished. Even after consuming several Serpent Clan members, he has only barely regained the level of a low-tier magical beast. Indeed, a low-tier magical beast. Despite his titles of Serpent Ancestor and Divine General, his true nature is that of a magical beast known as the Phantasmal Serpent. The Phantasmal Serpent is of legendary caliber, akin to that of a great lord. A mature specimen of this breed possesses innate legendary strength, presenting a calamity upon its emergence. With a nature that is both cunning and cruel, it excels in manipulating living beings, making it exceedingly difficult to eradicate entirely. The growth of the phantasmal serpent necessitates a substantial intake of blood and souls. Had it not sustained such severe injuries, the serpent ancestor would not have needed to engage the demoness in close combat to subdue her. Yet, this remnant soul, which had only recently regained lord-level power, was capable of obliterating the 4 avatars of the demoness, compelling her to resort to forbidden techniques without completely vanquishing him. Had it not been for the fortuitous incident of the browed king snake being consumed, it is uncertain what further chaos this remnant soul would have unleashed Now, however, it has fallen into Augustus' hands. Under the binding contract, no matter how formidable the serpent ancestor may be, he cannot wreak havoc. In the dense forest behind the village, Augustus, accompanied by a warrior of Serpent Clan bloodline, approached a contingent of over 300 individuals. Following them was a black serpent, as thick as a child's arm. With exceptionally fine scales, upon closer inspection, one could hardly discern the layer of serpent scales that covered its body. It appeared instead like a layer of fish skin, dark and slick. Just moments ago, the surviving members of the Serpent Clan had paid their respects to Augustus, their new leader. With over 300 individuals present, a variety of voices emerged. Augustus led the dissenters deep into the forest. When they reappeared before the others, only a single bloodline warrior remained. The rest of the dissenters had been completely consumed by the serpent ancestor, and this bloodline warrior was no longer the same as before. Augustus had successfully transformed him into a living puppet. Henceforth, he shall serve as your aide. Upon hearing this, the green snake nodded, albeit with confusion. Previously, it was this warrior, named Slake, who had been the most vehement in his opposition. How could he return from a mere excursion in the woods a changed individual? Could the allure of power be so intoxicating? The 300-strong contingent, even with the presence of the serpent man, known as Green Snake who had submitted to him, found it no easy task to attain complete dominion. However, with the assistance of Silek, a warrior of elevated bloodline, the process would undoubtedly be much more assured. He instructed Green Snake to lead the serpent men to continue their concealment within the forest, while Augustus escorted the serpent ancestor back to the village. The collapsed stone wall had been restored, and the planned dwellings had been completed. Augustus fulfilled his promise, upon his return, in front of all the slaves. He obliterated the slave contracts. Now, the inhabitants of the village were all free men. The anticipated scene of emotional upheaval did not materialize. Most of them seemed far less eager for freedom than Augustus had envisioned. Instead, they displayed a profound sense of bewilderment, as if they had been forsaken. Initially, Augustus struggled to comprehend this reaction. It was only upon witnessing their fervent efforts in repairing the stone walls that he began to understand. For the subhuman tribes, the supremacy of their kin was paramount, and strength was revered. Freedom, too, required the support of power. For the ordinary subhumans, the likelihood of awakening their bloodline was virtually non-existent. They could only rely on their kin to survive in the wilderness. These recently liberated slaves had long since lost their tribes to owe them. Freedom was merely an alien term, one that invoked a sense of trepidation. Slaves had someone to provide for them, whereas free men were compelled to sustain themselves independently. Having grown accustomed to consuming the porridge made from dried cassava, they had lost the ability to survive on their own. Were it not for the arrangements made for them to repair the stone walls and hunt, they would have been at a loss for what to do. Understanding this, Augustus ceased to emphasize the notion of freedom. Instead, he focused on improving their living conditions. Better food, finer clothing, and more comfortable shelter would gradually lead them to adapt. With time, they would learn to comply with arrangements, accept equitable distribution, receive rewards for capability, and have security for the elderly and weak. Once their basic needs were met, these individuals would naturally reclaim their dignity and live with purpose. The village was adorned with drying cured meats, all sourced from the two enormous pythons, sufficient to sustain them for an extended period. Augustus was preparing to gather Leah and the others to discuss relocation when Changwei returned. Riding Fenrir, looking travel-worn and weary, Augustus felt a twinge of guilt in his heart on that day. Changwei had been entrusted by the chief to ride the magical wolf tirelessly. After much effort, he had finally reached the city of the demon princess. He sought an audience with the Lord, but was nearly turned away till he attempted to meet the steward, only to be informed that he was out. When he sought the envoy, it turned out the envoy was also absent from the city. Anxious and restless, Changwei could only wait. Eventually, he was inexplicably summoned by the Lord and learned that the crisis facing the serpent people had been resolved. Overjoyed, he dared not inquire further and prepared to take his leave. To his surprise, he was retained by the demon princess. Cautious and prudent, Changwei was entrusted with significant responsibilities by Augustus. When he discovered that the Lord had kept him to inquire about the chief's various details, he cleverly feigned ignorance. Consequently, he was truly dismissed. Sensing an unusual atmosphere, Chongwei, fearing a shift in the red flag territory, hurried back without delay. Augustus welcomed him with food and drink, and upon hearing this, silently retracted the monkey wine he had prepared. Why drink monkey wine when you can have water? Augustus felt a pang of regret, wishing he had sent Steel Tooth instead. That fool would say whatever was on his mind. The demon princess seemed to be feeling insecure, even starting to inquire about him. Augustus could not suppress a slight smile. Just as Chongwei finished his water and looked up, he noticed the chief gazing at the statue of the Lord in the square with a foolish grin. He thought to himself, surely the chief wouldn't want the Lord to see him like this? No wonder the demon princess spoke of the chief with such a tone of discontent. In the great hall, Augustus sat with several core members around the fire pit. This would be their last meal in the great hall. After finishing their meal, they would relocate the entire village. Augustus had inspected the Serpent Man village, which remained well preserved. Aside from the abundance of serpents, there was little to fault. He had also made arrangements for Green Snake and his kin to drive the serpent population to another valley, ensuring no disruption to their lives. Augustus had no intention of abandoning the original village. After all, he had invested so much effort into its upkeep. He entrusted Steel Tooth with the village, along with the two original hunting teams. The Browed King Snake would oversee operations, while Oak Fruit would lead the trance and support. This way, even if Steel Tooth lacked strength, the village's safety would be assured. As for the remaining 300 serpent people, they would all accompany Augustus to the north. The Serpent People's village was ample enough to accommodate 3,000 or 4,000 individuals, so there was no concern about finding a place to settle. Observing Steel Tooth's unease, Augustus smiled, but said nothing. The youth needed to be tempered. In contrast to Steel Tooth's apprehension, the dog-headed man, Tiz, was even more restless. He had not anticipated that the chief would not only fulfill his promise by abolishing their slave contracts, but also include him in the inner circle. It was worth noting that aside from Bran and Elle, who were still quite young, everyone else in this circle were at least bloodline warriors. Yet he remained merely an ordinary dog-headed man. Augustus had high hopes for Tiz, intending for him to serve as an example. The sudden inclusion of 300 serpent people had instantaneously dismantled the structure of the red flag territory. He could not allow the serpent people to rise up and take control, yet he could not find sufficient manpower to maintain order. Tiz could serve as a model while also showcasing Augustus's employment strategy. The future of the red flag territory could not be entirely dictated by strength. Those like Green Snake lacked the qualifications to enter the inner circle. What should have been a joyous occasion felt somewhat heavy during the meal. Even Lilith ate less than usual. Oddly enough, although the little girl had been freed from her contract, she stubbornly refused to leave. She continued to frolic with the little ones every day and sang her catchy tunes. After the meal, at Augustus's urging, the villagers began to take action. The newly freed villagers had little to pack. As they had no personal belongings, Augustus instructed them to assist in transporting supplies to the riverbank, where Green Snake awaited with a team of serpent men. Following Augustus's directives, they had constructed some simple wooden rafts. The little ones, nearly all with a rabbit in hand, reluctantly left the village under Bran and Elle's guidance. Augustus could not comprehend why the subhumans harbored a desire for stability, despite the fact that they were moving to a larger, safer location. Leah clutched the pot of heart's ease that had been placed by her bedside, her little lips pouting as if they could hang the flower pot. Augustus had taken her to see the Serpent Man village, yet she could not bear to part with the great hall. We're leaving, she pouted, as if they would not return. Mounting the nightmare steed, they could be there in an instant. Augustus helplessly picked up the little fox girl, feeling that Leah seemed even more aggrieved than when he first met her. When Augustus and his companions departed from the village, a human girl entered Demonis City. The young girl was playful and charming, glancing around with eyes brimming with curiosity, entirely devoid of the aloofness typically associated with the elven race. Saintess Hill sensed the presence of the elven sacred sword, yet she could not pinpoint its exact location. Fortunately, she possessed the spirit of the sacred sword, enabling her to detect its presence within a certain range. Having explored the surrounding area extensively, she ventured to Demonis City, this time in hopes of luck. During her search for the sacred sword, she had heard numerous rumors about the Demonis. Elle had developed a keen interest in the legendary figure who had transformed the nature of succubi. However, she found herself in a quandary. Without revealing her identity, she lacked a valid reason to meet the demoness that a lord was not someone an ordinary girl could simply approach. Meanwhile, Ram, the chief steward of the lord's manor, was equally troubled. Since their return from the Divine War Hills, the demoness had been in seclusion. Yet she knew that the demoness had long since healed and was not truly in retreat. As the demoness maid frequently roamed the city in search of superior blood wine for the lord, was there truly a type of blood wine in the territory of the succubi that surpassed that of the lord's manor? Ram, perplexed, dared not inquire further for fear of inciting ire. The demoness was someone she had raised with her own hands. She had never before encountered such a version of her. In desperation, she resorted to sending out notices outside the lord's manor, offering a reward for exquisite wine. Reluctant to concede that there could be better blood wine outside their walls, Ram stubbornly altered it to exquisite wine. Ram's messenger posted the reward notice outside the lord's manor. Augustus had already inscribed the name of the red flag territory on the battlements of the former Serpent Folk village. Employing the same method as the Laya Church, the hollowed letters were dyed a vibrant red. At this moment, aside from a few serpent holes yet to be filled, the village bore little trace of its former inhabitants. All structures and carvings adorned with serpentine patterns had been meticulously cleared away. With the crimson wolf-head banner firmly planted upon the city wall, the settlement was officially transformed into the village of the Red Flag territory. Augustus whimsically dubbed it Red Flag Village No. 2, with the shorthand village number 2 naturally referring to the old village south of the Great River. The village itself was oriented southward in a regular oval shape. The city wall stretched 3 to 4 miles long. Resembling a portion of the oval's top that had been sliced off, behind the walls lay a broad pathway, paved with stone slabs, showcasing meticulous craftsmanship, although the ground on either side was yellow earth. It was compacted to a porcelain-like firmness. The area was furnished with arrow towers, weapon racks, and braziers, divided into 2 training grounds. The stone pathway led to a square, at the center of which stood a platform bearing a statue of the demoness. Twice the size of that in village number 1. From this perspective, it was evident that the Lord's Manor had tacitly acknowledged the Red Flag territory's claim over this place. They would not have left such a significant artifact behind otherwise. Circumventing the statue, the back of the square revealed the Chief's Hall, a standard round building of demi-human architecture, appearing much more rustic and elegant once the odd serpentine carvings were removed. The original Chief's Hall served as both a meeting and reception area, as well as the chief's residence. Just as Augustus had experienced in village number 1, circumstances had compelled such arrangements then. However, Augustus was now unwilling to endure such compromises any longer. The entire hall was restructured to maintain its functions for meetings and receptions while isolating it from living quarters. Upon entering the hall, one would immediately see a long table surrounded by chairs, devoid of any superfluous decor. The back wall had been opened up, allowing direct passage from the hall to the living quarters. On either side of the hall were 2 rows of storerooms, originally meant for weaponry and provisions. Augustus refrained from altering these and organized the supplies brought along into them systematically. Passing through the hall led directly to the living quarters. The Serpent Folk had once had a chief and 3 elders, the Red Snake and White Snake residing within the Chiefess Hall. Behind the hall were 2 smaller stone houses, previously inhabited by the Black Snake and Green Snake. Augustus occupied the left one, while the remaining one was claimed by Lilith. There was no contest. When she transformed into a massive brown bear, others stood no chance of competing behind the 2 stone houses. A distance was left before the residences of the other Serpent Folk began. These accommodations were less refined, with numerous stone houses scattered about, varying in size but uniform in style, constructed of stone in a circular formation with a door and conical roof featuring skylights. 5 younglings shared a designated house assigned by Augustus. These houses were situated toward the front row, being among the larger ones. Augustus granted Longtail and the others the freedom to choose their residences as close to the front as possible. The relocated villagers wishing to reside together no longer required Augustus's approval. He permitted them to establish families of their own. The Serpent Folk were no longer eligible to inhabit Village No. 2. If they preferred the territory north of the original Red Flag territory, Augustus would fulfill that desire. Under the guidance of the Green Snake and Sleck, They would establish Red Flag Village No. 3 north of the Great River. Until the village was constructed, they would camp in the wilderness. The site was also designated by Augustus, who, with the aid of the nightmares, found it exceedingly convenient to patrol the territory. Overlooking the area, Augustus selected a high embankment for the green snake and others. He leveled the slope, surrounding it with stone walls, ensuring the high ground would be both defensible and hard to attack. Most importantly, the 3 villages formed a triangular formation, mutually supporting and watching over each other. As for the unoccupied houses in village number 2, Augustus intended to retain a portion while demolishing the rest. The planned demolition would comprise about a quarter of the village's area. Beyond the reserved open space, Augustus planned to convert the remaining section into breeding and planting zones. The breeding area was straightforward, consisting of Laia's rabbits, goats, and the like. However, the planting area was not designated for growing food crops, but rather for cultivating alchemical herbs. As for food cultivation, alternative arrangements would need to be considered, as growing it within the village was rather impractical. Naturally, provisions for latrines were also included. Not just latrines. The planting area was also planned for a compost pit, although it remained uncertain whether organic fertilizer would benefit the alchemical herbs that in summary. Village No. 2 was now largely capable of meeting the villagers' daily needs, though there remained areas for improvement. Furthermore, the current villagers, aside from the younglings, no longer relied on communal pots for sustenance. Their food and living supplies were distributed at scheduled intervals by Laia. With assistance from Bran and El. In addition to basic rations and living provisions, villagers could partake in tasks within the village to earn rewards, such as hunting teams led by Longtail or kitchen assistants and laborers under Laia's command, including carpenters and stonemasons under Bear and others. After some time, it was believed that the newly freed former slaves would gradually accumulate their own wealth. Eventually, aside from those truly unable to be self-sufficient due to age, illness, or disability, the distribution system would gradually be phased out. Owing to the formidable city walls of Village Number 2, Augustus did not station a significant number of guards there. He merely tasked the goblin Tis with selecting a squad of 20 from his kin to maintain order. Aside from the lookout duties on the walls, they were responsible for the village's security. The ghost-faced owl continued to settle outside the village, vigilant for any potential dangers from the north. Lilith was now a free spirit, and Augustus felt it inappropriate to impose any demands upon her. Her presence in the village was, after all, an unexpected boon. Nonetheless, Augustus would not let this opportunity slip by. Occasionally deceiving the children proved rather entertaining, but if all else failed, Laia could always step in. Lilith was quite reliant on Laia. The last time she had been asked to guard the stone house was at Laia's request, which had led her to recklessly rush out and receive a thrashing from the Black Snake. Fenrir remained unable to escape his role as a guard, though this time his post had been relocated to the battlements. The combat prowess of the Nightmares was negligible, allowing Augustus to merely observe the breeding area during his downtime. Finally, there was the Serpent Ancestor, who had been ordered by Augustus to remain at his side at all times, even standing guard outside his door during the night. In his heart, the Serpent Ancestor has always been regarded as a perilous entity. Even with the constraints of a binding contract, Augustus dared not relax his vigilance. After all matters were meticulously arranged, Village Number 2 officially commenced operations. Once everyone was settled, the village gradually regained its vitality. Yet, Longtail hung his head low, swaying before the chief. He could not fathom what had transpired. Ever since their return from the Demon Princess City, the chief seemed to harbor an aversion towards him. Now, even the gatekeepers had been appointed, and yet he remained unassigned. This left Longtail, who had always considered himself Augustus's right-hand man, feeling quite dejected. Augustus certainly would not divulge that his neglect was a form of retribution for Longtail's lackluster performance before the Demon Princess. Moreover, Augustus had other plans for Longtail, with the acquisition of the Nightmare Steed. Their operational scope had significantly expanded, and Augustus's mind began to race with possibilities. The subhuman tribes generally suffered from inconvenient transportation and a lack of information. The Nightmare Steed would alleviate these issues to some extent. They still possessed an asset in the Demon Princess City, namely, the modest stone house where the three of them had crammed together for years. Augustus intended for Longtail to remain stationed in the Demon Princess City. On one hand, to gather intelligence, enabling the Red Banner tribe to adapt to the changes of the era. On the other, to establish a channel for the Red Banner tribe's produce to be sold externally, exchanging for the resources necessary for their development, such as blood wine, monkey wine, and potentially forthcoming potions and livestock. Some may wonder, how much can an ordinary nightmare steed carry? This brings to mind the storage ring acquired from the Serpent Clan's Crimson Serpent Chief. Although it contained no extraordinary items, the ring itself was a treasure. The space of over 3 cubic meters should suffice for the time being. However, Augustus had yet to devise a concrete plan for its utilization. For now, he decided to keep Longtail close, allowing for some training as well. He did not intend to reveal this arrangement to Longtail just yet. That Mud had caused the Demon Princess to miss the opportunity to know him better. He must be given a lesson. With the joy of moving into a new abode and the removal of threats, Augustus felt a lightness in his heart, a rare occasion to don the chef's hat. In the grand house he shared with Laia, a supersized double-handled iron pot hung over the fire pit. The flames beneath the pot were not fierce, yet they were sufficient to release the delectable aroma of the fish soup within. As Augustus added the final seasoning, the fragrance reached its zenith. This evening, the entire village dined on this dish, yet none could rival the tantalizing scent emanating from Augustus's pot. A few of Longtail's close companions gathered around the fire pit, both men and women occasionally swallowing hard, their throats working with anticipation. Apart from Augustus and Longtail, the others were astonished to discover that fish could be so delicious that it could be cooked to emit such an enticing aroma. Especially Lilith, her eyes transfixed on the bubbling fish soup, unable to tear her gaze away. Augustus, with a smile, personally served a bowl to Laia before handing the spoon over. Bran, quick of hand, imitated him and served a bowl to Elle. However, before he could serve himself, the spoon was snatched away by Lilith. The dog-headed Tis cautiously positioned himself at the back of the line. Yet, when the savory fish soup and tender fish meat entered his mouth, he could no longer maintain the facade of humility. If only there were tofu. In contrast to the others, who savored their meals with faces dripping with juice and a lingering desire for more, Augustus felt a tinge of dissatisfaction. The variety of food in this world was woefully inadequate to satiate his culinary cravings. "What is tofu?" Laia inquired, meticulously removing fish bones and feeding the tender fish meat into the werewolf chief's mouth. Her curiosity piqued. "Tofu, huh?" Augustus replied with a mischievous grin, his gaze sliding down her eyes inch by inch. That on the following morning, Augustus stepped out of his dwelling. The environment transforms individuals. Different surroundings yield varied experiences and flavors. The little fox girl, having savored the fish soup, seemed to radiate an even more succulent allure. It appeared that the soundproofing of the stone house was quite effective, for Lilith had not made a sound throughout the night. Village number 2 was commendable in many aspects, save for the somewhat insufficient light. That it was only fitting, after all. The serpent folk were known for their fondness for shadows. Augustus looked up and noticed that the trees flanking the canyon were overly lush, obstructing the sunlight. He pondered having Laia arrange for the villagers to cut down some of them, as for the foolish notion expressed by the little fox girl about organizing villagers to catch fish for daily consumption. He deemed it merely a whimsical thought. Daily fish? Can I endure it, can you? As summer approached, the heat intensified day by day. Augustus, bare-chested and clad only in a pair of serpent-skin shorts, licked his lips. He called upon the serpent ancestor, stationed at the door, mounted the nightmare steed, and set out to explore. The construction site at village number 3 was starting to take shape. The serpent folk possessed the experience to erect walls spanning 3 to 4 li in village no. 2. Over 300 souls were laboring in the cool morning breeze, collaborating in their tasks. The chief-level green serpent wielded the recovered green serpent spear, shouting commands as he oversaw the work. The high bloodline warrior, Slyke, lounged under the shade of a tree, sipping blood wine like a nobleman, his serpent-headed curved blade resting beside him. With the acquisition of the crimson serpent's blood-colored spear, Augustus redistributed the bloodline weapons he had previously controlled. The green serpent, being a mid-level chief, had to maintain authority over the 300 or so kinfolk, thus needed a weapon. Slyke, who was nearly equivalent to a second Augustus, was in no need of a blade ill-suited to his prowess. Augustus gifted him a long axe instead. Longtail, who had always favored the bow and arrow, was adept at ambush tactics. The serpent spear was reclaimed from him, and the blood elf's longbow served as compensation. Consequently, Augustus found himself left with only the blood-colored spear and Yake's long spear. Upon the chief's arrival, the green serpent hurriedly greeted him. Exuding the demeanor of a sycophantic traitor, one must admit, some individuals appear to possess an innate propensity for treachery. Observing the green serpent's face adorned with a fawning smile, Augustus almost felt a deceptive impression that it stemmed from genuine sincerity. Augustus was unaware of how the green serpent had so seamlessly adapted his identity. However, through his observations over the past few days, he could not deny that this fellow, though lacking in combat skills, was eloquent and fond of duplicitous dealings. With over 300 followers, he had managed to keep Slyke's concerns at bay. Ensuring their compliance, he even referenced tales from the Crimson Serpent era, crafting himself into a paragon of virtue. Slyke reaped the benefits, and Augustus was pleased to let it unfold, with none intervening, glancing at the construction progress. It was estimated that in 3 to 5 days, it would be completed. The magical beasts within the serpent folk territory had been cleared, yet ordinary wild beasts remained. These serpents not only needed to sustain themselves, but also had to stockpile provisions for the Red Banner tribe. Currently, the 3 villages relied on Steeltooth's hunting team for sustenance and were operating at a loss. Exchanging smiles with Slyke, Augustus felt reassured, knowing he was present. The skill of the living puppet was quite intriguing. Augustus could unilaterally grasp the thoughts and experiences of the second consciousness. After observing this sight, he naturally intended to visit Steeltooth's location. Having overcome his initial apprehension, Steeltooth suddenly realized that remaining in Village No. 1 might not have been the worst choice. With an inherently restless nature, he thrived in the wilderness. At tea times, Augustus even doubted whether he belonged to the Werewolf clan, suspecting a hint of husky blood. Freed from Augustus's oversight and bolstered by the formidable support of the browed Serpent King, Steeltooth had truly unleashed himself. When August arrived at Village No. 1, only the oak fruit remained stationed at the entrance. Basking in the sunlight alongside the trees, the entire village was enveloped in silence, devoid of any movement. Upon inquiry, he learned that the hunting party had departed for the forest early that morning. After some contemplation, August resolved to leave them be. As long as the hunting team executed their task effectively, he could gradually impart knowledge on other matters. However, the tree folk could not afford to remain idle. With no one in the village, there was little to guard. He instructed the oak fruit to lead them in gathering stones, for the stone walls were still too thin. The recent attack by the Black Serpent had revealed that their defenses were far from adequate. August's mind lingered on the idea of sealing the valley's entrance and constructing a fortress, much like the towering and sturdy walls of Village No. 1, which were even inscribed with magical formations. Remarkably, these formations had been provided by the Serpent ancestor. This meant that their Red Banner territory already possessed the technical capacity to build a stronghold. After giving a few directives, August intended to depart, contemplating a visit to the territory of the Monkey people. This would serve to strengthen relations and gather intelligence on the activities of other tribes in the Divine War Hills. The sudden collapse of the once dominant Serpent people was significant news for the other tribes inhabiting the Divine War Hills. August needed to be informed to prevent any unwelcome trouble from arising for his Red Banner territory. As he rode his nightmare horse and reached the upper reaches of the valley where the Monkey people's cave was located, August was greeted by an unexpected sight. A long line of pack animals filled the gorge, and over 100 humans had appeared within the territory of the Monkey people. August paused in surprise, only to feel a surge of joy. Could this be the human caravan that the monkey leader, Jean Bai, had mentioned? Hastily, August directed his nightmare horse to descend from the sky. The gorge was alive with commotion, vibrant and bustling. The human caravan was energetically peddling their wares, while the monkey people eagerly observed, scratching their heads in curiosity. August's arrival added a further layer of excitement to the scene. Jean Bai, the leader of the Monkey people, approached with hearty laughter to welcome him. August couldn't help but notice, perhaps due to the nourishing effects of the blood wine, that the aged Jean Bai appeared much more robust. The jovial Jean Bai introduced him to the leader of the caravan, proclaiming him as the chief of the largest tribe in the Divine War Hills. Hearing this, August felt a flicker of intrigue and accepted Jinbai's flattery with a nod. It seemed the monkey people were not lacking in intelligence. After all, the leader of the caravan was a stout, short man with blonde hair and blue eyes, his face adorned with rolls of flesh. When he smiled, his eyes nearly squinted shut. The man introduced himself as Winter, a merchant from the human world, specifically from the holy Trollo kingdom. August engaged in pleasantries, glancing around, yet a subtle disappointment flickered in his eyes. Though the caravan's members exhibited varying hair colors, they were all sun-tanned, white-skinned individuals, lacking the familiar appearance he was accustomed to. After exchanging pleasantries, Winter enthusiastically began to showcase his goods. The entire caravan comprised fewer than 200 individuals, all armed, including Winter himself. Entering the domain of the demi-humans for trade was inherently risky. August observed closely, noting that there were at least 4 or 5 individuals among the caravan who were equivalent to demi-human chieftains. This was barely sufficient for survival in the wilderness. August took a keen interest in their offerings. The array of goods Winter and his companions carried was diverse and plentiful, particularly for the resource-scarce demi-humans. The allure was undeniable. August watched as several members of the monkey tribe, under the caravan's enthusiastic service, exchanged their collected furs, bones, and ores for various items. He even witnessed a bloodline warrior produce a precious magic core from his pocket, merely to trade for a roll of exquisite fabric. One could not deny that the white-skinned merchants had a knack for business. August noted that while the caravan's inventory was abundant, truly practical items were rather scarce. Most of the goods consisted of candies, fabrics, and refined salt, basic necessities. Take refined salt, for instance. The demi-humans did not lack for salt, as their supply came from salt mines, albeit in a rough form. Refined salt was exceedingly rare. Yet, in this scenario, a small pouch of refined salt could be exchanged for a low-grade magical beast pelt from the monkey people. Observing the joyful expression of the bloodline warrior who had acquired the refined salt, August found himself at a loss for words. It was evident that in such transactions, the human caravan was reaping substantial benefits. August neither wished to intervene nor felt inclined to do so, as this was not his concern. Instead, he took a keen interest in observing. When he saw the monkey leader, Jinbai, awkwardly inform Winter that the monkey wine could no longer be traded with the caravan, August felt a sense of secret delight, especially when a trace of barely concealed irritation flickered across Winter's face. His mood lifted even further. Surely, they could not monopolize all the advantages, August thought to himself with a fierce resolve. He held no fondness for these white-skinned merchants. Even without considering the perspective of the demi-humans, he had every reason to suspect that Winter was backed by the so-called Holy Loath Kingdom. What appeared to be trade was, in essence, merely a different guise of resource plundering. That it seemed that regardless of location, the tactics of vampires remained eerily consistent. After failing to secure the monkey wine, Winter quickly readjusted his approach. Dismissing the now worthless monkey leader, he began to cozy up to August, inquiring about the location of his territory, the direction of the village, and the population size. August smiled and deflected, merely stating that the village was newly established with little of value to offer in exchange for their fine goods. The enthusiasm on Winter's face visibly waned. Not long after, he resumed his vigorous sales pitch, albeit now directed at the bloodline warriors of the monkey tribe. August paid little heed. After all, he considered Winter to be just another merchant. At that moment, he contemplated whether he should make a move against him. Not to mention, Winter was sporting several storage rings. However, this thought was quickly dismissed. The human caravan would not dare to conduct business so brazenly in demi-human territory without some form of support. Beyond the backing of the human kingdom, it was highly likely they also had the tacit approval of the demi-human elite. To provoke them would be to encroach upon the interests of those powerful figures. The Red Banner territory could hardly withstand such pressure. August believed he was not the only one among the demi-humans to have entertained such thoughts. The persistent existence of the caravan was telling in itself. After lingering in the territory of the monkey people for quite some time, August remained even after Winter's caravan departed. The atmosphere among the monkey tribe was filled with joy, and August decided to stay and partake in their hospitality. Within the stone cave, as the hosts and guests settled, before August could speak, Jean Bai inquired why he had not traded with the human caravan. August chuckled and shook his head, reiterating his usual excuse. The territory was newly established, and it was not yet time to indulge. Upon hearing this, Jean Bai sighed and spoke words that made August regard him with newfound respect. Did he not understand the tribulation faced by the tribe? But who could blame them for lacking such resources? August nodded. There was a saying that age brings wisdom, and Jean Bai, at several centuries old, was no exception, not wishing to dwell on this topic further. August shifted the conversation to matters concerning the Divine War Hills. Upon mentioning this, the monkey leader's demeanor visibly brightened. He even expressed gratitude towards the wolf-man leader, living in the Divine War Hills. The strength of the serpent people instilled a sense of dread in them. Had it not been for their distance, they would likely have already fallen victim to invasion. From Jean Bai, August learned that other tribes shared a similar sentiment to that of the monkey people. They all viewed the decline of the serpent people with a sense of delight. Rest assured, everyone is too preoccupied with their own territories to seek trouble with you. Jean Bai's words served to reassure August. However, just as he was about to take his leave, he specifically cautioned August to remain vigilant of movements in the north. The tribes in that direction were not to be trifled with. As the leader of the monkey people bid farewell to Augustus, his words carried a significant weight. Departing from the realm of the monkey tribe, Augustus not only broadened his horizons, but also took with him a second batch of monkey wine. The allure of the blood wine prompted the sagacious elder of the monkey tribe to decisively engage in trade with Augustus. Even though the village had begun brewing its own monkey wine, Augustus would not easily sever ties with them, for besides the monkey wine, he harbored other aspirations. Upon returning to village number 2, he discovered that the vibrancy of the village rivaled that of the monkey tribe. Lilith was leading the younglings in a spirited assault on the city walls. Armed with small sticks, the little ones were each equipped for battle. Under Lilith's guidance, they charged at the gate guard. Fenrir, disregarding his pleading gaze for assistance, Augustus circumvented the battlefield, wary of blood splattering on him as he arranged the little ones. Deliberately, he ensured that, aside from distinguishing between genders, the remaining arrangements were made without regard to race. With 5 individuals per room, it appeared to be quite effective, as they coexisted harmoniously. First, he headed to the wine cellar to store the batch of monkey wine. This so-called wine cellar was a repurposed storage room adjacent to the chief's hall. 2 dog-headed guards stood sentinel at the entrance, permitting no one to enter without the chief's consent. Upon entering, rows of large jars were neatly arranged. Both blood wine and monkey wine were in the brewing process. 2 small octopuses, recognizing their master's arrival, swiftly approached to frolic with him. After playing with him for a while, Augustus placed the wine jars properly and took the blood wine meant for the monkey tribe. Upon reaching the chief's hall, Augustus unfurled a hide map on the long table. With the acquisition of the nightmare steed, he had roughly sketched the map of the red flag territory. Now, in addition to the original 50-mile radius circle, there was an expanded area surrounding village number 2 that overall, it bore a slight resemblance to an oval. Consequently, a vast expanse of uncharted territory was left open to the north, once part of the domain of the serpent people. Augustus pondered over this territory, contemplating its governance. However, lacking the manpower to oversee it posed a dilemma. Neglecting it seemed inappropriate, leaving Augustus in a state of concern, sitting alone in the chief's hall for an extended period. Augustus ultimately found himself gazing at the map with a sigh. Human resources are finite. One cannot covet every advantage as for the potential dangers lurking in the north. The immediate course of action for the red flag territory was to fortify itself. In this regard, Augustus had several ideas he could start implementing, especially after witnessing the exorbitant profits garnered by human caravans, which intensified his urgency. He summoned Longtail, who was idly organizing the breeding area at Lilith's behest. The two began to quietly formulate a plan in the chief's hall. Augustus intended to send Longtail to establish a foothold in the demon princess city. The blood wine and monkey wine would serve as Longtail's capital for securing his position. However, manipulating the wine trade in demon princess city would inevitably require the lord's estate's involvement. Without the permission and support of the succubi, other factions would surely devour Longtail whole. After all, The brewing of Bloodline represented one of the few revenue-generating options for the demi-human tribes. In Demon Princess City, only a select few major clans, led by the succubi, possessed the capability to do so. It would not be an easy task for the Red Flag territory to claim a share of this lucrative market. Determined, Augustus resolved to make the journey himself to seek a breakthrough. Additionally, he intended to gauge the Lord Demonis' attitude. Early the next morning, Augustus, accompanied by Longtail, first delivered the blood wine to the monkey tribe. Then, amidst the envious gazes of the monkey people, he rode off into the sky on his nightmare steed. Longtail, seated on the steed, could hardly contain his excitement, although they had previously experienced such rides under the chief's guidance. It always felt insufficient. The nightmare steed galloped forward, traversing thousands of miles in a day, allowing Augustus and Longtail to reach Demon Princess City before sunset. Returning to familiar grounds, Augustus led the way while Longtail held the reins of the nightmare steed behind him. As they surveyed the surroundings, receiving looks of awe and envy, Augustus's chest swelled with pride. He reminisced about the time he had fled with 2 half-grown children, arriving at Demon Princess City disheveled and resembling a beggar. It is no wonder that people say that returning home in wealth is akin to wearing fine clothes under the cover of night. Though this place was not his hometown, it was also where they had toiled. Augustus, despite his current status, felt a sense of nostalgia. Longtail had even more reason to feel this way. He thought to himself how fortunate it was to follow the chief. Last time, even with Fenrir accompanying them, Longtail felt no sense of pride as they walked through Demon Princess City. Instead, he had felt trepidation, fearful of drawing attention. As night fell, Augustus naturally refrained from disturbing the Lord's estate at this hour. He first returned with Longtail to their original dwelling, a small stone house soaked with the blood and tears of the 3 of them. They had thought they would never return. The stone house still stood, a testament to their efforts, as they had exchanged an entire low-tier magical beast for it. Unless a property had been abandoned for a long time, no one dared to encroach upon another's possessions in Demon Princess City. After settling the nightmare steed, Augustus instructed Longtail to wait for him at the tavern. He was off to seek out the dwarf Bob, the finest blacksmith in Demon Princess City. Old Bob, do you find this item useful? Augustus, well acquainted with the dwarf Bob, needed no pleasantries. He directly retrieved a segment of pristine white bone from his storage ring. Bob paused upon seeing Augustus, but his gaze quickly shifted to the storage ring on his hand. It dawned on him that the young wolfman who often lingered at his blacksmith shop had struck it rich. Bob chuckled with delight, exchanged a few playful jests, and then examined the bone closely. Impressive serpent bone, an exceptional specimen, comparable to that of a chief. Indeed, old Bob, you have an eye for quality. Augustus grinned, commending Bob's discerning gaze. In Village Number 1, there are still 2 complete skeletons. After all, they were once the guardian beasts of the serpent people, possessing chief-level combat prowess in their prime. Unfortunately, the unique shape of the serpent bones rendered them unsuitable for direct crafting into weapons. The bones of extraordinary beasts could not be equated with those of magical beasts, making them ineffective for trade. As fate would have it, Augustus had brought along a sample, hoping for a stroke of luck during his visit to Demon Princess City. From Bob's reaction, Augustus felt he had made the right decision. Sure enough, after conducting a brief test, Bob confirmed that the serpent bones could indeed be utilized. If ground in a powder and combined with other ores, it can yield excellent weaponry. Augustus was overjoyed, and after a round of bargaining with old Bob, they reached a mutually satisfactory agreement. The 2 serpent bones would belong to old Bob, while Augustus would receive a bloodline weapon crafted personally by the dwarf. Although the serpent bone was merely a sample and could not yet determine the weapon style due to its size, Augustus felt quite pleased. After all, it was a transformation of waste into treasure, and he could acquire a weapon forged by old Bob's own hands. This alone made the journey worthwhile. Bidding farewell to old Bob, Augustus made his way to the tavern they frequented. In a corner of the tavern, he found Longtail, who had ordered a glass of inferior blood wine. Observing Longtail's drink, Augustus snapped his fingers, and immediately a voluptuous rabbit woman approached. Clad in scant attire, Augustus playfully pushed the rabbit woman into Longtail's arms, grinning mischievously as he declared, "Tonight, Longtail shall treat us, so bring forth your finest blood wine." Taken by surprise, Longtail found himself embracing the rabbit woman, instinctively attempting to push her away. Yet, her touch was surprisingly soft, prompting him to retract his hand in haste as his face turned crimson. The rabbit woman instantly grasped the situation, choosing not to rush for the wine, but instead playfully snuggling up to the young wolfman, teasing and bantering. That night, Augustus suffered the loss of a sizable portion of low-tier magical beast jerky, along with the untainted innocence of his youthful companion, returning alone to the cramped stone cottage. He gently patted the nightmare steed stationed at the entrance. The crimson moon hung high in the sky, casting a romantic glow. Chanwei had enjoyed a night filled with enchantment. As he exited the stone cottage behind the tavern, his legs weak from revelry, the sun had already risen to its zenith. In those trying times, on the rare occasions of indulgence, the leader would take them to the Bull's Head Tavern. For the price of the cheapest blood wine, they could linger there for an entire evening. Idly passing the time, their conversations often revolved around the taverness serving girls. The topic he and Chanwei discussed most frequently was the rabbit girl from the previous night. Little did he anticipate that his dreams would come to fruition. Steel Fong must surely be enraged upon learning this, right? Chanwei chuckled, his youthful innocence fading, replaced by newfound confidence. Yet he pondered why the leader hadn't sought out his favorite girl last night. Augustus hadn't pursued a girl. Rather, the girl had sought him out. As Chanwei reminisced, he made his way back to the cottage to find the leader, only to be taken aback when he opened the door. There, on the stone floor, lay a human girl, bound and helpless. Ah, is this for me? Chanwei's first instinct was to perceive this as a delightful surprise from the leader. However, upon glimpsing the profound shame and anger in the girl's eyes, he realized the situation was far more complex than it appeared. The girl's limbs were tightly bound with beast sinew, and a piece of hide was stuffed in her mouth, muffling her cries to mere whimpers. Chanwei scratched his head, uncertain of what to do. After a moment of confusion, he recalled that he hadn't seen the leader. He exited the stone cottage. The nightmare steed remained outside. Where had the leader gone? Naturally, Augustus had ventured to the Lord's manor. Not long after returning to his residence, an anxious human girl had approached him in haste. Her urgency led him to believe that Chanwei had met with some misfortune. Yet, when she spoke, it was to demand the return of the holy sword. Augustus was utterly bewildered. What holy sword could he possibly possess? Before he could utter more than a few words, the girl's hands glimmered with light. And without a second thought, Augustus launched a devastating counterattack. It was only after the girl had been rendered unconscious by a swift blow that Augustus thought, oh no, in the city of Demonis. Random acts of violence were strictly forbidden. Should anyone witness this, it would spell trouble. Thus, the scene Chanwei had witnessed came to be. Indeed, Augustus had bound her, intending to take her back for interrogation this very morning. He had no time to wait for Chanwei's carefree return and had set off alone for the Lord's manor. He wished to settle the matter at hand and quickly ascertain who had such a keen interest in him. Augustus had initially considered simply asking the guards to report to the Lord. To his surprise, he encountered a notice outside the manor, offering a bounty for exquisite wines. Was this not fortuitous? The blood wine from the Red Flag territory and the monkey wine. He could confidently vouch for their delightful flavors. He had sampled the finest blood wine from the tavern the previous evening. While the energy contained within was undoubtedly superior, taste was another matter entirely. The quality of energy depended on the grade of the ingredients used. The Red Flag territory could not procure high-grade materials for brewing, but he had 2 small octopuses at his disposal. With great confidence, Augustus tore down the notice, now free from the need for an excuse. He was greeted by Ram, the head stewardess. Upon seeing Augustus, Ram was somewhat taken aback. They had only met a few days prior, and here he was, already posting a notice in Demonis City. Ram patiently attended to Augustus. Though her hopes for better wines had dwindled, aside from the decent elven wine provided by a young girl, nothing else had passed her standards. However, when she sampled the blood wine and monkey wine brought by Augustus, she was momentarily stunned. As a head stewardess of the Succubus clan, she was well-versed and possessed discerning taste. The aroma alone indicated that these 2 wines were promising. Indeed, upon tasting, Ram's eyes lit up. From a flavor perspective, these wines had certainly passed her evaluation. Of course, Whether they would meet the requirements of the demoness remained uncertain, much like the elven wine offered by the previous human girl, which, despite her praise, had failed to win the favor of the demoness. Ram smiled warmly and asked Augustus to wait, showing no signs of disappointment. Augustus silently felt pity for Yak. Look, the wealthy lady was merely drawn to your robust physique. While awaiting the outcome, Ram offered Augustus a few words of advice, urging him to hasten his level of cultivation. Little did she know that Augustus had already utilized his breath-concealing technique, keeping his status at the leader's lower tier. He had contemplated whether to propose an alliance with the Succubus clan before arriving. Logically, such an alliance would provide the red flag territory with a formidable backing, undoubtedly aiding its future development. Yet, upon recalling the contracted halo occupied by the image of the demoness in his consciousness, Augustus couldn't help but feel a tinge of reluctance, abandoning the thought. Who would settle for less when something better was at hand? Especially after witnessing the demoness' towering and alluring form. After exchanging a few idle words, a maid returned with news that the demoness wished to personally meet with the werewolf leader. Instantly, Augustus felt a surge of excitement, his anticipation mounting. Particularly as he was led to the Lord's garden by the maid, he thought to himself, "This is surely secured." At that moment, Augustus understood Yak's sentiments. The wealthy lady was enticing. But a lord was even more so. Driven by this mindset, everything in the Lord's garden exuded an air of allure. The demoness awaited in the pavilion, and upon tasting the two wines, she instantly recognized their origins. Initially reluctant to meet him, curiosity piqued as to how he had arrived. Thus, the meeting in the garden unfolded. When Augustus beheld the Lord again, the awe he had once felt toward those of higher status had inexplicably vanished. Instead, he saw the languid demeanor of the elegant demoness, her flowing hair cascading freely. Clad in sheer silk, Augustus's gaze brazenly ventured toward the fabric, nearly forgetting the modesty he should maintain, were it not for the strategic concealment of certain areas. His eyes might have taken an entirely different direction. The demoness' ire flared. The werewolf leader's audacious gaze made her exceedingly uncomfortable. She wished to admonish him, but suddenly conceived a more cunning idea. Just as Augustus was about to bow in greeting, the demoness unexpectedly approached him instead. Before he could speak, she turned away, lifting her silk garment and casting a coy smile over her shoulder, her eyes distinctly inviting him forward. For a fleeting second, Augustus hesitated, but the next moment he followed her with a foolish grin that a vague sense of wrongness lingered in the air, yet he paid it no mind. Suddenly, just as Augustus was on the verge of reaching the alluring, teasing lord, his foot slipped, and he found himself tumbling into a nearby water basin. The splash jolted him awake. The sound of the demoness' mocking laughter echoed in his ears. Clambering awkwardly back onto the bank, Augustus realized he had fallen victim to the Succubus clan's enchanting powers, truly formidable. Even now, he couldn't recall when he had been ensnared. In that moment, he finally comprehended the vast chasm that separated him from the Lord level. The demoness patiently awaited his return to the pavilion, as if nothing had transpired. And no matter how thick-skinned Augustus was, he stood before her, fists clenched in salute, resembling a mere lackey. The demoness' expression abruptly turned cold. Her voice icy as she inquired, "Did you bring the wine?" Augustus regained his sense of reverence, realigning his demeanor, and responded respectfully. What followed was a heavy silence, the water slowly dripping from his form, and his heart sinking further. In the midst of this torment, Augustus steeled himself and revealed his intentions. He conveyed the desire of the red flag territory to sell wines within the demoness city. To his astonishment, the demoness responded with an indifferent remark. "You are too weak." As a lord of the initial tier, she was unable to perceive the breath-concealing technique employed by Augustus, a leader of the mid-tier. In her eyes, he was merely a lowly leader. Her statement held no malice. However, to Augustus, it resonated differently. Just moments after his fall into the water, he could still deceive himself into believing it was a jest from the Lord. Yet now, her words, "You are too weak," shattered the last vestiges of hope within him. Indeed, even a mid-tier leader, what difference did it make? How audacious to entertain thoughts of the Lord's intentions. August felt a cold sweat trickling down his back. He had to admit that ever since the battle with the serpent folk, he had begun to swell with pride. However, the demonist's evaluation jolted him back to reality. August silently cursed his good fortune, clenched his fist in salute, and prepared to take his leave. Yet, to his surprise, the demonist had other plans. She demanded that the Red Flag territory provide the Lord's Manor with 10 barrels, each of 2 different wines, every month. In return, the contributions of magic cores, which were supposed to commence next year, would no longer be required. At this point, the demonist cast a teasing glance at August. You and the Red Flag territory now occupy 2 pieces of land. Surely, this arrangement is not a disadvantage for you. Not merely a disadvantage. It was an extraordinary gain. A slightly larger magical beast could yield enough blood, combined with cassava and other ingredients, to brew a substantial vat of blood wine. The monkey wine required only a simple recipe made from a low-level potion, along with some fruits. Moreover, a single large vat could hold far more than just a mere 10 barrels, when calculated. This would translate to providing the Lord's Manor with 24 barrels annually.